9 Yang Sword Saint Chapter 183 to Chapter 241. Yang Dingtian was truly at his wit's end. At this moment, Lingwu was also on the verge of collapse. As it turned out, her shrewish and resolute behavior earlier was mostly an act. After all, she was a woman. Moreover, she was a rarely seen beautiful woman. She was also the daughter of the Inferno Island and the dream lover of many men on the Inferno Island. Of course, she would have her own self-esteem and restraint. However, she was truly at her wit's end when it came to Yang Dingtian. Therefore, she went to seek advice from the women on the island. Those women taught her this method. They said that this method worked every time. However, Yang Dingtian still rejected her in the end. This had nearly caused her self-esteem and willpower to collapse. Therefore, she directly placed her sword on his neck. Yang Dingtian knew that he was in trouble. He had to say some words to salvage the situation. Otherwise, it would really lead to a disastrous situation. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian said seriously, "It's not like that, Lingwu. You're such an extraordinary woman. If I were to agree to your request rashly, it would be irresponsible to both of us. However, I'm not that pedantic. I feel that we both need time to be baptized. A few years later, if you hear that I'm still alive after my battle with Dongfang Bingling and that you're not married to another man, you can come and look for me if you're still willing. Alright? However, don't let anything happen so easily. Otherwise, I'll be deeply guilty." "Really?" Lingwu said in ecstasy. "Really?" Yang Dingtian said. "Alright then. However, you'll have to give me a deposit first," Lingwu said. After that, she kissed him directly. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt pain on his mouth. Lingwu had bitten him fiercely. It was really painful and fresh blood gushed out in an instant. "I've bitten you so that you won't forget me in the future." When Lingwu saw that Yang Dingtian's mouth was filled with blood, tears immediately flowed out from her heart. She said with a trembling voice, "The more painful the bite, the deeper the memory." After that, Lingwu stretched out her small hand and gently stroked the wound on his mouth. She wiped away the bloodstains on it. Gently releasing Yang Dingtian, Lingwu said softly, "I'm leaving. Otherwise, I'm really worried that you'll go back on your words after a while." After that, Lingwu left step by step reluctantly. "I'm leaving. When you leave tomorrow, I won't see you off," Lingwu said in a gentle voice. After that, her beautiful eyes emitted boundless emotions, as if she wanted to deeply remember Yang Dingtian's face. In the end, she turned around and left. Yang Dingtian's heart was in a mess, as if he had lost something. The next day, Yang Dingtian woke up before dawn. Of course, he did not sleep at all, and it was impossible for him to sleep. Wearing the mask, hiding Ah Chao's Yunling sword, taking out another treasured sword, wearing a black cloak that covered his entire body, and draped himself in the remaining darkness of the night, under the escort of Ling Zhong alone, he boarded a small boat and left Blaze Island. As expected, Lingwu kept her word and didn't come to see him off. "Nephew Yan, I don't care who you are. But, you must remember that the Fire Island can be your home at any time." Ling Zhong had remained silent throughout the journey. But, he suddenly said when Yang Dingtian boarded the ship. "I'll remember," Yang Dingtian said, "I'll always remember the Fire Island, remember you, and Miss Lingwu." After that, Yang Dingtian leaped onto the small boat and gently rowed. He left the Fire Island and headed towards the northwest continent. Just when he was a few hundred meters away from the Fire Island, a delicate and charming figure suddenly ran over from the island. It was Lingwu. She was actually wearing a fiery red long dress. It was a dress that she had never worn before. She lifted her long dress as she ran along the pier. She said loudly, "Yan Nantian, I know that you were lying to me last night, but I took it seriously. Right now, I'm wearing a fiery red wedding dress. Remember this. I married you last night, and you personally agreed to it. Remember this. From today onwards, I'm your woman." Immediately, Yang Dingtian was completely dumbfounded. He really didn't expect that Lingwu would actually use such a move. She would wear a fiery red wedding dress to send him off and express her final determination. Those words he said last night were really just a delaying tactic. However, he didn't expect that he would completely fall into the trap of this fairy-like woman. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart surged with emotions. He couldn't say a single word and could only row the ship with all his might. Ling Wu was still holding her dress and running with all her might on the shore. However, she was getting further and further away from Yang Dingtian. In the end, she was wailing loudly as she ran. She used all her strength to grab onto him. However, the thing she loved the most was still getting further and further away. In the end, he completely disappeared in the remaining darkness of the night and disappeared in the morning fog. Her delicate body couldn't hold on any longer. Her legs went soft and she sat on the muddy ground. She cried out in pain. The beautiful red wedding dress on her body was stained with mud. At daybreak, Yang Dingtian had already stepped onto the land of the northwest continent. He bought a fast horse and traveled day and night. He rushed towards Cloud Heaven City, which was more than 6,000 miles away. He wanted to save Madame Ximen, save Ximen Lai, and save the 2,000 over brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry. He wanted to prevent them from flying into the fire like moths. He wanted to save his reputation that was about to be ruined. He wanted to save his qualification to compete for Cloud Heaven City. He wanted to save everything. He wanted to save everything from the hands of his shameless enemies. He wanted to save everything from the hands of his sanctimonious enemies. During these few days, the air around Cloud Heaven City seemed to have condensed. It was as though countless dark clouds were accumulating layer by layer. Finally, it was brewing a world-destroying thunderbolt. First, many people realized that the Black Blood Cavalry that had disappeared for a long time was gradually returning. They were returning one after another. Then, they just stood in the plaza in front of Cloud Heaven City without saying a word. When they arrived, they dismounted from their horses and sat beside them quietly. Then, more and more people came. In the end, the 2,000 over brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry filled half of the plaza in front of Cloud Heaven City. Instantly, the plaza in front of Cloud Heaven City's gate was filled with black people. They didn't say anything. Their faces were filled with complete determination. There was only the coldness of facing death. There was only the soaring murderous aura and flames in their hearts. There was only the determination of moths flying into the fire. Then, Ximen Lai came, then, Madame Ximen came too. Everyone in Cloud Sky City suddenly felt a suffocating pressure. However, Ximen Ju didn't have any reaction. Yang Yan didn't have any reaction either. Then, a few thousand cavalrymen of the Tiando League's Northwest Division marched towards Cloud Heaven City. Finally, they stopped in front of the plaza in front of Cloud Heaven City's gate. They were all wearing golden armor and wielding golden greatswords. The Tiando League's golden cavalry was on the left. There were 3,000 of them. The Black Blood Cavalry was on the right. There were 2,000 of them. The black and gold cavalrymen didn't speak but coldly faced each other. They were ready to draw their greatswords and kill at any time. Everyone in Cloud Heaven City felt an extremely stifling atmosphere. They didn't dare to speak loudly or walk forcefully. It was as though any movement would completely ignite this powder keg and cause a shocking explosion. On the last day of the 5th day, Qin Huayu appeared and led 3,000 cavalrymen of the Qin family into Cloud Heaven City. They silently climbed up the city walls and silently opened their crossbows, aiming at the Black Blood Cavalry below. Then, the members of the Tiando League arrived in Cloud Heaven City one after another. When they passed by Madame Ximen and Ximen Lai, they only glanced at them indifferently. They didn't say anything and left. Every one of them led hundreds of warriors into Cloud Heaven City. When the sun rose, Ximen Nu led close to 1,000 cavalrymen and appeared outside Cloud Heaven City. They formed a formation behind the Black Blood Cavalry and blocked their path. At 8 or 9 in the morning, another infantry of the Northwest Qin family appeared outside Cloud Heaven City and blocked all the paths on Cloud Heaven Mountain. Instantly, the 2,000 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry were surrounded by over 10,000 people. They had no way out. Once the battle started, they were destined to be like moths flying into a flame. At noon, in the tallest castle in Cloud Heaven City, the Tiando League Northwest Conference was officially held. The 39 members of the Tiando League in the Northwest were all present. The outcome of the conference would determine Yang Dingtian's fate, the fate of the Black Blood cavalry outside, and the fate of Madame Ximen and Ximen Lai. Furthermore, he had to obtain the crucial third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship from the wolves of Cloud Heaven City. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was 50 miles away from Cloud Heaven City. His body was covered in dust as he crouched on his horse and madly rushed towards Cloud Heaven City. In less than 5 days, he had rushed over 6,000 miles on his horse. Hopefully, he wouldn't be too late, in view of the fact that Yang Dingtian used the evil soul arts during the trial duel with Yang Xiaobai, and there is a large amount of evidence that shows that before the duel, Yang Dingtian had gone to the land of chaos. There are signs that prove that he was heading towards the Temple of 10,000 Blood, Yang Yan said loudly. Therefore, we have sufficient reason to believe that Yang Dingtian has become a traitor of the evil ways in the Tiando League. Yang Yan, you are slandering me. Madame Ximen suddenly stood up and said, what evidence do you have to prove that Yang Dingtian used the evil soul arts when he defeated Yang Xiaobai? Yang Yan said coldly, then let me ask Madame Ximen. At that time, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was 1 stage and 11 levels lower than Yang Xiaobai's, but he still defeated Yang Xiaobai. In the 1,000 years of history, is there such an example? That's right, there is such an example. 200 years ago, when Li Tianxiao fought against third young master Qin, he was also 1 stage and 10 levels lower, but he still defeated his opponent. However, in the end, it was proven that Li Tianxiao was a traitor of the evil ways. He used the evil soul arts. Li Tianxiao was like that, and so was Yang Dingtian. Madame Ximen sneered and said, didn't you hear what Yang Dingtian said that day? He didn't use the evil soul arts, but released the sword soul? Ridiculous. Yang Yan shouted coldly, how many people in this world have managed to cultivate the sword soul? There are only 3 people, Sect Master Dongfeng, City Lord Ximen, and the Hidden Sect Master. Now, Sect Master Dongfeng is missing, City Lord Ximen is dead, and the Hidden Sect Master has been in seclusion for 100 years. In other words, no one in this world has managed to cultivate the sword soul? How old is Yang Dingtian? What is his cultivation level? He used the sword soul to defeat Yang Xiaobai? Madam Ximen, are you looking down on everyone's intelligence? When he said that, everyone present sneered. If Yang Dingtian used the sword soul to defeat Yang Xiaobai, then it would be impossible unless the 2 suns rose from the west and set from the east. Yang Yan said firmly, therefore, Yang Dingtian must have used the evil soul arts to defeat Yang Xiaobai. In this world, only the evil soul arts have such great power. Therefore, Yang Dingtian is a traitor of the evil ways. There is no doubt about it. Note, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you everyone. Evidence. Great Elder Yang Yan, please take out your evidence. Ximen Lai, who was present at the meeting, said coldly. Evidence? Yang Yan laughed loudly and said, can't we punish Yang Dingtian without evidence? Do we have to wait until Yang Dingtian is like Li Tianxiao, or until there are hundreds of thousands of people in the Tiando League before we punish him? Then who will bear the consequences? Can you, Ximen Lai, bear the consequences? At this moment, a beautiful woman said indifferently, my Skywind Pavilion is in the southwest continent. Originally, I didn't want to speak at this meeting. But recently, I have been advocating for the unification of the North and South, so I dare to say something. As for whether Yang Dingtian is a spy of the evil ways, I wasn't present at that time, so I don't know. But I know that in the past few months, there has been a group of pirates burning, killing, robbing, raping, and committing all kinds of crimes. Even my Skywind Pavilion's disciple, Ning Roer, was kidnapped by these pirates when she was on her way to the northwest continent. Fortunately, she was rescued, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. Later on, I found out that these pirates were actually the Black Blood Cavalry. Ximen Lai's lungs were about to explode from anger. He never thought that there would be such a shameless person in this world. The beautiful woman from the Skywind Pavilion ignored Ximen Lai's sneer and took out a large stack of things. I have a large number of victims' documents here, as well as a portrait of the pirate leader. Everyone can take a look and see who this person is. Following that, the Skywind Pavilion's female representative unfolded the portrait. The person in the portrait had a delicate appearance with a slight evil aura. His appearance was indeed Yang Dingtian, but his demeanor wasn't Yang Dingtian's demeanor. Yang Dingtian wasn't that evil. That's right, this person is Yang Dingtian. Yang Yan yelled out, in order to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, in order to redress the grievances of the innocent victims, I suggest that the Heaven Dao Union immediately issue a worldwide bounty on Yang Dingtian. Anyone in the world, no matter what faction, as long as they see Yang Dingtian, they are to kill him unconditionally. The killer will receive special merits from the Tiando League. Shimen Lai smiled coldly and said, Great Elder Yang Yan, regarding the pirates, don't you know better than anyone else? Shimen Lai, what do you mean? Yang Yan said coldly, you're desperate? You are the ones who are desperate. You are worried that young Master Yang Dingtian will make rapid progress and that he will be completely defeated in the Cloud Heaven City Lord's martial arts competition in a few months. Therefore, you are shamelessly slandering young Master Yang Dingtian and trying to kill him, Shimen Lai said coldly. Shimen Lai, how dare you? Yang Yan immediately roared. Enough. Qin Wanshan, who was presiding over the meeting, said indifferently, this isn't an auction house. Don't curse here. Yang Yanjiang's, Qin, Yan, what is there? Instantly, the entire place fell silent. Qin Huayu said calmly, then I'll tell you my opinion. Qin Huayu said indifferently, according to what Grand Elder Yang Yan said, Yang Dingtian might be an infiltrator of the evil Dao and would bring great danger to the Heaven Dao Union. Therefore, we cannot treat him as an insignificant matter. However, we don't have any concrete evidence. So, directly announcing that Yang Dingtian is a spy of evil ways and issuing a kill order may be too hasty. So, I suggest that we use the Tiando League's name to issue a kill order for Yang Dingtian. Anyone in the world, no matter what faction, as long as they see Yang Dingtian, immediately arrest him. If he resists, kill him. Great Elder Yang Yan asked, then, does Yang Dingtian have the qualifications to participate in next year's City Lord competition? Qin Wanshan said, before Yang Dingtian can prove his innocence, of course he doesn't have the qualifications to participate. Alright, let's proceed to the final vote. Qin Wanshan said, those who agree with Qin Huayu's suggestion to issue a kill order for Yang Dingtian and disqualify him from participating in next year's Cloud Sky City Lord competition, please place your weapons on the table. Immediately, everyone present placed their weapons on the table one after another. Yang Yan and Madame Shimen were both parties involved, so they didn't have the right to vote. The final result was out. Other than the two parties, everyone present agreed with Qin Huayu's suggestion. Then it's decided. Qin Wanshan said coldly, immediately issue a command to the world and announce that Yang Dingtian is a suspect of evil ways. Immediately arrest him. Any faction or sect in the world, once they see him, do their best to arrest him. If he resists, kill him. At the same time, disqualify Yang Dingtian from participating in next year's Cloud Sky City Lord competition. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Shimen Lai laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with impudence and ridicule. Shimen Lai, what are you laughing at? Qin Wanshan shouted coldly, are you looking down on the Tiando League's authority? Shimen Lai sneered, I have never seen such a shameless scene. Today has really opened my eyes. Qin Wanshan said coldly, the Tiando League's decree is sacred and inviolable. Are you going to defy it? Shimen Lai grabbed the huge sword in his hand, stood up, and walked out, I will use our blood to defend our final honor. Qin Wanshan's face turned cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, you are seeking your own death. That's still better than living a cowardly life, Shimen Lai said. Then, he and Madame Shimen walked out and returned to the Black Blood Cavalry's formation. They suddenly pulled out their long swords. Shimen Lai leads all the Black Blood Cavalry and requests the Tiando League to change its decree. Otherwise, we will use our weapons to carry out a blood remonstrance. Phew. Instantly, all the Black Blood Cavalry stood up. Swish. All the Black Blood Cavalry suddenly pulled out their huge swords. Instantly, a forest of sharp swords appeared. Shimen Lai, you want to rebel against the Tiando League? Qin Wanshan said coldly, the Tiando League has the right to deal a destructive blow to those who rebel. I will count to 10. Immediately throw away the weapons in your hands, kneel on the ground, and await your punishment. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Ximen Lai's face was unyielding as he said coldly, I request the Tiando League to retract its unreasonable decree. After saying that, Ximen Lai took a step forward. Behind him, more than 2,000 Black Blood cavalry wielded their huge swords and also took a step forward. Like a black tide, they brought about an incomparably huge pressure. 10, 9, 8, following Qin Wanshan's countdown, Ximen Lai led the black tide like Black Blood cavalry forward step by step. They approached the city gate step by step. Ximen Lai was the first to walk. 5. I request the Tiando League to retract its decree. Otherwise, my Black Blood cavalry will use our weapons to carry out a blood remonstrance. 4. Ximen Lai led the Black Blood cavalry and still did not retreat. They continued to press forward step by step. Instantly, Qin Wanshan and Yang Yan revealed a cruel sneer on their faces. All Tiando League troops, prepare to suppress the rebels. Clang, instantly, the sound of swords being drawn could be heard. The troops on Cloud Sky City pulled out their sharp swords and drew their large crossbows. A few thousand cavalry troops from the Northwest Qin family mounted their horses and pulled out their sharp swords. A few thousand infantry troops from the Northwest Qin family pulled down their steel masks and pulled out their sharp swords. The cavalry troops of the Tiando League's Northwest Division pulled out their swords. Ximen Nu led a few thousand cavalry troops and pulled out their swords. The tens of thousands of troops that surrounded the Black Blood cavalry all pulled out their weapons. As long as Qin Wanshan gave the order, the war would instantly erupt. The tens of thousands of troops would carry out the final strangulation of the Black Blood cavalry. 3, 2, 1. Instantly, the faces of Yang Yan, Tang Buezhao, and the others became extremely sinister and proud. Ximen Lai, you are indeed seeking your own death. Kill the traitors. Qin Wanshan shouted. Boom. The tens of thousands of troops rushed towards the Black Blood cavalry like a tide. The war instantly erupted. More than 2,000 Black Blood cavalry were about to be completely submerged in an instant. Stop. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the air. Then, a figure dressed in white floated down to the square of Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian, disguised as a hidden sect disciple, Wu Ming, had finally arrived. However, the war had already begun. The massacre had already begun. Blood was already splattering everywhere. Stop. Yang Dingtian said coldly, if you don't stop, both sides will be equally guilty. Everyone present will be killed. Instantly, the expressions of Qin Huayu, Qin Wanshan, Yang Yan, and the others on the city gate changed. Stop it. Qin Wanshan suddenly roared. Then, he took the lead and jumped down from the city gate. Then, he bowed respectfully, Northwest Qin City, Qin Wanshan, greets young Lord Wu Ming. At the same time, everyone on the city gate jumped down from the city gate and bowed respectfully, Tiando League Northwest Branch, greets young Lord Wu Ming. Ximen Lai's body trembled. He suddenly stabbed his giant sword into the ground and bowed, Cloud Sky City's Ximen Lai, greets young Lord Wu Ming. Greets young Lord Wu Ming. All the Black Blood cavalry knelt down on one knee. Tens of thousands of Northwest Qin family and Tiando League allied troops knelt on the ground and shouted respectfully, greets young Lord Wu Ming. This was the power of the hidden sect. Once a hidden sect disciple walked the world, no matter who he was, he would become the absolute leader of the Tiando League. At this moment, everyone bowed down. Only Yang Dingtian was left standing. He was handsome and refined. He fluttered in the wind like an immortal. But at this moment, his face was cold. There was no smile on his face. He ignored everyone's respect and walked straight into Cloud Sky City. When he passed by all the important figures of the Tiando League Northwest Branch, Yang Dingtian said coldly, follow me in. Instantly, everyone followed behind Yang Dingtian and walked into Cloud Sky City. Back in the meeting room, Yang Dingtian sat at the highest position in the center. He looked down and asked plainly, Yang Yan, you said that Yang Dingtian is a spy of the evil ways? Yes. Yang Yan bowed. Where's the evidence? Yang Dingtian asked plainly. Yang Yan's eyes trembled. He then gritted his teeth and said, Yang Dingtian's cultivation is lower than Yang Xiaobai's by more than 10 levels. But he still defeated Yang Xiaobai and even took his life. In this world, only the evil soul art can do that. Moreover, the situation is exactly the same as Li Tianxiao's duel 200 years ago. Yang Dingtian ignored Yang Yan's words and asked plainly, "Where's the evidence?" After hearing Yang Dingtian ask for evidence again, Yang Yan's expression changed and he said, "Young Master Wu Ming, Li Tianxiao almost destroyed the entire Tiando League 200 years ago. It was such a painful lesson, so I feel that special circumstances should be handled differently. Yang Dingtian's matter doesn't require evidence and can be handled directly." Then, Yang Yan continued, "Moreover, the Tiando League's Northwest Conference has already passed a vote. If Yang Dingtian was really a disciple of the hidden sect, then Yang Yan's actions were already very disrespectful. What he meant was that they had already passed a vote, so Wu Ming shouldn't be a busybody." His words actually treated the disciple of the hidden sect as a bodhisattva on the stage. He was respectful on the surface, but in reality, he was disobeying on the inside. No one objected to Yang Yan's disrespect towards the disciple of the hidden sect. It could be seen that the hidden sect had not traveled the world for 200 years. Although everyone still followed the tradition of the disciple of the hidden sect being the leader of the Tiando League on the surface, their hearts were filled with doubts and dissatisfaction, especially when it involved their own interests. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian fell into a dangerous situation. His eyes narrowed. "I came out this time for two matters. First, investigate the disappearance of the Maori barbarian tribe. The Maori barbarian tribe occupied the entire ice-snow continent. Tens of millions of people have completely disappeared from this world. This is some kind of omen, so you have to send a large number of people to investigate this matter." Yang Dingtian didn't continue to argue with Yang Yan and changed the topic. "Yes, young Master Wu Ming," everyone shouted in unison. For matters like this that didn't affect their interests, they were happy to show their respect and obedience to the disciple of the hidden sect. "The second matter is regarding the spies of the evil ways in the Tiando League," Yang Dingtian said calmly. Once he said this, Yang Yan's expression changed and he revealed an excited expression. It turned out that young Master Wu Ming was also supporting them. Shiman Lai and Madame Shiman's expressions darkened and they were furious. It turned out that the disciple of the hidden sect was also so realistic. However, according to my information, the sects with evil ways are not from Cloud Sky City, but from other sects that are even more prominent. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "I won't name names here, but I will talk to the relevant people." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. "As for Yang Dingtian, I have heard of him, but I don't know much about him." Yang Dingtian said faintly, "However, regarding the matter of him being an infiltrator of evil ways and conducting a worldwide manhunt, this cannot be passed. I want to veto it." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present immediately cried out in alarm. "Young Master Wu Ming, please reconsider. This is the decision of everyone in the Tiando League's Northwest branch," Yang Yan said coldly. There was a hint of threat in his words. "This is an order. You can choose to obey or disobey," Yang Dingtian said calmly. Instantly, everyone's faces showed signs of struggle and anger. They really wanted to flip the table over and say coldly, "Who the F***ck are you, John Doe? How dare you give us orders?" They really wanted to do so, but they didn't dare. "Who wants to disobey? Say it." At this moment, Yang Dingtian revealed a smile and looked at everyone calmly. He was gambling. He was gambling that no one dared to stand up and take the risk. "Do you have any objections to my order regarding Yang Dingtian?" Yang Dingtian asked calmly. Although Yang Yan was unwilling, he could only grit his teeth and lower his head. "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." Everyone replied in unison. "That's good," Yang Dingtian said calmly. "Then, the worldwide manhunt for Yang Dingtian is cancelled." Yang Yan hurriedly said, "Young Master Wu Ming, what about Yang Dingtian's qualifications to participate in next year's contest for the position of City Lord?" Yang Dingtian said calmly, "This is Cloud Sky City's internal affairs. It is not within the scope of the Tiando League's discussion. Therefore, everyone present who is not from Cloud Sky City, leave." "Yes, sir." Instantly, the dozens of people present, other than those from Cloud Sky City, all left, including Qin Wanshan and Qin Huayu. "Those from Northwest Qin City, stay," Yang Dingtian suddenly said. Qin Wanshan and Qin Huayu immediately stayed. At this moment there were only Yang Dingtian, Madame Shimen Lai, Yang Yan, Tang Buezhao, Qin Wanshan, and Qin Huayu in the main hall. Regarding whether Yang Dingtian's qualifications to participate in next year's contest for the position of City Lord, this is Cloud Sky City's internal affairs. Even I can't interfere. Yang Dingtian said calmly. However, regarding the division of Cloud Sky City, I have enough authority to interfere. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's expression became stern. As a member of the Tiando League, how can Cloud Sky City be divided and have a civil war? Shimen Lai hurriedly said, Young Master Wu Ming, please listen to me. This is because of Yang Yan and the others, I'm not listening. Yang Dingtian directly interrupted Shimen Lai and said coldly, the main point of my trip this time is to investigate the disappearance of the Maori barbarians. I'm not here to be a judge for Cloud Sky City. I'm not here to decide who is right and who is wrong. Yes. Shimen Lai immediately stepped back and lowered his head. Instantly, Yang Yan's expression relaxed. As long as Wu Ming didn't deliberately lean towards the other side, he wasn't worried. My hidden sect has never interfered with the internal affairs of any sect in the Tiando League, so I'm no exception. I don't care who is right and who is wrong. As long as it doesn't involve evil ways, I don't care, Yang Dingtian said calmly, your own matters will be decided by your own weapons. Yang Dingtian's words were, of course, very straightforward. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Yang Yan, Shimen Lai, and the others were instantly more certain of Wu Ming's identity as the successor of the hidden sect. The successor of the hidden sect should be so domineering and not hypocritical. Then, I have an opinion. Yang Dingtian said coldly, it's only an opinion, not an order. It's still up to you whether to accept it or not. My first opinion is that it's not right for the Black Blood Cavalry to wander outside like this. Moreover, they're wandering in the Tiando League's territory and will only increase the number of incidents. I've already heard of many cases where the Black Blood Cavalry has committed crimes. Shimen Lai said, Young Master Wu Ming, this is someone's framing. Yang Dingtian said coldly, do you think I'll care about this? Once he said this, Shimen Lai was instantly speechless. Yang Dingtian continued, so, Shimen Lai, bring the Black Blood Cavalry back to your Black Blood Castle. I don't care whose force is stationed in Black Blood Castle. All of them must leave. No one is allowed to stay. Once he said this, Qin Wanshan and Yang Yan's expressions changed drastically. On the other hand, Shimen Lai and Madame Shimen were pleasantly surprised. But Yang Dingtian continued, in the martial arts contest for the position of the city lord next year, if Yang Dingtian loses, he won't be able to inherit the position of the city lord. Then, Shimen Lai, you have to completely hand over the Black Blood Cavalry and Black Blood Castle. You, Madame Shimen, Yang Dingtian, your force will be completely expelled from Cloud Sky City. From then on, you will have nothing to do with Cloud Sky City. I only have one opinion, which is that there can only be one voice in Cloud Sky City. Don't cause any division. I don't care who is in charge of Cloud Sky City, but there can only be one voice in Cloud Sky City. Once he said this, Shimen Lai and Madame Shimen's expressions changed slightly. In the end, Yang Dingtian said indifferently, if you accept my mediation, then we will stop fighting. The time limit is 1 day. Evacuate everyone in Black Blood Castle. Shimen Lai will bring the Black Blood Cavalry and station them in Black Blood Castle. If you don't agree, then start a civil war until one side is completely annihilated. However, only people from Cloud Sky City can participate in the war. No other forces are allowed to interfere. Shimen Lai hesitated and struggled. Then, he looked at Madame Shimen and gritted his teeth. We are willing to listen to young Master Wu Ming's orders. What about you? Yang Dingtian looked at Yang Yan and the rest. Yang Yan, Tang Buezhao and the rest were silent. They didn't answer. It was obvious that they weren't willing. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly. Then, he said to Shimen Lai and Madame Shimen, you can leave first. Yes. Shimen Lai and Madame Shimen walked out of the hall. After Shimen Lai and Madame Shimen left, Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Wanshan and said, your Northwest Qin City sent people to impersonate Yang Dingtian and the Black Blood Cavalry to commit all kinds of crimes at sea. What is going on? Instantly, Qin Wanshan's expression changed. He was about to explain. I don't want to listen to explanations. Yang Dingtian waved his hand and interrupted, I have already appeared. Why are you still doing this? Aren't you making things difficult for me? Moreover, you are full of flaws and unscrupulous. Where is the righteousness of the Tiando League? Do you want me to interfere or not? It's fine to do things, but don't expose yourself. Don't eat your fill. Qin Wanshan was stunned. Then, a strange smile appeared on his face and he said, yes, understood. Then, Yang Dingtian's expression suddenly became serious. After hesitating for a moment, he said, actually, I came out this time for an even more important matter. Keep this matter in your hearts and don't reveal it to anyone in the future. Instantly, Yang Yan and the others were shocked. They hurriedly said, yes. Shiman Ningning, Yang Dingtian said, that day, after Yang Dingtian defeated Qin Xiaobai, there was an internal battle in Cloud Sky City. Was it Shiman Ningning who single-handedly blocked several thousand of your people? And killed close to 1,000 of your people? Speaking of this, Yang Yan's expression changed. Thinking of the situation that day, he said with lingering fear, yes. She killed close to 1,000 of our people. Moreover, we were completely defenseless. To be honest, I have never seen such a terrifying person. Normally, she doesn't even have the slightest ability to attack. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. Actually, during the entire process, Qin Huayu didn't say a word. However, he had been observing Yang Dingtian. Just now, Yang Dingtian had vetoed Yang Dingtian's punishment and insisted on letting Yang Dingtian participate in next year's martial arts contest for the position of city lord. This was enough to arouse suspicion. Now, Yang Dingtian was asking about Shiman Ningning again, which would easily arouse Qin Huayu's suspicion. Therefore, in order not to expose himself, he really shouldn't continue to ask about Sister Ningning. However, he couldn't help it. What happened to Shiman Ningning in the end? Yang Dingtian still asked. When he asked this, Qin Huayu's gaze trembled slightly, and Yang Yan's face already showed a slightly doubtful expression. On that day, she repelled a few thousand of us. After killing nearly 1,000 of us, none of us dared to approach her. Subsequently, she vanished without a trace. None of us dared to chase after her. Yang Yan explained. After which, he looked at Yang Dingtian and asked, Young Lord Wu Ming, why did you mention her? Yang Yan had already expressed his doubts in the latter half of the sentence. If Yang Dingtian could not justify himself, then the situation would become dangerous again. Sister Ningning has already run away? Is this Yang Yan lying? Yang Dingtian thought to himself. Then, he adjusted his emotions and said calmly to them, do you know why she could kill nearly 1,000 of you? Yang Yan said, please enlighten me, young Master Wu Ming. Because of the deep sea Xian poison, Yang Dingtian said calmly. Deep sea Xian poison? Yang Yan said in shock. As for everyone present, their expressions changed. Deep sea Xian poison, the world's #1 poison, Naga's last life-saving item. If Shiman Ningning used deep sea Xian poison to kill them, then the whole thing would be troublesome and complicated. It's good that she ran away, Yang Dingtian sighed. Her identity is too complicated, and her background is too big. Even if she was captured, we really don't know what to do. Before we figure out her identity, we can't kill her, let her go, or even lock her up. She ran away herself, this is the best-case scenario. Then what is her background? Yang Yan said with a trembling voice. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I'm not sure yet, but her background is very big, maybe even bigger than mine. Then, Yang Dingtian stood up and said, okay, anyway, don't talk about this woman in the future, just treat her as a taboo. My elders have not made a final decision on how to treat this woman. Let's wait until the sect confirms her true identity and makes a final decision about her. Yes. Yan Yan and the others said. Alright, that's all for today. Find me a room. I'll stay in Cloud Sky City for one night, Yang Dingtian said. Cloud Sky City is truly honored. Young Master Wu Ming, please wait for a moment. We will prepare the biggest banquet in history for you, Yang Yan said. No need. Yang Dingtian said resolutely and decisively, I don't want to see anyone. I'll just find a room and stay there for the night. I'll leave tomorrow. The investigation into the disappearance of the Maori barbarians is very urgent. I cannot delay it. Yes. Yang Yan and the others bowed. Then, Yang Dingtian walked out. When he reached the door, Yang Dingtian suddenly turned around and asked, Elder Yang Dingtian, you still haven't answered me about the matter of Yang Dingtian participating in the martial arts contest for the Castellan's position next year and handing over Black Blood Castle. Yang Yan's expression changed slightly. He lowered his head and said, Young Master Wu Ming, you also said that this is Cloud Sky City's internal affairs. So, please give me one night and I'll give you a reply tomorrow. How about that? Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. If he was the successor of the hidden sect, then Yang Yan's actions would be considered very rude. Making himself qualified to participate in the martial arts contest for the Castellan's position next year was only the first thing Yang Dingtian did when he came to Cloud Sky City. Next, there were two other things. One was to see the 1,000-year Black Fox demon and ask about the Foxman race's language. Another thing was to obtain the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Furthermore, obtaining the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was the most important thing. But now, he couldn't even complete the first thing. Yang Yan personally brought Yang Dingtian to Tianbin Pavilion to rest. Young Master Wu Ming, have a good rest. I'll take my leave first, Yang Yan said. He looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. Yang Dingtian said plainly, there's only the two of us here. You can say whatever you want. Yang Yan hesitated for a moment and said, then forgive me for being presumptuous. Speak, Yang Dingtian said. Young Master Wu Ming knows Yang Dingtian? Yang Yan asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I've heard of him, but I've never seen him before. Then why would young Master Wu Ming protect him time and time again? Yang Yan said, first, you rejected the decision to capture him. Then, you want him to participate in the martial arts contest for the Castellan's position next year. If you say it's for no reason, it's really hard to believe. If not for your unique skills, to be honest, I can't help but suspect that you're Yang Dingtian. Once these words came out, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. Yang Yan's words were already very rude. Yang Dingtian looked at him plainly and said, that's right. There's indeed a reason. Then, may I be so bold as to ask, what's the reason? Yang Yan stared at Yang Dingtian's face closely. Because the pig-slaying swordsmanship has a great relationship with the hidden sect. It might even be left behind by the seniors of the hidden sect, Yang Dingtian said plainly. What? Yang Yan cried out in surprise, his face revealing an expression of disbelief. Actually, I came out this time for another important mission, which is to bring the pig-slaying swordsmanship back to the hidden sect. Yang Dingtian stared at Yang Yan and said slowly, this is a powerful and mysterious swordsmanship. I believe you've already felt its prowess, so it can't be left behind in the outside world. Of course, Yang Yan felt it. Yang Dingtian learned the pig-slaying swordsmanship. That kind of terrifying cultivation speed could be said to have overturned all of his knowledge, breaking the historical record that had never been seen in thousands of years. Otherwise, why would they be so impatient and shameless to want to kill Yang Dingtian? It was because Yang Dingtian's cultivation speed was too shocking. Yang Yan calmed down his astonished emotions, took a deep breath, and asked, then may I ask, what's your sect's attitude towards Yang Dingtian? I can't tell you. Yang Dingtian said coldly, but there are 2 points. The swordsmanship that Yang Dingtian learned is related to our hidden sect, so he definitely can't be associated with evil ways. The hidden sect will never allow such a thing to happen. Yang Dingtian's meaning was very clear. Since Yang Dingtian couldn't be associated with evil ways, then Cloud Sky City naturally didn't have the right to disqualify him from participating in next year's City Lord Martial Arts contest. Yang Yan suddenly revealed a slightly strange smile and said, you just said that you want to bring the pig-slaying swordsmanship back to the hidden sect. What if Yang Dingtian wants to learn the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Yang Dingtian, who was disguised as John Doe, turned around and said calmly, that has nothing to do with us. What I'm concerned about is that Yang Dingtian can't be associated with evil ways no matter what. We don't care about anything else. Furthermore, if it's a swordsmanship left behind by the hidden sect, outsiders don't have the right to learn it. Understood. Yang Yan's eyes immediately revealed a trace of a smile as he asked, what if Yang Dingtian is truly related to the evil Dao? There's no such possibility, Yang Dingtian said firmly, even if he's dead, there's no such possibility. I understand, Yang Yan said, I'll give you a reply tomorrow. Okay. Yang Dingtian said calmly with his back facing Yang Yan, and the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yang Yan said, I'll give you a reply tomorrow for the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Be quick, Yang Dingtian said calmly, you have to know that we're very generous. If you make things easy for us, I just have to move my mouth and Cloud Sky City will enjoy it endlessly. Yang Yan's face lit up and he nodded. Yes, yes. I'll take my leave. Then, Yang Yan bowed and left. Obviously, the Northwest Qin family had the final say in Cloud Sky City, so Yang Yan couldn't agree to Yang Dingtian's request directly. The next morning, Yang Dingtian woke up early. The beautiful maidservant had already delivered an exquisite and sumptuous breakfast, but Yang Yan, Tang Buezhao, and the others didn't appear. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a slight uneasiness in his heart. His current identity was Wu Ming, the successor of the hidden sect. The people of Cloud Sky City couldn't wait to curry favor with him, so it was inevitable for him to go to the hidden sect in the morning and evening. Now that he had woken up at dawn, none of the important figures of Cloud Sky City had appeared. This was a little abnormal. Could it be that they had doubts about his identity? Today, Yang Dingtian had another important matter, which was to meet the 1,000-year black fox enchanting and ask her about the Foxman race's language. However, as a disciple of the hidden sect, it was unreasonable for him to ask to meet a 1,000-year black fox. Moreover, the existence of the enchanting was considered a secret even in Cloud Sky City. As an outsider, how could he know about the existence of the enchanting? Therefore, he had to find a convincing reason. Before coming to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian had already thought of several reasons. But now the situation had changed. Things didn't go as smoothly as he had imagined, so those reasons weren't sufficient. Therefore, Yang Dingtian racked his brains to think of a reason to meet the enchanting naturally. It was obviously impossible to sneak in without being discovered. There were countless pairs of eyes staring at the small building where he lived. Qin Huayu of the Northwest Qin family is here to visit. At this moment, Qin Huayu's gentle and elegant voice came from outside. Yang Dingtian's expression changed slightly, and his heart skipped a beat. Qin Huayu. Since Yang Dingtian appeared as Wu Ming yesterday, he hadn't said a word. Today, when the sun had just risen, he had actually come to visit. Why was that? Did he discover something? No matter what, Qin Huayu was undoubtedly the most dangerous person. Come in, Yang Dingtian said lightly. This was the most dangerous person. He had to be 120% alert to deal with him. Qin Huayu greets young Master Wu Ming. After entering, Qin Huayu bowed. His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. Yang Dingtian returned the bow and said lightly, Young Master Qin, is there anything I can help you with? Yang Dingtian's character, Wu Ming, was an arrogant and indifferent person. Therefore, he didn't need to be so polite to Qin Huayu. I do have something to ask. Qin Huayu also said directly, I heard that the disciples of the hidden sect are all knowledgeable people. There is nothing in the world that they don't know and do. Therefore, I have something that I don't understand. This was a test. The hair on Yang Dingtian's back suddenly stood up. The dangerous moment had arrived. Qin Huayu was going to test him. Once Yang Dingtian answered incorrectly, he would most likely be exposed and put himself in a life-threatening situation. Although his heart was tightly clenched, Yang Dingtian still had to play the role of Wu Ming very realistically. He frowned slightly and said, Speak. Qin Huayu took out a white handkerchief and opened it gently on the table. I obtained this by chance. It doesn't have much value. However, I have always been interested in words. I know most of the words in the world. However, I don't know any of the words on this white handkerchief. The disciples of the hidden sect are knowledgeable people. Can you solve my confusion? Yang Dingtian took a step forward and saw that there were indeed dozens of words on the white handkerchief. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Coincidence? Or was there some other reason? because the words on the white handkerchief were exactly the same as the words on Yang Dingtian's Earth Obsidian Flame map. Although Yang Dingtian didn't know these words, he could tell at a glance that they were the same kind of words. From the structure of the words, the style, and other aspects, he could tell at a glance. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian also realized. There were at least dozens of words on the handkerchief, and they were the same as the words on Yang Dingtian's Earth Obsidian Flame map. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. He used all his strength to suppress his breathing and emotions so that Qin Huayu wouldn't be able to see any flaws. Then, one thing could be proven now: the other half of the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame map was in the hands of the Northwest Qin family and Qin Huayu. Yang Dingtian's half of the Obsidian Flame map was obtained by Ning Rou'er from Li Tianxiao. If the other half of the map was in Qin Huayu's hands, did that mean that the damned man who molested Ning Rou'er and gave birth to little Ningning was the Qin family's young lord, Qin Huayu? Did that mean that little Ningning's biological father was Qin Huayu? That's right, it should be him. Firstly, the man who defiled Ning Rou'er should have a very high status. Otherwise, when Ning Rou'er returned to the Northwest mainland, the Skywind Pavilion disciples who looked down on her wouldn't have welcomed her with such fanfare. Furthermore, the senior sister of the Skywind Pavilion's stronghold in the Northwest mainland had a very strange attitude towards Ning Rou'er. She looked down on her and was jealous of her. Yesterday, the Skywind Pavilion completely followed the Northwest Qin clan's lead. That's right, that bastard should be Qin Huayu. Back then, Qin Huayu might have received some news and found out that the traitor Li Tianxiao lived in seclusion and died 200 years ago. Furthermore, he knew that Li Tianxiao definitely had treasures on him. Therefore, he went to the secret cave on the mountain peak where Li Tianxiao lived in seclusion. Unexpectedly, he met Ning Rou'er from the Skywind Pavilion there. Perhaps it was because of Ning Rou'er's beauty or some other reason, Qin Huayu defiled Ning Rou'er and crippled her cultivation, causing her to be pregnant with little Ningning. Instantly, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but reveal extreme hatred in his heart. Not only did this bastard defile such a beautiful woman like Ning Rou'er, but he also had wild ambitions towards Yan. If he had the chance, he would definitely tear him into pieces. Young Master Wu Ming, do you recognize this language? Qin Huayu asked. Instantly, Yang Dingtian quickly suppressed the hatred in his heart. After all, it was more important to get through the current crisis. The hidden sect controlled the entire world, so the hidden sect disciples knew much more than ordinary people. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were knowledgeable people. If Yang Dingtian couldn't answer, it would be bad. At this moment, Qin Huayu's eyes were staring at Yang Dingtian. Although this gaze wasn't directly threatening, it made one feel as if there was a thorn in one's back. Obviously, because he was overly concerned and protective of Yang Dingtian, Qin Huayu was suspicious of Wu Ming's identity. Therefore, he came up with this difficult question to test him. However, fortunately, Yang Dingtian just happened to know the answer to this question. Otherwise, it would really be dangerous. Yang Dingtian slightly frowned and said, "This is the language of the Foxman race." He didn't say much and only said this impatiently. Qin Huayu's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Senior brother Nameless is indeed a learned man. Then do you know the meaning of these words?" Yang Dingtian said, "The Foxman race is just the most remote race in the Dongli wilderness. There are only tens of thousands of them. What's the point of learning their language?" Qin Huayu smiled and said, "It's already a pleasant surprise to know that this is the language of the Foxman race. I will remember young Master Wu Ming's kindness in answering my questions. I will take my leave now." After that, Qin Huayu took his leave. He came quickly and left even faster. There were very few people who knew the language of the Foxman race, so Yang Dingtian should have successfully dealt with Qin Huayu's probing. However, why was Qin Huayu's attitude still somewhat lukewarm after probing? This was somewhat strange. Of course, Yang Dingtian wouldn't really think that Qin Huayu didn't know that it was the language of the Foxman race. The other half of the map of the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame should have been in Qin Huayu's hands for many years. With the power of the Northwest Qin clan, they should have already investigated the words on it clearly. Now, they only lacked the other half of the map that Yang Dingtian had. Yang Dingtian really didn't expect that the other half of the map of the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame was actually in the Northwest Qin clan. This was troublesome. It was simply too difficult to obtain the other half of the map of the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame from the Northwest Qin clan. However, without the other half of the map, Yang Dingtian couldn't find the exact location of the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame. Without the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame, Yang Dingtian's strength was completely out of the question. He couldn't win the martial arts contest for the City Lord position next year. He couldn't forge the soul sword or cultivate the sword soul. There was even less hope for the battle with Dongfang Bingling 4 years later. It could be said that without the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame, Yang Dingtian had no hope at all. Moreover, the time left for Yang Dingtian to search for the Obsidian Flame was at most half a year or so. However, what kind of place was the Northwest Qin clan? It was the most powerful force in the entire Western mainland. It was truly a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. It was completely the most dangerous place. How could he get the other half of the map from them? Steal, rob, cheat? It was completely tantamount to pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. For a moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't sort out any clues, so he temporarily put it aside. After all, the most important thing now was how to make Yang Yan and the others submit and how to obtain the secret manual of the pig-slaying swordsmanship after the 3rd stage. However, there was one thing that he was certain of, and that was that he couldn't meet Yao Rao anymore. Now, the entire Cloud Heaven City was controlled by Qin Huayu, and of course, Yao Rao was included. If he took the words on the map of the Obsidian Flame for Yao Rao to identify, then Qin Huayu would very likely know that the other half of the map was in his hands. The Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame could make even Grandmaster-level experts go crazy. Yang Dingtian wouldn't let anyone know that the other half of the map was in his hands. Yang Dingtian even suspected that if Qin Huayu knew that the other half of the map was in his hands, even if he was the real successor of the hidden sect, Wu Ming, he would very likely make a move on him. After all, this was the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart was in a mess. Just then, Yang Yan's voice came from outside. I am Yang Yan. Greetings to young Master Wu Ming. He was finally here. Yang Dingtian had been waiting for him for a long time. Yang Dingtian said, "Come in." After Yang Yan came in, there was a faint smile on his face. His expression seemed to be very respectful, but there was another meaning in his gaze. Why? Have you thought about Yang Dingtian and the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Yang Dingtian asked indifferently. Yang Yan said, "These things aren't urgent. Now, there is another more important matter." Yang Yan's tone was very strange. There was even a hint of sarcasm. Who gave him such courage? What is it? Yang Dingtian's tone suddenly turned cold. Yang Yan said, after knowing that the successor of the hidden sect had arrived in Cloud Sky City, all the forces in the world moved. All the sects and forces in the Tiando League rushed to Cloud Sky City to pay their respects. 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 factions were all present. Among them, the sect leaders of 29 sects came personally. Because the sect leaders of 10 sects were unable to leave, they also sent important envoys. After Yang Dingtian heard this, his heart suddenly beat wildly. He suddenly felt as if his soul had left his body. This time, he had really gone overboard. The reason why he could pretend to be the successor of the hidden sect was because he knew the Pasha tribulation swordsmanship. Also, the hidden sect had been in seclusion for 200 years. Everyone who had seen the hidden sect was basically dead. Another important reason was that when he pretended to be the successor of the hidden sect, the people with the highest cultivation were Qin Huayu, Qin Wanshan, and Yang Yan. The cultivation of these 3 people had not surpassed the level of a martial honorable. Therefore, without exchanging blows, it was impossible to see through his own cultivation. Actually, it was very easy for them to expose him. They just had to exchange blows with him. Even if it was just one move, they could completely expose him. When he was at the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa, Yang Dingtian and Qin Huayu did not exchange blows directly. They only performed 2 moves of the Pasha tribulation swordsmanship. As long as they exchanged blows, he would not be able to hide his great mystic martial master cultivation. How could the successor of the hidden sect only have the standard of a great mystic martial master? Without a doubt, he was an impostor. However, they did not dare to take this risk. Therefore, Yang Dingtian, this impostor, had not been exposed. However, if it was a great grandmaster or even a master realm expert, without exchanging blows, they would be able to see through the other person's cultivation. Therefore, as long as he met a great grandmaster, his identity would definitely be exposed. Even if he met a master realm expert, there was a high possibility that he would be seen through. Now, the experts of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 factions were all rushing to Cloud Sky City. Among them, there were at least dozens of master realm experts and 2 or 3 great grandmaster realm experts. If he met with them, his imposter identity would definitely be exposed and he would definitely die. Even death would be the lightest punishment. Impersonating the successor of the hidden sect could be said to be the biggest sin in this world. It was even more heinous than being an infiltrator of evil ways. No wonder his master, Dongfeng Menmi, had always been against him impersonating the successor of the hidden sect. Nameless, Yang Yan continued, because the distance is too far, most of the sect masters have not arrived yet. The fastest, the Qin family master, will probably only arrive at Cloud Sky City at night. Along with him is our Cloud Sky City's general manager, Shimen Ju. The moment he said that, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. The Qin family master, Qin Wanchou, was also coming. He was going to arrive at night. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt that his heart was going to cramp because the Qin family master, Qin Wanchou, was a great grandmaster realm expert through and through. Once he saw him, he would be able to see through his cultivation and see that he was an impostor. By then, he would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. It was all his fault for thinking too simply. He thought that as long as he revealed his identity as the successor of the hidden sect, Yang Yan and the rest would obediently give in. But in reality, this old fox was respectful on the surface, but in reality, he was just pretending to be obedient. He was trying his best to stall for time and leave everything to Qin Wanchou. It seemed that this old fox had long suspected his identity as the successor of the hidden sect. No, he had to quickly think of a way to escape. He had to leave before evening. Otherwise, when Qin Wanchou arrived, everything would be over. Since you were only coming at night, why are you looking for me now? Yang Dingtian asked coldly. Yang Yan said, although Master Qin Wanchou will only arrive at night, all the forces and sects near Cloud Sky City have already arrived. There are a total of 179 people, and they are all waiting in the meeting hall for an audience with young Master Wu Ming. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. He hoped that there wasn't a Master Realm expert among them. However, the closest Master Realm expert to Cloud Sky City was the Master of the Northwest Qin City, Qin Wanchou. Yang Dingtian was instantly relieved. Oh? Yang Dingtian asked casually, who are they? They are all small sects and sects nearby, Yang Yan said. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly and said, then I won't meet them. Young Master Nameless, you should meet them. Yang Yan's expression suddenly became strange and said, although most of them are from small sects and sects, there is a big figure among them who is very close to the hidden sect. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat and he asked, who is it? The leader of Fall City Sword Sect, Yun Padian. Yang Yan said. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's vision turned black. Yang Yan's words were like a bolt from the blue. The thing he was most afraid of had happened. Yun Padian was a Master Realm expert. This was nothing. The most important thing was that he was one of the people who was most familiar with the hidden sect in this world. Fall City Sword Sect was the sect that had the closest relationship with the hidden sect in this world. Many people even thought that they were the representatives of the hidden sect. 200 years ago, Fall City Sword Sect was only a third-rate sect. They were not even in the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches. However, in the war with the evil ways, they were the most courageous and fearless. Their performance was very conspicuous. Moreover, the daughter of the leader of Fall City Sword Sect was coincidentally sent to serve the leader of the hidden sect. Hence, after the war, the leader of the hidden sect bestowed Fall City Sword Sect with a set of sword techniques, Boundless Heaven and Earth Sword. From then on, Fall City Sword Sect instantly grew stronger. In just a few decades, they went from being unknown to an overlord of the 9 clans. Hence, Fall City Sword Sect was also known as the sect that had the closest relationship with the hidden sect. Basically, no one dared to provoke them in the Tiando League. Now, the leader of Fall City Sword Sect, Yun Padian, actually came to Cloud Sky City to meet him. This was the worst news for Yang Dingtian. Meet him? It was very likely that he would be seen through and exposed. If he did not meet him, he would appear to be guilty. Not meeting him? There was no reason at all. The Qing City Sword Sect and the Hidden Sect had such a close relationship. How could they not meet him? If Yang Dingtian insisted on not meeting Yun Padian, it would be equivalent to admitting that he was a fake. That was why he did not dare to meet Yun Padian. Coincidentally, sect leader Yun Padian happened to pass by the northwest mainland and heard that the successor of the Hidden Sect had arrived in Cloud Sky City. He hurried through the night to meet you, Yang Yan said. Young Master Wu Ming, are you going to meet him or not? Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt that Yang Yan's tone had become sinister and unpredictable. This old fox had long suspected Yang Dingtian's identity. That was why his attitude was so explicit. I'll meet him, Yang Dingtian said directly. He did not even hesitate because he could not hesitate. As long as he hesitated, it would arouse even greater suspicion. Once the suspicion reached a certain level, Yang Yan would test him. By then, the situation would be irreversible. Yang Yan was slightly stunned. Then, he bowed and said, "All right, young Master Wu Ming, this way please." Then, Yang Yan led the way and brought Yang Dingtian to the meeting hall. Yang Dingtian pretended to follow casually. However, he was so nervous that he almost suffocated. What he was about to face next might be the most tense and dangerous moment in his life. On the way to the meeting hall with Yang Yan, Yang Dingtian met many Cloud Sky City disciples. Although all the disciples bowed to him immediately when they saw him. However, Yang Dingtian still saw their doubtful gazes, even though they tried their best to hide it. It was not strange for people to doubt his identity. However, Cloud Sky City allowed such doubts to fester. That was very abnormal. Without a doubt, this was the indulgence of the upper echelons of Cloud Sky City. They even added fuel to the fire. As a result, when the Cloud Sky City disciples at the bottom saw him, they also looked at him with suspicion and forgot their deep respect. The meeting hall was in the largest castle in Cloud Sky City. It was a few thousand square meters and was enough for hundreds to thousands of people to discuss. When Yang Dingtian walked into the hall, everyone's gazes immediately turned to him. There were close to 200 people sitting neatly in the meeting hall. Before Yang Dingtian walked in, everyone was discussing animatedly. The moment Yang Dingtian walked in, there was complete silence. "Greetings, young Master Wu Ming." Finally, someone took the lead and bowed. All of a sudden, more than 100 people in the hall bowed and saluted. However, there were two exceptions. A handsome and proud young man and a middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and a beautiful beard sat in the middle of the room. When they saw Yang Dingtian enter, their eyes shot towards Yang Dingtian like lightning. The middle-aged man's gaze was especially piercing. It was as if he wanted to see through Yang Dingtian's body. This middle-aged man with a beautiful beard should be the sect leader of Fall City Sword Sect, Yun Padian. That proud and handsome young man should be his son, Yun Wuxin. Yang Yan went forward and bowed. "Sect Master Yun, this is the successor of the Hidden Sect, young Master Wu Ming." Yang Dingtian had an indifferent expression as he looked at Yun Padian. "Oh?" Yun Padian still didn't stand up. He scanned Yang Dingtian from head to toe and said, "A successor of the Hidden Sect has appeared? Why didn't I know about it?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces were filled with shock and excitement. Then, everyone looked at Yang Dingtian. Sparks flew from the beginning. Yun Padian didn't hide anything and directly questioned Yang Dingtian's identity. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly. Yun Padian was too arrogant. Moreover, he called himself the Hidden Sect. It seemed that he had completely treated himself as the representative of the Hidden Sect in this world. In fact, Fall City Sword Sect had already gained a huge advantage. The Fall City Sword Sect's strength was not considered very strong. Their sect leader was only at the master level. Although they were one of the 9 sects, their strength was far from the Northwest Qin family. They were even weaker than Cloud Sky City. However, because of the Hidden Sect, no one dared to provoke them. Of course, this was also because they didn't infringe on the fundamental interests of the major sections. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel Yun Potion's strong hostility towards him. After thinking for a while, he instantly understood the reason for the strong hostility. The hidden sect was a huge resource. If the hidden sect had been hiding from the world, Fall City Sword Sect would have been able to monopolize this resource. However, once the successor of the hidden sect appeared in this world, the special status of Fall City Sword Sect would disappear. Therefore, although Fall City Sword Sect was greatly indebted to the hidden sect, they couldn't wait for the successor of the hidden sect to never appear in this world again. Of course, the moment Yang Dingtian appeared as the successor of the hidden sect, Fall City Sword Sect's first reaction was strong suspicion. They had never seen Yang Dingtian before, so they didn't have any relevant evidence. Their suspicion was only because of their own interests. They desperately hoped that this Wu Ming of the hidden sect was a fake. Now, Yun Padian saw the legendary successor of the hidden sect. He was a Grandmaster-level expert, so he could faintly feel that Yang Dingtian's aura and energy didn't seem to be strong. He was instantly overjoyed, but his expression and gaze were even colder and sharper. He directly questioned. How dare you impersonate the successor of the hidden sect and infringe on the interests of Fall City Sword Sect? No matter who you are, I will definitely send you to the 18th level of hell. Hearing Yun Potion's direct questioning, Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. Yun Potion's face was even colder. He said, "Did you hear what I said? Why is it that Fall City Sword Sect doesn't know that the successor of the hidden sect has appeared? Please give me an explanation." Yun Potion's attitude was even more arrogant and presumptuous. He was even more superior. Instantly, everyone stared at Yang Dingtian to see how he would respond. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly and said coldly, "Who does Fall City Sword Sect think you are? Do I have to report to you when I'm out in the world?" As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed. They didn't expect Wu Ming's attitude to be even more arrogant and cold. Yun Potion's expression changed drastically. Then, he raised his head and laughed loudly. Who in the world doesn't know that Fall City Sword Sect and the hidden sect are as close as a family? If the hidden sect has a successor, how can I not know? Yun Padian said coldly. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "You think too highly of yourself. Actually, in the hidden sect now, very few people even know what Fall City Sword Sect is. When I came out this time, I heard that Fall City Sword Sect was added to the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 factions. I couldn't help but be slightly shocked. You guys are like dogs who bully others by relying on their master's power. I will report it when I return." Presumptuous. Yun Padian shouted furiously, "Are you courting death? You are obviously impersonating the successor of the hidden sect to achieve an ulterior motive. Hurry up and expose your disguise. Otherwise, I'll let you die without a burial ground today." Seeing Yun Potion's anger, Yang Yen smiled and said, "Sect leader Yun, calm down, calm down. This is a serious matter. We still need evidence." Yang Dingtian's words calmed Yun Padian down slightly. Then, he looked at Yang Dingtian and smiled coldly, "All right, you say you are a disciple of the hidden sect. What evidence do you have? What keepsake do you have? In this world, not any Tom, Dick, or Harry can impersonate a disciple of the hidden sect." Of course, Yang Dingtian could refute him by saying that he was impersonating the successor of the hidden sect. What evidence did he have? Or, Yang Dingtian could say that his sword skills and sword were not enough to prove his identity. However, Yang Dingtian didn't say a word. He only looked at Yun Padian coldly. Because the disciples of the hidden sect were definitely arrogant and reserved. How could they be reduced to arguing? Therefore, pretending to be disdainful was the best way to deal with it. "Humph, you think it's okay to be pretentious and not say anything?" Yun Padian said coldly, "If you are the successor of the hidden sect, your cultivation must be shocking and far surpass everyone here. Therefore, I only need to test you a little and I will be able to expose your facade." When he said this, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. Yun Padian continued, "Of course, a small character like you is not enough for me to personally teach you a lesson. My son, Yun Wuxin, is a 1-star martial ancestor realm expert. Just nice, I will test you, you impersonator." Then, Yun Padian looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, today I will let you all watch a good show. Wuxin, go." "Yes." Instantly, the arrogant and handsome youth jumped lightly and landed in front of Yang Dingtian as if he was weightless. He looked at Yang Dingtian with a sinister smile. "My son, go expose his facade. Don't show any mercy." Yun Padian said calmly, "Of course, don't kill him. Because we still have to take him to the Tiando League headquarters and kill him with the punishment of being swallowed by 10,000 snakes." Being swallowed by 10,000 snakes was the Tiando League's cruelest punishment. It was only used on those who had committed the most heinous crimes. "Yes, father," Yun Wuxin said. After which, she looked at Yang Dingtian and sneered, "Imposter, if you admit your crimes now, you might be able to die a little more comfortably. Once I expose you, I guarantee that you will taste the most extreme pain in this world. It will make you wish you were dead, but you wish you were dead." Hearing Yun Wuxin's words, Yang Dingtian did not react at all. He still looked at him calmly. "Haha, you're still pretending even now." Yun Padian shouted coldly, "Do it." "Yes." Yun Wuxin suddenly pulled out his sharp sword. Everyone instantly opened their eyes wide, waiting for the battle to break out. If this young master Wu Ming was the real one, then he could easily defeat the one-star martial ancestor realm Yun Wuxin. If Wu Ming was defeated, then there was no doubt that this was an impersonator. The most dangerous and unfavorable situation for Yang Dingtian had arrived. Finally, someone directly attacked and exposed his facade. A one-star martial ancestor realm expert, who was 2 ranks and 16 levels higher than Yang Dingtian. His cultivation was dozens or even hundreds of times higher than Yang Dingtian's. Even if Yang Dingtian was extremely heaven-defying, he still had no chance of winning. To put it bluntly, if Yun Wuxin attacked, he could instantly kill Yang Dingtian without any accidents. However, Yang Dingtian would not let him attack. "I don't care what your name is. Draw your sword." Yun Wuxin sneered. Yang Dingtian stood in front of him without moving or drawing his sword. "You're just bluffing." Yun Wuxin said, "Don't think that I won't attack you just because you're doing this." Then, all the profound energy in his body began to condense. Immediately, the temperature in the entire hall dropped lower and lower. The sword in Yun Wuxin's hand also gradually changed color. It went from clear as water to blue. It became bluer and bluer, and finally, the entire sword was emitting a fluorescent light. This meant that the profound energy in his sword had reached its limit. A one-star martial ancestor realm expert. This was practically the strongest opponent Yang Dingtian had ever faced head-on. A one-star martial ancestor realm expert's strongest profound energy was more than enough to instantly kill Yang Dingtian. This was exactly what Yun Wuxin wanted. He wanted to completely kill the imposter in front of him. Yang Dingtian still stood in place without moving. He still hadn't drawn his sword. Yun Potion's face immediately revealed a ruthless sneer. Meanwhile, everyone in the conference hall had practically held their breaths. Yang Yan might have a smile on his face, but his gaze had almost frozen. He was looking forward to the scene of Yang Dingtian being instantly killed. "Kill!" Yun Wuxin shouted and slashed with his sword. An incomparably strong profound energy was about to shoot out. But at this moment, all of a sudden, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and opened his palms. Bang! A huge bolt of lightning fiercely struck Yun Wuxin's body. A mouthful of blood instantly shot out of his mouth. Yun Wuxin's entire body was charred black. He suddenly fell to the ground and his body burst open. Of course, he wasn't dead. He was a martial ancestor realm expert. Yang Dingtian's mountain split couldn't kill him. In fact, Yang Dingtian's mountain split couldn't really hurt him either. The reason Yun Wuxin was injured was because of the backlash from his own profound energy. He had gathered all of his profound energy into his sword and was about to slash fiercely at Yang Dingtian. Just as the profound energy was about to burst forth, Yang Dingtian suddenly struck out like lightning. Immediately, he was unable to release the profound energy that he had condensed to the extreme. It crazily surged back into his body through his profound veins, causing him to suffer a backlash. That was why he suddenly fell to the ground, as if he had been killed by Yang Dingtian. Of course, what Yang Dingtian was doing was extremely dangerous. If he had been even 0.01 seconds late, the one who would have been killed would have been Yang Dingtian. In fact, he couldn't have done it earlier because he wouldn't have been able to cause Yun Wuxin's profound energy to backfire on him then. Furthermore, with Yang Dingtian's current cultivation level, the Mountain Splitter's lightning was unable to truly harm Yun Wuxin, who was a martial ancestor realm expert. Therefore, the mountain-splitting lightning couldn't be released any sooner or later. Yang Dingtian was gambling with his life. He was walking on a tightrope. However, he had no choice. He was now the successor of the hidden sect. It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he did, unless his opponent was a martial honorable, he would definitely be killed in one move. Because he was the successor of the hidden sect, the future #1 person in the world. If he could not kill a beginner martial ancestor realm expert in one move, it would be a complete failure and he would be questioned by everyone. Now, Yang Dingtian's risk had succeeded. He had used Yun Wuxin's backlash to kill in one move. At this moment, everyone present was completely stunned as they stared at Yang Dingtian in shock. Yang Yan was stunned. Yun Padian was also completely stunned. All of them stared at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Lightning-type profound skills, lightning talent, 1 in a billion. Of course, it did not mean that one was the successor of the hidden sect just because they possessed lightning profound skills. However, a few hundred years ago, several generations of the hidden sect's successors all possessed lightning talent that was 1 in a billion. Furthermore, the most important thing was that although one could only learn the superficial moves of the Pasha Calamity Crossing Sword, the effects of the attacks could be simulated with several times the amount of profound energy. Furthermore, those who possessed lightning profound skills might not necessarily be the successor of the hidden sect. However, to be able to perfectly execute the effects of the Pasha Calamity Crossing Sword and use lightning profound skills, there seemed to be no other possibility. He could only be the successor of the hidden sect. After recovering from his shock, Yun Potion's expression changed drastically. He was horrified. He had offended the successor of the hidden sect. The Fall City Sword sect relied entirely on the hidden sect for survival. Now, he had actually offended the successor of the hidden sect. Why was it like this? This nameless in front of him clearly had a very low cultivation level. How could he kill Yun Wuxin, the son of a martial ancestor realm expert? Someone reacted first and immediately knelt down and said, "Greetings, young master nameless." Instantly, almost everyone present knelt down and said respectfully, "Greetings, young master nameless." Just a moment ago, they might have been suspicious and perfunctory. Now, they were completely in awe and fear. After killing Yun Wuxin, Yang Dingtian said coldly, "Fall City Sword Sect, Cloud Heaven City, what a good one." When he said this, Yun Potion's body trembled violently. Yang Yan's face instantly turned pale. After saying this, Yang Dingtian immediately turned and left. If he didn't leave now, when would he? Yang Dingtian had used a lightning-type mystic skill, which was 1 in a billion, to stun everyone. At this moment, leaving in a towering rage was the best time. If he left any later, he wouldn't have a reason to leave. When the Qin family patriarch, Qin Wanzhou, arrived at Cloud Heaven City, he wouldn't have a chance to leave even if he wanted to. Qin Wanzhou was the overlord of the world and a martial grandmaster realm expert. Any disguise Yang Dingtian had in front of him would immediately disappear. Therefore, if Yang Dingtian didn't leave now, his little life would be lost here. However, in the eyes of Yun Poxin and Yang Yan, young master nameless left with an icy chill and towering rage. As he walked out, Yang Dingtian said coldly, "Yun Wuxin has offended his superiors and is sentenced to death by being dismembered by 5 horses." The Fall City Sword sect used the might of the hidden sect to intimidate others and tarnish the reputation of the hidden sect. From today onwards, he will be completely expelled from the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches. He will be completely expelled from the Tiando League. Yang Dingtian hadn't finished speaking when Yun Potion's face turned green. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. The Fall City Sword sect's foundation of more than 100 years was about to be completely destroyed in his hands. Yang Dingtian continued to walk out as he said, "Cloud Heaven City harbored evil intentions and offended their superiors." From today onwards, hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Yang Yan's body trembled and he suddenly chased after him like a madman. He grabbed Yang Dingtian's sleeve and screamed, "Young master nameless, please forgive my Cloud Heaven City this once." I am willing to completely obey young Master Nameless orders and let Yang Dingtian participate in the martial arts competition for the position of City Lord. Yang Dingtian ignored him and continued to walk out. However, he no longer announced Cloud Heaven City's punishment and directly walked out of the meeting hall, out of everyone's sight. As for Yang Yan, he bowed and followed closely behind. Walking to a place where no one could see him, Yang Yan quickened his pace and walked in front of Yang Dingtian. He said with a trembling voice, "Young Master Nameless ordered me to return Black Blood Castle to the Black Blood Cavalry. If I could make the decision, I would of course obey. However, the army stationed in Black Blood Castle is the Northwest Qin City's army. I am truly powerless. Why don't you directly ask the City Lord Qin?" How was that possible? Once he saw the City Lord Qin, Yang Dingtian would be exposed and would immediately die without a burial place. Although he was unwilling, Yang Dingtian understood that he couldn't return to Black Blood Castle today. He could only wait for the martial arts competition for the position of City Lord 7 months later. Only by obtaining victory in the martial contest would Yang Dingtian be able to truly take back the Black Blood Castle and Cloud Heaven City. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's expression turned cold as he said, "Did I say this to you?" Yang Yan clenched his teeth and took out a scroll from his chest. He offered it with both hands and said, "Young Master Nameless, this is the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. I am willing to offer it to redeem my crime of disrespect." He finally handed over the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian was waiting for this moment. However, why was there only the 3rd, 4th, and 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Instantly, he frowned slightly and said, "There is only this scroll." Yang Yan said anxiously, "I have searched the entire Cloud Heaven City, and there is only this scroll. If I am lying, let my young ancestors not rest in peace in the underworld." At this moment, Yang Yan was terrified. He was afraid that Yang Dingtian would be enraged, so he immediately swore an oath on his ancestors. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly. He took the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship and put it in his sleeve. He said coldly, "If you had handed over this scroll earlier, I would have bestowed upon Cloud Heaven City enough for you to enjoy hundreds of years of blessings. Now that you have handed it over, you can only atone for your sins. There is no merit. You old man, you are really stupid." Yang Yan's face was filled with endless regret. He bowed and said, "I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I deserve to die." "All right." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "This way, Cloud Heaven City is innocent and has no merit." After saying that, Yang Dingtian continued to walk out of Cloud Heaven City. Yang Yan hurriedly bowed and said, "Young Master Wu Ming, please stay. Cloud Heaven City will do our best to serve you to atone for our sins today." Yang Dingtian ignored him and continued to walk out. Yang Yan did not dare to stop him anymore. He bowed respectfully and said, "I will send you off, young Master Wu Ming." Just like that, Yang Dingtian left Cloud Heaven City. Although the process was not smooth and could even be said to be thrilling, he had completed everything in the end. Now, what Yang Dingtian needed to do was to immediately take off his mask and change his clothes after he was a few hundred miles away from Cloud Heaven City. Then, he would make Wu Ming, the successor of the hidden sect, disappear from this world completely. This time, pretending to be Wu Ming was a close call. He was almost completely exposed and almost killed instantly. He was about to be completely smashed into pieces. In the future, Yang Dingtian could never pretend to be Wu Ming again. Otherwise, he would definitely die, even after Yang Dingtian left. When Yin Padian and Yang Yan carefully recalled the situation just now, they would have doubts about Wu Ming's identity again. If Wu Ming disappeared completely, then this suspicion would forever remain as a suspicion. If Wu Ming dared to appear again, then this suspicion would become a sword. Yang Dingtian rode his horse and galloped. He was getting further and further away from Cloud Heaven City. As long as he was more than 100 miles away from Cloud Heaven City, Yang Dingtian would completely make Wu Ming disappear from this world. 20 miles away from Cloud Heaven City, 2 Black Blood Cavalry suddenly rushed in front of him. Black Blood Cavalry greets young Master Wu Ming. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly and said, "What's the matter?" The Black Blood Cavalry said, "Madame Shiman requests to see young Master Wu Ming." Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. He really wanted to meet Madame Ximen and talk to her about many things, but he couldn't. Furthermore, he had finally swindled the third stage of the pig-slaying sword art from Cloud Heaven City. Qin Wanzhou and Shimanju would be arriving soon, so Yang Dingtian only wanted to run as far away as possible. I won't see her, Yang Dingtian replied indifferently. After saying that, Yang Dingtian immediately galloped forward. The two Black Blood cavalry didn't dare to stop him and vowed to send Yang Dingtian off. However, when Yang Dingtian galloped for another 5 kilometers, a beautiful figure stood in the middle of the road. It was Madame Ximen. Yang Dingtian instantly pretended to be cold and said coldly, I said I won't see her. What is the meaning of this, madam? Madame Ximen turned around and glanced at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. Then, she walked towards the dense forest on the right. Her speed was extremely fast, and she disappeared into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. He didn't know what Madame Ximen meant, but he quickly dismounted and chased after her. After chasing for a full 3 to 4 kilometers, he arrived at a completely desolate place. Madame Ximen's beautiful figure directly walked into a cave. Yang Dingtian didn't understand. After hesitating for a moment, he also followed her into the cave. After entering, Madame Ximen, who was dressed in a pink dress, stood in the cave and stared at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian asked, Madame Ximen, why did you leave me here? Madame Ximen's beautiful eyes trembled, and she said with a trembling voice, Little Tian, is that you? Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled. How did she recognize him? Or was she just testing him? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said coldly, Madam, please stop before going too far. Before he could finish, Madame Ximen directly pounced on him and hugged Yang Dingtian into her arms. She cried, Little Tian, it's really you, it's really you. Yang Dingtian was held in her arms, and his face instantly turned red. He was a little embarrassed and couldn't help but struggle a little. However, Madame Ximen hugged him even tighter. It was as if Yang Dingtian would completely disappear if she loosened her grip. Madame Ximen cried as she said emotionally, Little Tian, my son, I really thought that I would never see you again. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand and hugged Madame Ximen's back, gently patting and comforting her. After crying for a few minutes, Madame Ximen finally let go of Yang Dingtian. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Yang Dingtian. Her jade-like hands caressed Yang Dingtian's face as she gently asked, Little Tian, where's Yan Yan? She's in the Netherworld Sea. Yang Dingtian said, she saved me and stayed in the Netherworld Sea as a hostage. Mother-in-law, I'm sorry, no, I should be the one apologizing. Madame Ximen said, you shouldn't have taken on such a heavy responsibility. I'm very happy that Yan Yan can help you. Furthermore, I believe that you will definitely bring Yan Yan back. I will definitely, I swear. Yang Dingtian said, before the martial arts competition, I will definitely go to the Netherworld Sea and bring Yan Yan back to your side. I believe you, Madame Ximen said gently. Yang Dingtian looked at Madame Ximen's face. She had already lost a lot of weight, and she had also become haggard. Then, Yang Dingtian said embarrassedly, Mother-in-law, I thought that there were no flaws in my disguise as Wuming. Why were you still able to recognize me? What exactly is the problem? Madame Ximen said gently, silly child, it's not that there's a problem. This is a kind of feeling, you know? You are Yan Yan's husband. I treat you as my own child, as my closest relative. So, no matter what your appearance is, I will recognize you. For example, if Yan Yan changed her face, would you be able to recognize her? Of course, no matter what Yan Yan changed her face, Yang Dingtian would be able to recognize her. From her eyes, from her temperament, from her smell, he would be able to recognize her. Did you already recognize me yesterday? Yang Dingtian asked. Madame Ximen said, I just saw you yesterday. Because of my emotions, although I felt that your smell was somewhat familiar, I didn't recognize you. After I went back last night, your figure kept appearing in my mind. Recalling the details, I confirmed that it was you. Yang Dingtian was slightly shocked. Then, will those people in Cloud Sky City recognize me as Yang Dingtian? They won't, Madame Ximen said. Qin Huayu is meticulous and cunning, but he has never seen your true appearance before. Although Yang Yan has seen you before, they have very little contact. Even Allah didn't recognize you. Mother is a woman. My mind is meticulous and sensitive, so I can recognize you. Hearing Madame Ximen's words, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but relax a little. But luckily, Ximenju isn't in Cloud Sky City. Otherwise, he would definitely recognize you as Yang Dingtian. Madame Ximen continued, this person is very sensitive and meticulous. He is very scheming. I have never seen someone like him before. Also, he will be accompanying Qin Wancho back to Cloud Sky City tonight. When I saw that you hadn't left Cloud Sky City, I became anxious, so I got people to stop you on the way. If you still didn't come out, I would have rushed into Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian smiled and didn't tell her about the dangerous situation just now. Then, he said apologetically, I'm sorry, mother-in-law. Now, Black Blood Castle is being guarded by the Northwest Qin City's army, so I can't make them give it up. Madame Ximen smiled gently. It's fine. We have temporarily found a place to stay, although it's a little small. Also, we have waited for a few months, so we don't mind waiting a few more months. I believe that little Tian will definitely be able to take back Cloud Sky City and Black Blood Castle in 7 months. Then, Madame Ximen said, Little Tian, what do you plan to do next? Mother's injuries have already healed. I can follow you and protect you now. Yang Dingtian shook his head. No, there are many things that I need to do with different identities. Also, the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry need you even more. Then, Yang Dingtian looked at the sky. It was almost noon. Mother-in-law, I can't stay here any longer. I have to leave immediately. Qin Wancho and Ximenju are about to arrive at Cloud Sky City. I have to be as far away from them as possible. It's best for you to bring the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry and leave immediately. Although they probably won't dare to do anything to you, Qin Wancho and Ximenju are too dangerous. You have to be as far away from them as possible, Yang Dingtian said. Okay. Madame Ximen said. Then, she hugged Yang Dingtian tightly in her arms and said gently, Little Tian, mother really hopes that I can live with you and Yin Yin one day. Wait for another 8 months. Wait for another 8 months. Yang Dingtian said, 8 months later, I will bring Yin Yin back and take back Cloud Sky City. Then, we will live together as a family. Mother believes you. Madame Ximen said gently, from today onwards, you are also mother's son. Yang Dingtian swore again and again in his heart. 8 months later, he would definitely take back Cloud Sky City and take back the home that belonged to Madame Ximen and Yin Yin. Then, he would never lose them again. After rushing for a few hours, Yang Dingtian was finally 200 miles away from Cloud Sky City. In a secluded place, Yang Dingtian took off John Doe's mask, took off John Doe's clothes, and replaced John Doe's sword. He stuffed everything related to the successor of the hidden sect, John Doe, back into the space ring. From now on, the successor of the hidden sect, John Doe, would no longer exist in this world. He would completely disappear from this world. From now on, Yang Dingtian would never appear as John Doe again. Those who play with fire are bound to burn themselves. Today, he was almost consigned to eternal damnation. Next time, Yang Dingtian wouldn't be so lucky. Moreover, when Yang Dingtian acted like a tyrant as John Doe, he didn't feel comfortable at all. Instead, he felt extremely uncomfortable. There was an indescribable discomfort. That was because the power brought by this false reputation was unreal. It didn't completely belong to him. But overall, it wasn't too bad. Yang Dingtian finally tricked Cloud Sky City into learning the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. After completely erasing John Doe's identity, Yang Dingtian had to do 3 things. The first was to cleanse his marrow and meridians. Only after cleansing his marrow and meridians would the next breakthrough be much smoother. The second was to learn the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship and strive to break through to the martial mystic realm. That was because only martial mystic realm experts could refine the heart flame and the heaven and earth mystic flame. The third was to find a way to obtain the other half of the map of the heaven and earth mystic flame from the Northwest Qin City. The first 2 things weren't too difficult, but the third was extremely difficult. Easy first, then difficult. First, cleansing his marrow and meridians. 3 days later, Yang Dingtian arrived at West Prefecture City, which was 2,000 miles away from Cloud Sky City. West Prefecture City was the largest and most prosperous city in the Northwest continent. It had a population of over 1 million and was the location of the Tiando League's Northwest branch. It didn't belong to any faction and was under the direct jurisdiction of the Tiando League. If the Northwest continent was a country, then West Prefecture City would be the capital of the Northwest continent. The reason why Yang Dingtian came here was because the Northwest continent's largest auction house was located here. Whether it was cleansing his marrow and meridians, or nurturing the ice and lightning mystic talismans, Yang Dingtian needed to purchase a large amount of medicine and crystals. Master, I want to cleanse my marrow and meridians. What do I need to prepare? Yang Dingtian asked. You're going to cleanse your marrow and meridians alone? Dongfang Minmi asked in astonishment. Yes, is there anything wrong? Yang Dingtian asked. That will be very dangerous. Dongfang Minmi said, the first and second stages of cleansing can be done alone. After the third stage, someone must protect you. Otherwise, you might explode and die. Yang Dingtian asked in shock, Master, is the probability of exploding very high? The third stage of cleansing, if there is no one protecting you, the probability of exploding is 50%. The fourth stage of cleansing, if there is no one protecting you, the probability of exploding is 70%. Dongfang Minmi said. 70%? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This probability was too high. He was about to undergo the fourth stage of cleansing. Yang Dingtian asked, Master, then look at my current mystic meridians. Are they heavily sedimented? After Dongfang Minmi checked Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians, he said, the sedimentation is not serious. Because your several major breakthroughs were completely pure mystic qi, there was not much sedimentation in your mystic meridians. Yang Dingtian asked, then if I don't cleanse my marrow and meridians, how much will my cultivation efficiency decrease? Dongfang Minmi said, about 30%. So high? Yang Dingtian said in surprise, in other words, I practiced the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. I could have broken through 3 levels, but because of the sedimentation in my mystic meridians, I could only break through 2 levels? Dongfang Minmi said, that's right. Yang Dingtian immediately frowned. He had to break through to the martial mystic realm in the shortest amount of time. He was currently a 5-star great mystic martial master, so he had to break through at least 5 levels. Last time, when he practiced the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Yang Dingtian only broke through 3 levels. So this time, when he practiced the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, his breakthrough would not exceed 3 levels. Now that 30% of his mystic meridians were sedimented, he could only break through 2 levels at most. Master, if I only break through 2 levels, it's really not enough. Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Minmi said, maybe you should let Yang Peipei protect you. Her cultivation is just enough to protect you at the 4th stage of cleansing. Yang Dingtian said, it's not that I haven't thought about it, but she's a woman after all, and she's also my elder. It's really inconvenient. Dongfang Minmi immediately fell silent. It was indeed somewhat inconvenient. Because those who cleansed their marrow and meridians were completely naked. And the protector had to tightly protect the cleanser's chest with their palms. Following that, Yang Dingtian suddenly thought of something and said, Master, if I cleansed my marrow and meridians to the 5th stage, wouldn't the breakthrough brought by the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship be even greater? Of course, the higher the level of Xian meridians, the higher the efficiency of Xian qi. With the same amount of Xian qi, the breakthrough will naturally be higher. Dongfang Minmi said, but now that there's no one to protect you, you can't even go through the 4th level of cleansing, let alone the 5th level. With your current cultivation, if you go through the 5th level of cleansing, the chance of your body exploding is almost 100%. That's right, it was like that. Generally speaking, martial artists in the world would only go through the 4th level of cleansing after reaching the martial mystic level because the success rate was higher this way. If one's cultivation wasn't at the martial mystic level, even if there were experts protecting them, there wouldn't be any danger of exploding. But the failure rate was very high. Once the cleansing failed, the Xianxia cultivation would regress. As for how many levels it would regress, it was completely dependent on luck. Yang Dingtian was now a 5-star great mystic martial master, and it was already extremely dangerous for him to undergo the 4th stage of the cleansing of marrow and meridians. Let alone the 5th stage of the cleansing of marrow and meridians. Just like what Dongfang Nimi said, the chance of his body exploding was 100%, and the chance of failure was 100%. Master, but I have a secret weapon. Yang Dingtian laughed in his heart, the holy water that I stole from the 5 elements hall's secret realm. If I pour some of it into the cleansing potion, it might have a miraculous effect. Dongfang Minmi fell into a short silence. That's right, Yang Dingtian still had the holy water. It had the effect of reviving the dead. But no one can guarantee that the holy water will be useful for cleansing. Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian said, but it's worth a try, isn't it? Dongfang Minmi fell into silence, then said, okay, then we'll give it a try. But I only agree to let you go through the 4th level of cleansing. You can't try the 5th level. Yes, master. Yang Dingtian said, now you can tell me what medicine and crystals are needed for the 4th level of cleansing, right? You child. Dongfang Minmi smiled and said, the 4th level of cleansing requires 10 4th grade fire soul crystals, the fresh blood of a 5th grade fire-type demonic beast, 10 stalks of heaven-slaying grass, and 3 tails of demon fire stalactite. Yang Dingtian, master, can I buy these things? Of course. Dongfang Minmi said, although these materials are expensive, they are not very rare. In total, it's about 80,000 gold coins. 80,000 gold coins? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, this number was not a lot for Yang Dingtian, but for most of the warriors in the world, it was too much. Even if a wandering martial artist risked his life to earn money, he would only earn 1,000 gold coins a year. In other words, if they wanted to undergo a meridian cleansing, even if they didn't eat or drink, they would need to earn at least 80 years. At that time, they would have been long dead. Therefore, this world was too cruel to the weak. Yang Dingtian usually didn't carry much money with him, and it was too inconvenient to carry a large amount of gold coins with him. Generally speaking, a large amount of money would be stored in the Tiando League Bank, and then the Tiando League Bank's special crystal notes would be enough. But since Yang Dingtian came to this world for more than half a year, he basically didn't have the opportunity to spend money, so he only had a few hundred gold coins for daily expenses. In order to gather 80,000 gold coins to buy the materials for meridian cleansing, Yang Dingtian had to sell some things. There were many valuable things in Sister Ningning's space ring, and any one of them was priceless. Yang Dingtian's 2 Xian talismans couldn't be measured with money. But Yang Dingtian found that there weren't many treasures that he could sell. Sister Ningning's secret manuals, he definitely couldn't sell them. There were also things that Yang Dingtian didn't recognize, so he couldn't sell them either. After looking around, Yang Dingtian found that the only things he could sell were pills and the bloody black gold or that he didn't need. Among these pills, almost all of them were 5th or 6th grade, and most of them were Saint Spirit pills and Xian gathering pills. Among them, there were 13 5th grade Saint Spirit pills and 19 5th grade Xian gathering pills. There were 5 6th grade Saint Spirit pills and 8 6th grade Xian gathering pills. These were all consumable pills, and although their grades weren't low, their prices weren't high. 5th grade pills were about 1,000 gold coins each, and 6th grade pills were about 2,000 gold coins each. Moreover, Yang Dingtian might need them in the future, so there was no need to sell them. Of course, there were a few 7th grade and even 8th grade Saint Spirit pills and Xian gathering pills, but Yang Dingtian might need them in the future, so it would be a pity to sell them. So after looking around, the most valuable thing was still the 6th grade Beast Soul pill. The Beast Soul pill could be said to be the most expensive type of pill, but it was also the rarest and hardest to find. When a martial artist reached the martial mystic realm, they would start to cultivate their martial soul. Almost everyone chose to tame a powerful demonic beast and refine it as their martial soul. At this time, they would need the Beast Soul pill. A 6th grade Beast Soul elixir meant that he could tame a 6th grade demonic beast and refine it into his martial soul. A 6th grade beast was equivalent to a martial ancestor realm martial artist. Of course, after refining it into a martial soul, its power would be weakened. But even so, a 6th-grade martial soul was the dream of most martial artists in this world. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's 6th-grade beast soul pill could be sold for a terrifying price. Moreover, this beast soul elixir was refined by Ningning. She was a genius beast speaker and alchemist, so this elixir still had a lot of room for growth. After all, Ningning had taken it with her for 3 years and it had already reached the 6th level. As for the bloody black gold or that Yang Dingtian didn't need, it was worth about 50,000 gold coins. It couldn't be compared to the price of the 6th-grade beast soul pill. 99 pieces of bloody black gold could be used to forge a spirit sword. Therefore, 50,000 gold coins per piece of bloody black gold seemed to be very cheap. However, there were too few people who cultivated spirit swords in this world. Moreover, every piece of bloody black gold needed to be dug out by oneself. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's bloody black gold could only be used to forge a normal bloody black gold sword. A bloody black gold sword for 50,000 gold coins per piece, at least 20 pieces were needed. In other words, the most common bloody black gold sword would cost over 1,000,000 gold coins. This price was already very shocking. Yang Dingtian's Acho Youngling sword, if one didn't consider its powerful supplementary value, and purely based on the value of bloody black gold, it was worth at least 200 million gold coins. Because the price of a 10,000-year-old bloody black gold was 100 times that of a normal bloody black gold. Moreover, it was absolutely priceless. And the Acho Youngling sword's powerful and mysterious supplementary value was more than 10,000 times the value of its material. Therefore, the Acho Youngling sword was completely priceless. It would not be excessive to use the entire West Continent city to exchange for the Acho Youngling sword. Of course, this was only a joke. The Acho Youngling sword was Yang Dingtian's lifeblood. He would not exchange it for anything. Furthermore, it had already recognized its master. It would not be of any use to anyone else. Speaking of the Acho Youngling sword, Yang Dingtian was slightly worried. Because it was still in a deep sleep. It had eaten too much the last time. It had slept for almost half a month and had yet to wake up. Even though his master Dongfang Minmi kept saying that it was fine, Yang Dingtian could not help but be worried. Arriving at the largest auction house in West Continent City. It was a huge building over 10,000 square meters. Inside, there was a Tianda League bank, a consignment shop, an auction house, and a hypermarket. Pills, materials, crystals, ores, weapons, manuals, potions, poisons, etc. Everything was here. Furthermore, it was absolutely safe to trade here. Unless one had reached the level of Dugashao in the evil ways, otherwise, causing trouble here would be the same as stirring up trouble in Taisui, courting death. There were no less than 5 martial revered level experts guarding here every day. There were dozens of martial ancestor level experts. Furthermore, the person in charge of this auction house was a martial ancestor level expert from the Tiando League's northwest branch. Arriving at the consignment area, there were more than 100 receptionists in the 1,000 square meter hall. More than half of them were delicate and pretty girls. Just as Yang Dingtian walked in, a girl with curved eyes immediately came up to him. She was wearing a tight blue skirt that accentuated her curves. "Hello, may I ask what you need?" "I'm here to sell ores," Yang Dingtian said. "May I ask what ores are you looking for?" the female attendant asked. "A piece of bloody black gold," Yang Dingtian said. The female attendant's beautiful eyes immediately lit up. She bowed to Yang Dingtian and said, "Please wait a moment. You have a large transaction, so I'll have to ask our second manager to come and trade with you." Then, the female attendant led Yang Dingtian to a table and made him a cup of fragrant tea. Then, she went to find the second manager of the ore trading center. As she walked, she deliberately twisted her waist. Her perky waist and buttocks looked very attractive. This could be considered a benefit of a large transaction. Not long after, the second manager arrived. This was a middle-aged man wearing a green robe. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at Yang Dingtian. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had a completely different face. It was a face that he had never used before. It was filled with wildness and vicissitudes. He was about 30 years old and looked like a wastrel. May I know your name? The second manager asked. Shen Lang. Yang Dingtian said. Mr. Shen, do you have a piece of bloody black gold or to sell? The second manager asked. Yes. Yang Dingtian took out the piece of bloody black gold ore from his bag. Speaking of which, he was really lucky. This ordinary piece of bloody black gold ore was dug out the first time he went to the Red Wilderness. However, he later found a 10,000-year-old bloody black gold ore, so this ordinary piece of bloody black gold was no longer useful. The second manager took the bloody black gold ore and his eyes lit up. He weighed it in his hand and then sniffed it. After a long time, he reluctantly put it down. I've made a fool of myself. Although we have all kinds of ores here, things like bloody black gold are very difficult for someone of my level to handle. The second manager said, how do you want to buy it? Do you want to put it on consignment here, auction it, or sell it directly to us? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be surprised. Even something like bloody black gold could be sold on consignment? What's the difference? Yang Dingtian asked. If it's auctioned, if you're lucky, you can sell it for 80,000 gold coins, but we'll take a 10% commission. If you sell it on consignment, you can sell it for 70,000 gold coins, but we'll take a 5% commission. If you sell it to us directly, you can sell it for 60,000 gold coins. The second-level manager said. So expensive? Yang Dingtian was surprised. Wasn't it around 50,000 gold coins before? Recently, the demand for bloody black gold has increased a lot. The second-level manager said, which transaction would you like to make? I don't want to go through the trouble. I'll sell it to you directly. Yang Dingtian said. The second-level manager was overjoyed. This was because Yang Dingtian's transaction was enough to give him a commission of over 1,000 gold coins. Even the beautiful maid behind him had bright eyes. This transaction was enough to give her a commission of over 100 gold coins, which was half a year's salary. Xinjin will accompany the honored guest here. I'll immediately go through the relevant procedures. The second-level manager said. Following this, the pretty girl called Xinjin was incomparably enthusiastic. She was completely throwing flirtatious glances at Yang Dingtian. From time to time, she would take the opportunity to rub her delicate breasts against Yang Dingtian's arm. Even though this was a business of the Tiando League, they had nothing to do with the Tiando League. They were just hired commoners. Yang Dingtian really didn't expect that he would be treated like a boss here. Soon, the second-level manager brought over a stack of thin crystal cards. There were 3 notes worth 10,000 gold coins, 5 notes worth 5,000 gold coins, and the rest were worth 1,000 gold coins. Yang Dingtian carefully examined these thin crystal cards. He found that the stripes on the cards were more complicated than the banknotes on Earth. Moreover, they had a special energy, so there was no possibility of counterfeiting them. These crystal cards were equivalent to the currency of this world. They were issued by the Tiando League. Now, Yang Dingtian had a deeper understanding of the Tiando League. If there was a political power in this world, then the Tiando League would be the highest political power in this world. Normal gold and silver coins could be produced and distributed by Cloud Sky City and other forces, but large crystal cards could only be distributed by the Tiando League. Since the Yin sect was in seclusion, the Yin school and the Black Heaven sect had the final say in the Tiando League. Therefore, Dongfang Bingling could be said to be the most powerful person in the world. After selling the bloody black gold, Yang Dingtian went to the big store. I need 10 4th-grade fire soul crystals, the fresh blood of a 5th-grade fire-type demonic beast, 10 stalks of heaven-slaying grass, and 3 tails of devil fire stalactite. The shopkeeper's eyes suddenly lit up. It was another big business. He must have known that he was going to undergo the 4th stage of marrow cleansing and meridians cleansing. However, it was really strange. Generally, those who were able to undergo the 4th stage of marrow cleansing and meridians cleansing were disciples of medium to large forces. They could completely do it at home. Very few people would come to the auction house to buy materials directly. However, this had nothing to do with him. He only cared about making money. Yes, please wait a moment, the shopkeeper said. How much? Yang Dingtian asked. A total of 90,000 gold coins, the shopkeeper said. Master Dongfang Minmi said 80,000, but in reality, it was 90,000. It seemed that there was a certain amount of inflation in this world. I don't have enough money on me. Prepare the items. Once I have enough money, I will immediately come and collect them, Yang Dingtian said. The shopkeeper's smile didn't change. He nodded and said, yes. Then, Yang Dingtian said, I want to sell a beast soul elixir. How should I do it? The shopkeeper's breathing stagnated. He said with a trembling voice, may I ask what grade the beast soul elixir is? 6th grade, Yang Dingtian said. The shopkeeper's gaze trembled. He then bowed and said, I don't have the authority to carry out this transaction. Please wait a moment. I will invite our head shopkeeper to discuss with you. Please follow me to the VIP room. Then, the shopkeeper led Yang Dingtian to a luxurious VIP room. Inside, there were 2 maids. They were both beautiful young girls in brocade clothes. They were so respectful that they didn't even make a sound when they walked. After a few minutes, the door of the VIP room was opened. A great beauty in a purple dress walked in. She was very tall, not shorter than Yang Dingtian. Her figure was also very good, not at all inferior to the Victoria's Secret supermodels on Earth. Moreover, the long dress she wore was somewhat of a uniform. It was similar to the Cheongsam on Earth. The slit was very high. She looked very attractive as she walked. I am the 5th shopkeeper of this auction house, Sume. I heard that sir has a 6th grade beast soul elixir for auction, the woman said. That's right, Yang Dingtian took out the 6th grade beast soul elixir and said, may I ask, how much is it? The lowest is 500,000 gold coins. The highest is 1.5 million gold coins, or even more, Sume said. Why is there such a big difference? Yang Dingtian was shocked. Sir, you must be joking. There are differences in 6th grade as well. The higher the level of the beast soul elixir, the harder it is to increase its level. Therefore, the price of a 6th grade beast soul elixir is many times higher than that of a 6th grade beast soul elixir. Sume said, please wait for a moment. I will ask our beast speaker to evaluate your beast soul elixir. Then, I will give you the specific price. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. After a few minutes, the beast speaker arrived. He was so old that one couldn't tell his age. He was completely skinny. He was at least 80 or 90 years old. This kind of person could be called the treasure of the auction house. Senior Ning, please take a look at this 6th grade beast soul elixir, Sume said respectfully, even though she was the 5th shopkeeper. The beast speaker didn't say anything after he came in. He directly took the beast soul elixir, closed his eyes slightly, and used his mind to sense it. Suddenly, the charming Sume held her breath. The entire VIP room suddenly became very quiet. Suddenly, the beast speaker's facial muscles trembled. He showed an expression of disbelief. Then, he quickly calmed down. After a few minutes, the beast speaker slowly opened his turbid and withered eyes. Senior Ning, what level is the 6th grade beast soul elixir? Sume asked. 6th grade level 1, the beast speaker said. Yang Dingtian was a little disappointed. However, it could be sold for 500,000 gold coins, which was not a small amount. It was enough to buy the materials for marrow and meridian cleansing. However, the materials for ice and thunder talismans were a little lacking. However, its potential can reach 8th grade level 8, the beast speaker said. What? Sume exclaimed and looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Potential meant that this beast soul elixir still had room for improvement. It could continue to be refined. The highest level it could reach was 8th grade level 8. An 8th grade level 8 beast soul elixir was already very scary. It could be used to subdue a martial soul of a master realm beast. In this way, it was a sky-high price. Ning's talent was really amazing. She could actually refine a beast soul elixir with 8th grade potential. Senior Ning, how much is this beast soul elixir worth? Sume asked. I don't know. The beast speaker said, because no one will take out a beast soul elixir of this level to sell directly. How much it is worth depends on how much the person who wants it is willing to pay. This kind of thing can only be auctioned. Sume's beautiful eyes suddenly brightened. She said, "That's great. In tomorrow's auction, we have the finale item, but we still lack a few important treasures." Then, Sume said, "Mr. Shen, are you willing to put this beast soul elixir in tomorrow's auction?" "Yes, may I ask if there are any important treasures in tomorrow's auction?" Yang Dingtian asked. He felt a little strange. Since his beast soul elixir was so expensive and it was not the finale item, then what was the finale item? "What does Mr. Shen need?" Sume asked. "Weapons and magic skill manuals," Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian only knew one magic skill now, which was the thunder magic skill, Devil Sky Split. However, this magic skill could not be used most of the time. Because as long as he used the thunder magic skill, people would think of the hidden sect's disciple, Wu Ming. So unless it was a last resort, Yang Dingtian would never use the thunder magic skill. Once he used it, he must kill the opponent. He must not let a second person live to see it. So, Yang Dingtian really needed a powerful magic skill. As for the weapon, first of all, Chao's Yunling sword was in a deep slumber. Yang Dingtian could not go without a weapon. Secondly, Yang Dingtian was playing the role of Shenlang now. He was a wanderer who traveled the world. So, he needed a completely different weapon. Most importantly, Yang Dingtian wanted to use Shenlang's identity to sneak into the northwest Qin city and find a way to obtain the other half of the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flames map. So, this weapon had to be powerful enough. There is an 8th grade magic skill manual, Devil Flame Saber Art. Sume said, "But, that is the finale item. There will be a lot of people fighting for it." 8th grade magic skill? Yang Dingtian's heart jumped fiercely. Instantly, he felt like he was going to suffocate. In this world, magic skills and martial skill scrolls were completely different. They were completely unique. All high-grade magic skills were left behind from the ancient world. It could be said that one scroll after learning it was one scroll less. 6th grade magic skills were already extremely expensive. Not to mention 8th grade magic skills. The auction house used this 8th grade magic skill manual as the finale item and did not choose Yang Dingtian's potential 8th grade beast soul elixir. This meant that the price of this 8th grade magic skill manual would be even higher. In the end, it would definitely be extremely expensive. Yang Dingtian really did not have the confidence to snatch this manual. He did not even have enough money. His money came completely from auctioning the potential 8th grade beast soul elixir. Moreover, with his strength, even if he managed to snatch this 8th grade magic skill manual, it would be very difficult to keep it. As long as he left the auction house, it was very likely that it would be snatched away by others. "Mr. Chen, are you worried about your safety?" Su Mei asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. "Then you can rest assured. Tomorrow's auction will be completely anonymous. No one will know who will obtain the auction item in the end." Sume said, "Moreover, for tomorrow's auction, the Tiando League will send 4 grandmasters to oversee it. No one will dare to act recklessly. Moreover, our auctions have never had any accidents." "If that's the case, then I can rest assured." Yang Dingtian said, "Then according to your estimation, will the money I earned from auctioning this potential 8th grade beast soul elixir be enough to buy that 8th grade magic skill manual?" "It shouldn't be enough. It might be far from enough. After all, this 8th grade magic skill manual is really too precious." Sume carefully worded her words. "It shouldn't be enough, it might still be far from enough." Sume carefully worded her words, "It's not because your potential 8th grade beast soul elixir can't compare to this mystical skill manual. After all, your beast soul elixir still needs to be nurtured. Furthermore, with such a high-grade beast soul elixir, if used to subdue an 8th grade demonic beast and refine it into a martial spirit, there's still a high chance of failure. As for an 8th grade mystical skill manual, as long as one's mystic meridians are talented enough, one can directly learn it. It can completely allow a martial artist's cultivation to instantly increase by leaps and bounds." This woman's words were very tactful, but Yang Dingtian already understood. Wanting to use the money earned from auctioning the beast soul elixir to buy an 8th grade mystical skill manual was completely a fool's dream. Immediately, Yang Dingtian asked in his heart, "Master, is an 8th grade mystical skill manual really that powerful?" Dongfang Minmi was silent for a moment, then said, Little Tian, do you know what grade your Devil Sky Split Lightning attribute mystical skill is? Yangding Tian said in his heart, I don't know. It's 7th grade. Dongfang Minmi said. Immediately, Yangding Tian was shocked. That Devil Flame Saber art was actually 1 grade higher than the lightning attribute mystical skill, Devil Sky Split. Its power could be imagined. Of course, lightning attribute mystical skills are incomparably rare, so even if it's only 7th grade, the lightning attribute Devil Sky Split's value is still many times higher than the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. Dongfang Minmi said, but in terms of pure power, an 8th grade mystical skill's lethality is a full 50% higher than a 7th grade mystical skill. To put it more bluntly, if an 8th grade mystical skill manual is in Cloud Heaven City, only core disciples like you and Yan Yan can learn it. Immediately, Yangding Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. This way, the hope of bidding for the Devil Flame Saber art tomorrow was even slimmer. However, Yangding Tian was still unwilling. He asked, Young Lady Su, according to your estimation, what price will this Devil Flame Saber art reach in the end? I don't know. Sumei said, but I'm sure that it won't be a fight for gold coins. After the gold coins reach a certain amount, it will be completely useless. The final price increase will definitely be precious materials, secret manuals, and top-grade pills. Then, Sumei said, Mr. Shen, are you determined to get this 8th grade mystical skill manual? Yangding Tian, I can't say that I'm determined to get it. But I really want it. Then I have a suggestion, Sumei said. Go ahead, Yangding Tian said. The price of that secret manual must be an astronomical figure, so I must have enough gold coins to enter the final competition. Sumei said, according to my estimation, the number of gold coins should be around 100 million, which is equivalent to 1 year of taxes for a territory of 1,000 miles. As for your potential level 8 Beast Soul Elixir, its final auction price should be around 50 million. To be safe, it's best that you put up a treasure of equal value to the potential level 8 Beast Soul Elixir. Only then will you have enough gold coins to enter the final contest. Then, Sumei said, of course there are 100 million gold coins. It's just enough to enter the final competition. I don't know how many gold coins are needed in the end. This was because there were at least 2 big shots in the Northwest continent who were determined to obtain this 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. That's all I can say. If I reveal any more, I'll break the rules. When these words came out, Yangding Tian felt even more hopeless. Of course he had treasures that were more valuable than an 8th grade mystical skill manual, and more than one. In Sister Ningning's space ring, there were 3 or 4 scrolls of spiritual mystical skill manuals that were more valuable than this 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. There were also ice attribute talismans, which were more than enough to buy 4 or 5 8th grade mystical skill manuals. Of course, this didn't mean that the ice attribute talismans were more powerful than 4 or 5 8th grade mystical skill manuals, but that ice attribute talismans were too rare, they were all left behind from ancient times. They were much rarer than mystical skill manuals. As for the value of Ah Chao's Youngling sword, it was needless to say, it couldn't be measured by anything. However, Yangding Tian couldn't take out any of these treasures to trade. Yangding Tian even regretted taking out this potential level 8 Beast Soul Elixir for auction, because he thought it was only a 6th grade Beast Soul Elixir. He didn't know it had the potential of being an 8th grade Beast Soul Elixir. And those 8th grade spiritual mystical skill scrolls in the space ring belonged to Sister Ningning. Yangding Tian didn't have the qualifications to sell them, and he couldn't bear to sell them. So after picking and choosing, Yangding Tian really couldn't find any treasures that were as valuable as the potential level 8 Beast Soul Elixir. I'll go back and take a look, Yangding Tian said. Sumei heard the meaning behind Yangding Tian's words. She smiled and said, then are you still going to auction your potential level 8 Beast Soul Elixir? Of course. Yangding Tian said, a promise is a promise. Do you need me to leave the Beast Soul Elixir with you now? Of course not. Sumei said, you can just leave it to us before tomorrow's auction. Yangding Tian stood up and said, all right, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Mr. Chen. Sumei said, you are our most distinguished guest, so you can stay in our most distinguished room with the tightest protection. Do you need it? Yangding Tian's heart moved, but he still shook his head and said, no need. This auction house belonged to the Tiando League. Staying in a Tiando League house was too restrictive and inconvenient. Then, he turned and left. Yang Dingtian left the auction house and returned to the inn. He only had 50,000 gold coins on him, so he didn't even buy the materials to cleanse his marrow and meridians. Anyway, as long as he had money, he could buy them at any time. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's heart was agitated by the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art, so it wasn't suitable for him to cleanse his marrow and meridians. 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art, Yang Dingtian had 9 Xianxia veins, so he could fully display the power of this mystic skill. With this mystic skill, Yang Dingtian even felt that he could kill a martial mystic realm expert. If he had learned this 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art, then he wouldn't have had such a hard time killing Qin Huaiju, who was impersonating him, on the sea, and he wouldn't have been riddled with scars. It was really tempting. Unfortunately, he could see it, but he couldn't get it. He had enough treasures to bid for it, but he couldn't touch any of these treasures. In this world, there was nothing more depressing and tangled than this. After returning to his room, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but flip through the interspatial ring to see if there was anything else he could use to trade. Moreover, he couldn't use it, and Sister Ningning couldn't use it either. Yang Dingtian injected his mental power into the interspatial ring and asked, Master, can you take a look at this interspatial ring? Is there anything else that is extremely precious, but Sister Ningning and I can't use it? Dongfang Minmi borrowed Yang Dingtian's eyes to flip through the interspatial ring and check the other things. After flipping through it a few times, it was still the same. He couldn't touch any of the extremely precious items. The items that he could touch were far less valuable than the potential 8th grade Beast Soul Elixir. Even the 8th grade and 9th grade Holy Spirit Elixir and Mystic Gathering Elixir couldn't be sold for more than 1 million. Although it was already an astronomical figure, it was still far from enough to compete for the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's gaze landed on the corner of the interspatial ring. In a pile of elixirs, there was a completely transparent elixir. Yang Dingtian flipped through the interspatial ring many times, but he couldn't find its existence because it looked completely invisible. Yang Dingtian immediately took out the invisible elixir and asked, Master, what is this elixir? Is it a top-grade elixir? Immediately, Dongfang Minmi cried out in surprise. Transformation elixir? Hearing his master's surprised voice, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask with hope, Master, what is the grade of this transformation elixir? Is it very valuable? Dongfang Minmi sighed, I'm really amazed at Shima Ningning's talent now. She can even refine such a rare elixir like the transformation elixir. Is it very valuable? Yang Dingtian asked hurriedly. Dongfang Minmi's voice suddenly became a little strange. It can be said to be valuable, but it can also be said to be worthless. However, this elixir is extremely rare, even rarer than your potential 8th grade Beast Soul Elixir. Yang Dingtian was surprised. Since it was so rare, why was it worthless? Dongfang Minmi continued, the only use of this transformation elixir is that after taking it, you will completely change into another person. It's not a temporary change, but a permanent change. Not only will your face and appearance change completely, but even your height, bone structure, and skin will also change completely. This is nothing. The most terrifying thing is that after taking the transformation elixir, you can even change your gender. In short, after taking this elixir, no one in the world will be able to recognize this person, no matter how high their cultivation is. This is completely different from the illusion mask. Yang Dingtian was really completely shocked. Changing one's appearance and bone structure was already very shocking, but even gender could be changed. This wasn't Earth, and there was no sex change surgery. After taking the transformation elixir, even gender could be changed. This was really terrifying. No wonder Master said that this elixir was rarer than the 8th grade Beast Soul Elixir. What kind of talent did Sister Ningning have to be able to refine such a rare and strange elixir? No wonder Master said that this thing could be said to be priceless, but it could also be said to be worthless. Master, after taking this elixir, will I definitely become more beautiful? Yang Dingtian asked. That's not necessarily true. Dongfang Minmi said, this is completely random. It's possible to become very beautiful, but it's also possible to become very ugly. It's possible to become taller, and it's also possible to become shorter. In short, everything is uncontrollable. Yang Dingtian was suddenly completely speechless. This transformation elixir was so terrifying. Unless one was desperate or crazy. Otherwise, if this elixir was given to people for free, they wouldn't be willing to eat it. Therefore, although this elixir was extremely rare, its value was really hard to say. Next, Yang Dingtian looked over and over again many times and found that only this transformation elixir was considered rare and valuable. Although this transformation elixir was quite unreliable, he really couldn't find anything that could be sold. Little Tian, take this transformation elixir to auction. Everything depends on God's luck, Dongfang Minmi said. Little Tian, take this transformation elixir to the auction. Everything depends on God's luck, Dongfang Minmi said. If God blesses us, it will be better if we can get the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. Even if we can't get it, it's nothing. We can just wait for the next opportunity. Then, Dongfang Minmi sighed and said, it's a pity that Master is no longer here. Otherwise, the Yinyang school would still have 8th grade mystic skill manuals. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, don't worry, Master. Although this 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art is powerful, it is completely different from the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame. As long as I can refine the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame and cultivate the Sword Soul, this 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art will not be so important. Of course, Yang Dingtian was just comforting himself. There was still a long time before he could cultivate the Sword Soul. During this time, the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art could increase his combat power by a few levels. If he could successfully refine the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame into his Heart Flame, the Devil Flame Saber art would be even more powerful. It could be said that if he had the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame, the Devil Flame Saber art's power could be magnified many times, and the Devil Flame Saber could be reborn again. But now, Yang Dingtian really could not take out something of the same value to exchange. He could not really use the Ice Mystic Talisman to exchange. When he fought against Dongfang Bingling in the future, this Ice Mystic Talisman could play an amazing role. Moreover, the rarity of this Ice Mystic Talisman really surpassed the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. The next morning, Yang Dingtian rushed to the auction house. Sume was already waiting in the VIP room. Mr. Shen, can you find a treasure of the same value as the 8th grade Beast Soul Elixir? Sume asked. After hesitating for a while, Yang Dingtian said, does the transformation elixir count? Transformation elixir? Sume suddenly forgot to be reserved and exclaimed. Then, she looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. The transformation elixir could be said to be the rarest elixir in the world, and also the most difficult to refine. For a very, very long time, it was just a legendary pill. Not only was it difficult to refine, but the most important thing was that the materials required to refine it could only be found by chance. The most important ingredient for the transformation pill came from the Void Spirit Demon. This type of pure energy demonic beast was much rarer than the Lightning Millennium Owl. Moreover, it only existed in the void cracks at the edge of the world. Although it was called a demonic beast, it was not a living creature at all. It was a pure energy life form that did not have a physical body. To be honest, Yang Dingtian had no idea how Shima Ningning could refine such a pill. He couldn't even imagine how Sister Ningning had managed to capture the Void Spirit Demon. The potential rank 8 Beast Soul Elixir was already extremely rare, but Sume did not lose her composure. Now that Yang Dingtian mentioned the transformation pill, she really lost her composure. If it wasn't for her professionalism, she really wanted to ask who Yang Dingtian was and why he even had a legendary pill like the transformation pill. Therefore, in terms of rarity, this transformation pill should be the most valuable item in this auction. However, rarity did not mean that it was precious. In the eyes of most people, the transformation pill was really worthless. After the shock, Sume smiled bitterly and said, I'm really curious about Mr. Shenlang now. I've been in the auction house for almost 10 years and have seen many rare and precious items, but this is the first time I've seen a transformation pill. However, I really can't estimate its value. Does Mr. Shen not have any other precious items? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I really don't have anything else. Sume said helplessly, all right then, let's try using the transformation pill. However, I can only say that you shouldn't have too much hope. This transformation pill may cause a commotion, but there are almost no people who are willing to pay for it. For most people, it's completely useless. Instead, it's a disaster. Yang Dingtian said, I'm really at my wit's end. To be honest, I don't have much hope in competing for the rank 8 Devil Flame Saber art now. I only hope that I can buy a powerful weapon. Speaking of weapons, Sumei's expression suddenly became a little strange. What's wrong, Miss Su? Yang Dingtian asked. Sumei said, I really don't know if it's heaven's will. This morning, someone sent a weapon to the auction house, the Sky Devil Flame Saber. Yang Dingtian asked, is this weapon very strong? Very strong. It's a weapon left behind from ancient times, and its mystical chi increases by 23%. Sumei said. It was indeed very strong. However, Yang Dingtian's youngling sword, Cho, was only a youngling sword, but its mystical chi increase had already exceeded 39%. Moreover, this Sky Devil Flame Saber did not have the primal divine sense, so it could not refine any saber soul. Sumei said, of course, if it's just like that, the price of this Sky Devil Flame Saber would not exceed 3 million gold coins. However, other than the mystical chi increase of 23%, it also increases the power of Devil Flame type mystical skills by more than 30%. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. No wonder Sumei had a strange expression and said that it might be heaven's will. Because this Sky Devil Flame Saber and Devil Flame Saber art were completely compatible, as if they were a match made in heaven. Originally, the lethality of this 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art already exceeded that of a 7th grade mystical skill by close to 50%. Adding the Sky Devil Flame Saber's 23% mystical chi increase, and the mystical skill's power increase by more than 30%. In other words, if Yang Dingtian obtained the Devil Flame Saber art and the Sky Devil Flame Saber, then his battle power would increase by 1-fold. This number was too shocking. Sumei said, if there was no Devil Flame Saber art, then the price of this Sky Devil Flame Saber would not exceed 3 million gold coins. At most, it would be 5 million gold coins. However, with the Devil Flame Saber art, I don't know how high the price of this Sky Devil Flame Saber would soar. Immediately, Yang Dingtian could only fall into deep silence. Originally, it was already difficult to compete for an 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. Now, with the addition of the sky-high price of the Sky Devil Flame Saber, it was even more uncertain. After a long time, Yang Dingtian asked, then what's the order of the auction? Sumei said, there are a total of 5 finale treasures. Your Beast Soul Elixir, Transformation Elixir, Sky Devil Flame Saber, and Devil Flame Saber art are all among these 5 finale items. Other than the Devil Flame Saber art being the finale item, the order of the other 4 treasures will be decided on the spot. There were a total of 5 finale items, but Sumei only mentioned 4. There was still one that she did not mention. He did not know what treasure it was, but it was actually on par with the 8th grade Beast Soul Elixir and the 8th grade Mystical Skill Scroll. However, since Sumei did not mention it, Yang Dingtian did not need to ask. In any case, he would know during the auction later. Moreover, Yang Dingtian's attention was completely on the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art today. It was hard for him to care about other things. I would like to ask you one last time to confirm. Are you sure you want to participate in this auction with the potential 8th grade Beast Soul Elixir and Transformation Elixir? Sumei said. I am sure, Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, Sumei took out 2 ice jade boxes and opened them in front of Yang Dingtian. She said, you can place the treasures in these 2 jade boxes. During the entire auction, we will definitely not touch your treasures. Yang Dingtian immediately placed the potential 8th grade Beast Soul Elixir and Transformation Elixir into the 2 jade boxes. Then, an old man walked in from outside. In front of Yang Dingtian, he placed the 2 jade boxes in the box and took them away. We will take your treasures first. Sumei said, the person who took your treasures just now was a consecrator of a master-level expert from the Tiando League. Therefore, you don't have to worry about any mishaps. Even if there is a mishap, we will compensate you with items that exceed the value of your treasures. The 2 treasures that Yang Dingtian called out were very precious. If they were placed in any other forces, they would not be handed over to others. However, the auction house of the Tiando League did not matter. To them, their reputation far exceeded the value of Yang Dingtian's treasures. Then, Yang Dingtian was brought to the auction hall where the auction was held. The entire hall was very large. It was at least a few thousand square meters. However, it could only accommodate 100 people. This was because each person did not have a seat, but a private room. In order to protect the privacy of the honored guests, no one could see the faces of the guests when they called out bids. This was the highest level auction hall in the entire auction house. An auction of this level was only held once every 6 months. To enter this auction, the value of the treasure sold by the seller must not be less than 3 million gold coins. The buyer's reserve must not be less than 3 million gold coins. A force with a territory of 100 square miles might not even have 3 million gold coins in a year's taxes. In such a high-level auction, Yang Dingtian's 2 treasures were the second and fourth items in the finale. Therefore, no matter how many setbacks Yang Dingtian had in this world, he would always be at the top of the pyramid. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian was brought to a private room in the 5th row. There were a total of 10 rows of private rooms in the auction hall. Each row had 10 private rooms. Each row was higher than the other. It was like a movie theater, ensuring that everyone in the private room could clearly see the auction items on the stage. When Yang Dingtian entered the auction hall, it was completely silent. The hall was completely dark, without any light. He did not know how many people had come, or who they were. Half an hour after entering the private room, the auction hall suddenly lit up. Countless pearls, crystals, and the sunlight from the sky lit up the entire auction hall. At this moment, Yang Dingtian realized that the doors of every private room were made of special crystals. From the inside, one could see the outside, but from the outside, one could not see the inside of the private room. Therefore, everyone in the private room could clearly see the stage and the auctioneer, but they could not see the situation in the other private rooms. Soon, the auctioneer entered and walked onto the stage. Today's auctioneer was actually Sumei. At this time, she was dressed even more luxuriously. The long dress inlaid with gold silk wrapped around her body, accentuating her delicate curves. This woman's status in the auction house was not low, and even in West Prefecture City, her status was not low. It was unknown what her family background was. Without any greetings, without any opening, without any embellishment, Sumei directly announced the start of the auction. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly tickets. Thank you. The first item, Grade 6, Level 1 Beast Soul Elixir. Sumei said. Yang Dingtian was startled. Wasn't his Beast Soul Elixir the 4th item to be auctioned? Why was it the first item? Generally speaking, the first item wasn't the least valuable, but it wasn't far off. After Sumei finished speaking, she couldn't help but glance at the private room that Yang Dingtian was in. Yang Dingtian was in room 50. Soon, Yang Dingtian realized that the Grade 6, Level 1 Beast Soul Elixir wasn't his. A man in black came up with a jade box. After opening the box, everyone saw the Grade 6, Level 1 Beast Soul Elixir. It was a pink Beast Soul Elixir, while Yang Dingtian's Beast Soul Elixir was light purple. Therefore, this was a Beast Soul Elixir that had been cultivated to the extreme. Its potential was at Grade 6, Level 1. 300,000 gold coins. The voice of an ordinary man in private room 67 was the one who called out the price. 400,000 gold coins. A middle-aged man in room 25 called out. 450,000 gold coins. It was still room 67. 500,000 gold coins. Room 25 called out. Then, the hall fell into a short silence. Sumei said that the Grade 6, Level 1 Beast Soul Elixir was priced at 500,000 gold coins. Sumei said, guest in room 25 called for 500,000 gold coins. Is there a higher bid? A few seconds later. 530,000 gold coins. Room 67 called out again. Sumei raised the small hammer and said, guest in room 67 called for 530,000 gold coins. Is there a higher bid? No one responded. Sumei asked again, is there a higher bid than 530,000 gold coins? Still, no one responded. It seemed that room 25 wasn't willing to pay a higher price. 3, 2, 1. Deal. Congratulations to guest in room 67 for getting the first item in this auction, grade 6, level 1 beast soul elixir. Sume said. Then, a man in black came up and closed the jade box with the grade 6, level 1 beast soul elixir and took it away. Now, the second item, empty spirit dark wings. Suddenly, a soft exclamation came from the hall. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, Master, what is this empty spirit dark wings? It seems very impressive. Dongfeng Minmi said, the wings of a very special kind of demonic beast. This kind of demonic beast is half energy. The body was solid, but the pair of wings were energy illusory. Once we catch this kind of demonic beast, we can remove this pair of void spirit profound wings and install it on a person's body. That person will be able to fly in the sky like a bird. Ah. Yang Dingtian said in surprise, it's so powerful and sounds very, very rare. Why would it be the second item? Dongfeng Minmi smiled and said, because it doesn't fly high, only about a few hundred feet. He couldn't fly fast either, so he might as well ride a horse. After 1 or 2 years, the empty spirit profound wings would lose its effect. Therefore, it's more decorative than practical. So that was the case, no wonder, sure enough, after the second item was called out, no one bid at first. Sume said, empty spirit mystic wings, starting price is 1 million gold coins, does anyone want to bid? Still, no one called out a price. It seemed like the auction was going to fail. 5 million gold coins. Suddenly, a hoarse and seductive female voice came from room 1. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's mind swayed. This woman's voice was really seductive, full of charming magnetism. He didn't know who she was. She was actually willing to bid such a high price for an ornamental toy. Moreover, the starting price was 1 million. Basically, no one would fight for it, but she actually bid 5 million. Moreover, she was in room 1. It was obvious that she was the most distinguished person in today's auction. Guest in room 1 bid 5 million gold coins. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to guest in room 1, you have obtained this precious empty spirit profound wings. Next is the third item, 6th grade demon profound core, starting price is 1 million. 2 million. 3 million. 5 million. Before Yang Dingtian could react, someone shouted out a price one after another, making Yang Dingtian stunned. Master, what is this 6th grade demon profound core for? Why are there so many people fighting for it? Yang Dingtian asked. It's used to break through to the martial mystic level. Dongfeng Minmi said. Ah. Yang Dingtian exclaimed, this thing can directly break through to the martial mystic level after eating it? Of course not. Dongfeng Minmi said, there are many people with limited talent. After cultivating to 9-star Great Mystic Martial Master, they can't break through to the martial mystic level. They can't break through in 2 or 3 years, even 10 years. Therefore, if they use the Demon Profound Core at this time, there is a high chance that they can break through to the martial mystic level. Once they break through to the martial mystic level, they can cultivate to 9-star martial mystic level, which is equivalent to an expert. Therefore, it is to use money to buy the hope of becoming an expert. Of course, this thing is useless to you. You have 9 Yang Profound Veins talent, so you can't understand the pain of those people with low talent. Immediately, Yang Dingtian smiled embarrassedly. 8 million. 8,100,000. 8,200,000. In the end, this 6th grade Demon Profound Core was sold for 8,390,000. The person who bought this pill is equivalent to spending 8,390,000 gold coins in exchange for the possibility of becoming a 9-star martial mystic level expert. Just like this, time passed by little by little. One by one, the auction items were bought by people and the price was also shouted higher and higher. And Yang Dingtian hoped to hear the attractive voice of the woman in private room 1 again, but he did not hear it again. She bought the empty spirit profound wings. This auction had a total of 20-something items. The highest price was a tube of sea devil flood dragon's blood. It was sold for a sky-high price of more than 30 million gold coins. Dongfang Minmi said that this thing can rebuild the profound veins. It is very likely that it can increase a martial artist's profound veins talent by 1 or 2 levels. In other words, someone with low 7th grade profound veins talent can reach high 7th grade profound veins talent. Therefore, it is indeed a very precious item. However, for Yang Dingtian who has 9 yang profound veins, this thing is useless. Sume gracefully drank a mouthful of water and left for a moment. When she returned, she had already changed into a tight golden long dress, which made her look even more noble. Next, we will be entering the finale of this auction. There are a total of 5 priceless items. Immediately, Yang Dingtian clearly felt the temperature in the air rise. Many people held their breaths because many people actually came for the finale of the auction. Yang Dingtian's spirit also shook. His heart suddenly became nervous. The climax of the auction has finally arrived. Moreover, other than the 8th grade profound skill Devil Flame Saber art being the finale, the other 4 items were auctioned in a random order. Therefore, Yang Dingtian can't help but look forward to the first auction item. Next, the 5th auction item, a potential 8th grade beast spirit pill. Just as Sume's voice fell, a cry of surprise rang out in the auction hall. An 8th grade potential 8th grade beast spirit pill means that it is possible to obtain a master level martial spirit. In other words, only a master level martial spirit pill is worthy of this beast spirit pill. Without a doubt, Yang Dingtian's potential 8th grade beast spirit pill is like a huge rock thrown into a pool of water, causing everyone's heart to be in a frenzy. There is a kind of treasure that even if you can't use it now, you still want to have it. This potential 8th grade beast spirit pill is such a treasure. Yang Dingtian's heart couldn't help but beat faster. He didn't expect that the first of the 5 finale treasures would be his potential 8th grade beast spirit pill. Immediately, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but hold his breath, waiting for the crowd to call out a price. Whether Yang Dingtian can buy the Devil Flame Saber art today depends on how much this 8th grade beast spirit pill can be sold for. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. 15 seconds passed. The auction hall was silent. No one called out a price. No one actually called out a price. Yang Dingtian was stunned. How can this be? Such a treasure, and no one actually called out a price. Could it be that no one wants it? Please don't be like this. Yang Dingtian is relying on this 8th grade beast spirit pill to make money. Sume smiled and said, potential 8th grade beast spirit pill, is there anyone who wants to bid? Still, no one called out a price. Yang Dingtian's heart quickly turned cold. 13 million gold coins. A few seconds later, someone finally called out a price. It was VIP number 3 who had never made a bid. It was a man's voice. He should be quite young. His voice was filled with a natural sense of superiority and arrogance. Yang Dingtian's heart relaxed, but he was also slightly disappointed. This price wasn't considered much. 15 million. Immediately after, number 5 called out a price. 17 million. VIP number 12 called out. 19 million. VIP number 5 called out. 23 million. VIP number 3 called out. 25 million. VIP number 5 immediately raised the price. 28 million. VIP number 3 called out. 29 million. VIP number 5 called out. Instantly, number 3 and number 5 called out a price alternately and entered a stalemate. As the price increased, Yang Dingtian's heart was beating faster and faster. 45 million gold coins. Number 5 clenched his teeth and said. It was obvious that this price was about to reach his limit. Sume said before that the final auction price of Yang Dingtian's 8th grade beast spirit pill should be around 50 million gold coins. Now, 45 million gold coins should have reached the limit of this beast spirit pill's value. 48 million. VIP number 3, this superior and arrogant young man's voice was filled with anger. 49 million. Number 5's voice was trembling as he spat out this price word by word. 53 million. Number 3 called out directly with a cold and firm voice. Bang. Instantly, Yang Dingtian heard the sound of something falling to the ground from private room number 5. Young Lord Yi is really determined to get it. The middle-aged man in private room number 5 said coldly. That arrogant young man in private room number 3 was this young Lord Yi. He didn't know which sex young lord was from, but to be able to spend such a huge price to buy a beast spirit pill, his influence must be quite big. That's right. I must have this item. Young Lord Yi from room number 3 said coldly. 53 million. It was 3 million more than Sumei's highest estimate. Yang Dingtian was rather satisfied. However, it was impossible to bid for the finale, the 8th grade mystic skill, Devil Flame Saber Art, with this price. Humph. That person from room number 5 snorted coldly. Young Lord Yi laughed heartily and said, Mr. Zhua, if you are unwilling, you can always increase the price. I will accompany you anytime. I can also tell you that I must have the finale, the 8th grade mystic skill, Devil Flame Saber Art. I have prepared double the price and am waiting here. Yang Dingtian's heart shuddered. Crazy. Not only did young Lord Yi bid 53 million for the 8th grade beast soul elixir, but he also prepared 100 million gold coins to buy the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber Art. Yang Dingtian basically had no hope for this Devil Flame Saber Art. Sumei smiled faintly and said, Young Lord Yi bid 53 million for this potential 8th grade beast soul elixir. Is there anyone who is willing to bid higher? If not, then this 8th grade beast soul elixir will belong to young Lord Yi. 3, 2, 1. Sumei was about to drop the hammer. 60 million. Someone actually increased the price to 60 million. This voice was the hoarse, magnetic, and charming voice that Yang Dingtian had been looking forward to. It came from that lady from room number 1. Young Lord Ye's laughter stopped abruptly. He was so arrogant and should be angry with words. However, he didn't. He seemed to be fearful of that lady from room number 1. Is there anyone who bid more than 60 million gold coins? Sumei asked. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at Yang Dingtian. She didn't expect this potential 8th grade beast soul elixir to be bid at 60 million. 63 million. Young Lord Ye's voice was trembling slightly. 70 million. The woman in the first private room directly called out the price, and it was completely understated. Madam Qin, must you fight with me? Young Lord Yi said, you probably don't need this potential 8th grade beast soul elixir anymore. Yang Dingtian was flabbergasted. This woman with a charming voice was actually addressed as Madam Qin. Was her surname Qin, or did she marry someone from the northwest Qin city? However, no matter what the situation was, there was no doubt that she was related to the northwest Qin city. It was because she was able to sit in the most distinguished private room, number 1. Moreover, she possessed an astonishing amount of wealth. The northwest Qin city was the number 1 force in the entire northwest continent. What they said was unquestionable. That was why she had such a status. Hearing young Lord Ye's question, that Madam Qin said lazily, can't I buy it as a gift? Instantly, that young Lord Yi was about to explode from anger as he said coldly, this is my last bid. If Madam Qin is willing to exceed this price, then take it away 75 million. Young Lord Yi slammed the table and yelled. It seemed like he really needed this potential grade 8 beast soul elixir. Moreover, 75 million yuan was the highest price he could offer. Furthermore, his meaning was very clear. This was his highest bid, and he wouldn't raise it by a single gold coin. If Mrs. Qin wanted to give her a way out, then she would be the one to ruin it. In an instant, a few private rooms' doors opened. It seemed like the auction had reached the most confrontational stage. Many people didn't intend to conceal their identities and offered themselves up. Everyone looked towards the number 1 private room to see if she was going to raise the price. Yang Dingtian also looked towards the number 1 private room. Her voice was so alluring, and he wondered how she looked like. However, Yang Dingtian didn't have much hope for her to raise the price. This grade 8 beast soul elixir wasn't useful to her. She was only raising the price because she was unhappy with that young Lord Yi. 80 million gold coins. Madam Qin still spoke lazily and hoarsely as though she didn't care that she had bid an astronomical price and bought a treasure that she couldn't use. Instantly, everyone took a deep Breath of cold air, this method of stepping on others was too extravagant. Yang Dingtian also didn't dare to believe that the people from the northwest Qin city were too arrogant and extravagant. Bang! The door of the number 3 private room was suddenly kicked open. Yang Dingtian saw a handsome face that was almost distorted. This should be young Lord Yi. He was wearing a purple robe with golden threads, and every part of his body was emitting a noble and arrogant aura. He was so angry that his face was almost distorted. He threw a teacup on the ground and gritted his teeth to raise the price. However, an old man at the side pulled him back and said indifferently, "Don't fight based on personal feelings. The key is the devil flame saber art." When young Lord Yi heard this, he gradually calmed down and sneered, "Alright, this grade 8 beast soul elixir is for you. Buy it and have fun." Immediately after, young Lord Yi looked at everyone with arrogance and said, "I will be straightforward. I didn't buy the beast soul elixir, so I will put all my gold coins on the devil flame saber art. You can estimate how much gold coins you have. It's up to you if you want to snatch it from me." From his words, he was determined to get the grade 8 devil flame saber art. Yang Dingtian did some calculations and realized that this young Lord Yi had prepared close to 200 million gold coins for the 8th grade devil flame saber art. Furthermore, it was just the gold coins and didn't include the treasures that would be used to increase the price. It was simply too crazy. Yang Dingtian still had some hope for the grade 8 devil flame saber art. Now, he didn't have any hope at all. 80 million gold coins. Madame Qin's final bid for the potential grade 8 beast soul elixir was 80 million gold coins. Is there anyone who wants to go higher? 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to Madame Qin for obtaining this potential grade 8 beast soul elixir. Sume dropped the hammer. Then, she closed the box that contained the potential grade 8 beast soul elixir and personally sent it into the number 1 private room that Madame Qin was in. After staying in the room for a few seconds, Sume walked out and returned to the stage to continue hosting the auction. It was a pity that Madame Qin still didn't walk out of the number 1 private room. After Sume came out, she still closed the door of the private room. Yang Dingtian still didn't see Madame Qin's face. Next, the second finale item, Sky Devil Flame Saber. A giant box was placed on the stage. When the box was opened, the domineering battle saber was revealed. It was 4 feet long and half a foot wide, it was awe-inspiring and exuded a murderous aura. It was entirely red, and only the stripes on the saber were golden in color. The entire battle saber was like a flame and also like a ferocious beast that was released from its cage. The moment the box was opened, the murderous aura of this treasured saber instantly filled the entire auction hall. It was indeed a top-notch treasured saber. Young Lord Yi stood up immediately and shot out intense rays of possessiveness from his eyes. Without a doubt, he had to get this battle saber because it was a perfect match for the devil flame saber art. Many people present were eager to make a move. The devil flame saber art was today's finale item, so many people present were here for this grade 8 mystic skill manual. The Sky Devil Flame Saber and the Devil Flame Saber art were a set, so the Sky Devil Flame Saber art was equivalent to a warm-up for the Devil Flame Saber art. Sky Devil Flame Saber, the starting bid is 3 million gold coins, Sume said. 50 million gold coins. Young Lord Yi roared. Just as he finished his words, the entire auction hall was stunned. The starting bid was 3 million gold coins, and he actually bid 50 million gold coins. It was simply too crazy. Instantly, the entire auction hall was silent. Almost everyone was stunned by the price he offered. Yang Dingtian originally wanted to bid, but now, he gave up. Without the Devil Flame Saber art, this Sky Devil Flame Saber would at most be worth a few million gold coins. Young Lord Yi bid 50 million gold coins. Is there anyone who exceeds this amount? At this moment, Sume's voice was trembling slightly. Is there anyone who exceeds 50 million gold coins? Is there anyone who exceeds 50 million gold coins? Sume asked for the third time, but there was still no response. Instantly, young Lord Yi revealed a complacent smile. 60 million. An aged voice instantly froze young Lord Yi's complacent smile. This voice came from the number 2 private room. Chief Beigong, do you also want the Sky Devil Flame Saber? I don't think it will be of much use to you, young Lord Yi said. His voice might be respectful, but it wasn't from the bottom of his heart. I prepared it for my son. Chief Beigong smiled faintly and said, therefore, I have offended young Lord Yi. Young Lord Yi's face instantly turned cold as he snorted. It seemed like there was another heavyweight in the competition for the devil flame saber art. Chief Beigong. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask in his heart, Master, which sect is Chief Beigong and young Lord Yi from? Why are they so rich? Dongfang Minmi said, this young Lord Yi should be the son of the White Cloud City Lord. The White Cloud City is located at the westernmost part of the northwest continent and is ranked 19th among the 27 sections. Yang Dingtian said, ranked 19th among the 27 sections. They are indeed a hegemon. However, they don't have the qualifications to be so arrogant and act so eccentric in front of the northwest Qin city. Dongfang Minmi said, the White Cloud City itself is nothing, but it has a huge backer. What backer? Yang Dingtian asked. Mystic Heaven Sect. Dongfang Minmi said, the younger sister of the White Cloud City Lord. She is unparalleled in beauty and is the third wife of Zhu Qingzhu. No wonder this young Lord Yi was so arrogant. He was in laws with the Mystic Heaven Sect and naturally had an imposing aura. Dongfang Minmi continued, this Chief Beigong is called Beigong Ju and is the chief of the Mystic Underworld Gang. This Mystic Underworld Gang isn't in the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 sects. However, this Beigong Ju has astonishing talent and was already a master class expert 10 years ago. A master class expert. He wasn't in the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 sects, but he actually cultivated to the master class. It was simply too shocking. 70 million gold coins. Young Lord Yi said coldly. 73 million. Beigong Ju yelled out the price, but he was already hesitating. This Beigong Ju might have astonishing talent, but his Mystic Underworld Gang's wealth was far from the White Cloud City. With their 300-mile territory, they wouldn't be able to collect so much money even if they collected taxes for half their lives. 80 million gold coins. Young Lord Yi said arrogantly and looked at Beigong Ju in the second private room. Letting out a soft sigh, Beigong Ju said, then this saber shall be given to young Lord Yi. Instantly, young Lord Yi was slightly astonished. This Chief Beigong Ju didn't seem to be reluctant to give up the Sky Devil Flame Saber. The old man beside young Lord Yi whispered, this old thief wants to waste our financial resources and purposely raise the price. His target is only the Devil Flame Saber art, and with his financial resources, he can only buy the Devil Flame Saber art. That's right, that should be the case. The reason why Beigong Ju raised the price was to waste young Lord Yi's gold coins. As such, young Lord Yi would only have slightly more than 100 million gold coins to buy the Devil Flame Saber art. It was obvious that the gold coins that Beigong Ju brought would only be slightly more than 100 million gold coins. After wasting 80 million gold coins from young Lord Yi, he, Beigong Ju, would have a higher chance of winning the bid for the Devil Flame Saber art. This old man was indeed a wily old fox. Instantly, young Lord Yi's expression turned unpleasant, but he quickly revealed a complacent sneer. It was obvious that he still had other tricks up his sleeves. Young Lord Yi has bid 80 million gold coins for the Sky Devil Flame Saber. Is there a higher bid? Su Mei's voice was really trembling. Today's auction was crazier than she imagined. She originally thought that the price of this Sky Devil Flame Saber wouldn't exceed 40 million gold coins, but who knew that it would reach 80 million gold coins? If no one bids more than 80 million gold coins, then this Sky Devil Flame Saber will belong to young Lord Yi. 3, 2, 1, 90 million gold coins. Suddenly, someone made a bid which shocked everyone. It was still that charming voice, and it was still Madame Qin from the number 1 private room. Instantly, young Lord Yi's face became extremely sinister as he spoke coldly, Madame Qin, are you sure you want to go against me? Your Northwest Qin city has overwhelming power, but my White Cloud City isn't afraid of you. That Madame Qin smiled faintly and said, it's just buying and paying. There's no need to be so angry. Is there a use for you to buy this saber? Young Lord Yi asked coldly. There is a use. Madame Qin chuckled and said, can't I place it somewhere to ward off evil spirits? Instantly, Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. Young Lord Yi gritted his teeth and was about to raise the price again, but he was stopped by the old man beside him. "Give it to her," the old man said. "The key is the devil flame saber art. Just don't let her cause trouble for you. She spent nearly 200 million on these two items. She doesn't have the money to mess around with the devil flame saber art. Furthermore, that old fox Bei Gong is determined to get the devil flame saber art. If we leave all our money behind and snatch the devil flame saber art, we will have more confidence. As for the heavenly demonic flame saber technique, you can find something similar. However, this is the only grade 8 demonic flame saber technique." The young lord of White Cloud City quickly regained his senses. That's right, the key was the 8th grade devil flame saber art. Although the sky devil flame saber was rare, it was still possible to find a substitute. "Alright, I'll give it to you. You can buy it and display it for fun," young Lord Yi said coldly. Then, the sky devil flame saber was sold to Mrs. Qin at the price of 90 million. Yang Dingtian felt that it was ridiculous. How bored was Mrs. Qin to spend such an astronomical amount of gold coins to buy two items that she didn't need? Could it be that her hobby was shopping and trampling on other people's faces? Next, it was the third item of the finale. The third item of the finale is a transformation elixir. Then, Sume personally opened the jade box. It was as though there was nothing inside because the transformation elixir was almost invisible. A ray of light shone on the transformation elixir. Instantly, this extremely rare elixir revealed its mysterious and beautiful true appearance. Instantly, there were exclamations of disbelief in the hall. Then, the doors of dozens of private rooms opened one after another. Almost everyone walked out of the private rooms and stared at the transformation elixir on the stage. Originally, everyone at this auction was a big shot, so they were all very reserved. They wouldn't whisper to each other, but when they saw the transformation elixir, almost everyone couldn't help but speak. "Oh my god! The legendary transformation elixir? There really isn't a transformation elixir. I thought it was only a legend. I didn't buy anything today, but seeing the transformation elixir, this trip was completely worth it. I've lived for nearly 100 years and have never seen a transformation elixir. I didn't expect to see one today. Sume, this woman isn't simple. She can even get a transformation elixir." Almost everyone was discussing spiritedly. This was because the transformation elixir was really too rare. All alchemists, firstly, wouldn't take the initiative to refine it. Secondly, they couldn't refine it. Thirdly, they couldn't find the ingredients. Therefore, almost everyone had only heard of this extremely rare and strange transformation elixir, but had never seen it before. They didn't expect to see a real transformation elixir in this auction. Yang Dingtian noticed that there were only 3 private rooms in the auction hall that weren't opened yet. Number 1, Madame Qin's private room. Number 50, Yang Dingtian's private room. There was also room 100, which didn't even make a single sound. Yang Dingtian even suspected that the private room was empty. The hall was noisy for a full 4 to 5 minutes before it gradually became quiet again. Only then did everyone return to their private rooms. "Transformation elixir, starting price is 10 million gold coins. Interested parties, please bid," said Sume. There was complete silence. "Transformation elixir, starting price is 10 million gold coins. Interested parties, please bid," said Sume. Still, there was only silence. Although Yang Dingtian was disappointed in his heart, he was already mentally prepared. Although this transformation elixir was extremely rare, its value was hard to determine. After eating it, one would become a completely different person. Their face would change, their bones would change, their skin would change, and even their gender would change. It was very, very mysterious, but also very, very frightening. Because after eating it, one could completely turn into an ugly person. This kind of elixir, even if it was extremely rare and given to people for free, they wouldn't dare to eat it. Unless they wanted to buy it for their collection or to show off. But the starting price of 10 million gold coins was truly too high. Yang Dingtian originally had high hopes for Madame Qin. This woman had too much money and nowhere to spend it. She didn't use the previous 2 treasures and had spent an astronomical amount to buy them back. Therefore, he felt that Madame Qin might buy this transformation elixir for her collection. But he didn't expect that she wouldn't bid. Transformation elixir, starting price is 10 million gold coins. Interested parties, please bid, said Sume for the third time. Inside the hall, it was still silent. Yang Dingtian had completely lost hope. This was something that no one was willing to spend such a large amount of money to buy. Sume looked at Yang Dingtian helplessly and said, I will start the countdown. After the countdown ends, if there is still no one bidding, this transformation elixir will not be auctioned and will return to the owner. 3, 2, 1. Sume said, the countdown has ended. I announce the transformation elixir, 10 million gold coins. Suddenly, someone bid. Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. The one who bid was still the lazy Madame Qin. I'll buy it and play with it. Madame Qin said, I still have a lot of money to use later, so I won't leave much for this little toy. Her meaning was very clear. At most, she would pay 10 million gold coins for the transformation elixir. If someone increased the price, she would give up. Her money would be left for the devil flame saber art. Yang Dingtian bitterly smiled. 10 million gold coins was also good. It was better than nothing. However, since there was no hope for the devil flame saber art, Yang Dingtian really didn't care if this transformation elixir was sold or not. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't go back on his word, Yang Dingtian would have taken back the transformation elixir. Although it had no use, it was still very precious. It would be good to keep it. Sume raised her hammer and said, 10 million gold coins. Once. 10 million gold coins, twice. 10 million gold coins, thrice. Sume's hammer was about to fall. 15 million gold coins. Suddenly, someone bid again. Moreover, the bidder this time was actually from room 100. The person in this room didn't bid, didn't say anything, and didn't even make a sound. He was the most mysterious person in today's auction. Moreover, he was one of the 3 rooms that weren't open yet. Yang Dingtian listened to his voice. It was hoarse, penetrating, and sharp, but also filled with vicissitudes. Just by listening to his voice, this was a man full of charm. Judging from his voice, he shouldn't be more than 30 years old. Today, this was the only time he bid for this transformation elixir. It was as if he came for the transformation elixir. Madame Qin in room 1 had already said that she wouldn't increase the price. Therefore, Sume raised her hammer and directly shouted, 15 million gold coins, once. 15 million gold coins, twice. 15 million gold coins, thrice. Sume was about to fall the hammer. 30 million gold coins. Someone bid. Suddenly, everyone present exclaimed. This time, the one who bid was actually Madame Qin in room 1. Moreover, she no longer had a lazy attitude. Her voice became serious and cold, completely filled with determination. 50 million gold coins. The man in room 100 said indifferently. 80 million gold coins. Madame Qin said. 100 million gold coins. The mysterious man in room 100 said. 150 million gold coins. Madame Qin said. Yang Dingtian was completely dumbfounded. He was completely dizzy. The transformation elixir that he originally didn't have any hope for had now reached a sky-high price of 150 million gold coins. For a moment, he really couldn't react at all. He felt that it was unreal. It was really too crazy. He really didn't have any hope for the transformation elixir before, so he directly didn't bid for the Sky Devil Flame Saber. Now, he was really a little mad with joy. Including the gold coins from the 8th grade Beast Soul Elixir, he had almost 200 million gold coins. He completely had the ability to compete for the Devil Flame Saber art. Originally, he already didn't have any hope for the Devil Flame Saber art. He didn't expect a surprise to suddenly appear. This world was really too unpredictable. 200 million gold coins. The mysterious man directly said. 200 million gold coins, the mysterious man said directly. Right now, Yang Dingtian could see that this Madame Qin and this mysterious man were here specifically for this transformation elixir. Therefore, when they increased the price, the two of them didn't hesitate or feel any heartache. As long as they got the transformation pill, they didn't care how much money they had to spend. The mysterious man directly bid 200 million gold coins. This was an astronomical figure. In fact, if they really wanted to take out 200 million gold coins, Cloud Sky City wouldn't be able to take it out even if they had all the gold coins. All the physical gold coins in Cloud Sky City, including the purple crystal demon coins, wouldn't exceed 100 million. And all the cash in Cloud Sky City, including the crystal currency cards, wouldn't exceed 1 billion. One had to know that Cloud Sky City was the overlord of 1,000 miles of territory, and they didn't have more than 1 billion. Now, this mysterious man spent 200 million just to buy a transformation pill. Obviously, Madame Qin didn't expect this to happen. She originally thought that no one would compete with her for this transformation pill. Therefore, she spent a lot of money to buy other things. But she didn't expect that there would be another person at this auction who was determined to get this transformation pill. Suddenly, the door of private room number 1 opened. Then, a stunningly beautiful woman slowly walked out. Suddenly, the entire auction hall lit up, and everyone's eyes lit up. She was Madame Qin. She shouldn't be more than 30 years old. In terms of beauty, she was almost no less than Madame Ximen. But in terms of charm, she was the most charming woman Yang Dingtian had ever seen. Her entire body, every gaze, every movement was filled with a unique charm. This was a femme fatale. Whether it was beauty or figure, Sumei was 1 in a million and dazzling. But after Madame Qin walked out, Sumei's light dimmed. This happy person was comparable to the nine-tailed demon fox. However, the bad woman aura on her body was even stronger. "Sir, give this transformation pill to me, and Northwest Qin City will owe you a favor." "How about it?" Madame Qin looked at private room number 1 and said. After saying that, Madame Qin said, 200 million and 100,000 gold coins. Perhaps, this was the largest amount of money Madame Qin had. The door to room 100 was still closed. The mysterious man said in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry, madam. I really need this." 232, 5 million gold coins. The mysterious man made his final offer. There were zeros and rounds. This should be all the money he had. Both of them had given their all. However, from the looks of it, this mysterious man was slightly superior. Madame Qin suddenly gritted her teeth and said, 210 million gold coins, plus a potential 8th grade beast soul pill, the Sky Devil Flame Saber, and the Sky Spirit Profound Wings. Instantly, everyone exclaimed in shock. Yang Dingtian was also completely stunned. This world had gone completely mad. Everyone present was about to go crazy. Sumei, at this time, completely disregarded her image and showed a dumbfounded expression. This scene was completely beyond her imagination. Madame Qin's bid was close to 400 million gold coins. This price was truly an astronomical figure. Even a tycoon might not have seen so much money in his life. She was actually willing to offer 400 million gold coins for the transformation pill that she originally thought no one would want. Yang Dingtian was truly unable to imagine what exactly made her so determined to get this transformation pill. After Madame Qin made her final crazy bid, everyone was silent. Sumei also took a while to react. Then, she raised the hammer and was about to smash it down. There was already no suspense. That mysterious man's bid just now had already reached the limit. It couldn't be any higher. This transformation pill definitely belonged to Madame Qin. This way, Yang Dingtian could obtain 200 million gold coins, and also get the potential 8th grade beast soul pill and the Sky Devil Flame Saber. Just now, he was still regretting that he didn't fight for the Sky Devil Flame Saber. Now, it actually delivered itself to his doorstep. This world was really too crazy. Now, Yang Dingtian was completely determined to get the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. His current financial resources were completely not inferior to sect leader Beigong and young Lord Yi. Just when everyone thought that Madame Qin's bid was unshakable, that mysterious man in room 100 spoke again. 250 million gold coins and a dragon dances the 9 heavens scroll. Ah, instantly, everyone present exclaimed in shock. They all revealed looks of disbelief. Even his master, Dongfang Minmi, also let out a low exclamation. How is that possible? Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Master, what is this dragon dance 9th heaven scroll? Is it very powerful? Dongfang Minmi said, it's a flying mystic skill scroll. After learning it, you don't need to ride a beast and can directly fly. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was also astonished. It was actually a flying scroll, an extremely rare flying scroll in this world. Of course, to Du Gufeng and Dongfang Bingling, this flying scroll wasn't very useful. Because with their mystic chi cultivation, they could fly in the air. But to martial artists below the martial ancestor level, this flying scroll was too precious. After learning this scroll, it meant that after leaving the territory, they didn't need to ride a horse and could directly fly in the air. Of course, when they reached various checkpoints, they still had to walk on the ground. In short, the attraction of this flying scroll to Yang Dingtian was completely unparalleled. However, the Sky Devil Flame Saber over there was also worth having. After complementing it with the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber technique, its power was completely limitless. It was a true explosive increase in killing power. After all, the flying scroll was only for convenience. Sume also fell into a dilemma. Sorry, I really can't calculate the price of the two, so I can only leave the decision to the owner of the transformation elixir. Both of you, please wait a moment. Then, the entire auction hall suddenly darkened, and all the light completely disappeared. Not long later, Yang Dingtian felt the door of his box open, and then a fragrant wind blew in. Sume's lively and fragrant body approached Yang Dingtian. Her small mouth moved to Yang Dingtian's ear and said, Mr. Shen, you have to make a choice. Yes, he had to make a choice. Yang Dingtian wanted the Sky Devil Flame Saber. Yang Dingtian also wanted the Dragon Dance 9 Heavens Flying Scroll. Child, it's all up to you. Dongfang Minmi laughed in Yang Dingtian's mind. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and made his final choice. I choose the Dragon Dance 9 Heavens Flying Scroll, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Sume whispered, and there was a slight surprise in her voice. She thought that Yang Dingtian would choose the Sky Devil Flame Saber. After all, the flying scroll was only for convenience. The Sky Devil Flame Saber could make him very powerful. Yang Dingtian thought that this flying scroll could save Yang Dingtian a lot of time on the road. To Yang Dingtian, time was the most precious thing. Next, he had to sneak into the Northwest Qing clan and find a way to get the other half of the map of the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame. Of course, this was difficult. Even if he succeeded, he had to do a lot of things. Even after getting the map, he had to go to the Foxman race, which was tens of thousands of miles away, translate the words on the map, and confirm the location of the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame. The location of the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame was most likely at the end of the world. Maybe he had to travel tens of thousands of miles again. So to Yang Dingtian, time was the most precious thing. As for the power brought by the Sky Devil Flame Saber, it might only be a few months. Yang Dingtian's real weapon, the weapon that accompanied him for life, was still the soul sword, the Kuradacho Youngling sword. I want the flying scroll, Yang Dingtian said. Okay, Sume said sweetly. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt his ear warm. It was Sume who was very close to his ear. Then the woman's voice sounded in his ear, Mr. Shen, are you married? If not, what do you think of me? Instinctively, Yang Dingtian wanted to sit upright and push her away. However, he suddenly remembered that he was now playing the role of a wanderer, not a gentleman. Not yet. If Miss Su agrees, how about I go and propose marriage tonight? Yang Dingtian teased. Then his right hand directly hugged her waist. You think I will believe your words? As expected, the woman gently twisted and dodged Yang Dingtian's hand. A fragrant wind blew away. Sume left Yang Dingtian's private room. Another woman who was good at acting. A few minutes after Sume left Yang Dingtian's private room, she returned to the booth again. Then, the entire hall suddenly brightened up. The owner of the transformation elixir has accepted the offer of the 100th VIP. Sume announced, does anyone else have a new offer? After hearing this news, the beautiful Madame Qin's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Then she revealed a charming smile, as if nothing had happened. She directly returned to her private room. Immediately after, someone delivered a stack of crystal cards to Yang Dingtian, and a purple spirit fantasy scroll. However, this time, the person who delivered the items was a delicate and pretty girl, Natsume herself. It seemed that this girl was afraid of being taken advantage of again after entering Yang Dingtian's private room. This was the flying scroll. A mysterious flying scroll with a sky-high price. Yang Dingtian held the Dragon Dance Ninth Heaven Profound Skill Scroll in his hand. It was as light as a feather, and it felt like it could fly away at any time. Other than that, this scroll didn't have any other surprises. Then he looked at the thick stack of crystal cards. Every one of them was a shocking amount. Note, brothers, begging for votes, begging for support. Thank you everyone. And Yang Dingtian found that these crystal cards were different from the ones before. These crystal cards were all made of purple gold crystal, and the material itself was extremely expensive. The decoration and carvings on the crystal cards with the largest amount turned out to be the two most expensive ores in the world. Bloody black gold and mysterious ice jade crystal gold. Mysterious ice jade crystal gold was the material used by ice-type martial artists to forge soul swords. The sword in Dongfang Bingling's hand was made of mysterious ice jade crystal gold. To a large extent, mysterious ice jade crystal gold was more difficult to collect than bloody black gold, because it was mostly at the bottom of the ice sea in the extreme north. Then, the dragon's dancing stripes in the card were also completely moving. Yang Dingtian had heard that this type of crystal card with the largest denomination required 3 great master class experts or 10 master class experts to input their mystic chi at the same time to carry out the final process. Therefore, only the Tiando League had the ability to do this. Therefore, this kind of crystal card could be said to be completely impossible to counterfeit. However, holding these crystal cards in his hand, Yang Dingtian was already full of unreal feelings. This world was really crazy. Ordinary serfs could only earn a few gold coins after working hard for a year. A wandering martial artist risking his life could only earn thousands of gold coins a year at most. But here, there were hundreds of millions of gold coins flowing. However, in this world, money was almost the most useless thing. For forces like Northwest Qin City and Yinyang School, this money was even issued by them, and they could have as much as they wanted. Power was the eternal theme of this world. Soon, it was time for the second last auction item. This was the demon core of a 1,000-year-old frost sea demon, and the starting price was 30 million. At the same time, this was also a priceless treasure. How high was its value? Thinking about the demon core of the mysterious fire Kylin that Zhao Wuji used to forge soul swords, the two were almost the same. It was just that one was of the fire element, and the other was of the ice element. Just seeing that it was the second last auction item, which was more valuable than Yang Dingtian's transformation elixir, one could tell how precious it was. However, the transformation pill just now seemed to have overdrawn everyone's passion. Furthermore, the passion of many of the people present was for the final battle, the rank 8 demonic flame saber art. Therefore, the competition for this priceless demon core was actually not very fierce. However, although this item was very precious, Yang Dingtian had no use for it, so he did not participate in the auction. Yang Dingtian didn't make a move. Madame Qin, young Lord Yi, Chief Beigong, and the mysterious number 100 didn't make a move either. These people were the most important people in this auction. These people didn't make a move, so the price couldn't go up at all. Therefore, in the end, this priceless demon core was bought by a young girl with a cold voice for a price of 80 million. In the end, when Sumei's hammer fell to the ground, she, who was as cold as ice, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This young lady was in the 9th private room. Her face was covered by a veil, so her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, her figure was very slim, just like a willow. Next up is the last auction item, which is also the finale of this auction, the rank 8 demonic flame saber art. As soon as Sumei's voice fell, someone immediately presented a jade box. After opening it, a domineering aura instantly rushed out from within. Instantly, everyone present stood up abruptly. All of their gazes were focused on this rank 8 demonic flame saber art secret manual. This scroll was actually blood red in color. It was a dazzling blood red color. On top of it, there were sharp saber patterns that were golden in color. As expected, it was in rank 8 mystic saber art. It looked very awe-inspiring. At this moment, Yang Dingtian already smelled a strong smell of gunpowder. The most intense competition was about to arrive. Yang Dingtian even saw that young Lord Yi had already walked out of the private room with a burning gaze. As for Chief Beigong, he directly moved his chair to the door of the private room. Half of his body was inside and the other half was outside. Madame Qin's #1 private room was actually a very comfortable and luxurious jade couch. At this moment, she asked someone to move it out. Then, she lazily laid down on the jade couch, causing her delicate body to appear even more like a mountain, up and down. Yang Dingtian clearly felt that the temperature in the hall was rising. Almost all the men's heartbeats were speeding up. Even Sumei, who was the host, couldn't help but reveal a trace of jealousy in her beautiful eyes. This Mrs. Qin was really a maverick and unconventional person. The peak of the auction was about to arrive. Madame Qin, young Lord Yi, Chief Beigong, and Yang Dingtian were going to have the final competition and battle for the rank 8 demonic flame saber art. However, the three of them were in the open, while Yang Dingtian was in the dark. Rank 8 mystic skill, demonic flame saber art. The starting price is 50 million gold coins. Interested parties can make their bids. After Sumei finished speaking, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at Yang Dingtian. Her eyes were filled with a teasing glow. This was a vixen. After Sumei finished speaking, no one made a bid. Because this was the final fierce battle, the three bosses weren't in a hurry to make their bids. As for the others, they were basically here to watch the show. After more than 10 seconds, no one actually made a bid first. 50 million and 1 gold coins. Suddenly, a teasing voice came from beside Yang Dingtian. Without a doubt, he was here to be a bystander. He was prepared to watch the show, but it didn't start for a long time. Hence, he lightly provoked. 100 million gold coins. Young Lord Yi wasn't provoked as expected. He directly shouted out a sky-high price of 100 million gold coins. His eyes were filled with disdain and arrogance. His meaning was very clear. This final competition was between the three of them, Mr. Perfect, and Ms. Perfect. Losers like you can just sit and watch the show. You aren't qualified to participate. Of course, he didn't expect that there was a hidden secret boss, Yang Dingtian, among the crowd. As expected, after young Lord Yi shouted out 100 million gold coins, he drew a line. The others weren't even qualified to join in the fun. 150 million. Chief Beigong said. 160 million. Young Lord Yi said. 170 million. Chief Beigong said. 190 million. Young Lord Yi yelled. Instantly, Chief Beigong took a deep breath. His body that was exposed outside the private room slowly retreated. He didn't continue to bid. It was as if his entire net worth didn't exceed 190 million. Young Lord Yi instantly revealed a complacent expression after getting rid of a strong competitor. He then looked at Madame Qin with a challenging gaze. His gaze even had a trace of lust and passion. It was very clear how much money Madame Qin had. 200 million was just a small change. She was originally here for the transformation elixir, but she failed. This 8th grade devil flame saber art was also useless to her. It was up to her if she was willing to spend this money to cause trouble for young Lord Yi. Previously, she had spent tens of millions just to create trouble for this young Lord Yi. But now, this price was simply too high. 200 million. Madame Qin said lazily. She really made a move just to cause trouble for young Lord Yi. It seemed like this Ms. Perfect was really bored to the extreme and came here to find excitement. Young Lord Yi had already expected it. He sneered and said, 210 million. Then, his gaze was filled with provocation as he looked at Madame Qin. This was because all the money Madame Qin had was only this 200 million. 240 million. Madame Qin said indifferently. Young Lord Yi's expression instantly changed. He said coldly, "Do you have so much money? Don't think that you can casually bid just because you are the city lord's wife." Yang Dingtian was startled. He didn't expect this Madame Qin to be the wife of the West Prefecture city lord. No wonder she was in the #1 private room. She was indeed extremely influential. Or rather, the Northwest Qin city was indeed extremely influential. The northwest continent's West Prefecture city was also under their control. Hearing young Lord Ye's question, Madame Qin said indifferently, I will bid the potential 8th grade beast soul elixir together with a 50% discount of 40 million. Can't I do that? Of course. However, she had to conduct a complicated evaluation. After all, this 8th grade beast soul elixir was bid by Madame Qin herself. If she were to sell it again, it might not be able to fetch such a price. Madame Qin didn't want to go through the trouble of evaluating it, so she directly reduced the price by 50%. Furthermore, this 8th grade beast soul elixir's market price should be around 50 million. It was reasonable to discount the price to 40 million. 240 million. After Madame Qin shouted out this astronomical price, everyone instantly looked towards young Lord Yi. The real show was finally about to begin. A top-notch fair, rich, and beautiful woman against a top-notch tall, rich, and handsome man. In terms of authority, even though young Lord Yi was a little fearful of Madame Qin, he still had a huge backer. Furthermore, this young Lord Yi seemed to only have slightly more than 200 million. 250 million. Young Lord Yi said with a cold voice. Everyone was instantly astonished as they didn't expect this young Lord Yi to actually prepare 250 million. 290 million. Madame Qin sat up from the couch and said delicately. Young Lord Ye's expression changed drastically as he spoke with a trembling voice. Madame Shiman, are you really going to challenge my White Cloud City to the end? Aren't you afraid of offending the Mystic Heaven sect? Madame Qin lay down again and said delicately, what childish words. Buying things is just buying things. What does it have to do with offending the Mystic Heaven sect? Her voice was truly soul-stirring. After hearing it, one's body would go soft and only have a fiery and hard feeling. Young Lord Yi was so angry that he laughed and suddenly drew his sharp sword. Everyone was shocked. What was he trying to do? Could it be that he couldn't compete and wanted to use force? This was the Tiando League's auction house, and the woman opposite him was the younger sister of the Northwest Emperor, Qin Wanchou, and the wife of the West Prefecture City Lord. Young Lord Yi might have the Mystic Heaven sect as his backer, but if he dared to make a move here, he would be courting death. In an instant, a powerful aura suddenly spread throughout the entire auction hall, causing everyone to feel suffocated. Without a doubt, this was a warning from a master-class expert. Every large-scale auction would have at least 2 master-class experts to hold down the fort. 300 million gold coins. Young Lord Yi aimed at the stairs in front and slashed down with his sword, instantly shattering the white jade stairs into pieces. He then used his loudest voice to shout out a sky-high price of 300 million. Note, requesting for a few monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Everyone present was shocked. 300 million, the bid had actually reached 300 million. The transformation elixir was extremely rare. For those who truly needed it, they might even go bankrupt to obtain it. As for the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber Art, it had a clear value, which was around 100 million gold coins. Now, it had actually doubled and reached a sky-high price of 300 million. After the bid, young Lord Yi saw everyone's shocked eyes and instantly laughed out loud. 300 million gold coins. Madame Qin, are you still going to raise the price? Madame Qin's beautiful and enchanting face was slightly cold as she questioned, do you have the money? I have checked, and you only have less than 260 million gold coins. Ha ha ha. Young Lord Yi instantly laughed wildly and said, that's right, I only have less than 260 million gold coins. However, that 1,000-year Frost Sea Demon's demon core was mine, and it was sold for 50 million gold coins. In total, I have more than 300 million gold coins. Once these words were spoken, everyone suddenly realized. Instantly, everyone looked at young Lord Yi with admiring eyes. The White Cloud City was indeed a wealthy city. Immediately after, young Lord Yi looked at Madame Qin and said proudly, Madame Qin, are you still going to raise the price? Madame Qin's expression turned cold as she left immediately. Women were indeed women. After losing the bid, they immediately left in a fit of anger. Looking at her swaying back view leaving, all the men present couldn't help but feel disappointed. Looking at Madame Qin's back view, young Lord Ye's eyes were filled with greed. Until Madame Qin's back view completely disappeared, young Lord Yi reluctantly withdrew his gaze from her back view and said to Sume on the stage, "Alright, don't play around. Announce it directly." Sume said, "For the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art, young Lord Yi has bid 300 million gold coins. Is there a higher bid?" "Stop dreaming." Young Lord Yi laughed wantonly and said, "I have never failed to get what I want. Hurry up and drop the hammer." Instantly, young Lord Yi looked around ostentatiously and enjoyed the limitless jealous gazes of everyone. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say in his heart, "Master, if I were to instantly outbid this young Lord Yi, would he wish to kill me?" Dongfang Minmi said, "That goes without saying. His hatred for you will be 10 times, no, 100 times greater than Mrs. Chen's." 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. Young Lord Yi bids 300 million gold coins. Is there a higher bid? Sume continued, "I will start counting down from 3. If no one bids, then the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art will belong to young Lord Yi. 3. 2. At this point, Sume finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She rolled her eyes angrily at Yang Dingtian. "Haha." Young Master Yi laughed wildly and said, "This secret manual is mine. Sume, you sly fox, listen to me. You're mine, 310 million. Yang Dingtian calmly shouted. Suddenly, it was earth-shattering. Suddenly, there was a deathly silence. Young Lord Ye's insolent laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at room 50 in disbelief. They had always thought that the private room was empty. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge boss hidden here? 310 million gold coins. Even if it was one of the 27 sects, it would be hard to take out such a sum. They originally thought that young Lord Yi and Mrs. Chen were the biggest boss. Who would have thought that this mysterious room 50 would be the final boss? After the shock, young Lord Yi stared at Yang Dingtian's private room and said coldly, 310 million gold coins. Do you have the money? Before Yang Dingtian could say anything, Sume said indifferently, he has it. We have checked. Young Lord Ye's face instantly became distorted and sinister. He looked at Yang Dingtian's private room and said coldly, "Friend, are you sure you want to snatch it from me?" His words were filled with threats and coldness. Yang Dingtian remained silent and clearly expressed his intention. "Are you really not afraid of offending my White Cloud City?" Young Lord Yi said coldly and actually directly issued a threat. Sume's face turned cold as she said coldly, "Young Lord Yi, please take note. This is the Tiando League's auction house." "I know." Young Lord Yi said coldly, "My White Cloud City is ranked second in the Tiando League's Northwest branch. How can I not know?" Immediately after, young Lord Ye's eyes turned even colder as he said, "Friend, I will ask you one last time. Are you going to snatch this 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art from me?" Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "This is an auction house. Everyone speaks with gold coins." Alright. Young Lord Yi laughed heartily. He then kicked the private room's door and left furiously. Sume raised her hammer and said, "Is there anyone who bids more than 310 million gold coins for the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art?" Then, Sume started to count down. 3, 2, 1. The 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art belongs to VIP room 50. This auction has officially ended. Everyone present didn't leave. They were waiting for Yang Dingtian's private room to open. They wanted to see what kind of person actually snatched the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art from the White Cloud City's young lord and the West Prefecture City Lord's wife. However, Yang Dingtian didn't have any intention to come out. Moreover, he was very curious about the mysterious man in room 100 and wanted to see his true face. However, room 100 didn't have any intention to open the door either. At this moment, the auction hall suddenly turned dark. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Everyone instantly let out a disappointed sound. It was obvious that Yang Dingtian and the mysterious man in room 100 weren't willing to reveal their true faces. Instantly, everyone left. After a short while, the private room's door was opened, and Sume walked in. "Young Master Shen, you didn't expect to get what you want today, right?" Sume said delicately. She then handed the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art to Yang Dingtian. "Yeah." Yang Dingtian sighed and grabbed the Devil Flame Saber art. Suddenly, a domineering and fiery murderous aura drilled into his hand. This 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art was indeed domineering. Today was really too crazy. There were a few twists and turns. Yang Dingtian originally didn't have any hope for this 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. However, he didn't expect to get it in the end. Moreover, he got it at a sky-high price of 310 million. However, I also offended two people that I can't afford to offend. Yang Dingtian sighed. One was young Lord Yi and the other was Madame Qin. In this West Prefecture city, these two people were extremely powerful. No, you only offended one. Sume laughed delicately and said, young Lord Yi definitely won't let it go. After I leave the auction house, will he make a move on me? Sume twisted her waist and avoided Yang Dingtian's big hand. She said delicately, you are staying in our auction house's VIP building. He won't dare to make a move on you. However, once you leave, he will definitely make a move. He has a lot of power in West Prefecture City. The only thing that he is afraid of is the Northwest Qin clan. Therefore, for the sake of your life, you should stay in the auction house for the rest of your life. That bastard Yi also has his eyes on me. As long as I leave the auction house, I will definitely be harmed by him. Both of us won't be able to leave. What is this young Lord Yi's cultivation? Yang Dingtian asked. At least a 9-star martial mystic. Sume said. Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly shrunk. This young Lord Yi was at most 28 years old. A 9-star martial mystic was already very strong. He was 1 stage and 14 levels higher than himself. With Yang Dingtian's current strength, he couldn't use Ah Chao's Youngling sword or Devil Sky Split. He couldn't even use the pig-slaying swordsmanship. It was really impossible to defeat a 9-star martial mystic expert. Then, Yang Dingtian pretended to be pitiful and said, do I really have to hide in the auction house for the rest of my life? Sume giggled and said, don't worry. You just have to hide for 10 days to half a month. At most half a month, that bastard Yi will leave for the Northwest Qin city. Why is he going to the Qin city? Yang Dingtian said in surprise. To give betrothal gifts to his fiancée, the Northwest Qin clan's 4th young mistress, Qin Yuyao. Sume said. Then, with a burst of fragrance, she left the private room. After leaving the auction hall, Yang Dingtian realized that young Lord Yi had indeed sent many people to surround the auction house. No matter where Yang Dingtian went, there would be people watching him. Of course, they wouldn't dare to make a move in the auction house. But without a doubt, as long as he walked out of the auction house, they would kill him and snatch the secret manual. This White Cloud City's young lord was really arrogant and despotic. He had successfully obtained the 8th grade secret manual, but how to escape was still a problem. Note, begging for monthly votes, begging for support. Thank you everyone. Yang Dingtian spent more than 1 million gold coins on the materials needed for the 4th, 5th, and 6th stages of the cleansing process. As for the 7th stage of the cleansing process, Yang Dingtian would have to wait until he broke through to the Master Realm. Furthermore, materials of that level could no longer be bought. He would have to find a special cleansing demonic pool to be able to perform the 7th and 8th stages of the cleansing process. Most of the cleansing demonic pools were formed naturally. Whether one could find one depended entirely on luck. After buying all the materials, Yang Dingtian stayed in the auction house's VIP building. Soon, people from White Cloud City surrounded the VIP building that Yang Dingtian was staying in. All of Yang Dingtian's rooms were filled with people from White Cloud City. Being so brazen, it was obvious that young Lord Yi was determined to obtain the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. Since they hadn't made a move yet, the auction house couldn't do anything about it. Furthermore, White Cloud City was the 2nd most powerful force in the Northwest Mainland Taekwondo League. Of course, they wouldn't want to offend young Lord Yi. Yang Dingtian originally planned to disguise himself and sneak away. This way, no one would know. However, he soon realized that this path was completely impassable. This was because he felt that there were at least 2 martial honorable realm experts locking onto his aura. This way, even if he wore a human-skinned mask and turned into another person, it would be useless. As long as his aura was locked onto, no matter what he turned into, he would be recognized. In an instant, Yang Dingtian was actually trapped to death here. Furthermore, with 2 martial honorable realm experts staring at him, he couldn't do anything. He could only perform normal mysterious force breathing technique. He couldn't even train his mind because if they launched a mental attack at any time, Yang Dingtian's mind might shatter. As for the cleansing of the marrow and meridians, it was even more impossible. Cleansing of the marrow and meridians was the most dangerous thing and had the strictest requirements for the environment. Even if there were experts guarding, they couldn't be disturbed. Even the slightest disturbance could cause one's body to explode and die. Now, Yang Dingtian was surrounded by experts from White Cloud City. Furthermore, he didn't have anyone guarding him. If he were to cleanse his marrow and meridians now, he would be courting death. As for the grade 8 Devil Flame Saber art, he could not take it out to learn it. Learning profound skill secret manuals also had to be done in the quietest environment without any profound qi interference. If Yang Dingtian were to take out the grade 8 Devil Flame Saber art to learn, the two martial honorable realm experts would only need to slightly disturb his mind and Xianxia, and Yang Dingtian was guaranteed to immediately go berserk. Therefore, the cleansing of marrow and meridians and the cultivation of profound skills had to be carried out in the safest environment. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was trapped in the auction house, unable to do anything. A day passed. 2 days passed. 5 days passed. Yang Dingtian was burning with anxiety. On the other side, the White Cloud City's young lord had already sent word that even if he went to the northwest Qin city to propose marriage, he would send people to keep a close eye on Yang Dingtian. He gave Yang Dingtian 2 choices. The first was to hand over the grade 8 Devil Flame Saber art unconditionally. The second one was dead. At this moment, Yang Dingtian truly hated the White Cloud City's young lord to the bone. Yang Dingtian had seen many vicious and merciless people. Shi Mingju and Qin Huayu were Yang Dingtian's most vicious enemies. However, no one was as shameless and impudent as the White Cloud City's young Lord Yi. He was so brazen that after losing the auction, he actually wanted to kill and snatch the secret manual. Day after day passed. The two martial honorable realm experts still firmly locked onto Yang Dingtian's aura. Yang Dingtian's heart grew more and more anxious. To him, time was extremely tight. There were only 7 months left until the martial competition for the city lord's position. And Yang Dingtian was currently only a 5-star great mystic martial master. Moreover, the most important heaven and earth mystic flame had not even been set in stone yet. The other half of the map was in the northwest Qin city. Originally, he was prepared to learn the second stage of the pig-slaying sword art after cleansing the 4th level, and then the grade 8 profound skill, Devil Flame Saber art. Then, he would think of a way to sneak into the northwest Qin city. Compared to other forces, the northwest Qin city was not like a sect, but more like a country. Therefore, the Qin city had been recruiting talents all these years. If the martial artists outside had enough power, they could also obtain a high position in the northwest Qin city. Yang Dingtian originally planned to use Shenlang's identity to sneak into the northwest Qin city. Then, he would make use of his martial strength to quickly rise in the Qin city. It would be best if he could become the confidant of Qin Huayu and the others. Then, he would think of a way to obtain the other half of the map of the heaven and earth mystic flame. This plan was very crazy and very dangerous. However, it was also the only way. Now, he was actually trapped by this bastard, young Lord Yi, and was unable to escape. He suspected that even if he was willing to hand over the grade 8 Devil Flame Saber art, young Lord Yi would still want to kill Yang Dingtian. This was because at the auction, in front of everyone, Yang Dingtian had mercilessly slapped him in the face. On the 10th day, Yang Dingtian decided to take the risk out of desperation. He rushed to the highest level of the auction house and used the Tiando League's highest chant to order a master-class expert to escort him out. It was just like when Yang Dingtian wanted to return to Cloud Heaven City in the Land of Chaos. After he found the Tiando League's stronghold and said the chant, the other party did not hesitate to send 10 experts to escort him back to Cloud Heaven City. However, it was different this time. This was not the Land of Chaos. This was the West Prefecture City, which was almost completely under the control of the Northwest Qin clan. If Yang Dingtian said the Tiando League's highest chant, he would definitely be able to escape from young Lord Ye's clutches. However, it was obvious that he would be targeted by the Northwest Qin clan. Once he was targeted by the Northwest Qin clan, they would very likely suspect Yang Dingtian's identity. Moreover, using the identity of Shenlang to sneak into the northwest Qin city would be completely ruined. There was another possibility. After Yang Dingtian said the Tiando League's highest chant, the Northwest Qin clan would naturally think of Yang Dingtian. This was because the chant that Yang Dingtian knew was taught to him by Dongfeng Minmi. It was easy to make the connection. Therefore, using the highest chant to order a Tiando League master class expert to escort him out was a very dangerous and even fatal method. The consequences might even be worse than being surrounded by young Lord Yi. Therefore, Yang Dingtian really didn't want to use this method. Just as Yang Dingtian was hesitating if he should use this most dangerous method to escape, Sumei, the little vixen, finally came to visit again. "Shenlang, do you want to escape?" Sumei asked directly. Of course. Yang Dingtian didn't even pretend to be a lecherous playboy. "Alright, follow me. I will bring you to see someone," Sumei said. Then, she turned around and walked outside. "See who?" Yang Dingtian frowned and asked. "Someone who isn't afraid of White Cloud City at all," Sumei said. "Who exactly is it?" Yang Dingtian asked. "The owner of this auction house is also my owner." Sumei said, "It's up to you whether you want to follow me or not. Of course, it's up to you whether you can escape in the end." After speaking, Sumei walked out leisurely. Yang Dingtian followed her out of the room. Instantly, the spiritual energy of the two martial honorable class experts followed him closely. He couldn't shake them off at all. He followed Sumei out of the VIP building. It was dark outside. It was already midnight. The owner of this auction house actually asked Sumei to look for him in the middle of the night. After exiting the VIP building, they passed through the huge garden and arrived in front of the huge castle of the auction house. The huge castle of the auction house in the middle of the night was completely dark. It was like a huge monster was entrenched in it. It looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. The huge castle was tens of thousands of square meters in area and tens of meters tall. Even in the technologically advanced era of Earth, it was a super building. Pushing open the thick huge door, the sound it made was especially ear-piercing in the silent night. After walking into the huge central hall of the auction house, he couldn't see his own hands in front of him. He could only smell Sumei's fragrance as he walked forward. The two martial honorable class experts still followed closely behind. Sumei ignored them. When they reached the center of the central hall, Sumei took out a flame crystal and lit it up. Instantly, a flickering flame lit up in the huge hall. Under the flickering firelight, Sumei also became more mysterious and enchanting. "He's here," Sumei said sweetly. Suddenly, a huge hole appeared in the ground. "Let's go down," Sumei said. Then, she walked in front and walked into the deep underground cave. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment before walking down as well. It turned out to be an underground secret room. After Yang Dingtian walked down, there was a gust of wind above his head. It was the door of the secret room that closed. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the two martial honorable class experts had sped up and were about to catch up to him. However, suddenly, an even stronger aura spread out. Then, a cold voice said, "You've reached my master's underground palace. Do you still dare to chase?" "Humph." After a cold snort. "Pooh." The two martial honorable class experts from White Cloud City who were chasing Yang Dingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. Although they were unwilling, the two martial honorable class experts quickly retreated. Just a cold snort was enough to make two martial honorable class experts spit out blood. Even if this person wasn't at the master level, he was very close to it. However, he actually addressed him as my master. The owner of this auction house actually had subordinates who were close to the master level. How shocking would that person be? After Yang Dingtian entered the small underground secret room, he immediately fell down quickly. This underground secret room was actually similar to the elevators on Earth. However, there were no elevators in this world. To create the effect of an elevator, one had to rely completely on energy crystals. Just this elevator alone was already extremely expensive. The elevator secret room continued to descend. Dozens of meters, hundreds of meters, after descending for hundreds of meters, the secret room elevator finally stopped. Then, a door opened. "Follow me." Keep your eyes on the ground and don't look around, Sume said softly. Then, Sume led the way in front. She lowered her head and didn't dare to breathe loudly. She also didn't dare to make any noise when she walked. Yang Dingtian followed her forward. In the darkness, they vaguely walked through a long corridor that was about 30 meters long. Then, they walked up a long flight of stairs that was about 100 steps long. Finally, they arrived in front of a thick door. Even in the darkness, they could vaguely feel the mesmerizing light flowing through the door. After opening the door, Sume said respectfully, "Master, Shenlang is here." There was no response from the master inside. "Please go in," Sume said. Then, Yang Dingtian stepped in. Suddenly, his feet went soft as if he was stepping on clouds. There was no doubt that under his feet was the most expensive carpet in the world, woven from the fluff of the Tianshan demon camel. A foot of it was about thousands of gold coins. Whoosh! Suddenly, in the dark space, it suddenly lit up. In an instant, an incomparably dazzling light pierced Yang Dingtian's eyes. It was brighter than the 2 suns during the day. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but shrink his eyes. Then, his eyes suddenly widened. He looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. Was this the Dragon King's treasure house? Was this the Dragon God's palace? Wherever Yang Dingtian's gaze went, there was gold, gemstones, extremely expensive crystal stones, and the black magic coral hundreds of thousands of meters under the sea. Incomparably expensive pearls and the demon cores of countless top-grade demon beasts. Every inch of the place that his eyes looked at was resplendent. Every inch of the place was overflowing with flowing light. This was an incomparably huge underground palace. All of the utensils were carved with expensive gemstones. Therefore, the ground was all gold. All of the chairs and beds were purple gold. All of the pillars were gold. Countless gold coins, innumerable. Countless purple crystal coins, innumerable, like an ocean. Countless gold treasures were piled up in the palace room of thousands of square meters. Yang Dingtian wondered if all the wealth in the world had gathered in this underground palace. The wealth here is enough for everyone in the northwest continent to pay taxes for 100 years. A hoarse and seductive voice sounded. This was the owner of this underground palace and the owner of this auction house. Hearing this seductive voice, Yang Dingtian's mind trembled. It was actually somewhat familiar. He looked towards the direction of the voice. In the center of the hall, there was an incomparably huge golden throne, a throne of more than 10 square meters. At least hundreds of thousands of gold coins were used, and there were countless gemstones embellished. The exquisite carvings made the entire golden throne exude a compelling noble aura. A woman was lying on her side on this golden throne. She was like a demon or a fairy. Under the golden light and behind the gauze, she was faintly discernible and blurred. She had a stunning face and a pair of soul-stirring eyes. She was Mrs. Qin, the Mrs. Qin who left the auction in a fit of pique. "I am Qin Mingli, the owner of this underground palace, the owner of this auction house, and the true ruler of West Prefecture City." This woman gently propped up her jade-like arm and said in a hoarse voice, "That's right, that Sky Devil Flame Saber art and the Grade 8 Devil Flame Saber art were all auctioned by me." Yang Dingtian was surprised. This woman was too good at acting. In the end, he failed to obtain the demonic flame saber art at the auction and left in a fit of anger. How realistic was that? She was actually the owner of all of this. The entire auction was hers. During the auction, I was just toying with those fools. "I was simply too bored," Qin Mingli said coquettishly. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. He was probably half a fool who had been fooled by her. "I heard that you were trapped by that clown, Yi Feng. As long as you took a step out of this place, you would be killed and have your secret manual snatched away?" Qin Mingli asked coquettishly. When she mentioned young Lord Yi, her tone instantly became high and mighty, as though she was a queen who controlled the world. "Yes, madam," Yang Dingtian replied. "Do you want to live and escape?" Mrs. Qin asked lazily. "Of course," Yang Dingtian replied. 2 days later, I will be returning to Qin City to celebrate my elder brother's birthday. The journey is really lonely and I need a partner. If you become my temporary partner, then that clown, Yi Feng, wouldn't dare to lay a finger on you. In the entire northwest continent, other than me, no one else would dare to lay a finger on you, Mrs. Qin said in a hoarse voice and looked at Yang Dingtian seductively. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to sneak into Qin City and obtain the other half of the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame map. Becoming Qin Mingli's subordinate could be said to be the best shortcut. If he followed the normal path, he would rise step by step, enter the eyes of Qin Huayu and the others, and become their trusted subordinate. It would be extremely difficult and would take an unknown amount of time. Even if Yang Dingtian cultivated to the martial mystic level, there were many martial artists of such level in Qin City. If Yang Dingtian wanted to stand out, it would be extremely difficult. Qin Mingli could be said to be the number 3 figure in northwest Qin City. Becoming her subordinate would allow one to enter the highest level of Qin City. In this way, it would save Yang Dingtian a lot of time. The possibility of obtaining the other half of the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame map would also increase greatly. As for the possibility of sacrificing his self-esteem, unless he felt a little guilty towards Yan Yan, Yang Dingtian wouldn't be so pretentious as though he was Tang Sanzang. "Are you willing to be my subordinate for about half a month?" Qin Mingli asked. "Of course, I am willing." "I am willing to die," Yang Dingtian replied. "I don't want you to die, as long as you can satisfy me." Qin Mingli said sweetly, "However, it is not enough for you to agree. It is still uncertain whether I will take a liking to you. You have a competitor. It is the mysterious man in room 100. He spent 250 million gold coins and a Dragon Dance 9 Heavens flying scroll to bid for your transformation elixir. Do you know why?" Yang Dingtian replied, "He bid for it and gave it to you." "Yes." Qin Mingli said, "I was determined to get this transformation elixir. When he snatched it away, I was so angry that my teeth itched. Later on, he gave it to me personally. It was really a pleasant surprise. Furthermore, he is much more beautiful than you. I was really moved. Come out, my dear." Qin Mingli clapped her hands lightly. Immediately, a man walked out from a dark corner of the space. This was the mysterious man in room 100. He was tall and majestic. His entire body was filled with a mysterious and unrestrained temperament. He did not have an extremely handsome face, but he was filled with a manly aura. His eyes were filled with a wild and dangerous aura. With a height of 190 centimeters, his entire body was filled with explosive strength. This was a man who had a fatal attraction to women. He was even more charming than Yang Dingtian, who was currently disguised as Shenlang. "Shenlang, Yan Biaqin. Only one of you can be by my side. To be honest, I am even more moved by Biaqin. If it was not for Sumei's pleading, I would not even see you. Now, I will give you a chance to compete fairly. Within a quarter of an hour, you must defeat your opponent, move my heart, and become my companion. You must stay by my side for half a month." Yang Dingtian almost blurted out, but he stopped abruptly. He was very self-aware. Purely in terms of the charm of attracting women, he could not be compared to Yan Biaqin. No matter if it was his looks, temperament, methods of pursuing women, or even his ability as a man, Yang Dingtian could not be compared to him. Yang Dingtian could not possibly say that he had a lot of inner qualities, nor could he say that he was unique in this world because he came from another world. That would be courting death. Furthermore, that Yan Biaqin did not even look at Yang Dingtian. He was filled with absolute confidence, as if he did not treat Yang Dingtian as an opponent. "Both of you compete in front of me. You can decide what you want to compete in." Madame Qin lazily flipped over and spoke coquettishly. This Yan Biaqin finally opened his mouth and said indifferently, "What do you want to compete in?" "Brother Shen, please tell me." "Martial arts, painting, poetry, geography, etc. Anything is fine. Even sex is fine." Yang Dingtian was speechless. He would not win in any of these. Of course, regarding poetry, he had a lot of famous sentences from ancient China. Any one of them would be a masterpiece. However, the words and grammar of this world were different from ancient China. The so-called poetry was more like a song than a poem. Therefore, Yang Dingtian would definitely be treated as a lunatic if he were to hum a Shui Diao Getu. "Shenlang, have you thought about what we want to compete in?" Madame Qin yawned and said, "I don't have much time to wait for you." Yang Dingtian replied, "I have. What are we competing in? Madame Qin asked. Let's compete. Yang Dingtian said, I will design a game, and Brother Yan will design a game. Whoever Madame thinks is more fun will win. Madame Qin's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this idea. To be honest, the reason why she wanted to find a partner was not because she lacked men. How could she lack men? She did not know how many handsome men would be willing to line up for her favor. She was really just bored. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's idea was exactly what she wanted. She was really worried that Yang Dingtian would be like those self-proclaimed romantic men and compete in swordsmanship or poetry. Alright, let's compete in this. Madame Qin said. Yang Dingtian said, then let's set the time limit as 4 hours. We can use these 4 hours to design the game and make props. Yan Biaqin looked deeply at Yang Dingtian and nodded, alright. Madame Qin said, if you want to make props, I have everything here. You can take anything. Yang Dingtian said, thank you, madam. I would like to ask Miss Sume to help me. No problem. Madame Qin smiled tenderly, I have said that you can take any props. Naturally, that includes Sume. This sentence was very rude. Sume was a person, but she was called a props. However, she did not feel anything strange about it. In a room, there were all kinds of gems, gold, silver, and so on. Everything was there. Yang Dingtian sat on the chair and thought about what kind of game he should design. Sume stood at the side and looked at him nervously. You really want me to win? Yang Dingtian smiled and asked. Who wants you to win? Sume smiled, I feel that Yan Biaqin is much more charming. She only knew how to speak the truth. Note, thank you for everyone's support. I hope for monthly votes. Yang Dingtian didn't mind and smiled. Sume continued, alright, I do hope that you win. That Yan Biaqin might be handsome, cool, and mysterious, but he seems to be too scheming. I don't know what motive he has for getting close to Madame. It's too dangerous. Aren't you afraid that I have other motives for getting close to your Madame? Yang Dingtian asked. Did you know that Madame Qin was the owner of the auction house? Sume asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head. Did you know that Madame Qin was the true ruler of the entire West Prefecture city? Sume asked again. Yang Dingtian shook his head again. That's it. Sume smiled sweetly, you don't know anything, so what motive can you have? You're just like other men, attracted by Madame's power and beauty. Immediately after, Sume looked at Yang Dingtian deeply. She wanted to say something but hesitated. What do you have to say? Yang Dingtian asked. Sume turned her face and said, no matter who wins, you can only stay by Madame's side for half a month. She likes the new and dislikes the old. Therefore, to Madame, whether you win or lose is a trivial matter. But to me, it's a matter that decides my fate. So I want you to win, understand? Yang Dingtian was startled and didn't understand what Sume meant. Alright, what game to design and what props to make, have you thought about it? Sume said, that Yan Biaqin, I think he's very powerful. Furthermore, he has traveled the world and is definitely proficient in games. Therefore, your game must be amazing enough to win against him. I've already thought about it. Yang Dingtian said, it might not be stunning, but at least it's long enough. When Madame is bored, she can play it alone. Shameless. After Sume heard Yang Dingtian's words, she actually pinched him and blushed. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be surprised. What was she thinking about? Let me tell you, it's impossible to do that. Sume blushed and said, just this underground palace alone has everything. Furthermore, there's no lack of ingenious craftsmanship. So, don't even think about it. You'll definitely lose. Yang Dingtian finally understood what Sume was thinking about. He was instantly speechless and said, what nonsense are you thinking about? Go and find me a neat golden board. It's square, about a foot square. Also, find me a couple of stones of soft texture, a little bigger than the others. One is white, the other is black. Without another word, Sume turned around and walked to the storeroom to take out the things that Yang Dingtian wanted. A golden board and 2 large pieces of jade, one white and one black. Yang Dingtian picked up his sword and drew lines on the golden board. There were 19 horizontal lines, and every 2 lines were equidistant from each other. Then, he used a sharp sword to cut the gem into small pieces. There were 181 black and 180 white. Finally, he used the profound energy on his fingers to remove the corners of a small piece of jade, making every piece flat, round, and smooth. That's right, Yang Tian was making Go, one of the games that he never got tired of playing. Originally, Gamoku was much simpler. However, Madame Qin was extremely intelligent and scheming. Go, which was as vast as the sea, was probably her favorite game. "You're done?" Sume asked. Yang Tian nodded. Sume immediately frowned and said, "What's so fun about this game? It looks simple and boring. You're definitely going to lose." "That might not be the case," Yang Tian said. "To many people, Go might be too complicated, but it definitely couldn't be said to be boring. If Madame Qin didn't like the complexity of Go, then it could be used as Gamoku. Gamoku was simple enough and interesting enough." 4 hours passed by quickly. Yang Tian carried the Go and a long scroll of game rules and entered Madame Qin's bedroom again. At this moment, Qin Mingli was sleeping in the begonia spring. That Yan Biaqin was already waiting there with a box in his hand. At this moment, his face was slightly pale as if he had exhausted a lot of energy. However, it didn't affect his charm at all. When he saw the item in Yang Tian's hand, his eyes revealed a trace of disdain. This person was really arrogant and direct. "Is it time already? This sleep is really boring." Behind the jade bead curtain, Qin Mingli woke up. She opened her charming eyes and stretched her body. "Have both of you finished designing the game?" Qin Mingli asked. "It's done, madam," Yang Tian and Yan Biaqin replied. Qin Mingli said, "Then who will show it first?" "Let me do it first," Yan Biaqin said. "After Madam plays my game, there might be no need for you to play other games." This Yan Biaqin was really arrogant. "Alright, then you go first," Qin Mingli said gently. "I want to see if such a good-looking man like you has any impressive methods." "I will definitely not disappoint Madam," Yan Biaqin said. After that, he walked to the front of Qin Mingli's bed and placed the huge box down. Instantly, Yang Tian was filled with curiosity. What kind of treasure would Yan Biaqin offer? When the box was opened, there was an almost transparent jade plate inside. It was filled with extremely complicated patterns. Furthermore, the complicated and mysterious patterns were surging within the jade. Even though Yang Tian didn't know what this item was, it looked very precious and rare. "This is the mystic enchanting jade?" Qin Mingli exclaimed as her beautiful eyes lit up. "Madam has good eyesight," Yan Biaqin said. Sume immediately moved closer to Yang Tian's ears and said, "You have already lost with just this mystic enchanting jade." Yang Tian looked at this mystic enchanting jade and was astonished. Who exactly was this Yan Biaqin? He actually possessed such a huge piece of such a precious mystic enchanting jade. It was a square foot in size. The mystic enchanting jade was a type of stone that had life but didn't have a soul. When it was just born, it was a body of energy. After growing for a few hundred to 1,000 years, it would turn into a surging liquid. After another few hundred to 1,000 years, it would turn into a transparent jade-like solid. A fist-sized mystic enchanting jade was already priceless. This Yan Biaqin actually possessed such a huge piece. The greatest use of this item was to reconstruct the soul. Every high-grade martial artist would need to use the mystic enchanting jade when they cultivated their martial spirit. After refining a demonic beast into a martial spirit, the martial spirit would have no place to reside. Therefore, the martial spirit would have to be temporarily imbued into the mystic enchanting jade. After that, the martial artist would bring this mystic enchanting jade with the martial spirit for a long period of interaction and nurturing. This way, the martial spirit would gradually recognize its owner. When the martial artist could freely control the martial spirit in battle, it would be considered as possessing a martial spirit. Therefore, most of the time, martial artists would make the mystic enchanting jade into sword hilts, breastplates, wrists, and so on. This would ensure that the martial spirit would be in contact with them. Furthermore, the older the mystic enchanting jade was, the bigger its size, and the more powerful the martial spirit would be able to reside in it. Therefore, the value of the mystic enchanting jade that Yan Biaqing took out was even more valuable than the 8th grade mystic skill, Devil Flame Saber art that Yongding Tian obtained. Madame Qin might be the richest in the world, but when she saw Yan Biaqing take out such a huge mystic enchanting jade, she was still shocked. To be honest, she had never seen such a huge mystic enchanting jade. Therefore, Sume immediately said that Yongding Tian would definitely lose. Withdrawing her stunned gaze, Qin Mingli said, "Dear, this isn't presenting a treasure. It's designing a game." "It's a game." Yan Biaqing laughed. "Madam, please place your hand on this mystic enchanting jade." "What are you doing?" Qin Mingli rolled her eyes at him. Then, she placed her snow-white hand on the mystic enchanting jade. "Inject a little mystic qi and your spirit into the mystic enchanting jade," Yan Biaqing said. Madame Qin's beautiful eyes revealed a curious expression. Then, she followed Yan Biaqing's instructions and injected her mystic qi and spirit. Instantly, a miracle appeared. A pink radiance started to condense on the mystic enchanting jade. At first, it was faint. Later on, the radiance became denser and brighter. Finally, all the radiance condensed into a delicate figure. It was actually Qin Mingli. Qin Mingli was only about 5 inches tall. No matter if it was her appearance or figure, she was exactly the same as Qin Mingli. Although she was only 5 inches tall, she had a myriad of bearings and was extremely charming. At this moment, it wasn't just Qin Mingli. Even Sume and Yongding Tian were completely stunned and had an inconceivable expression. "Madam, you can use your spirit to control this tiny Madame Qin," Yan Biaqing said. Madame Qin followed his instructions and used her spirit to control this tiny figure. Immediately, the tiny figure on the mystic enchanting jade started to dance. Her dance was graceful and her figure was extremely graceful. She floated in spirals and moved on the jade plate. Her style was peerless and enchanting. At the same time, Yan Biaqing injected his mystic qi and spirit from the other side of the mystic enchanting jade. Instantly, a tiny Yan Biaqing condensed on the other side of the jade plate. He was also about 5 inches tall and looked exactly the same as Yan Biaqing. Then, the two tiny figures started to dance on the jade plate. Their movements were ambiguous and blurry. "You advance and I retreat." They wanted to refuse but were also embarrassed. Madame Qin's dance was enchanting and moving. Yan Biaqing's dance steps were elegant and provocative. His gaze was filled with aggression. The distance between the two tiny figures was getting closer and closer. The atmosphere was getting more and more ambiguous. At this moment, Qin Mingli's face revealed a trace of blush and shyness. To be honest, she didn't know how long it had been since she felt this shy. Finally, the Yan Biaqing on the jade plate extended his arm and was about to embrace Qin Mingli. Qin Mingli's tiny figure flashed gently. Her delicate figure retreated rapidly and quickly disappeared from the jade plate. Then, Madame Qin's tiny hand left the mystic enchanting jade. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "You actually used such a precious treasure as a toy to please a woman. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of heaven? Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Please, thank you." That's right. With such a huge mystic enchanting jade, no one knew how powerful a martial spirit could be stored in it. It was truly a priceless treasure. However, it was actually used as a game item by Yan Biaqing. Once mystic qi and soul spirit were injected into this item, it would be completely useless and could no longer be used to refine a martial spirit. Yan Biaqing's gaze was fiery and gentle as he said, "For my wife, I am willing to pluck down even the stars in the sky." At this moment, Sume couldn't help but blur her eyes as she said to Yongding Tian, "Stop competing. You will definitely lose." At this moment, Yongding Tian sighed in his heart, "Yan Biaqing, you really put in a lot of effort to woo women." Such a huge mystic enchanting jade was enough to exchange for 4 to 5 8th grade mystic skill manuals. Now, he was actually using it to make a beauty smile. It was really like the saying, if you want to be romantic, you have to waste it first. However, women just couldn't stand it. Qin Mingli obviously loved this item. Her beautiful eyes were filled with splendor as she touched this mystic enchanting jade and couldn't bear to part with it. She had completely forgotten that Yang Dingtian was still standing at the side. After a few minutes, Qin Mingli finally remembered Yang Dingtian. She looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Oh, that's right, Yang Dingtian. Where's your game?" Yang Dingtian stepped forward and placed the chessboard and chess pieces in front of Qin Mingli. He then presented the rules of the game that were a few thousand words long. "The game I present is Go. It's for my wife to pass the time," Yang Dingtian said. Madame Qin lazily took the silk scroll that was filled with the rules of Go. After reading for a while, she yawned as though she had lost interest. After spending over 10 minutes, Madame Qin finally finished reading the rules of Go. She yawned over 10 times and looked as though she wanted to sleep. At this moment, Sumei felt that Yang Dingtian had completely lost all hope while Yan Biaqin's disdain and sneer deepened. After reading, Madame Qin looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. "Yang Dingtian, did you come up with this Go game yourself?" Yang Dingtian replied, "Yes, my wife." Mrs. Qin said, "I think the rules are extremely complicated. I'm afraid there are thousands of things involved. How did you come up with it?" Yang Dingtian, "I've been wandering around all year round, alone, so I've been playing games with myself in my mind to pass the time of loneliness." Mrs. Qin asked, "How are you doing?" Yang Dingtian, "I don't know, because I can only play with myself." Mrs. Qin said, "You created this game, so you must be really good at it." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. I only created it, but I can't control it. Others can be more powerful than me." Mrs. Qin said, "Since we have nothing to do, why don't you play a game with me?" "Yes, madam," Yang Dingtian replied. Then, Yang Dingtian sat on the couch and started playing chess with Mrs. Qin. Mrs. Qin was truly amazing. She had completely memorized and mastered the rules of Go after reading them once. It was just that in the beginning, she really did not put enough effort into it. However, under Yang Dingtian's pressure, she kept retreating. This woman was smart and arrogant. When she saw that she was forced to such a miserable state, she could not help but feel indignant. She started to put more effort into the game. As the game went on, Qin Mingli became more and more engrossed. She became more and more attentive. Later on, she even forgot about her manners. Her expression started to show nervousness, indignation, confusion, contemplation, etc. In the end, she simply threw her entire body and mind into the game. She did not hide her emotions at all. For a moment, she completely forgot about the passage of time. Even though Mrs. Qin was very engrossed in the game, it was still her first time playing. Yang Dingtian's skill was not considered weak, so after the first game, Mrs. Qin lost a total of 8 pieces. After losing, Mrs. Qin fell into deep thought. Then, she looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "I made many mistakes in the first game. If I can avoid these mistakes, I will definitely not lose. Let's play another game." Once she said this, Sumei immediately revealed a surprised expression. Was this game of black and white really that interesting? As for Yan Biaqin, he also revealed a surprised and worried expression. Mrs. Qin began to play the second game with Yang Dingtian. In this game, Mrs. Qin was even more engrossed. She had to think about every move she made. Her entire body and mind were completely engrossed in the game of Go. She completely forgot about Yan Biaqin and Sumei. During the game, she was suddenly cheering and jumping for joy. Then, she became angry and indignant. Then, she made a difficult choice. In short, all her spirit and body were completely focused on this small chessboard. However, even so, she still lost the second game. She lost to Yang Dingtian 6 pieces. "No, let's play again." Mrs. Qin said, "I made many new mistakes in this game. Let's play another game. I don't believe I will lose." Immediately after, she swept the chess pieces and impatiently separated the white and black pieces. She impatiently started a new game. At this moment, Sumei could not help but say, "Madam, it's already noon. It's time for lunch." "What lunch?" "I'm not eating. I'll eat after I win," Mrs. Qin said. Sumei wanted to persuade her again, but Mrs. Qin immediately said angrily, "Am I the owner or are you the owner?" Immediately after, she impatiently placed her first piece. Then, she looked at Yang Dingtian and said, quickly, quickly. Yang Dingtian smiled and followed her for the third game. In the third game, Mrs. Qin was anxious and impatient. She made even more mistakes and lost even more. She directly lost to Yang Dingtian by 9 pieces. Instantly, Mrs. Qin was flustered and exasperated. She immediately pulled the jade hairpin on her head, causing her beautiful hair to fall down. Her beautiful eyes were red as she stared at the chessboard. She also felt that her long sleeves were in the way, so she directly tore them off. She panted and said, "Why did I lose even more in the third game? No, let's play again. Today, I must win against you." Sume could not help but say, "Madam, it's already dark. It's time for dinner." I'm not eating." Mrs. Qin said, "I lost so badly. What's there to eat?" Then, Mrs. Qin grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and said, again. "You're not allowed to leave until I win." Yang Dingtian broke free from Mrs. Qin's hand and said, "Madam, let's play again tomorrow. If this continues, I'm afraid you'll lose more and more. What you need now is to calm down and think for a while. Then, you can play again." "Really?" Mrs. Qin said. "Really?" Yang Dingtian said. Mrs. Qin's beautiful eyes were still filled with unwillingness. She took a deep breath and said, "Okay, then we'll play again tomorrow. But you'll not leave and stay here with me." Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, "Then I'll do as you say." At this moment, Sume's eyes were filled with admiration and disbelief for Yang Dingtian. "Madam, then who is the winner of this competition?" Sume asked. Suddenly, Mrs. Qin recalled the competition between Yang Dingtian and Yan Biaqin. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yang Dingtian meaningfully and said, "Yang Dingtian, you're not a good person. You thought of such a soul-stirring thing to torment me." Yang Dingtian smiled and did not say anything. Then, Mrs. Qin looked at Yan Biaqin with eyes filled with reluctance and said, "Husband Yan, your mystic enchanting jade is truly a work of art that surpasses the heavens. But it's a pity that you can only play for 2 to 3 days before it becomes meaningless. As for Shenlangs go, I'm afraid I won't be able to fully comprehend it in my lifetime. I prefer men who are as deep as the sea. So, I'm sorry. Yang Dingtian is the winner of this competition." Yan Biaqin's expression changed slightly as he bowed and said, "Biaqin understands. I'm willing to accept my loss. But my infatuation for Madam will never change. Farewell." After finishing his words, Yan Biaqin immediately turned and left. Qin Mingli looked at his back view, and the reluctance in her beautiful eyes intensified. This Yan Biaqin was truly a formidable bachelor. After losing, he didn't pester her and left immediately. Instead, he left a deeper impression in Qin Mingli's heart. It was obvious that he was planning for the future. After Yan Biaqin left completely, Qin Mingli smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, "From today onwards, you're my temporary partner. Whenever you make me lose my surprise, I will expel you. Now, accompany me for a meal." For the next few days, Yang Dingtian frequently played chess with Qin Mingli. Qin Mingli's intelligence was indeed very high. On the 5th day, Yang Dingtian lost to her for the first time. From then on, it was out of control. Yang Dingtian lost again and again, and the number of chess pieces he lost was increasing. As such, Qin Mingli became less and less interested in playing chess with Yang Dingtian. On the 9th day, Yang Dingtian had lost a total of 5 pieces. Qin Mingli threw the chess pieces into the box with waning interest and said with a hoarse voice, "Shen Lang, this game that you invented is very, very interesting. However, your standards are very poor. Did you really invent this game?" "Of course." Yang Dingtian said, "I have said this before. Although I invented this game, my standards might not be the highest. I might only be of average standards." However, Yan Biaqin only listened to the rules of this game and thought about it for a few days. "Yet, his standard of playing chess is already higher than yours." Madame Qin said lazily, "He played 3 rounds with me and won 1 round. Your standards are so average that I can't help but suspect that you are the inventor of this game." Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. This Yan Biaqin was really like a lingering spirit. Furthermore, he didn't know that Qin Mingli still summoned Yan Biaqin even after she had made her choice. It was obvious how attractive that man was to her. Without a doubt, Yan Biaqing's standard of playing chess had already surpassed Qin Mingli's. However, he always purposely won 1 out of 3 rounds and kept Qin Mingli in suspense so that she wouldn't lose interest early on. Furthermore, Yan Biaqing's intelligence was too frightening. After he understood the rules and played with himself for a few days, he actually defeated Qin Mingli. It was known that Qin Mingli's current chess skills weren't low. At the very least, she had far surpassed Yang Dingtian. It was known that Yang Dingtian's chess skills were considered to be one of the top few in the interest class during university. However, it was obvious that he was determined to win Qin Mingli over. Or rather, he had a huge motive. As for what his motive was, it was unknown. Qin Mingli looked at Yang Dingtian playfully. Why? Aren't you prepared to explain? Yang Dingtian sneered. Did that Yan Biaqing ask you to question me? What is his motive? Also, why didn't he ask me directly? Why did he ask you through your mouth? Since you asked me to come out, I'll come out. Yan Biaqing walked in and looked at Yang Dingtian. I officially suspect that this game of Go wasn't invented by you. You merely plagiarized the achievements of a certain sage. I can't believe that someone who could design such a profound and mysterious game would be so bad at it. Yang Dingtian shook his head and sneered. He said to Qin Mingli, do you think so too? It doesn't matter to me. Qin Mingli said, however, if that's really the case, I'm really disappointed. Haha. Yang Dingtian raised his head and laughed. He said to Sumei, bring me a jade plate and jade stone. After Sumei glanced at Qin Mingli, she turned around to retrieve the jade plate and jade stones. He brought a total of 3 jade plates. There were all kinds of jades and stones, and there were more than a dozen of them. Instantly, Madame Qin couldn't help but look at Sumei. Even though Sumei didn't say anything, it was obvious from her actions that she was on Yang Dingtian's side. Yang Dingtian immediately took a jade plate and used a sword to cut it into a square. Then, he drew 32 squares on the left and right sides. There was a blank space in the middle and 4 words were engraved on it, Land of Chaos. Next, Yang Dingtian used a sword to take out 16 oblate chess pieces from a large piece of red jade. Then, he used a sword to take out 16 oblate chess pieces from a large piece of black gemstone. Each chess piece was about the same size and had a diameter of about 1 inch. That's right, he was going to make Chinese chess. However, the words on it couldn't be written according to the words on Earth. The red side represented the Tiando League, while the black side represented the evil ways. Therefore, the commander was changed to the League leader, while the general was changed to the Demon King. Scholar could still be a scholar because there was a similar title in this world. It was equivalent to the position of a strategist. It was just that this world's language was used. Minister could still be a minister and was equivalent to the position of Shimanju's internal affairs supervisor. This world didn't have cannons, but there were devil crystal crossbows which were equivalent to cannons. The word horse could be used to refer to powerful demonic beast mounts. The most important thing was the carriage, which had to be changed to an array. This was because the most lethal array in this world was formed by dozens of experts or even dozens of experts. Back then, on the sea, Dongfang Bingling, Zhu Hongxue, and dozens of Yin-Yang school's disciples formed a Yin-Yang array which almost killed Shiman Wuya, who was a grandmaster. Of course, before that, Shiman Wuya had already exhausted his mystic qi and was heavily injured. As for the soldier and pawn, they could be carved out using this world's language. After finishing this world's version of Chinese chess, Yang Dingtian started to introduce the rules of the game. After he finished, Yang Dingtian immediately arranged the chess pieces and pushed them in front of Yan Biaqing. Come, let's play a game. Yan Biaqing frowned slightly, but he still nodded. Because the rules of Chinese chess weren't complicated, Yang Dingtian only needed to explain it once, and Yan Biaqing had already memorized it. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything else and immediately started to play the game. Yan Biaqing thought for a moment and started to play as well. After a short 25 moves, Yang Dingtian won and defeated Yan Biaqing's Demon King. After the game, Yang Dingtian looked coldly at Yan Biaqing. Have you played this Chinese chess before? Yan Biaqing shook his head, no. Yang Dingtian continued, then have you heard of it? Yan Biaqing continued to shake his head, no. Similarly, this Chinese chess was invented by me. Yang Dingtian said coldly, but after a dozen games, you will surpass me. Do you know why? I am all ears. Yan Biaqin said. Someone can design something from a strategic point of view. No matter how complicated and mysterious the game is, he will be able to design it. But once he enters the game, he will not be good at it. This can only prove that he has the ability to plan the entire situation, but he might not have the ability to fight for a city. This is like a phoenix flying high up in the 9 heavens, looking down at the tall mountains on the ground. The path on the mountain can be seen clearly. But once it breaks its wings and falls into the mountain, it will still get lost. Yang Dingtian said, is this logic clear enough? Once this theory was explained, Qin Mingli's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. It was obvious that Yang Dingtian's reason had deeply convinced her and even moved her. Furthermore, in this theory, Yang Dingtian had ulterior motives. He molded himself into a great talent that could plan the entire situation, while Yan Biaqin was only a talent that could charge into battles. It was obvious that Yan Biaqin had also heard the meaning behind Yang Dingtian's words, but he couldn't find any words to refute. He immediately laughed heartily and bowed to Yang Dingtian. Brother Shen is very talented. Yan Biaqin has learned from you. Immediately after, Yan Biaqin said to Qin Mingli, Madam, I have gauged the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. I am sorry. I will take my leave now. Then, he actually turned around and left. It was extremely straightforward and decisive. Yang Dingtian deeply felt that this was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. When he saw that things couldn't be done, he would definitely not get entangled. Yang Dingtian continued to arrange the chess pieces and said to Qin Mingli, Madam, shall I accompany you to play this chess game? Qin Mingli shook her head. She looked at Yang Dingtian and didn't look at the Chinese chess. No, I don't want to play chess now. I want to understand you as a person now. Who are you? Yang Dingtian remained silent for a moment and said, a loner, a dreamer. I am also a loner, Qin Mingli said. I am always in a state of boredom. Even if something is fun and interesting, it will only last for a few days. Your Go game and this Chinese chess game are both very mysterious and fun. However, to be honest, I am already a little tired of Go. I have not even started playing this Chinese chess game, but I can already faintly feel that I will be tired of it after 5 days. Do you have any other fun games? Yes, a lot. Yang Dingtian said, but they are not very useful to you. Because there will be a day when you will be tired of all similar games. You will even be tired of games that you have not played before. Then do you have any methods to make everything less boring? Qin Mingli asked. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Tell me about it, Qin Mingli said. You have always been doing things in your own territory. Everything has never left your control. Therefore, everything will become boring. You only need to leave a place that can absolutely protect you and place yourself in an unknown and dangerous environment. As long as it is filled with unknowns, it will definitely not be boring, Yang Dingtian said. There has to be a goal, right? Qin Mingli said, if you want me to leave all the familiar illusions and go on an adventure in a completely unfamiliar place, you will need a strong enough motivation. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and shook his head. Sorry, I am not you. Therefore, I cannot find a reason for you. Qin Mingli smiled charmingly and said, then what about you? You are a prodigal who has traveled the world. Then what is the reason that supports you to take such risks? What is your goal? Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, to search for the ultimate secret of this world. What ultimate secret? Qin Mingli asked. The secret of why the ancient civilization was destroyed and why there would be an apocalyptic battle every few hundred years, Yang Dingtian said. Then what did you discover? Qin Mingli asked. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, it is very vague and you will not be really interested in it. No, I am very interested. Tell me something, Qin Mingli said. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, in the ancient world, the Abyssal Ocean was once a place where the Naga tribe lived. Before the apocalypse, the Naga tribe collectively migrated to a place where humans could not find them. Qin Mingli's expression was slightly shocked and said, I did not have high hopes when you were about to tell me, but who knew that it would be so shocking? Following that, Qin Mingli said, however, I advise you not to tell anyone else about your inner thoughts. Otherwise, you will die without a burial ground. Yang Dingtian nodded. In fact, Yang Dingtian's words were indeed a taboo in the Tiando League. This was because the Abyssal Ocean was where the Temple of Annihilation was located. It was the central area of the evil ways and was also the most mysterious place in the world. For thousands of years, the Tiando League could not touch this place. Even the Tiando League did not know where the Abyssal Ocean was. They only knew that it was in the far west. The Naga tribe was a close relative of the divine dragon and was the most powerful tribe in the world. Linking the evil ways and the Naga tribe together was equivalent to infinitely increasing the popularity of the evil ways. This would attack the authority of the Tiando League. Therefore, linking the evil ways and the Naga tribe together was an absolute taboo. Almost no one in the Tiando League dared to touch it. Qin Mingli looked at Yang Dingtian and said, then why did you stop wandering when you came to me? After a moment of silence, Yang Dingtian said, tell the truth? Qin Mingli's gaze suddenly became serious and solemn as she said, that's right, tell the truth. Perhaps I will stop for the time being. Yang Dingtian said, the wandering was too tiring previously. Coincidentally, I passed by the West Prefecture city and saw such a beautiful view. It seemed to have reminded me of many things in the past. Therefore, I felt even more tired and couldn't help but stop and rest. Then how long are you going to rest at my place? Qin Mingli asked. I don't know. Yang Dingtian said, but I think it will definitely last longer than your interest in a man. Qin Mingli stood up leisurely and said, to tell you the truth, the game you designed is indeed very profound and mysterious. However, if we are to be partners in bed, I prefer Yan Biaqin. Moreover, I don't feel like playing chess anymore. However, you are the winner after all. Therefore, you still have one last test, which is the ability of a man. If you can conquer me, then I will be yours for at least half a month or even a month. Then, it will depend on your performance. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. This moment had finally arrived. Note, requesting for a few monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Following which, Qin Mingli's beautiful eyes flickered. Furthermore, I'm not afraid to tell you that Yan Biaqin is just outside my palace. If you don't satisfy me, I will call him in to replace you anytime. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt immense pressure. She actually said it so harshly and directly. To put it bluntly, Qin Mingli could be said to be a promiscuous woman. It could be said that she had met all kinds of men and had all kinds of men. Furthermore, the men that she had chosen were mostly 1 in a million. Therefore, Yang Dingtian wasn't outstanding in these aspects. Therefore, it would be extremely difficult to conquer this woman in front of him. Most importantly, no matter how handsome or capable a man was, he would never be able to win. It was guaranteed that Qin Mingli would be sick of him in less than 10 days. This was because a relationship between a man and a woman without feelings was destined to not last long. It was just like a movie. Only a movie with a plot would be watched over and over again. As for a movie with a pure plot, it would be redundant to watch it twice. Therefore, if Yang Dingtian followed Qin Mingli's request and really did something with her, it was guaranteed that he would be chased away from her in less than 5 days. Yang Dingtian's objective was to sneak into Qin City and obtain the other half of the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame map. Therefore, not only did he have to stay by her side, he also had to become a very important person to her. This was because Qin Mingli was considered as the second or third most important person in Northwest Qin City. As long as he was important enough in her heart, he could even enter the upper echelons of Northwest Qin City and obtain the other half of the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame map. At this moment, the lights in the palace dimmed. Only the golden couch gradually lit up with pink radiance. Qin Mingli stood under the warm radiance and looked even more enchanting. It was really a pity for this woman. She was such a heaven-sent beauty, yet she was so promiscuous and shameless. Yang Dingtian thought about it over and over again in his mind. If he were to use conventional methods, it would definitely not work and would definitely fail. Therefore, he might have to do the opposite. He had to use special methods, ***********, come on, show me your capabilities. Qin Mingli said to Yang Dingtian. Remember, this is your final test and also the most important test. With that, she leisurely walked to the couch and lay down on her side. She supported her chin with her jade-like hand and looked at Yang Dingtian. There were many men before her, and at this moment, all of them were completely infatuated. They knelt down, and many of them even cried. Qin Mingli enjoyed this feeling very much. She enjoyed the men's worship and admiration for her body. She was like a queen looking at their mesmerized gazes while those men's actions were extremely humble. This kind of high and mighty queen felt good, but it was really easy to get tired of it. Therefore, the happiness brought by the worship of the same man would not exceed half a month. Therefore, Qin Mingli's temporary partner did not spend more than half a month by her side. She had always told herself that she would never fall in love with another man. Her heart had already died on that ugly night more than 10 years ago. In addition, she later married a husband that she hated completely because of a political marriage. Fortunately, there was still a brother in this world who truly loved her, Qin Wanzhou. Otherwise, Qin Mingli felt that she might have fallen to an unimaginable state. Yang Dingtian slowly walked forward and looked at the beautiful Qin Mingli. When his gaze landed on the back of her waist, his gaze trembled slightly. There was a birthmark on the side of Qin Mingli's waist. It was a natural plum blossom birthmark. It was very beautiful and could be seen clearly even through a thin veil. Shen Lang, what are you waiting for? Qin Mingli asked in a hoarse voice. Yang Dingtian was silent for a while, as if he had fallen into an intense struggle. Shen Lang? Qin Mingli's voice already carried a tinge of impatience. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, sorry, I can't do it. Qin Mingli was stunned and said, can't do it? What do you mean? Aren't you a man? Yang Dingtian said, Madam, if it's to accompany you to play and kill your boredom, then I'm willing to do it in order to avoid being hunted down by the White Cloud City's young lord. But if it's to have intimate relations, I'm sorry, I really can't do it. Qin Mingli was completely stunned at first, then a tinge of anger appeared in her eyes. She said, Shen Lang, are you retreating in order to advance? You're quite ambitious. But it's a pity that this move of yours is already outdated. Someone else has already used it. I saw it as cheating, so I've already chopped off that person and fed him to the dogs. Yang Dingtian trembled slightly and said, you're only rejecting me, madam. There's no need to feed me to the dogs. Qin Mingli sneered and said, if it proves that you're indeed scheming, then you're lying to me. Chopping someone up and feeding him to the dogs in my territory is already a light punishment for daring to deceive me. Yang Dingtian was silent for a while before he said, first of all, I'm not a real prodigal. Of course, I'm indeed a prodigal and I'm indeed a prodigal. But in terms of relationships, I'm just a fledgling. I'm not a prodigal. I've never done that kind of thing between a man and a woman in your mouth. Qin Mingli sneered and said, you're already in your 30s and you've never had a woman before? Yang Dingtian said, what's so strange about that? This isn't honorable and isn't important. Yes, it's not important. Qin Mingli said, in my eyes, this is a synonym for incompetence. Yang Dingtian didn't have any reaction to Qin Mingli's words. After hesitating for a while, he still opened his mouth and said, if I don't have feelings, then that kind of thing is a sin. Ha 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 ha. Qin Mingli laughed loudly and said, now, you're acting innocent for me? Ha 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 ha. Yang Dingtian didn't explain and continued to stand there without moving. Qin Mingli's expression turned cold and said, all right, it doesn't matter if you're really innocent or pretending to be innocent and scheming. It's up to you. Since you don't cherish the chance I've given you, then scram. While you're at it, call Yan Biaqin in. Yes. Yang Dingtian said, then may I ask if I can still stay here and avoid being hunted down by the White Cloud City's young lord? Qin Mingli was so angry that she laughed. She originally wanted to chase Yang Dingtian away, but after thinking for a while, she said, seeing that the thing you invented is quite interesting, I'll protect you. Thank you, madam. Yang Dingtian immediately turned around and left as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He didn't hesitate at all and didn't stop at all, this was very important. He had to leave resolutely without any hesitation. Seeing this scene, Qin Mingli was slightly stunned. Could it be that Shen Lang was really an innocent person? Sume! Qin Mingli shouted. After a while, Sume walked in from the side door. When she saw that Shenlang wasn't around, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Qin Mingli said, "You've interacted with Shenlang more. Do you think he's experienced in relationships?" Sume smiled and said, "He looks experienced, but he's actually a rookie. When he's pretending to be a hooligan, his hands will involuntarily tremble." Qin Mingli was stunned and didn't really take it to heart. After all, it didn't matter to her whether Shenlang was very innocent or not. Although Shenlang had invented Chinese chess, Go and so on, and was a very special person, in Qin Mingli's heart, he was only slightly better than a cat or dog. Although he didn't know how to appreciate favors, she couldn't be too harsh on an innocent person. Therefore, she didn't have the heart to punish him. She didn't even have the intention to chase him away. Of course, if it was proven that Shenlang was scheming, then he would be dead meat. Yang Dingtian walked for a long distance before he saw Yan Biaqin in a study room. Yan Biaqin was slightly stunned when he saw Shenlang. Shouldn't Shenlang be with Qin Mingli at this time? Why did he come out? However, Yan Biaqin, who was originally opposing Yang Dingtian, didn't have any hostility at this moment. He stood up and greeted, "Greetings, Brother Shen." Yang Dingtian returned the "Greetings, Brother Yan." The two of them looked at each other and their gazes were somewhat complicated. In their hearts, the other party was very outstanding and wasn't someone who was willing to be under Qin Mingli's skirt. Therefore, there must be an ulterior motive. Therefore, Yang Dingtian didn't know what Yan Biaqin's motive was. Moreover, he didn't even know who this person was. However, smart people wouldn't open their mouths to ask. Not only would they not get an answer, but they would also expose themselves. It was enough for the two of them to know. Yang Dingtian said, "Brother Yan, Madam Qin asked you to enter." Yan Biaqin couldn't help but be startled. What exactly was going on? For a moment, Yan Biaqin couldn't see through this opponent clearly. Previously, Yan Biaqin didn't place Yang Dingtian in his eyes. Although Go and Chinese chess were amazing. However, Yan Biaqin felt that this shouldn't have been invented by Shenlang. He just happened to know about it and stole it for his own use. He felt that with Shenlang's wisdom, he would not be able to invent such a profound thing. However, since he didn't succeed in uncovering the truth, then forget it. Anyway, Qin Mingli would only be interested in this thing for 2 or 3 days. Shenlang felt that the final winner would definitely be him, but now, he really couldn't see through Yang Dingtian. However, Yan Biaqin didn't show it as he said, "If that's the case, then I shall take my leave." Then, he walked towards Qin Mingli's bedroom. There was no trace of complacency on his face. After entering the palace and seeing the incomparably beautiful Qin Mingli under the warm light, Yan Biaqin's eyes immediately lit up. Qin Mingli waved her hand and said, "Yan Biaqin and Shenlang have been eliminated. In that case, I'll let you off easy. I hope you won't disappoint me." Even though Yan Biaqin was extremely moved, he still wished to know what was going on. Immediately, Yan Biaqin smiled and asked, "May I ask Madam, what exactly did Shenlang do wrong for Madam to kick him out of the competition?" Qin Mingli sneered, "Why? Are you going to plead for him?" Yan Biaqin replied, "No, I have been captivated by Madam's dreams. Therefore, I am currently ecstatic. But I still want to know. I love Madam very much, so I really don't want to have an unfair advantage." Instantly, Qin Mingli's expression turned ugly. She sneered and said, "Shenlang said that he is a pure and innocent fledgling. Therefore, he does not wish to have a closer relationship with me." When Qin Mingli said these words, she was extremely furious because it made her lose face. Yan Biaqin's eyes flickered as he said, "Madam, this is illogical." Qin Mingli asked, "What do you mean?" Yan Biaqin said, "Firstly, I believe that there are men who are very affectionate, but there will never be a pure man. Secondly, Madam is devastatingly beautiful. Any normal man in the world would be attracted to her. There are no exceptions." These 2 sentences made Qin Mingli burst with joy. She had always believed that she had this kind of unparalleled charm. Yan Biaqin said, "Therefore, Shenlang is taking a step back in order to advance. He hopes to leave behind a unique and deep impression in Madam's heart so that he can have other plans." Qin Mingli's expression turned cold as she said, "If that's the case, then he is courting death." "How can we prove it?" Yan Biaqin said, "It's very simple. If he has other motives, he will definitely insist on staying by Madam's side. Therefore, as long as you give the order to chase him away and he desperately wants to stay, it means that he has ulterior motives. Qin Mingli said, he stayed behind to receive my protection. Because he has offended the White Cloud City's young lord, he will be hunted down if he goes out. Yan Biaqin replied, that's very simple. You chased him away, but you're willing to shelter him. Send a letter to young Lord Ji saying that you must not touch a single strand of Shenlang's hair. After that, we'll just have to see how Shenlang reacts. Qin Mingli frowned and said, the relationship between White Cloud City and Qin City is not as close as you think. Young Lord Ji might not listen to my words. So what? It's not like you have to protect Shenlang. Yan Biaqin said, it's just a way to declare your stance and see how Shenlang reacts. Qin Mingli said, then what if Shenlang really leaves? Yan Biaqin said, could it be that you care about his life and death? Qin Mingli was startled and said, that's right. What does his life and death have to do with me? Following that, Qin Mingli said, in that case, you might as well go out and call him in again. This game is getting more and more interesting. Qin Mingli's eyes instantly revealed a devilish radiance. When Yan Biaqin informed him to enter Qin Mingli's bedroom again, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly startled. After that, he sensed a dangerous aura from Yan Biaqin's gaze. If nothing went wrong, he would be walking on a tightrope. If he fell, he would die. Yang Dingtian took a deep look at Yan Biaqin. Originally, his battle of wits with Qin Mingli was just a type of risk and not playing with fire. However, because of Yan Biaqin's existence, this had already become a type of playing with fire. If he lost, he might lose his life. If he knew how dangerous it would be, perhaps he wouldn't have played from the start and would have planned for the long term. However, now that the arrow was already knocked on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. It was either the winner takes all or he dies. After taking a deep breath secretly, Yang Dingtian walked into Qin Mingli's bedroom again. Shenlang, since you have no intention of becoming my temporary companion, then there's no need for you to stay by my side. You can leave now. Qin Mingli said. Yang Dingtian said, but young Lord Yi is chasing after me outside. If I go out, I will definitely die. Are you that afraid of death? Qin Mingli sneered. I'm not that afraid of death, but I'm afraid of dying without meaning. Yang Dingtian said, if I discover the secrets of the world, then I can even die in the next second. Qin Mingli said, don't worry, I will send a high-level revered martial artist to accompany you out. I will also introduce the White Cloud City's young lord to him so that he can't touch you. You also know that I'm the number 3 figure in Qin City. If I officially issue an ultimatum, the White Cloud City's young lord won't dare to disobey. Even if their relationship with us isn't really that good. Yang Dingtian became silent. He knew that this was a test. If he continued to linger and not leave, then he would be seen as having ulterior motives and having designs on Qin Mingli. Then, only death would await him. If he really left, then all his previous efforts would be in vain. Moreover, would Qin Mingli really protect him? It was hard to say. She wouldn't care about the life and death of a passerby, therefore, everything that was placed in front of Yang Dingtian seemed to be a dead end. Either way, he would die. Either way, he would die. Why, you can't bear to leave? Qin Mingli said coldly. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly. He then bowed and said, Madam, I'll take my leave. Then, he turned around and left. Just like that, he kept walking. He didn't walk resolutely, but he didn't hesitate. Qin Mingli continued to stare at Yang Dingtian's back until Yang Dingtian was far away and out of her sight. Then, she suddenly said, stop. Yang Dingtian stopped. Shenlang, why are you smiling bitterly? Qin Mingli asked. Yang Dingtian said, I know that Madam doesn't really intend to protect me. Therefore, if I walk out, it's almost a dead end. Qin Mingli said, why, you think that I can't protect you? Yang Dingtian said, it's not that you can't, but you'll have to pay a certain price. At least, it's not something that can be done with a verbal ultimatum. After all, White Cloud City's young Lord Yi isn't a rational person. Qin Mingli was silent for a moment. Then, she said, it's easy if you want me to completely protect you. You just have to promise me one thing. Please say it. Yang Dingtian said, unless it's something that I can't do. Qin Mingli said, don't worry, Qin Mingli, am not so cheap as to beg a man. I just want you to tell me the truth. Yang Dingtian asked, what truth? Qin Mingli said, you refuse to have a further relationship with me. Is it really because you're pure? Yang Dingtian was silent. Qin Mingli said coldly, answer me. Yang Dingtian said, if I tell you the truth, will madam promise not to kill me? Qin Mingli sneered and said, I promise not to kill you. Moreover, I'll really protect you. Yang Dingtian said, in this world, there might be pure and innocent women, but there are very few men. Men might be very affectionate, but they will separate their feelings from their desires for fun. This is especially so for young men. Therefore, even if many men don't cheat in their hearts, it's very easy for their bodies to cheat. Qin Mingli sneered and said, that's right, this is the truth. Then let me ask you, can a normal man reject a woman of my level? No, he'll be like a moth darting into a flame. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Mingli said coldly, then, are you a normal man? I am, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Mingli said, then that's strange. You rejected me righteously just now? What's the reason? Could it be that you have an ulterior motive? Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, madam, if I tell you the truth, you'll be very angry. But can you promise not to kill me? Qin Mingli said, I promise. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, a woman's promise doesn't count most of the time. After I tell you, you promise to kill me. Qin Mingli's gaze was cold and said, that's right. A woman's promise doesn't count. However, you have to tell me. Because if you don't tell me, I'll kill you right now. Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Mingli and said word by word, because I despise you for being dirty. Once these words were said, it was like a whip that was covered with thorns, lashing Qin Mingli's body fiercely. At first, it was numbness. Then, it was a piercing pain, a bloody pain. Qin Mingli knew that she was promiscuous and knew that she had a bad reputation, however, no one dared to say this in front of her. All the men would drool and worship her when they saw her. Therefore, she acted as if she didn't know this. Now, Yang Dingtian had exposed a little bit of it. All the wounds from the past were dug up, the instant pain was indescribable with words. I despise you for being dirty. This sentence was too ruthless, too vicious, and too true. Qin Mingli was unable to breathe at first. Then, endless anger, endless hatred, and endless sorrow followed. If it wasn't for that incident more than 10 years ago, she would still be a pure, flawless, and proud princess. It was that devil who destroyed her. He had destroyed his own body, destroyed his own soul, and destroyed his own life. In this life of a walking corpse, she gradually became numb. It was as if that wound was no longer there. But at this moment, Yang Dingtian's words tore open the wound and made it even bigger, causing blood to flow out like a fountain. After a long while, Qin Mingli gradually recovered from the pain in her heart. Then, endless anger and hatred surged up. The gaze she used to look at Yang Dingtian was filled with absolute coldness and murderous intent. Shen Lang, you are right. A woman's promise doesn't count. Qin Mingli sneered and said word by word, you are right. Even if you say it, I will still kill you. Then, you are dead meat. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly and said, I know. Qin Mingli said coldly, then, before you die, do you have any wishes? Yang Dingtian instinctively looked at the plum blossom birthmark on Qin Mingli's waist. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. However, he did not say it in the end. He shook his head and said, I don't have any wishes. Qin Mingli said, all right, then you can go to hell. After saying that, Qin Mingli stretched out her hand and was about to clap her hands to summon experts to chop off Yang Dingtian's head and pull out his tongue too. Then the hatred in her heart, Yang Dingtian picked up a golden dagger from the table at the side. This dagger was very luxurious. It was forged from gold and the handle was inlaid with precious stones. Qin Mingli stopped and sneered, Shen Lang, are you trying to take me hostage? Yang Dingtian did not say anything. Instead, he looked around and found a bottle of something in a large pile of medicine bottles. This bottle is ice sealing soul attraction, right? It is an extremely expensive spice. After it is burned, it will turn into smoke. It is not poisonous and instead, it will make people enter a beautiful illusion. Yang Dingtian said slowly, however, before it is burned, it is extremely poisonous. Once it comes into contact with blood, you will die immediately, right? Yes. Qin Mingli sneered and said, are you trying to kill me with it? Come at me. Yang Dingtian shook his head. Then, he smeared the ice-sealing soul attraction's poison on the dagger and placed it on his neck. He said slowly, if you want to kill me, you don't have to trouble others. I will do it myself. Instantly, Qin Mingli was stunned. She was stunned by this sudden change. However, she sneered and said, Shenlang, don't play such tricks. It is useless. Yang Dingtian walked forward slowly and aimed at Qin Mingli's beautiful face. Suddenly, he gave her a hard slap. Slap. Qin Mingli was sent flying. Her beautiful face turned red and swollen, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Instantly, Qin Mingli was completely stunned. Immediately after, she was enraged and shouted hoarsely, I'm going to tear you into pieces, tear you into pieces. No need, I'll do it myself. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Then, he slashed the poison dagger across his neck. Immediately, blood flowed out, and the color changed. The moment Yang Dingtian collapsed, he gazed at Qin Mingli with endless affection and longing. His voice trembled as he said gently, Sister Meng, you shouldn't degrade yourself like this. Take good care of yourself. Then, he fell to the ground and stopped breathing. From slapping herself to committing suicide, everything happened too quickly. Qin Mingli did not react at all. Most importantly, the deep feelings and longing that Shenlang had for her before his death were so deep and real. And that big Sister Meng seemed to have triggered a very, very distant memory. Who was he? Why was she so affectionate towards him? She seemed to remember this person, but she could not remember him clearly. While Qin Mingli was in a daze, Yang Dingtian had already fallen to the ground. The blood that flowed out from his wound was completely blue in color. Immediately, Qin Mingli shouted in shock, someone, quickly get the antidote for the ice-sealing soul attraction. However, she quickly found the antidote for the ice-sealing soul attraction herself. She poured it into Yang Dingtian's mouth and his wound. When Yang Dingtian woke up again, he had already left the underground golden palace and was lying on a soft bed. When he opened his eyes, a beautiful and pale face came into view. It was Qin Mingli. She was sitting on the edge of the bed. She looked haggard and her beautiful eyes were bloodshot. Seeing that Yang Dingtian had woken up, her beautiful eyes became extremely complicated. Then, she hesitated about what tone she should use to speak. In the end, she said in a calm tone, You're awake? Now, tell me, who are you? Why did you say those words to me in the end? Why did you look at me with such affectionate eyes? Of course, Yang Dingtian wouldn't die. This was because the poison on the dagger was called ice-sealing soul attraction. It was a unique poison that was extracted from the body of an ice-type demonic beast at the bottom of the sea. Once it entered the bloodstream, anyone would die immediately. Only Yang Dingtian's 9 Yangxian meridians were an exception. Furthermore, Qin Mingli had the antidote. Yang Dingtian had even seen the antidote placed in the transparent jade box. Yang Dingtian was taking a gamble. Back then, Qin Mingli was too determined to kill him. He had to put himself at death's door and fight to survive. Furthermore, only by doing so could he enter the depths of Qin Mingli's heart and become an important person. Only then could he enter the upper echelons of Qin City and obtain the other half of the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame Map's secret. Now, he had won the gamble by putting himself at death's door and fighting to survive. After waking up, Yang Dingtian didn't reveal a happy expression. Looking at Qin Mingli's beautiful face, his gaze became complicated. Then, he sighed deeply. Qin Mingli stretched out her jade-like hand and gently stroked the wound on Yang Dingtian's neck. She asked, Yang Dingtian, tell me why? Originally, I wanted to agree to your order and have intimate relations with you. Yang Dingtian said, in fact, I was looking forward to it. Qin Mingli sneered and said, didn't you find me dirty? You despise me for being a loose woman? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, that's right. However, if it's just for show, such a woman is filled with fatal attraction. Then why did you change your mind and reject me? Qin Mingli asked. Yang Dingtian said, because I discovered the plum blossom birthmark on the side of your waist. Qin Mingli said, so what? Yang Dingtian's face trembled and said, because I recognized you. I recognized you as my dream sister, the lover of my dreams who haunted my dreams. The woman who supported me until now, the woman I wanted to find my entire life. However, I never expected that the purest and kindest woman in my heart would become like this. Qin Mingli trembled violently when she heard this. Yang Dingtian's eyes were immersed in his memories and he said, you might have forgotten that 20 years ago, I was only 9 years old. You had already grown up. You were bathing in the hot spring in Ice Valley. I accidentally saw you bathing. After that, you even released your dog to bite me. Since then, your appearance has always been imprinted in my mind. I have gradually forgotten your face. The only thing that left a deep impression was the plum blossom birthmark on the side of your waist. Qin Mingli recalled that when Shen Lang saw the plum blossom birthmark on her waist, his expression had indeed changed abruptly. Immediately after, she also immersed herself in her memories. She tried her best to recall and recall. After that, a boy appeared in her memories. His eyes were filled with curiosity, passion, ignorance, and innocence. You are Ren Tianhan? Qin Mingli said in shock. Yang Dingtian nodded. Then, his face sank into bitterness. Yang Dingtian was certainly not Ren Tianhan. However, Ren Tianhan existed. His identity was the son of the master of Ice Ceiling Valley. As for whether Ren Tianhan had peeked at Qin Mingli bathing, no one knew. Qin Mingli had long forgotten about it. However, the hot spring in Ice Ceiling Valley was world famous. It was especially helpful for a woman's skin and beauty. Therefore, any woman who went to Ice Ceiling Valley would definitely soak in the warmth there. Qin Mingli was no exception. Qin Mingli's only memory of Ren Tianhan was that she and her brother, Qin Wanzhou, had saved his life from someone else's butcher's knife. At that time, a treasure had appeared in Ice Ceiling Valley. It was a 9th grade ice attribute mystic skill scroll. All the major forces in the world flocked over, including Dongfang Minmi and the young master of the Qin family, Qin Wanzhou. Qin Mingli had followed her brother to watch the fun. Dongfang Minmi only stayed for half a day before leaving. This was because he did not have much desire for this scroll. However, after Dongfang Minmi left, Ice Ceiling Valley was massacred. Everyone was killed. As for the 9th grade ice attribute mystic skill scroll, it had disappeared without a trace. Until now, it was still an unjust case. At that time, the young master, Ren Tianhan, was the only fish that escaped the net. He was brought out of Ice Ceiling Valley by a loyal servant. However, the enemy quickly caught up with them. Just before Dongfang Minmi made his move, Qin Wanzhou and Qin Mingli took the initiative to rescue the 9-year-old Ren Tianhan from the enemy's butcher's knife. One must know that Qin Mingli was still very kind and pure at that time. After that, Ren Tianhan followed the loyal servant and disappeared into the distance. In order to completely move Qin Mingli, Yang Dingtian communicated with his master in his mind. He asked his master to tell him everything about Qin Mingli. However, Dongfang Minmi and Qin Mingli did not have much interaction. After much consideration, he told her about this matter. Therefore, Yang Dingtian decided to impersonate Ren Tianhan to completely move Qin Mingli's heart. One must know that although Qin Mingli was promiscuous, it was because she had suffered a terrible injury more than 10 years ago. In the depths of her heart, she still yearned for pure love. However, what Ren Tianhan could give her was pure and flawless love. In fact, Yang Dingtian almost used death to act out this act. Therefore, there were no loopholes. Indeed, as Qin Mingli stared at Yang Dingtian's eyes, she felt that they were becoming more and more similar to the eyes of the little boy in her memory. Then, her gaze gradually became gentle. She was intoxicated, she really lacked love. In the depths of her heart, she yearned for love. However, she, who had a bad reputation, used a terrifying amount of wealth and power. Moreover, she had been sinking into darkness. Therefore, she did not dare to hope for love and did not believe in love. Now, there was an absolutely pure and flawless love placed in front of her. She broke down in an instant and disintegrated. In the next second, she suddenly hugged Yang Dingtian in her arms. Then, her heart was filled with endless sweetness and numbness. It was as if a ray of sunlight suddenly shone into her black heart. The darkness and filth in her heart quickly disintegrated. ******** Note. Please give me a few monthly tickets. Thank you, everyone. Little boy, I never thought that you would be able to find me and return to my side. Qin Mingli was almost talking in her sleep. She was sobbing and her eyes were filled with tears. I am not. Yang Dingtian said resolutely, Ren Tianhan is already dead. I am Yang Dingtian. Qin Mingli looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. The people of Ice Peak Valley were not killed by our Qin clan. I know. Yang Dingtian said, your Qin clan has fire attribute profound veins. It is useless for you to have ice attribute profound skill scrolls. Qin Mingli looked at him with her beautiful eyes and said, Then did you travel the world to take revenge? Did you get close to me to take revenge? Yang Dingtian's face instantly turned ugly. I'll say it one last time. I love you because you're the first woman's body I've ever seen. You saved my life. You're the only pillar of support for me to wander around this world without any goals. I do not want to say the same words again in the future, okay? I am sorry. Qin Mingli said gently, don't be angry. It is my fault. I said the wrong thing. Qin Mingli recalled that day as she spoke. That day, Qin Mingli was only 16 years old. She was in her best years. Pure and romantic. Not as dirty and full of despair as she was now. At that time, when she saved this little boy from the butcher's knife, the boy's eyes were so bright. He looked at her with incomparable infatuation with tears. Instantly, she could not help but overlap the little boy's face with the man in front of her. Shen Lang, if you want to take revenge, I can help you. Qin Mingli said gently, brother dotes on me a lot. I can make half of the decisions in Qin City. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, Ali, I have never thought of taking revenge. No matter if you believe it or not, I have never thought of taking revenge. An ordinary man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. Ice Peak Valley is too weak and they have obtained such a treasure. They can't blame others for their own destruction. I will not waste my limited life on infinite hatred. I have more important things to do. Finding the truth behind the ancient annihilation, finding the ultimate truth of this world, and saving this world is the most meaningful thing. After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, Qin Mingli's beautiful eyes lit up. She said gently, Shen Lang, you are really amazing. Following which, Qin Mingli raised her beautiful eyes and said in a delicate voice, however, is this the extent of your dream? Don't you want to accomplish something bigger? Yang Dingtian gently caressed Qin Mingli's face and said softly, I didn't have it initially, but I do now. What is it? Qin Mingli asked gently. Love you well, Yang Dingtian said affectionately. Instantly, Qin Mingli's beautiful eyes seemed to be drunk. She pouted her lips slightly and waited for a kiss. In the next few days, Yang Dingtian and Qin Mingli were practically inseparable. The two of them were playing chess and go on the couch. Sometimes, he would play fight the landlord with Sume. That's right, Yang Dingtian had also created poker cards. During these few days, Yang Dingtian was living like an emperor in Qin Mingli's underground kingdom. Once, when Qin Mingli could not fall asleep, Yang Dingtian tried to tell her a story from Earth. From then on, it was out of control. Every day before going to bed, Yang Dingtian would tell her stories for at least 2 hours. From the modified strange stories from a strange story to the changed Xianxia and then to the legend of the white snake. In the end, it was completely fixed on the fairy tale. This made Yang Dingtian very astonished. This promiscuous queen, Qin Mingli, actually loved fairy tales the most. Moreover, every time she listened to the fairy tale, her beautiful eyes would reveal a trace of childlike purity. It was also at this time that Yang Dingtian felt that she was more adorable. During this period, Qin Mingli had become more and more infatuated with Yang Dingtian and more dependent on him. She had completely changed from a high and mighty queen to a little woman who had fallen in love. Her gaze had changed from lewd to pure and flawless. Her voice had changed from hoarse to delicate. Her dressing had become more and more conservative and delicate. She had become more and more radiant and unparalleled in her beauty. In just a few days, Yang Dingtian felt that she seemed to have become a few years younger. The dust and vicissitudes of life on her had almost completely disappeared. Yang Dingtian did not ask about anything related to the map of the heaven and earth mystic flame. He definitely could not ask about it. Once he did, it would immediately arouse suspicion. Then, all the love would instantly collapse and transform into endless hatred. Yang Dingtian had to show her his unreserved love. It was a love without any desires or covetousness. Time flew by quickly. Qin Mingli had to set off for the northwest Qin city because it was less than half a month before the 50th birthday of her brother, the lord of Qin city and the overlord of the northwest mainland, Qin Wanzhou. Originally, she should have set off a few days ago. However, at that time, she and Yang Dingtian were so deeply in love that they could not bear to part for even a second. Therefore, it was delayed again and again. On the other hand, her husband, the West Prefecture city lord, had come to urge her many times. Finally, she could not delay any longer. Therefore, Qin Mingli decided to set off tomorrow and set off for the northwest Qin city. That night, after they had made love, Yang Dingtian and Qin Mingli snuggled up to each other and talked privately. Shen Lang, after we return to Qin city, I will arrange for you to enter the highest level of Qin city, okay? Qin Mingli suddenly said gently, I will arrange for you to be beside Qin Huayu. In the future, after he leaves, you will be second only to him and above everyone else. Yang Dingtian shook his head directly and said, I am not interested. Then, Yang Dingtian appeared to be dispirited. The sensitive Qin Mingli immediately noticed her lover's low spirits. She quickly wrapped herself around him and said gently, Husband, is there something on your mind? Yang Dingtian said, There is something that I don't know if I should tell you. Just say it. What is there that you can't say to your darling? Qin Mingli said coquettishly. Do you love me? Ali? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, of course I love you. Qin Mingli said coquettishly, Husband, if you ask me this again, I will be angry. I will definitely not be used to staying in the northwest Qin city. My dream is to find the ultimate truth of this world and to love you well and be with you forever. Yang Dingtian asked gently, Ali, are you willing to abandon everything and wander with me to the ends of the earth and discover the truth of this world? Qin Mingli was stunned and did not know how to answer him. To be honest, although she said that it was boring and that she wanted to find excitement. But for her to give up this glory, splendor, wealth, and extravagance to wander the world with Yang Dingtian and experience hardships, she was truly unable to do it. You are unwilling, right? Yang Dingtian said bitterly. Qin Mingli's expression became even more awkward. Then, she lay down with her back facing Yang Dingtian and said, Yang Dingtian, let's not talk about this first, okay? It is getting late. Let's sleep. Tomorrow morning, we will depart for the northwest Qin city. During this period of time, this was the first time Yang Dingtian and Qin Mingli parted on bad terms. The next day, Qin Mingli led thousands of cavalrymen and escorted dozens of large carriages out of the West Prefecture city. They were heading towards the northwest Qin city. It was unknown whether it was to compensate or to let Yang Dingtian have a taste of power, but Yang Dingtian, who was just a great mystic martial master, actually became the leader of this 1,000-man cavalryman. However, what was even more bizarre was that Yan Biaqin actually became the deputy leader of this cavalryman. However, his position was not arranged by Qin Mingli. It was actually arranged by the West Prefecture city lord, Qin Mingli's husband in name. On this day, Yang Dingtian finally met this legendary West Prefecture city lord. He was a middle-aged man with a valiant appearance. Regardless of whether he was the son-in-law of the northwest Qin city or the city lord of the West Prefecture city, he had to attend the Qin clan lord's 50th birthday celebration. However, Yang Dingtian only met this cuckold city lord in a hurry. This valiant city lord didn't even look at Yang Dingtian. He immediately entered the second magnificent carriage under the protection of the crowd. As for Yang Dingtian, as the leader of the cavalrymen, he had to put on an act and ride outside. All of a sudden, the West Prefecture city lord's large carriage pulled open a curtain and said a few words to Yan Biaqin before pulling the curtain back up. Immediately after, Yan Biaqing rode his horse to Yang Dingtian's side and rode side by side with Yan Biaqing. Commander Yan, is something the matter? Yang Dingtian asked with a frown. Where is Brother Shen from? Which clan are you from? Yan Biaqing asked. Yang Dingtian glanced at him indifferently and didn't conceal the hostility in his eyes. Commander Yan, I believe this has nothing to do with you. Yan Biaqing immediately smiled and said, that's right. This indeed has nothing to do with me. However, City Lord Ji asked me to pass on a few words to you. City Lord Ji? Yang Dingtian was slightly startled. Qin Mingli's husband was also surnamed Ji. He didn't know how he was related to the White Cloud City's young lord, Yi Feng. Speak. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. He said that Madame Qin is merely playful. If someone doesn't know when to advance or retreat, he wouldn't even know how he died. Yan Biaqing said. Is this a threat? Yang Dingtian's eyes instantly shrank. Yan Biaqing smiled and said, I am only passing on the message. Yan Biaqing continued, however, I want to tell Brother Shen that there were indeed 2 men who were favored by Madame Qin. Therefore, they had other thoughts. As a result, one of them was castrated and sent to the lowest brothel to be a male prostitute. Furthermore, the customers they received were the most boorish men. As for the other one, he was skinned alive. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, thank you for telling me, Brother Yan. You're welcome. Yan Biaqing smiled and left on his horse. The 2 of them hated each other and didn't need to put on an act. They couldn't wait to leave as far as possible. For the next 2 days, nothing happened. Even though the West Prefecture City Lord had issued a death threat to Yang Dingtian through Yan Biaqing, he didn't do anything to Yang Dingtian during these 2 days. As for Qin Mingli, it was unknown if it was because her husband was by her side, or because she was under the watchful eyes of everyone, or because Yang Dingtian had forced her to declare her stance. As a result, she didn't allow Yang Dingtian to board her carriage. Even Yang Dingtian didn't approach her. As for Yang Dingtian, who was nominally the commander of 1,000 cavalrymen, everyone kept a respectful distance from him. During these 2 days, the group had traveled more than 600 miles. According to this speed, they would reach the northwest Qin city in about 6 to 7 days. They would still be able to make it in time for the Qin City Lord's birthday celebration. After another 2 days, Yang Dingtian's group had caught up with another group. This group was also majestic and had a few hundred people. Furthermore, they were dressed in fresh clothes and were riding on vigorous horses. They were escorting dozens of large carriages and had a snow-white goshawk embroidered on their flag. It was truly a small world for enemies. This was the White Cloud Cities group. As the number 2 power in the Northwest continent and the in-laws of the Northwest Qin City, the White Cloud City's city lord, Yi Wuqing, should have personally led a group to the Northwest Qin City to congratulate them. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be overjoyed. He was still worried about not being able to understand the words on the Mystic Flame map. Now, a girl from the Foxman race actually ran into his hands. No wonder when this girl just entered the room, there was an enchanting fragrance in the room. The magnetism of the Foxman race naturally carried an enchanting fragrance. This was Yang Dingtian's first time seeing a real half-human race. However, no matter what kind of half-human race they were, they basically wouldn't leave their own country to live, let alone step into human society. Why would this girl from the Foxman race appear here? At this moment, there was a sudden rush of footsteps from outside. There was also the sound of swords clashing. It's here. I smell the fragrance. It's here. Catch her. It was obvious that she had escaped and there was a group of people outside who wanted to catch her. Hearing these voices, the girl from the Foxman race was instantly terrified. She struggled and wanted to escape. Brother, please let me go. I will definitely repay you. The girl from the Foxman race said tenderly. Instantly, her beautiful eyes fell into an incomparably gentle and enchanting radiance that could instantly hook one's soul. Yang Dingtian was swayed by this seductive gaze. He couldn't help but loosen his grip slightly. Instantly, the girl quickly broke free and escaped. This girl from the Foxman race was born with the bewitching art. This girl was so young, but she was able to trick Yang Dingtian. who knew how powerful this bewitching art would be when she grew up? The girl from the Foxman race didn't escape far. Yang Dingtian instantly caught up and caught her in his hands. The girl from the Foxman race struggled with all her might. She wanted to bite Yang Dingtian, but it was to no avail. Bang! At this moment, Yang Dingtian's door was knocked open. The young lord of the White Cloud City, Yi Feng, rushed in with a group of people holding torches. Commander Shen, the one in your hands is my escaped slave. Why is she in your room? Yi Feng said coldly. Yang Dingtian sneered, she escaped here by herself. Oh, is that so? Yi Feng sneered, why didn't she escape to another room? Why did she escape to your room? Yang Dingtian, then you'll have to ask her. Yi Feng thought for a while. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to cause trouble for Yang Dingtian, but in the end, he found that the reason wasn't sufficient. After a fierce glare, he suddenly waved his hand. Morongsher, who was beside him, stepped forward and grabbed the Foxman tribe girl from Yang Dingtian's hand as if he was grabbing a chicken. Big brother, save me, save me. The girl from the Foxman race shouted at Yang Dingtian, this bad guy wanted to rape me, so I ran away. Quickly save me, quickly save me. As soon as he said this, Yang Dingtian's expression changed. Yi Feng, you bastard. Although this little girl from the Foxman race is peerlessly beautiful, she doesn't seem to be more than 11 or 12 years old. He actually wants to do such a beastly thing to her. Young Lord Yi, isn't it inappropriate for you to do this? Yang Dingtian said coldly, among the 10 rules of the Tiando League, one of them is that all members of the Tiando League are not allowed to have any association with the half-human race. This association includes making friends, killing, capturing, and so on. You must know that in the Tiando League, the taboo status of the half-human race is only second to the evil ways. Yi Feng's expression changed slightly, then he sneered, Shen Lang, I know the rules of the Tiando League better than you. But I can only say one thing. Some things are best not known, and don't meddle too much. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Then, Yi Feng signaled Morongsher with his eyes. His eyes were filled with reluctance and cruelty. Morongsher nodded and walked out with the little girl from the Foxman race. His other hand pulled out the sword at his waist. He wanted to kill. He wanted to kill this little girl from the Foxman race. Why do you want to go out and kill? Just do it here in front of Commander Shen. After killing, burn it. Yi Feng sneered. Then, he looked at Yang Dingtian and said, Commander Shen, there is no half-human race here. You must be seeing things. Morongsher suddenly pressed the little girl from the Foxman race to kneel on the ground. Then, he was about to slash down with his sword. They indeed wanted to destroy the evidence in front of Yang Dingtian. Reason told Yang Dingtian that he shouldn't meddle in this matter. Even though this little girl could teach him the language of the Foxman race, which would be very useful to him, the situation was too dangerous. If he rashly interfered, his life would be in danger. At this moment, the little girl from the Foxman race calmed down. She widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian. Then, she closed her eyes and waited for her death. Swoosh! Morongsher suddenly slashed down with his sword. Wait! Yang Dingtian slashed out with his blade like lightning and blocked Morongsher's sword. He really couldn't watch a beautiful little life disappear in front of his eyes. She was at most 11 or 12 years old. If she died so miserably, Yang Dingtian would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Young Lord Yi, let her go. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. No. Yi Feng sneered. Yang Dingtian struggled and hesitated for a long time. Then, he clenched his teeth and said, I will use the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art to exchange with you. Aren't you determined to obtain this 8th grade Mystic Skill Scroll? When these words were spoken, Yi Feng's complexion changed. His gaze changed greatly. It was very obvious that Yang Dingtian's proposal moved him. He, Yi Feng, was really drooling over this Mystic Skill Scroll. However, after struggling and hesitating with all his might, Yi Feng still shook his head. Instead, he looked at Yang Dingtian and revealed a strange smile. Shen Lang, it's not impossible for you to obtain this little hoof of the Foxman race as long as you agree to one of my requests. Yi Feng said with a smile. Yang Dingtian's heart moved. He said, tell me about it. Yifeng said, as everyone knows, in every banquet of the Northwest Qin city, there will be a martial arts competition. In the martial arts competition, both sides' martial arts cannot be too high or too low. I will soon become the son-in-law of the Qin city. In order to liven things up for father-in-law, I will personally participate in this martial arts competition to show my filial piety. However, the opponent for this martial arts competition is too difficult to choose. Too high of a status is not good because it is hard to avoid accidents in a martial arts competition. It is very inappropriate for a person of high status to lose their life in a banquet. However, too low of a status is even more unacceptable. It would make the martial arts competition seem to have no class. Therefore, I picked here and there and couldn't find a suitable opponent. Then, Yifeng looked at Yang Dingtian and said with a smile, you, Commander Shen, happen to be a suitable opponent for the martial arts competition. You have a high status as Mrs. Qin's lover, so your status is high enough. However, this status cannot be exposed. Your actual status is just a wild martial artist. Even if you were to die, no one would care. As the opponent for the martial blood longevity competition, you are the best. How about it? Yifeng smiled and said, as long as you are willing to be my opponent for the martial arts competition, I will make the decision to give this little girl of the Foxman race to you. How about it? Yang Dingtian's eyes instantly shrunk, someone wanted to kill him. However, it was definitely not this Yifeng in front of him. That's right, Yifeng hated him to the bones and couldn't wait to kill him. However, Yifeng definitely didn't have the motive to kill him. Not to mention, Yifeng had already rejected Jiang Yi's offer to hand over the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. This could only prove one thing. Someone had offered a higher price than the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art in exchange for his life. This person was either the West Prefecture City Lord or Yan Biaqin. These two people had the motive and reason to kill Yang Dingtian. Furthermore, only these two people were able to offer a higher price than the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. The West Prefecture City Lord, Yi Wuzheng, had always turned a blind eye to Qin Mingli's indecent private life. He didn't want to interfere and couldn't do anything about it. However, if Qin Mingli really had feelings for a man and really wanted to be with that man for the rest of her life, then it would be a fatal threat to Yi Wuzheng. Yan Biaqin. Yang Dingtian didn't know who this charming man was or why he was so determined to obtain Qin Mingli. However, it was obvious that it wasn't because of feelings. He definitely had other motives. How about it? Is it so difficult to make a choice? Yifeng sneered. Yang Dingtian immediately fell into a struggle. Don't agree to it. Suddenly, Sumei's voice echoed from afar. The delicate and charming Sumei hurriedly walked over and pulled Yang Dingtian to a corner. She whispered, don't agree to it. They are trying to take your life. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I know. Since you guys are going to save this little girl of the Foxman race, I don't have to bother about it. Sumei shook her head and said, no, we can't save her. The half-human race is a taboo in the Tiando League. Did you see those completely sealed carriages in the White Cloud City? Those carriages are filled with slaves of the Foxman race. They were offered to Lord Qin and young Lord Bai Yi Wuqing. Therefore, Madame can't do anything about this matter and can only act as if she didn't see anything. It was this Yifeng who had an evil heart and wanted to find a young girl of the Foxman race to serve him. Otherwise, no one would know about this matter even after he was locked in the secret chamber in Qin City. Yang Dingtian stared at Sumei and said, in other words, I can only look on helplessly as this little girl of the Foxman race is killed and burned? That's right. Sumei said, this is also Madame's order. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, no, I can't do it. I can't look on helplessly as a beautiful little life disappears before my eyes. My heart isn't that cold. I have been to the Dongli grassland. I am filled with emotions towards the scenery and the lives there. Once these words were said, Sumei was instantly astonished. The Dongli grassland was the place where the half-human race lived. It was considered a taboo to the people of this world. Very few people had been there before. Of course, Yang Dingtian hadn't been there before. He just had an idea and added this sentence. Then, he had a plan in his heart. A plan to obtain the other half of the map of the heaven and earth mystic flame. Adding this sentence was very important to the plan. Furthermore, when Yifeng mentioned the martial arts competition, Yang Dingtian thought of a plan to obtain the other half of the map of the mystic flame. And Yifeng's so-called martial arts competition was a crucial part of this plan. Then, Yang Dingtian directly nodded at Yifeng and said, "I promise you. I will be your opponent in the martial arts competition at the birthday banquet." "You're crazy!" Sumei shrieked. "Yifeng is a 9-star martial profound expert. You'll die if you compete with him." Yang Dingtian resolutely said, "I've already decided." That's right, Yang Dingtian has decided. Originally, he couldn't bear to see this beautiful little life wither away. Furthermore, ever since the plan to obtain the Mystic Flames map took shape, this competition also became a part of the plan. Furthermore, it's a very important part, it's completely indispensable. A 9-star martial profound expert is 1 stage and 14 levels higher than Yang Dingtian. He's definitely the most powerful and troublesome enemy that Yang Dingtian has ever faced. However, if Yang Dingtian also breaks through to the martial profound level, in addition to the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art, Yang Dingtian still has some confidence in defeating Yifeng. This battle is completely different from the battle against Qin Xiaobai. When he fought against Qin Xiaobai, Yang Dingtian didn't have a bit of certainty, a bit of confidence. He was completely using the belief that he would definitely die. However, the current Yang Dingtian is different. As long as he breaks through to the martial profound level, even if Yifeng is 10 levels higher than him, even if he can't use his Youngling sword, even if he can't use his lightning attribute profound skill, Yang Dingtian still has the confidence to defeat Yifeng. Sumei looked at Yang Dingtian and emotionally said, "Could it be that you don't even listen to Madame's orders?" Yang Dingtian looked into Sumei's eyes and said, "Then please tell her that I love her very much. However, I can't agree with some of her principles and her character. I love her very much, but I won't change my life principles for her. Also, because she didn't reply to my questions, I originally planned to leave in 2 days. However, now, I have a reason to stay." After speaking, Yang Dingtian directly stepped forward and hugged the Foxman race girl from Murongshir's sword. He said to Yifeng, "Now, you can leave." Yifeng suddenly laughed and said, "You really don't want to live. Enjoy it well because these are the last few days of your life. You are not far from death. Enjoy this little beauty of the Foxman race." Yang Dingtian said coldly, "Not everyone is as filthy as you. It doesn't matter." Yifeng smiled. "I won't bicker with someone who is about to die." After that, Yifeng left with his men. When he walked out of the door, he turned around and said, "Shenlang, you can enjoy this little fox, but it's best that you hide it well. If many people see it, you won't be able to explain yourself. Although the Heavenly Dao Union is just a fig leaf, once it is completely removed, there will still be people who will complain about you." After Yifeng and the others left, the room fell into silence. Sumei looked at Yang Dingtian with a complicated expression, not knowing what to say. "Shenlang, is it worth it?" Sumei said with some bitterness. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "It's not worth it. I owe the Foxman race my life. When I wandered to the depths of the Dongli grassland, I was ambushed by the Jackal race. If it wasn't for the Foxman race saving me, I would have died long ago." Sumei said, "I'm not talking about this matter. I'm talking about how much you care for Madame. Is it worth it?" Yang Dingtian was slightly startled and said, "This isn't something you should be saying." Sumei laughed at herself and said, "Do you know? Madame will change lovers every year. Every man will stay by her side for at most half a month. After she abandons the men, they will receive a large sum of money and a large property. Then, to make up for it, she will betroth her personal maid to the man and let them form a complete family. You know, no matter what she does, as her personal maid, I have to accompany her." Yang Dingtian frowned and said, "You don't have to explain these things in detail." "I know." Of course, he didn't care about these things. However, he was acting as a man who was infatuated with Qin Mingli. Therefore, he had to act as if he cared. Therefore, Madame will change her personal maid every year. Furthermore, every maid is pure. Sumei said, "I was born poor. Therefore, after becoming Madam's personal maid this year, my life will change completely. I will leap into the upper class of this world. Therefore, I am more concerned about Madam's new temporary partner than Madam herself. This is because to Madam, it is merely a temporary partner for half a month. However, to me, it is a lifelong partner. Sumei's beautiful eyes suddenly became blurred and said, therefore, for this year, I have opened my eyes wide to choose the man I admire the most. This man must be smart and capable. However, he must not be too ambitious and greedy for power. He must know how to cherish women. Furthermore, he must be very interesting. It would be best if he could travel the world and have profound knowledge. Therefore, I chose you. You are better than the ideal partner I had imagined. Therefore, even though you are not Madam's temporary partner, I have already taken the initiative to guide you. Furthermore, at that time, Yan Biaqin had already entered Madam's vision. I was extremely afraid and worried. Yan Biaqin is truly too frightening. Coincidentally, you met with a crisis and were trapped in the auction house by Yifeng. Therefore, I finally made up my mind to take the risk and bring you to Madam. I am choosing a husband for my lifetime. Sumei had a self-mocking expression as she said, your performance was completely out of my expectations. I did not expect that you would actually win in the competition with Yan Biaqin. To be honest, I almost did not have any hope at that time. However, I did not expect that you would actually win. Furthermore, I did not expect that Madam would actually completely fall in love with you. She did not even have the chance to accompany you because she wanted to monopolize you. She did not want to share you with anyone, including me. Therefore, this is considered as me being trapped in a cocoon of my own making. Sumei finally smiled sorrowfully. Yang Dingtian sighed and said, I also did not wish for it to be like this. I can only tell you that 20 years ago, I had already met her. Furthermore, she had always been in my heart. That night, I discovered a plum blossom birthmark on her waist. Therefore, I recognized her. Once these words were spoken, Sumei was instantly astonished as she said, no wonder, no wonder. Yang Dingtian then smiled and said, don't worry. Even if I have to leave Madam, I will definitely ask her to give you the freedom to choose a husband. I will ask her to give you a property and allow you to choose a man who is worth entrusting your life to. Sumei immediately smiled and said, then I really have to thank you. Subsequently, Sumei said, then I shall take my leave first. I still have to report the matters here to Madam. N. Yang Dingtian nodded. Sumei left leisurely, leaving only Yang Dingtian and this little girl from the Foxman race in the room. This little girl widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian. Her eyes were filled with gratitude, puzzlement, and a trace of fear. You have really been to the Dongli grassland? The little girl asked. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, if yes, it was something that happened 5 to 6 years ago. What did you go there for? The little girl said, you humans all treat that place as a taboo. Almost no one has ever gone there. I am just curious. I want to understand you all. I treat you all as the same kind. Yang Dingtian said. Really? The little girl from the Foxman race's beautiful eyes lit up, you really treat us as the same kind? But the others treat us as wild beasts. They all look down on us and treat us as a different kind. They constantly encroach on our land and drove us to the edge of the world. They made us, hundreds of thousands of races, live in the barren Dongli grassland. That is because they are afraid that you all will become strong. Yang Dingtian said, because although your half-human race is not as intelligent as humans, your Xianbane talent is higher than humans. Furthermore, your lifespan is almost twice as long as humans. Once you all become strong, humans will be in danger of being exterminated. But fortunately, your half-human race is constantly fighting among yourselves and there is no outstanding leader who can unify all the races under one banner. Then what should we do? Don't tell me that you humans will be enemies with our half-human race for generations to come and bully us for generations to come? The girl from the Foxman race said, there are so many of you humans and you are so strong. There will be a day when we will be completely exterminated by you all. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, not for the time being. Humans also do not have an absolute leader. The internal struggle is even more intense. Don't you all have the Tiando League? The girl from the Foxman race asked. Yang Dingtian said, there is also no absolute leader in the Tiando League. Furthermore, the biggest enemy of the Tiando League is the evil ways. Before one of these two forces completely falls and is completely destroyed, humans will not wantonly wage war against your half-human race. The girl from the Foxman race stared at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes for a long time and asked, Big brother Yang Dingtian, if you become the leader of the humans, how will you deal with our half-human race? Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, support, intermarry, suppress. Intermarry? The girl from the Foxman race blushed and said, then how will you do it? Yang Dingtian said, among the half-human race, there are many very intelligent and kind races. For example, the Oxman race is diligent and kind. They have no ambition at all. Humans can definitely form an alliance with them. Your Foxman race is beautiful and charming. Although you are a little crafty, you are still kind and peaceful on the whole. Therefore, humans can intermarry with you. This way, the offspring of both sides will definitely be very intelligent and live a long life. Furthermore, their Xian veins will be very talented. As for the bloodthirsty wolf race and wolf race, they will be completely exterminated to prevent them from harming the world. The free and wild leopard race and tiger race will be dismembered. They will gradually forget that they are humans and completely turn into wild beasts. They will become free and wild creatures in this world. This way, in at most a few hundred years, there will no longer be any opposition between the half-human race and the humans. Both sides will completely merge into one and enjoy all the blessings of this world together. After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, the girl from the Foxman race's beautiful eyes immediately brightened. She muttered to herself, Big brother, what you said is really good. Your thoughts and ideas are almost exactly the same as my father. Currently, the flag of the Southwest continent was the Sky Phoenix Pavilion. Its previous pavilion master had mysteriously disappeared. During the Tiando League meeting, the Sky Phoenix Pavilion had completely followed Qin City's lead. Needless to say, Cloud Sky City had completely fallen into the Qin family's control. In addition, Qin City had used the Tiando League's name to rope in the Raging Flames Castle and other underground forces. Actually, Qin City's evil claws had already spread throughout the southwest and northwest continents. Yang Dingtian had always treated northwest Qin City as his mortal enemy. However, in Qin Wancho's eyes, Cloud Sky City was perhaps only a small part of his strategy. Moreover, Qin Wancho had an extremely outstanding successor, Qin Huayu. In Yang Dingtian's heart, he had always treated northwest Qin City as a force of the pugilistic world. From today onwards, this view had to completely change. Perhaps Xianxia School still treated itself as a force of the pugilistic world. However, northwest Qin City's development direction had already become a country. The southwest and northwest continents, the territory controlled by northwest Qin City was already many times larger than any country on Earth. This was already a superpower. However, its ruling method was still relatively scattered. Shenlang, I'm willing to find myself again. However, I really need time. Qin Mingli hugged Yang Dingtian and said gently, regarding your matter, Qin Huayu has already secretly sent someone to warn me. If I continue to live a shameless and extravagant life, they won't care. However, if I express that I want to completely break off my relationship with Yi Wuzheng and be with you, they will do their best to stop me. I understand. Yang Dingtian instantly smiled bitterly. Yang Dingtian knew that Qin Wancho's greatest enemy was not Cloud Sky City but Cloud Sky City. As the number 2 force of the Northwest Tiando League and the in-laws of Black Heaven Sect, Cloud Sky City was currently the biggest obstacle for Northwest Qin City to unify the Northwest and Southwest continents. Before Cloud Sky City was completely settled, they could only maintain their fake relationship through marriage. Therefore, Qin Mingli could only be Yi Wuzheng's wife on the surface. Next, Qin Wancho would marry his 4th daughter to Yi Feng, the foolish young city lord. Shenlang, we can't rush this matter. We can only take it slow. Qin Mingli said gently, although I love you, I'm also a member of the Qin family. Elder brother is the person who dotes on me the most in this world. Therefore, I have to consider the interests of the Qin family. Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes and sighed. I understand. I won't make things difficult for you. Qin Mingli kissed Yang Dingtian and said, "All right, then leave the rest to me. You don't have to worry about anything." Yang Dingtian said solemnly, "Ali, I won't make things difficult for you. I'm referring to the fact that I won't force you to separate from Yi Wuzheng, and I won't force you to wander around with me. Also, I won't kill that idiot Yi Feng during the competition. But don't even think about handing over that Foxman girl." "No." Qin Mingli said, "Is she so beautiful that you can't bear to part with her? She's only 12 years old. This has nothing to do with her beauty. Even if she's very ugly, I'll still have the same attitude." Yang Dingtian said coldly, "You know me. This is what I hate the most about you. Your life is a life, but other people's lives aren't? That's a beautiful and innocent life. I won't allow her to die for no reason. I wander around the world. I'm not interested in power. I'm only interested in the ultimate secret of this world. My dream is to completely save this world. Therefore, I love any life. If you want me to hand over this girl, you can't do it. Unless you kill me." Yang Dingtian said resolutely. Instantly, Qin Mingli looked at Yang Dingtian quietly. She didn't know why, but when she saw Yang Dingtian's fiery and determined gaze, her heart was faintly intoxicated and worshipped. She also felt a sense of inferiority. "All right, I'll do as you say. However, that Foxman girl can't stay by your side. Send her to me and let her stay by my side," Qin Mingli said. "All right." Yang Dingtian said, "Even if you didn't mention it, I was planning to do so. However, there are times when I want to learn the Foxman language from her." Qin Mingli said, "What's there to learn about the Foxman language? It's just a small half-human race." Yang Dingtian said, "I'm very interested in any unknown knowledge. She'll be by my side. You can see her whenever you want." Qin Mingli said, "As for the martial arts competition, leave it to me. Don't worry, I won't let you fall into danger. I won't let my lover get hurt." Yang Dingtian suddenly fell silent. He said, "In fact, I'm preparing for the martial arts competition." "What? Why?" Qin Mingli asked. "I love you and I want to protect you. I don't want to hide behind your back and drag out an ignoble existence." Yang Dingtian said, "Furthermore, I have full confidence that I can defeat Yi Feng." "Impossible. His cultivation level is much higher than yours," Qin Mingli said. "In short, I have confidence." Yang Dingtian said, "Furthermore, by agreeing to the martial arts competition with him, I'll be safer. You have to know that the person who wants to kill me isn't Yi Feng. It's your husband, Yi Wuzheng. He can't do anything to you, but you can't do anything to him either. If he really wants to kill me, you can't stop him. If you think of a way to reject the martial arts competition, then he will think of other ways to kill me. It'll be even harder to guard against him." Qin Mingli instantly clenched her jade teeth. Her beautiful face turned icy cold. Yang Dingtian was right. She, Qin Mingli, was the third most important person in Cloud Sky City. However, all her status came from Qin Wanzhou's love. She had a shocking amount of wealth in her hands, but she had almost no power. She didn't have a territory and didn't have an army that was completely loyal to her. In a real battle, she didn't have the upper hand in front of Yi Wuzheng. "After brother has settled Cloud Sky City, I'll definitely tear Yi Wuzheng into pieces," Qin Mingli said coldly. Then, her gaze turned gentle again. She said, "I really hope that day will come soon. When that time comes, I can marry you legitimately." Yang Dingtian hugged Qin Mingli and remained silent. He didn't respond to her words. Qin Mingli said gently, "Husband, don't you look forward to marrying me?" "Of course I look forward to it. I dream of marrying you." Yang Dingtian said, "But you're ultimately different from me. You still love a life of riches, but I like to wander around." "Do you like womanizing?" Qin Mingli suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "Not at all. All these years, I haven't had many women. Then after we get married, you can wander around outside while I wait for you at home. You can come home once every 1 or 2 years and stay at home for 1 or 2 months to accompany me. I'm not a woman who can't stand loneliness. In fact, even when I'm indulging myself, I only have one partner in a year." Moreover, the time I spend with him is no more than half a month. Most of the time, I'm alone. Qin Mingli said gently. Before she could finish speaking, she noticed that Yang Dingtian was frowning in displeasure. Qin Mingli chuckled and said gently, "Baby, you're jealous after hearing about my history. Alright, stop talking," Yang Dingtian said impatiently. Alright. I was wrong in the past. I didn't keep myself pure for you before you appeared. In the future, I'll use my entire life to compensate you. Qin Mingli said sweetly. At this point, the Cold War between Yang Dingtian and Qin Mingli had completely ended. At night, Yang Dingtian saw Qin Mingli sleeping soundly in his arms. Her beautiful face was still filled with happiness and sweetness. However, his heart was in a mess. Yang Dingtian was disgusted and despised this woman in the beginning. However, he was now filled with pity and sympathy. Initially, he was completely using her. However, there were some changes now. He already had a plan to obtain the Mystic Flames map. Therefore, his attitude towards this woman had also changed. The best ending now was for him to leave as Shun Lang after obtaining the Mystic Flames map. Nominally, he would continue to wander around. However, in reality, he would never return. This would make Qin Mingli think that her lover had died on the road. Although she would be sad, she might still be filled with happiness. At least in her heart, there was a man who loved her until his death. The next day, around 9 o'clock in the morning, the two teams left the Crimson Stone Fort and continued their journey to the northwest Qin city. In fact, many people saw Yang Dingtian coming out of Qin Mingli's room that morning. However, everyone pretended not to see it. When they left the Crimson Stone Fort, there was another team besides Qin Mingli and the two teams from White Cloud City. The owner of the Crimson Stone Fort, Qin Zhongtian, led a team of 300 people and followed them to Qin City. He was also going to attend the birthday banquet of the Qin clan's lord. A few days ago, Yang Dingtian, as the leader of the 1,000-man cavalry, had been riding on the horse and putting on an act. In the following days, he did not put on an act and basically spent most of his time in Qin Mingli's horse carriage. Anyway, there would not be any risks along the way. Most of the time, he played chess with Qin Mingli or played cards. Yang Dingtian also realized that Qin Mingli's needs in that aspect were actually very low. She was even more indifferent than most women. Instead, she liked the feeling of Yang Dingtian accompanying her and doting on her. This made Yang Dingtian slightly surprised. The more he interacted with her, the more he realized that Qin Mingli was actually more innocent. In the remaining time, Yang Dingtian was learning the Foxman race's language and writing from the young girl from the Foxman race, Ji-er. In the beginning, Yang Dingtian was the only one learning. Later on, Qin Mingli also joined in the fun. However, she stopped learning out of boredom after learning less than 100 words. She did not want to learn but also pestered Yang Dingtian to stop him from learning. She would either act coquettishly or kiss him or do other intimate things. Instead, it made the 12-year-old Ji-er blush. In the beginning, Yang Dingtian and Qin Mingli played Go and Chinese chess. However, in the end, they played Gamoku the most. This was out of Yang Dingtian's expectations. As compared to Go, Gamoku was too simple and was not much of a game. He originally thought that Qin Mingli was very scheming and would definitely love Go more. In fact, ever since they started playing Gamoku, Qin Mingli almost did not touch Go anymore. When there were only two of them, they would play Gamoku and Chinese chess. In the end, they did not even play Chinese chess. They were basically playing Gamoku. When Sume was around, the three of them would play Fight the Landlord. In the end, with the addition of Ji-er, the four of them started playing Mahjong. Yang Dingtian was really unwilling to play Mahjong. However, every time he saw Ji or Ashina watching pitifully from the side, Yang Dingtian finally could not bear it and played Mahjong. From then on, it got out of hand. Mahjong was indeed the king of entertainment. Ever since the four of them started to play Mahjong, most of the entertainment in the carriage was Mahjong. They didn't play Gamoku, Chinese chess, or Go. They didn't even touch Go. Once they started playing Mahjong, time passed even faster. However, because of this, when Yang Dingtian occasionally met the West Prefecture City Lord, Yi Wuzheng, the coldness in his eyes intensified. When Yifeng saw Yang Dingtian, his gaze was as though he was looking at a dead man. Just like that, Yang Dingtian played mahjong and learned the Foxman race's language. They traveled during the day and rested at night. Not to mention encountering any danger, this large group did not even meet a small thief. Moreover, every time they passed by a city, they would receive sumptuous hospitality. When they left the next day, the group had increased by tens to hundreds of people. 5 days before Qin Wanzhou's 50th birthday, Yang Dingtian and the rest finally arrived at the northwest Qin city, the true core of the northwest mainland. The young lord of Qin city, Qin Huaiyu, personally led a group of people 50 miles outside the city to welcome them. Of course, when Qin Huaiyu came to welcome them, Yang Dingtian was not part of it. In fact, Qin Mingli had always insisted that he be by her side at all times. However, Yang Dingtian refused, indicating that he had no interest in power at all. Then, under Qin Huaiyu's lead, a group of close to 5,000 people entered Qin city in a grandiose manner. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you. Yang Dingtian finally saw the legendary Northwest Qin city. The Northwest Qin city that was deeply engraved in his heart. Until now, Yang Dingtian had already seen the headquarters of many major factions. Yinyang School was built around the mountain. It was majestic and filled with antiquity. There was also a hint of transcendence. It had the vibe of a martial arts sect. Cloud Sky City was built on the peak of the mountain. It was majestic and imposing, filled with a fierce aura. The Temple of Blood was built within the mountain that was 10,000 meters tall. It was the most bizarre as it was a work of the gods. Regardless of whether it was Yinyang School, Cloud Sky City, or the Temple of Blood, they were big and strange, but they didn't have more than 20 to 30,000 people. However, the Northwest Qin city was completely different. The Northwest Qin city was like a complete city. In fact, the Northwest Qin city was indeed a city. This city was smaller than West Prefecture City, but it still had a few 100,000 people. Compared to West Prefecture City, the Northwest Qin city was more like a military fortress. The entire Qin city was divided into an inner city and an outer city. The outer city walls were dozens of meters tall and dozens of meters wide. The city walls were densely packed with soldiers and huge crossbows. In the air, there was a team of patrolling griffin riders. The entire Northwest Qin city could only be said to be grand and magnificent. It wasn't very luxurious. In fact, most of the buildings in the city were square. Most of them were made of gray bricks and black tiles. The eaves of the houses weren't exquisitely carved. Perhaps it was grand and magnificent, but it wasn't very gorgeous. The layout of the houses was also mostly square and symmetrical. The wide bluestone streets were straight and smooth. There were very few corners. This city was even a little rigid. However, it had to be said that this was the most grand headquarters city among the various factions. The other factions were either bigger villas or huge fortresses. Only the Northwest Qin city was a real city. From this, it could be seen where the Qin clan lord's ambition was. Perhaps he didn't want to be the clan lord of a sect, but the king of a country. At this moment, the Qin city was bustling with noise. Most of the people who came and went were people who came to celebrate the birthday. Of course, this grand occasion couldn't compare to Yinyang School's decennial worship ceremony. However, in comparison, Yinyang School was too high and mighty. Only members of the Tiando League were allowed to enter the mountain gate. Moreover, the head of a school could only bring a dozen or so people into the school to pay their respects. Most of the rest had to stay in Eastern Cloud State. On the other hand, the Northwest Qin city was not so unwelcoming. All forces, big and small, could come to celebrate the birthday. Moreover, each force could bring a large number of people with them. In any case, Qin city was huge. Everything could be arranged. Therefore, the number of people who came to congratulate Patriarch Qin on his 50th birthday was even more than the Yinyang School's decennial ceremony. Although there were many people, the order in the city was very orderly. Every few hundred meters, Yang Dingtian could see a team of black patrolling warriors. They were fully armed and looked cold and sharp. Yang Dingtian estimated that there were at least 20 to 30,000 warriors and knights in the Northwest Qin city alone, Instantly, Yang Dingtian understood that Cloud Sky City and the Northwest Qin City were not on the same level. The 3,000 Black Blood Cavalry in the Black Blood Castle was already the largest armed force in Cloud Sky City. Including the disciples of Cloud Sky City and the military forces of the other castles, the armed forces of Cloud Sky City definitely did not exceed 10,000 people. As for the Northwest Qin family, they had at least 50,000 military forces in Qin City alone. Of course, this was only the armed forces in Qin City. It did not include the 3,000 square miles of territory directly managed by the Qin family. Within the 1,000 square miles of Cloud Sky City's territory, most of the forces were vassal forces. The 3,000 square miles of Northwest Qin City's territory were all managed by the Qin family's direct descendants. In other words, all the forces within the 3,000 square miles of territory were directly under Qin City's command. The territories of vassal forces of Qin City far exceeded 10,000 square miles. Perhaps, in terms of territory and armed forces, Qin City had already surpassed Yingyang School and the Black Heaven sect. At this moment, Yang Dingtian knew that it was impossible to defeat the Northwest Qin City in a head-on battle. Even 10 Cloud Sky Cities would not be a match for Qin City if they were to attack one city at a time. The forces that Qin City could mobilize were at least 10 times more than Cloud Sky City. There was only one way to defeat Qin City, and that was to defeat the pillar of Qin City, Qin Wanzhou. Qin Wanzhou was a Grandmaster-level expert. He should be ranked in the top 3 among all the experts in the world. If Yang Dingtian wanted to defeat him, he would have to at least defeat Dongfang Bingling first. If Yang Dingtian won the martial arts contest for the position of city lord at the end of the year, he would have to clean up the internal affairs. Not only would he have to completely eliminate the opposing forces of the Yang family and the hidden forces of Qin City, but he also had to completely integrate the 1,000 square miles of Cloud Sky City's territory. He had to be more thorough than Shimen Wuya and completely turn the vassal forces of the 1,000 square miles of territory into direct forces. He would turn the vassal forces like the Iron Sword sect into something like the Black Blood Castle, directly under the command of Cloud Sky City. Only in this way could he truly resist the annexation of Qin City. As for the counterattack, before Yang Dingtian's cultivation surpassed Qin Wanzhou's, he could forget about it. Even after becoming the city lord of Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian's biggest task was to completely integrate the 1,000 square miles of territory of Cloud Sky City into a fist. After entering the inner city, Qin Mingli immediately went to pay her respects to the city lord, Qin Wanzhou. As her lover, his identity was definitely not presentable. Therefore, if it wasn't for the martial arts contest with Yi Feng, Yang Dingtian wouldn't even have the right to meet Qin Wanzhou from the beginning to the end. Therefore, after Qin Mingli left to pay her respects to the city lord, Qin Wanzhou, Yang Dingtian stayed in Qin Mingli's courtyard and basically didn't come out. Qin Mingli's courtyard was about 400 to 500 mu and completely belonged to Qin Mingli alone. Yang Dingtian was absolutely safe here. Only in this courtyard were there more flowers and plants, making it look more like a manor. It could be considered one of the biggest manors in Qin City. In the entire courtyard, there were about 2,000 people. There were a few hundred maids, a few hundred warriors, and a few hundred servants. These people were completely loyal to Qin Mingli and completely belonged to her. When Yang Dingtian entered, these servants appeared to be respectful on the surface. However, their eyes were filled with disdain. This was especially true for some of the older managers, who were even less attentive to him. From today onwards, you will stay in this courtyard. An old man in embroidered clothes brought Yang Dingtian to a slightly remote courtyard. This courtyard was at the northwest corner of the entire courtyard. It was the place where Qin Mingli had arranged for her lovers. Every year, Qin Mingli would return to Qin City 2 to 3 times. In a year, she would spend half of her time in this courtyard. Therefore, these servants had met 7 to 8 of her lovers over the years. The longest time these lovers stayed in this courtyard was not more than 10 days. Once Qin Mingli was tired of them, her lovers would marry her maids directly. They would be given a house and property in Qin City or West Prefecture City. Therefore, in the eyes of the old man in the courtyard, Qin Mingli's lovers were the same as her servants. This was because they would eventually marry their maids. These old men in the courtyard considered themselves to be Qin Mingli's close people. Qin Mingli's lovers were outsiders among the servants. Therefore, they would not take them seriously. In the face of the cold treatment from the servants in the courtyard, Yang Dingtian did not mind at all. Moreover, this courtyard was remote and quiet. It was just right for him to stay there. When the old butler left, he pretended to be indifferent and said, "During this period of time, there are many important guests who came to visit Madam. Therefore, before young Master Shen is summoned, it's best that you don't leave this courtyard to avoid embarrassing yourself." Those words were spoken in an extremely impolite manner, so much so that it could even be considered rude. Yang Dingtian did not mind. He smiled and said, "Okay." At night, when Qin Mingli returned to the courtyard, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening on Earth. It was obvious that she had accompanied her elder brother for dinner and had a long talk. When she saw that Yang Dingtian was staying in the most remote courtyard, Qin Mingli's face turned cold. She immediately ordered everyone in the courtyard, gather in front of the main hall. Half an hour later, more than 2,000 people in the courtyard gathered in the square in front of the main hall. Qin Mingli stood on the stairs and held Yang Dingtian's hand. She shouted coldly, "Everyone, kneel down." Instantly, more than 2,000 people knelt down in unison. "Remember, from today onwards, this man beside me, Shen Lang, is the male owner of this courtyard. The only male owner." Qin Mingli said in a crisp voice, "I don't care what others say. But in this courtyard, he is my husband." Instantly, everyone in the square was stunned. They looked at Yang Dingtian with astonishment. "Didn't you hear?" Qin Mingli said coldly. "Yes." Everyone said in unison. "Then why aren't you greeting your master?" Qin Mingli said. Immediately, everyone kowtowed to Yang Dingtian and said, "Servants greet master." Especially the old man who had spoken rudely to Yang Dingtian today. His face was filled with fear as he kowtowed to Yang Dingtian and bled. "Everyone, get up." "Sorry for the trouble," Yang Dingtian said with a smile. "Why aren't you thanking your male owner?" Qin Mingli said and coldly glanced at the housekeeper who was kowtowing. Everyone stood up timidly and said in unison, "Thank you, master." On the couch, Qin Mingli fed Yang Dingtian grapes and said gently, "Darling Shen, my brother got angry at me today." "What's wrong?" Yang Dingtian asked. "In the past, Yi Wuzheng pretended to stay in my courtyard. Tonight, during the family banquet, I directly said that Yi Wuzheng did not need to come in anymore and asked him to stay elsewhere. From today onwards, he was not allowed to take a step into my courtyard. After my brother heard this, he got angry and wanted to send someone to kill you on the spot." Qin Mingli said, "I said that if you died, I would also die in front of him." Then, he smashed his wine cup. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly and said, "You are too impatient." "I really can't wait for another day," Qin Mingli said softly. "Originally, I wanted to tell my brother how amazing you are. I didn't expect that I would anger him and have no chance to say it." "It's all right." Yang Dingtian hugged her tightly and said, "Anyway, I don't care about how others look at me. After I defeat Yi Feng at your brother's birthday banquet, I will accompany you for a while more. After that, I will continue to wander around." Qin Mingli's beautiful eyes dimmed when she heard this. She said softly, "Can't you not leave? I can't bear to be apart from you for even a day." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "If two people love each other for a long time, they won't be together day and night. As long as our hearts are together, even if we are thousands of miles apart, we will feel close at hand." Lang Jun. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Qin Mingli was instantly moved. She said softly, "Tens of thousands of people came to celebrate my brother's 50th birthday. Therefore, I will be very busy during this period of time. I won't be able to accompany you all the time. It's all right. I will be practicing martial arts during these few days to prepare for the competition with that idiot Yi Feng," Yang Dingtian said. "Can you really win?" Qin Mingli asked worriedly. "I can," Yang Dingtian said. "From tomorrow onwards, I will live in the most remote place and cultivate in seclusion." "Ollie, do you know of a place where there is no one within a radius of tens of miles? Moreover, it is an absolutely secret place and there is an underground secret room?" Qin Mingli thought for a while and said softly, "Yes, it is 100 miles away from the city. There is a lake there and there is a secret room under the lake." I built it on a whim back then. It has never been used and it is completely my private property. No one else knows about it. That's great. Yang Dingtian said, in the next few days, I will be cultivating in seclusion in that secret room to prepare for the competition with Yifeng. Yes, don't worry. Qin Mingli said, I will. What materials, elixirs, or secret manuals do you need? As long as you give the order, as long as there is something in Qin City, no matter how precious or how much you need, I will send it to you. Although your woman's martial arts skills are not high and she does not have much power, when it comes to wealth, there are not many people in the world who can compare to her. All of my wealth will also be yours. Yang Dingtian's heart softened. He said, I do need some things. I will give you a list later. You have to let the most reliable person arrange these things. Qin Mingli said softly, I will arrange it personally. Then, she giggled and said, it's not bad to have a woman who is super rich, right? Yang Dingtian smiled and said, yes, the feeling of living off a woman is not bad. When he said this, Qin Mingli felt a little embarrassed. This was because she knew that her man, Shen Lang, was not the least bit interested in power and wealth. Then, as if she was explaining deliberately, she said, now that I think about it, my underground palace in West Province City was really boring. I used to like it very much and always wanted to collect all the treasures in the world. But now, I have no interest at all. I really have no interest in these treasures in the world. No matter how precious they are, in my eyes, they are just like rubble. I believe that you will find something more meaningful, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Mingli giggled and said gently, being with you is the most meaningful thing. The next day, Qin Mingli went out early in the morning. Yang Dingtian also used the most secretive channel to move to a secret room under a remote and uninhabited lake 100 miles away. This lake was about a few hundred acres in size and was completely Qin Mingli's private property. There was not a single person within a radius of a few dozen miles. It was the best place for Yang Dingtian to cultivate in seclusion. After diving to the bottom of the lake, Yang Dingtian came to the secret room and started cultivating in seclusion. Although the secret room was underwater, the entrance was filled with water-repellent energy crystals. Therefore, even when the thick stone door of the secret room was opened, not a single bit of the lake water could enter. There were still 4 days before the birthday banquet competition. In order to completely defeat Yifeng, Yang Dingtian had to break through to the martial mystic level. However, this was extremely difficult. According to normal cultivation, Yang Dingtian could at most break through 2 levels after learning the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. However, if Yang Dingtian went through the 4th stage of the marrow cleansing and meridians cleansing, he might break through 2 levels. If he went through the 5th stage of the marrow cleansing and meridians cleansing, he might break through a little more, but it would definitely not exceed 3 levels. In this way, Yang Dingtian could at most break through to an 8-star Great Mystic Martial Master. He was still 2 levels away from the Martial Mystic level. According to normal cultivation, this gap of 2 levels would take at least half a year. An 8-star Great Mystic Martial Master was 1 level and 11 levels away from Yifeng. Although it was not impossible to defeat him, Yang Dingtian wanted a great victory and not a Pyrrhic victory. Therefore, he had to break through to the Martial Mystic level. In just 3 to 4 days, other than the breakthrough brought by the pig-slaying swordsmanship, he really had to think of other ways to break through 2 levels. The outcome of this competition could be said to be extremely important. It was the most important part of Yang Dingtian's plan. Whether or not he could obtain the other half of the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame map completely depended on the outcome of this competition. Note, begging for monthly votes, begging for support, thank you everyone. Speaking of the map of the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame, Yang Dingtian had been learning the Foxman race's language and language from the Foxman race's girl, Ji-er. Compared to the mainstream language of this world, the Foxman race's language was more concise. As long as one mastered about 1,000 words, there would be no problem in communicating. One would be able to understand the relevant records of the Foxman race. As for the words on Yang Dingtian's half of the Mystic Flame map, there was even less of a problem. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could already understand the words on this half of the map. However, the words on the map were all unique phrases. Just by looking at these words, he could not understand what they meant. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian felt that these phrases did not seem to be names of places, but poems unique to the Foxman race. Furthermore, there were only half of each sentence. Yang Dingtian could only understand the Foxman race's language and did not know much about poems. In addition, there were only half of each sentence in these poems, so he could not understand what they meant at all. If he wanted to understand these poems, he had to combine the two maps into a complete set. The entire poem also had to be combined into a complete set. Only then could he slowly analyze it. Therefore, no matter if it was the half of the map in Yang Dingtian's hand or the half of the map in Qin Huayu's hand, he could not get any information from looking at them alone. They really had to be combined together. It was not that Yang Dingtian had not tried before. He took out some of the words in the second half of the poem to test Ji Er. He asked her about some of the Foxman race's poems that had been passed down for a long time, but he did not get an answer. Therefore, the poems on this map should not be the traditional poems of the Foxman race, but the original work of the person who drew the map. In the large barrel, Yang Dingtian had already prepared the materials and medicine for the 4th level of meridian cleansing. The medicinal water in the barrel was half fiery red and half blue. This was a true combination of ice and fire. One half was ice and the other half was fire. It was completely filled with terrifying energy. If there was only one of them, then a person would be burned to ashes or frozen into a hard block if they jumped in. When the ice and cold energy were combined, they reached a balance. Therefore, one could achieve the result of body tempering and meridian cleansing. He took out a small bottle of holy water from his spatial ring and poured it into the marrow and meridian cleansing bath. This small bottle of holy water instantly melted into the medicinal liquid of ice and fire, disappearing without a trace. Yang Dingtian heaved a long sigh of relief. It was fine as long as they were compatible, as long as they didn't reject each other. After doing all this, Yang Dingtian took off his clothes and directly jumped into the medicinal liquid. Immediately, an incomparably intense fiery energy covered his entire body. It was as if his entire body was burning in flames. That feeling instantly became extremely painful, making it impossible for him to make a sound. The burning didn't last long. At the same time, a bone-piercing cold energy entered his body. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's bones, muscles, blood, and meridians were all solidified. This terrifying cold was much more terrifying than the world of ice and snow. Fortunately, Yang Dingtian had the 9 Yang mystic meridians. This bone-chilling sensation was much better than the burning sensation earlier. If it was someone else who didn't have an expert to protect them, they would have instantly gone into shock from the cold. Moreover, no matter how cold it was, it couldn't be compared to the deepest part of the unfreezing water. Yang Dingtian didn't cry out in pain, but in his heart, Yang Dingtian had already begun to scream. This feeling was simply too painful. Compared to the burning and freezing of his qi, it was at least 10 times more painful. During the process of the profound energy cleansing the profound veins and qi, it was like using a knife to desperately scrape the inside, scraping off a layer of the sediment in the profound veins. This kind of pain was much more painful than having the flesh scraped off the surface of the body. It was completely no less painful than the ancient earth's punishment of being cut into pieces and flayed. Not even 10% of the process was completed. Yang Dingtian was already in so much pain that he was twitching. His vision turned black and he was about to completely faint. This could really be called the extreme pain of the human body. Moreover, he must not faint. Once he fainted, he would be completely finished. His meridians would be destroyed and his profound energy would explode. Yang Dingtian couldn't even let his master block the nerves in his brain to reduce the pain, because this kind of pain was very, very important. Only this kind of pain would allow Yang Dingtian to control the strength of his profound energy and the direction of his meridians cleansing. Otherwise, if the strength was slightly wrong, not only would it not wash away the sediment in the profound veins, it would directly sever the profound veins. Therefore, in a situation where there was no one to protect him, carrying out the marrow cleansing on his own was a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. Just like this, Yang Dingtian endured the extreme pain and carried out the 4th level of the marrow cleansing meridians inch by inch. However, even if he had an extremely strong willpower and endurance, when the marrow cleansing meridians reached 30%, he could no longer endure it. His body had already started to become numb. The extreme pain caused his nerves to feel a little sluggish. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian entered the most dangerous moment. After his nerves felt a little sluggish, he couldn't control the strength of his energy and could sever his profound veins at any time. Once they were severed or pierced, all the profound energy in his energy reserve would suddenly explode. At that time, there would only be one outcome: his body would explode and he would die. If there was someone to protect him, such a strong profound energy could protect all the profound veins in the body of the marrow cleanser. Even if the marrow cleanser's strength made a mistake, there wouldn't be the danger of his body exploding and his meridians severing. Yang Dingtian clenched his teeth and desperately tried to maintain a clear mind and sharp senses. However, this was getting more and more difficult. Suddenly, the profound energy in Yang Dingtian's body trembled. In an instant, the strong profound energy fiercely tore apart the thin profound veins and was about to tear them apart. Then, the profound energy in his body was about to explode. If this happened, Yang Dingtian would instantly explode and die. At this most dangerous moment, a gentle energy suddenly gushed out from the medicinal liquid and directly drilled into the damaged area of his profound veins. After that, this sacred and gentle energy directly eliminated the violent profound energy that was about to explode out without a trace. The damaged profound veins also quickly became intact. This sacred water was indeed useful, and it was much more powerful than Yang Dingtian had imagined. The following marrow cleansing meridians was still incomparably painful. However, without the danger of his body exploding, Yang Dingtian's courage increased by a lot. He didn't have to control the strength of his profound energy, and it was almost like he was going on a rampage. The marrow cleansing meridians reached 40%, 50%, 80%, 90%. In the process, he had at least encountered the danger of his body exploding and dying 5 times. However, under the effect of the sacred water, they were all daunting but not dangerous. The last 10% of the process was especially slow. The profound energy in the cleansing meridians advanced millimeter by millimeter. Therefore, the last 10% of the marrow cleansing meridians took more time than the previous 90%. Time passed by minute, 91%, 92%, 93%, 99%, 100%, Yang Dingtian's body flashed and all the profound energy instantly disappeared without a trace. Then, it quickly condensed back into his qi. All the pain disappeared without a trace. His entire body became incomparably warm and comfortable. It was as if a spring breeze had brushed past, as if he was in a fairyland. His entire body was completely light as a feather, as if he was really going to fly. The 4th level of marrow cleansing meridians was completed perfectly. Looking at the medicinal liquid in the bucket again, it had completely changed color. It was no longer fiery red and dark blue, but had become turbid. Yang Dingtian stood up from the bucket. Suddenly, the surface of his body seemed to have formed a layer of scabs. The black color was the impurities in his body. The red color was the blood that had seeped out. Most of the sludge in his Xian meridians and qi had been forced out and condensed on the surface of his body. It was about a millimeter thick. Therefore, at this moment, Yang Dingtian looked especially dirty and had an unpleasant smell. With a slight shake, the layer of impurities on the surface of his body instantly shattered and fell into the wooden bucket, revealing Yang Dingtian's clean body. Compared to before, Yang Dingtian's body had become as clean as jade, like a freshly plucked egg. Of course, the scars were still there, but the skin on his body looked as if it had been reborn. And this deep sea Xian robe was really amazing. The impurities and blood in Yang Dingtian's body could actually seep out and be directly discharged outside the deep sea Xian robe. After finishing the 4th level of marrow cleansing, Yang Dingtian left the medicinal bucket and entered another wooden bucket. There was a rare and clear medicinal liquid in it that had recovery effects. Yang Dingtian thoroughly washed his body in it. After doing all this, Yang Dingtian poured a small bottle of fiery red liquid into the turbid medicinal bucket. After the liquid entered the turbid medicinal liquid, it suddenly burst into flames. In less than half a minute, all the turbid medicinal liquid and the entire jade bucket were turned into ashes. Although there was no harm, Yang Dingtian still did not leave any traces. Yang Dingtian left the secret room and swam out of the lake. At this time, the sky outside was already bright, and the sun was almost in the middle of the sky. The cleansing of the marrow and meridians of the fourth level took almost 30 hours. Of course, this was already very, very fast. Due to the effect of the sacred water, it was completely impossible for his body to explode. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's celestial qi could be said to be completely rampaging. If it was someone else, their speed would probably be several times slower. Yang Dingtian swam out of the water and went ashore. He walked more than 10 miles to the north, and there was a house there. Yang Dingtian walked into the house. Qin Mingli was waiting there with 4 deaf and blind strongmen. There was also a huge box on the ground, which contained the things that Yang Dingtian wanted. When she saw Yang Dingtian enter, Qin Mingli immediately pounced on him and said in a sweet voice, "Shenlang, how's your cultivation?" Yang Dingtian hugged her voluptuous body and said, "It went very smoothly." "How long have you been waiting here?" "I came before dawn." Qin Mingli said in a sweet voice, "You weren't at home last night and I couldn't sleep for the entire night." Yang Dingtian tightened his arms around her waist. Qin Mingli said, "My husband, I have brought all the things you wanted. They are all in this big box." "Okay." Yang Dingtian replied. "Remember, if you can't do it, don't force yourself. It doesn't matter if you lose the martial arts competition because you are already the greatest and most amazing man in Ali's heart." Qin Mingli said gently. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled slightly and said, "I know. I know that your cultivation method must be very special. If you encounter any danger, you must stop. You must know that you are not alone now. You have a woman who is always thinking about you." Qin Mingli continued. Yang Dingtian kissed her beautiful eyes and said gently, "I know. You are very busy. Go back first. We will meet again 3 days later." "Okay, baby. I will leave first." Qin Mingli left Yang Dingtian's arms reluctantly and turned to walk out of the house. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. Qin Mingli's obsession really made Yang Dingtian feel more and more guilty. More and more, taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian grabbed the huge box on the ground with one hand. It was so heavy that it probably weighed more than a few thousand kilograms. However, in Yang Dingtian's hands, it did not seem to weigh much. Carrying the box, Yang Dingtian ran quickly and jumped into the lake. He swam to the bottom of the lake and entered the secret drainage room. When he opened the box, it was filled with things. Yang Dingtian took out pieces of sparkling and translucent crystal and laid them on the ground. The red crystal was the fire magnetic jade crystal and the blue crystal was the ice magnetic jade crystal. Each piece was about the size of a palm. In terms of price, each piece was worth more than a few million gold coins. This was also the most expensive material in the world. Yang Dingtian had spread these crystals over 3 square meters on the ground, forming a yin-yang tai chi array. There were a total of 999 crystals, therefore, it was impossible to calculate how many gold coins they were worth after conversion. In fact, the value of these things could no longer be calculated using gold coins. Every piece of this item was incomparably precious. Only extravagant martial artists would wear it on their bodies at all times. This way, they would be able to devour profound energy with half the effort. The function of the fire magnetic crystal and the ice magnetic crystal was to multiply the absorption of Xianxia. The magnets on Earth absorbed metals, but this magnetic crystal stone was specialized in absorbing Xianxia. When a great mystic martial master cultivator breathes in and out, the amount of Xianxia they can absorb is around a dozen meters around their body. Wearing this kind of magnetic crystal stone, one could absorb about 20 feet of Xianxia. Moreover, all the celestial qi that passed through the magnetic crystal would undergo a process of purification before entering the body. Although it was not completely pure profound qi, it was many times better than ordinary profound qi. Every piece of magnetic crystal stone could be used for about 3 days before losing its effect. Therefore, only the most extravagant direct disciples of the sect could use this kind of magnetic crystal stone at all times. Furthermore, they could only use one piece at a time. This was equivalent to spending millions of gold coins every day when he was cultivating. However, Yang Dingtian used a total of 999 pieces at once. To be honest, this was also because Qin Mingli was the richest person in the world. Otherwise, even if Yang Dingtian became the Cloud Heaven City Lord, he would not be able to use such extravagant means. Of course, in the world, only the Northwest Qin city could be so extravagant. This was because more than half of the production of this kind of crystal stone was in the hands of the Northwest Qin city. The Northwest Qin city's subordinate force, Autumn Water Island, was an incomparably huge mineral vein. They controlled a few % of the world's crystals and precious minerals. That was why the Northwest Qin city was so powerful and rich. Even so, Qin Huayu probably wouldn't be willing to spend such a large sum of money to use 999 magnetic crystals at once. There was no other way. There was not much time left. Yang Dingtian had to use the fastest speed to break through to the martial mystic realm. Therefore, Yang Dingtian used such an extravagant method. After using 999 pieces of fire magnetic crystal stones and ice magnetic crystal stones to form a yin-yang tai chi formation on the ground. In this way, the range of profound qi that Yang Dingtian could engulf had expanded by more than 2,000 times. He could engulf all the profound qi within a 5-kilometer radius. Of course, this was far from the yin-yang 5 elements formation of the yin-yang festival. The yin-yang 5 elements formation of the Horror Mountain village could engulf all the profound qi within a few hundred miles. Moreover, it was completely pure profound qi. After setting up the yin-yang tai chi formation, Yang Dingtian took out another 5 demon cores from the box: fire, ice, wind, metal, lightning. The first 4 types were all demon cores of 9th grade demonic beasts. Although the last electric-type demon core was only 8th grade, its value was more than 10 times the value of the first 4 demon cores combined. Electric-type demonic beasts were extremely rare. To be honest, only the richest person in the world, Qin Mingli, would have one. The value of a 9th grade demonic core was more than 10 million. Therefore, the value of this 8th grade electric-type demon core was an astronomical figure. At this moment, Qin Mingli took it all out and handed it to Yang Dingtian. Such a deep friendship was really hard to let down. Placing the 5 demon cores on top of the yin-yang tai chi formation. This scene seemed somewhat familiar. That's right. Yang Dingtian wanted to set up a knockoff of the yin-yang 5 elements formation. The yin-yang 5 elements formation from before made use of the yin-yang festival that only happened once every 300 years. It made use of the power of heaven and earth to allow Yang Dingtian to break through level 19. Of course, that kind of opportunity was too precious. There would not be a second time. After all, it only happened once every 300 years. It could even be said that it was a gift from heaven to Yang Dingtian. Therefore, this time, Yang Dingtian used an astronomical amount of money to set up this knockoff of the yin-yang 5 elements formation. Its power was not even 1/100th of the natural yin-yang 5 elements formation. Fortunately, this knockoff of the yin-yang 5 elements formation could engulf profound qi for a much longer time. Note: begging for support. Begging for monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. This pig-slaying swordsmanship was indeed the #1 swordsmanship in the world. The first stage was invincible in sword moves. The second stage was invincible in internal resistance. The third stage was to simply begin to penetrate into the deepest relationships of energy and Xianxia. It began to transform energy and completely break the so-called yin and yang and the 5 elements. It explored the deepest secrets of the human body, the Xian veins, and energy. Of course, this seemed too theoretical, too profound, or too useless. It did not have much use for a martial artist's cultivation. But in reality, the power of the yin-yang qi transformation technique was even more mysterious and powerful than the first 2 stages of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. In the most utilitarian terms, there were 2 kinds of instant killing effects. The first was that every martial artist had their own attributes. Those with yang attribute Xian veins could only absorb yang attribute Xian qi from heaven and earth. To be more specific, when fire attribute martial artists devoured metal attribute Xian qi, the effects would be greatly reduced, even though metal attribute Xian qi was also yang attribute. Therefore, for a martial artist, the most important daily Xian qi absorption, he could only use 1/3 of the Xian qi in his body. And within this 1/3, he could refine and purify it and guide it into his qi. But when he learned the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, the yin-yang qi transformation technique, he could refine any type of xian qi in his body. Those with yang attribute xian veins could devour yang attribute energy and guide it into his qi si after refining it. Those with yang attribute xian veins could also directly refine yang attribute xian qi for their own use. In other words, when the yin-yang qi transformation technique was cultivated to the highest level, even if it was the most ordinary cultivation, disregarding the xian veins, a martial artist's cultivation speed would be 3 times faster than others. And Yang Dingtian had 9 yang xian veins, so even his normal cultivation speed would be 4 to 5 times faster than others, or even higher. Therefore, just this aspect alone made the yin-yang qi transformation technique, the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, almost heaven-defying. There was another even more instant killing effect, and that was when fighting with enemies. This yin-yang qi transformation technique could directly dissolve and refine xian qi that attacked one's body. Not only could it turn the damage into nothing, it could also turn the xian qi energy of the enemy's attack into one's own. This effect was even more powerful to the point of defying the natural order. Therefore, the pig-slaying swordsmanship was really the world's most profound and most powerful martial technique manual. In fact, it could no longer be considered a martial technique manual. As a martial skill, the second stage was already its limit. The third stage had already exceeded the scope of martial skills. It was already at the level of the canon of energy. It could directly dissect and modify the deepest attributes of energy. Without a doubt, the pig-slaying swordsmanship scroll was a unique secret manual in this world, an unprecedented secret manual. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Dingtian had almost completely forgotten about his own existence in this illusory void. He forgot about his martial skills, forgot about his treasured sword, forgot about everything. In the entire world, there were only changes, developments, and transformations of energy. It was as if he was a wave of energy, a wave of profound energy. In the boundless illusory universe, he desperately soared, desperately sensing the endless mysteries of energy. However, there was so much information that his brain could only remember a drop in the ocean, and the images were still changing crazily. Phew, all of a sudden, the boundless energy within the illusion realm suddenly exploded. It was like a nuclear explosion, and it was extremely bright. Subsequently, everything vanished without a trace, and Yang Dingtian instantly woke up. Of course, this was not because the energy in the illusory world had stopped changing. It was because all the profound energy in the pig-slaying swordsmanship scroll had been exhausted, and it had completely dissipated in Yang Dingtian's profound veins and energy reserve. Therefore, everything came to an abrupt end. At this time, more than 20 hours had passed since Yang Dingtian had just started learning the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship scroll. After waking up, Yang Dingtian still could not calm down his shock and interest. He could not help but ask in his heart, "Master, did you see it just now?" After a long time, Dongfang Minmi sighed and said, "I saw it. This is the most profound secret manual I have ever seen. It doesn't look like a martial skill scroll at all. This made me clearly feel that even though I am a great grandmaster, my understanding of martial arts may only be a drop in the ocean." Then, Dongfang Minmi said, "Compared to the first 2 stages of the pig-slaying swordsmanship scroll, this third stage of the yin-yang qi transformation technique may be the true supreme secret manual." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "Master, can you help me see how much my profound energy has broken through? When I was cultivating just now, I didn't feel any breakthrough at all." Dongfang Minmi said, "In the illusory world of cultivation, you have already forgotten about your own body. You only felt a surge of energy, so of course you wouldn't feel your own breakthrough." Then, Dongfang Minmi's divine sense began to explore Yang Dingtian's energy reserve. After that, Dongfang Minmi was immersed for a few seconds. Yang Dingtian could not help but ask anxiously, "What's wrong, Master? Did I really not break through?" "I broke through," Dongfang Minmi said. "How much did I break through?" Yang Dingtian asked nervously. "I broke through 4 levels." Dongfang Minmi said with a trembling voice, "Not only did you break through to the martial mystic level, you also directly broke through to the 1-star martial mystic level." "What?" Yang Dingtian immediately let out a voice of complete disbelief. The third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship actually allowed him to directly break through 4 levels. Originally, the best result he expected was only to break through to the martial mystic level. If he couldn't do that, then he could also become a 9-star great mystic martial master. However, he didn't expect that he would directly break through to the 1-star martial mystic level. It was even better than the best result Yang Dingtian expected. He took a deep breath. Right now, there are only less than 8 hours until Xianxia's birthday banquet. Because he can't use the pig-slaying swordsmanship or the youngling sword, merely breaking through to the 1-star martial mystic level is not enough. It's not enough to directly defeat Yi Feng. In the following time, Yang Dingtian still has to hurry and learn the 8th rank mystic skill, Devil Flame Saber Art. After taking out the 8th rank Devil Flame Saber Art secret manual from his spatial ring, Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and slowly imbued profound energy into it. This ordinary mystic skill scroll is indeed different from the pig-slaying swordsmanship. It doesn't have any illusions. After Yang Dingtian imbued his profound energy into the scroll, the entire secret manual started to light up. Incomparably complicated profound energy routes started to appear on the scroll. Layer by layer, it's subtle and bizarre. Yang Dingtian's profound energy needs to completely pass through these incomparably complicated profound energy routes before returning to his body. These secret manuals record incomparably complicated information. After it re-enters Yang Dingtian's profound veins and energy sea, it will leave an indelible mark on his profound energy. It had left an indelible imprint in Yang Dingtian's body. This imprint was a special way to organize mystic qi, attack method, and attack attribute. And so on. In short, it's an extremely complicated thing that forms the 8th rank Devil Flame Saber Art. This kind of organizing method transforms profound energy into a flame saber with astonishing destructive power, achieving the effect of killing in one strike. Therefore, compared to the pig-slaying swordsmanship scroll, learning this kind of mystic skill is undoubtedly more boring. He can only watch his profound energy follow the complicated routes and advance inch by inch. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. Finally, Yang Dingtian's profound energy completed all the profound energy routes in the secret manual scroll. Then, it brought along incomparably complicated information and fiercely drilled into his body. Instantly, the 8th rank Devil Flame Saber Art scroll burned and turned into ashes. A white light flashed in front of Yang Dingtian's eyes, and he fell into a short period of nothingness and dizziness. This was because the profound energy started to leave the unique imprint of the 8th rank Devil Flame Saber Art in Yang Dingtian's brain, profound veins, and energy sea. After a full 10 minutes, the 8th rank Devil Flame Saber Art's profound skill cultivation method was clearly imprinted in Yang Dingtian's brain and profound veins. The entire Devil Flame Saber Art only has 3 moves. The first move, Blazing Wild Saber. The second move, Lotus 9 Ring Saber. The third move, Devil Calamity Prison Splitting Saber. Without a doubt, each of these 3 moves was more powerful than the last. Of course, each move consumed more profound energy than the last, and each move was harder to execute than the last. Wait a minute. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian found another move of the 8th rank Devil Flame Saber Art in the corner of his special memory space. Moreover, it was a hidden move. Devil comes from the heart. The name of this move was completely different from the previous 3 moves. Originally, Yang Dingtian wanted to conduct a few more trials of the Devil Flame Saber Art to find out which move was stronger, especially this hidden move. What exactly was going on? However, everyone knew that using profound skills consumed a lot of profound energy. At this moment, there were only 2 to 3 hours left until Xianxia's birthday banquet. Therefore, Yang Dingtian didn't have any time to try. He couldn't even try once. This was because during the competition, Yang Dingtian had to maintain an abundance of profound energy. The power of the 8th rank Devil Flame Saber Art could only be determined during the competition. Immediately, Yang Dingtian got up and was about to leave the secret room and go to the ground. Suddenly, his master, Dongfang Minmi, said, "Child, don't be anxious. There are still 2 to 4 hours before the birthday banquet. I will teach you a saber art one last time. You only need to learn the superficial moves. This way, it won't be easy for you to reveal any flaws in the competition later." "Okay, master." Yang Dingtian then took out the huge and mighty Sky Devil saber from his interspatial ring. Dongfang Minmi said, "This saber art is the unique saber art of saber monarch Xiying, wind ripple evil saber art." Then, his master's divine sense directly demonstrated the wind ripple evil saber art in Yang Dingtian's mind. This saber art was divided into a total of 13 moves. Next, Yang Dingtian followed his master's movements in his mind and learned each move. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian finished learning the 13 moves of the wind ripple evil saber art. Of course, the profoundness of this saber art couldn't be compared to the pig-slaying swordsmanship. However, Yang Dingtian could see that this was a very, very profound saber art. It was both good and evil. It was simply domineering. After learning the saber art, Yang Dingtian took a bath as fast as he could. He put the Sky Devil saber into a long box and then carried the box out of the secret room. He rose to the surface of the water and went ashore. Then, he madly rushed toward the small house 10 miles away. After learning the saber technique, Yang Dingtian took a bath as fast as he could and placed the heavenly demon saber into a long box. Then, he carried the box and walked out of the secret room. He rose to the surface of the water and went ashore. Then, he rushed towards the small house 10 miles away. In the small house, Sume was waiting for him. She looked extremely anxious. When she saw Yang Dingtian appear, her beautiful eyes lit up with joy. Then, she quickly took out a set of embroidered robes and took off Yang Dingtian's clothes. Then, she helped Yang Dingtian change into the priceless embroidered robes. Then, she pulled Yang Dingtian onto a luxurious carriage and rushed towards Qin City in the north. "Quick, the birthday banquet is about to start. Once it starts, we won't be able to enter." The inner city of Qin City was about 5,000 mu. It was the core of Qin City and the headquarters of the Qin clan. At the same time, it was also the true core of power in the northwest mainland. When Yang Dingtian entered the inner city for the first time, he realized that all the buildings within the inner city were grand and majestic. There were tall buildings, huge palaces, huge stairs, huge plazas, and long corridors. The entire inner city did not look like the headquarters of a sect. Instead, it looked like the palaces of ancient China's emperors. That's right, the Qin clan lord was different from everyone else. He did not want to be the clan lord of a sect. He wanted to be a king. Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to rush to the gate of the inner city. At this moment, the large bell had not rung. Therefore, Qin Wancho's 50th birthday banquet had not truly begun. At this moment, there were not many people at the gate of the inner city. This was because most of the people who had come to attend the banquet had already entered. However, the inner city gate was still heavily guarded. There were more than 100 martial artists guarding it. Among them, there were 2 martial honorables. "Get out of the carriage." "Stop." Yang Dingtian had just arrived at the gate of the inner city when he heard a shout. Yang Dingtian got out of the carriage and said loudly, "I am Xianxia, the leader of the guards of the West Province City Lord's wife. I am here to attend the Lord's birthday banquet." When he said this, dozens of gazes immediately looked at Yang Dingtian. Without a doubt, Xianxia's name had already spread far and wide under the manipulation of people with ulterior motives. Moreover, Yang Dingtian could almost feel the contempt and disdain in their eyes. After all, Yang Dingtian's current identity was Qin Mingli's boy toy. Although many people in the monastery knew that Yang Dingtian, Xianxia, was the male host, in the eyes of others, Yang Dingtian was just a gigolo. The warrior in the lead stepped forward and looked coldly at Yang Dingtian. Then, he said indifferently, "Follow me." Then, the warrior led Yang Dingtian into the inner city. What made Yang Dingtian a little unhappy was that they didn't enter from the main entrance, but opened a small side door on the side. At this time, night had already fallen. The entire inner city was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Orderly patrolling warriors filled every corner of the inner city. Beautifully dressed maids and servants carried all kinds of delicacies as they shuttled through every path. After entering the inner city, Yang Dingtian realized that the warrior leader led Yang Dingtian to a small path on the right, and not the main VIP path in the middle. Qin Wancho's birthday banquet was being held in the largest hall in the center of the inner city, which was tens of thousands of square meters in size. Almost all of the guests entered through the main path in the center, which was 20 meters wide. However, the warrior leader led Yang Dingtian to a small path in the corner. Moreover, Yang Dingtian realized that the people shuttling through this small path were all servants of the inner city. This was a path that was specially used by servants. Although Yang Dingtian didn't really care about this, he couldn't help but feel indignant. In the eyes of the people of Qin City, Yang Dingtian was treated like a servant. At this time, Sumei's face was also filled with unhappiness and helplessness. The warrior leader didn't lead Yang Dingtian to the main hall in the center. Instead, he led him to a side courtyard at the back. You just wait here. When young Master Yifeng starts the competition, someone will come to teach you. The warrior leader pointed at the small courtyard and said coldly, without orders, you are not allowed to take a step out of this small courtyard. Violators will be killed without mercy. Yang Dingtian was so angry that he laughed and walked into the side courtyard. At this time, the entire small courtyard was surrounded by dozens of warriors. Their faces were cold and they were fully armed. Entering the small courtyard, there were more than a dozen tables inside. There were already dozens of people sitting there eating. There were men and women. At this time, they were divided into several groups. They were sitting inside and chatting in low voices. Looking at this group of people's attire, they should be preparing to perform at the banquet. Some were performing acrobatics, some were performing tricks, and some were even performing dances. Some people in Qin City thought that Yang Dingtian was a performer performing acrobatics. This was a great humiliation. After Sumei entered, she frowned and said, "They are too much. They are simply bullying people." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "It doesn't matter." After entering the small courtyard, he found a place to sit down. The performers inside saw Yang Dingtian in a brocade robe and were stunned. They said, "Brother, which troupe are you in? Why haven't we seen you before?" Yang Dingtian smiled and was about to answer. Unexpectedly, Sumei said coldly, "Are you blind? Young Master Shen is noble. How can you performers compare to him?" One had to know that actors had the lowest status in this world. They were even worse than ordinary civilians. Those performers insisted and sneered disdainfully, "What are you pretending for? If you are not a performer, why would you be sitting on a bench here?" Then, this group of people made fun of Yang Dingtian in low voices. Sumei was unhappy and wanted to teach them a lesson. But she was stopped by Yang Dingtian. "I don't care about this. What's funny is that group of people who use petty tricks," Yang Dingtian said. Sumei said coldly, "They are looking down on Madam." Yang Dingtian shook his head and did not say anything. Of course, they did not dare to look down on Qin Mingli. But during the family banquet, the Lord of Qin City had already expressed his dislike for Shen Lang. So, one could imagine the attitude of Qin City towards him. Just like this, Yang Dingtian waited in the side courtyard. There was not even a cup of hot tea, let alone wine and food. In the main hall a few hundred meters away, there were lights and feasting. Pleasant music entered his ears. The aroma of good wine and food could enter his nose from a few hundred meters away. It made the performers in the side courtyard drool. Although they were only a few hundred meters apart, the main hall and the side courtyard were completely different. The thousands of people sitting in the main hall were all above others. The performers in the remote areas were all below the average person. Just like this, he waited for 15 minutes, half an hour. The birthday banquet in the main hall was still lively. Countless good wine and food were served like flowing water. Countless beautiful women shuttled back and forth. In the main hall a few hundred meters away, the beauties were like silk under the light. It was like heaven on earth. Within an hour, no one came to inform Yang Dingtian to head to the main hall. Yang Dingtian laughed at himself. He really did not expect such a situation. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside. Then, the door far away was suddenly pushed open. The beautiful Qin Mingli stood outside the door. She was wearing a purple brocade dress. At this moment, she was extremely gorgeous and breathtaking. After seeing Yang Dingtian, Qin Mingli's eyes turned red immediately. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. "Let's go, Lang Jun. I'll bring you to seek justice." Then, Qin Mingli rushed in directly. She held Yang Dingtian's hand and walked out toward the central hall. Immediately, those performers, who had been making fun of Yang Dingtian, revealed an extremely astonished expression. Then, this shock turned into fear and fear. They did not expect Yang Dingtian to be such a big shot. A big shot who could crush them with just a finger. As they walked, Qin Mingli said angrily, "I gave you face, but you don't want it. I want to see who is the one who has the guts to be so rude to my man." Then, she looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Shen Lang, I've been looking for you everywhere since the banquet started. I didn't expect that they would dare to arrange for you to sit in the side courtyard of the performers. They actually want to shed all pretense of cordiality. Why should I care? I've already chased that eunuch Yi Wuzheng away. Later, you'll sit on my left." The same seat. The left was the seat of honor. It was the seat of the husband. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Is this worth getting angry over? However, I do have a request. This group of performers will be performing later. Although it's not suitable for them to eat, you should still prepare some tea." After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, the angry Qin Mingli suddenly burst into laughter. She rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian and said, "You have no desires. No wonder you're bullied. You don't care, but I don't." Just like this, Qin Mingli held on to Yang Dingtian's hand and walked into the central main hall without any concealment. The main hall was brightly lit with several thousand people sitting inside. After everyone saw Qin Mingli holding Yang Dingtian's hand and entering the grand hall, the originally noisy grand hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone was looking at Yang Dingtian and Qin Mingli with eyes filled with disbelief. The expressions of many of them changed drastically. Many of them had heard that Qin Mingli had a new lover. However, the identity of this lover was still not presentable. On the surface, Qin Mingli still had to go in and out with Yi Wuzheng and act as husband and wife. However, he did not expect Qin Mingli to bring her lover into the main hall so blatantly. This was tantamount to shedding all pretense of cordiality. This was equivalent to slapping Yi Wuzheng in the face in front of everyone. Therefore, Yi Wuzheng's face instantly turned pale without a trace of blood. He looked at Qin Mingli and Yang Dingtian. Instantly, his gaze was like that of an injured beast, revealing a soaring murderous intent. That's right, it was Yi Wuzheng's order to arrange for Yang Dingtian to be placed in the actor's courtyard. However, he did not expect Qin Mingli to care so much about this lover that she directly used the most violent method to take revenge on him. Instantly, Yi Wuzheng looked directly at Yi Feng with undisguised murderous intent. His meaning was very clear. He wanted Yi Feng to kill Yang Dingtian, Shen Lang, in front of everyone in the martial arts competition later. Yi Feng's expression was cold as he nodded. Then, he slightly gripped the sharp sword in his hand and looked at Yang Dingtian with murderous intent. Yi Wuzheng was not the only one whose expression changed drastically. Yi Wucheng, Qin Huayu, and of course, the Supreme Master today, Qin Wanzhou, also had a drastic change in expression. However, the first thing Yang Dingtian noticed was not Qin Wanzhou, nor was it Yi Wuzheng and Yi Feng who wanted to kill him. Instead, it was the gazes of three beautiful women. These three beautiful women were not inferior to Qin Mingli, who was beside him. They were Dongfang Bingling, Third Lady Gongsun, Du Gufengwu, and Ning Ro. He really did not expect to meet these three women at the birthday banquet hall. It was not strange for Dongfang Bingling to appear here. After all, she was also a member of the Taekwondo League. It was just that the Yinyang school's status was higher than Qin City's. Therefore, her arrival was just a favor to Qin Wanzhou. However, from another perspective, there were no more than 4 or 5 grandmasters in the entire world, and Qin Wanzhou was one of them. Even though Dongfang Bingling was the successor of the Yinyang school, as a junior, it was only right for her to attend the birthday banquet. As for Ning Ro, Yang Dingtian should have already guessed that the man who defiled her a few years ago was Qin Huayu. However, Qin Huayu had always harbored wild ambitions for Yin Yin. Yang Dingtian felt that Ning Ro could at most be his private property. He did not expect Qin Huayu to openly bring her to the birthday banquet. What surprised Yang Dingtian the most was Du Gufengwu. Did this demonic woman eat a leopard's guts? Even though she was Third Lady Gongsun and had changed her appearance, Qin Wanzhou was a grandmaster-level expert. Dongfang Bingling was so incredible that she could possibly see through her true identity. What was the reason for this demonic woman to appear at the birthday banquet? Furthermore, there was another terrifying thing. Du Gufengwu was able to recognize Yang Dingtian from a distance. Therefore, when Qin Mingli brought Yang Dingtian into the grand hall, everyone's eyes were concentrated on Yang Dingtian's face. Yang Dingtian discovered these three faces that shocked him, but he didn't stop his gaze at them. These three women had different reactions. Ning Roer was only slightly startled before she looked at Qin Mingli with worried eyes. It was obvious that she didn't recognize Yang Dingtian. On the other hand, Dongfang Bingling didn't even lift her eyes. Even in the crowd, she looked as though she was standing at the peak of a mountain, completely ignoring the people around her. No wonder Du Gufengwu dared to appear in front of her. This woman was absolutely condescending. She didn't have any interest in Du Gufengwu's disguise as Third Lady Gongsun. Therefore, Du Gufengwu didn't have to worry about being seen through. As for Du Gufengwu, her reaction was rather strange. She glanced at Yang Dingtian and Qin Mingli indifferently before shifting her gaze away. She didn't have any reaction as though she didn't recognize Yang Dingtian. Instead, it was Qin Wanzhou and Qin Huayu who had a huge reaction. This was also the first time Yang Dingtian saw Qin Wanzhou's true appearance. He was completely different from Yang Dingtian's imagination. He wasn't very tall and wasn't considered handsome or refined. In fact, he looked rather boorish. He had thick eyebrows, long and narrow eyes, and a high nose bridge. His entire face was very white, but it was filled with dominance. His eyes were filled with shrewdness and scheming, but they were also filled with impatience at all times. In short, this was a very complicated person. He was also filled with dominance and made people fear him. "Ollie, what are you doing?" Seeing Qin Mingli holding Yang Dingtian's hand as she walked in, Qin Wanzhou immediately shouted with rage. Even in front of thousands of people, he didn't conceal anything. Qin Mingli's eyes turned brave as she held on to Yang Dingtian's hand and was about to reveal her identity in front of everyone. However, Yang Dingtian suddenly took half a step back and bent down slightly. Although he was still holding on to her hand, his role had changed from that of a male lover to that of a subordinate. "I respectfully send Madam back to her seat." Yang Dingtian bowed and said. Qin Mingli was stunned and looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian glanced at her and continued to bow as he sent her back to her seat at the banquet. Then, he held on to his battle saber and stood behind her, looking completely like a loyal guard. Although everyone was well aware that it wasn't appropriate for him to appear at the banquet as the leader of the guards, Yang Dingtian's actions had already given everyone a way out. At least the White Cloud City Lord, Yi Wuqing, didn't look so bad anymore. As for Yi Wuqing and Yi Feng, the murderous intent in their eyes didn't decrease at all. Qin Wanzhou glanced at Qin Mingli coldly and said, "Ollie, as the host, it's very rude of you to disappear at the banquet. Give everyone a toast as an apology." Although Qin Mingli didn't really reveal her identity just now, she didn't give anyone a good look at this moment. She casually picked up a cup of wine, drank it in one gulp and ignored them. Everyone at the banquet quickly returned the toast and turned the page of awkwardness. Some people at the banquet were the first to turn the page, but some didn't want to. Yi Feng stood up directly and bowed to Qin Wanzhou. "Father-in-law, today is your 50th birthday and Qin City values martial arts. I'm tired of the singing and dancing at the banquet. Why don't I present a martial arts competition to liven things up for you?" Qin Wanzhou picked up a huge wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Of course, he knew what Yi Feng was planning to do, but he didn't stop him at all. He didn't even look at Yang Dingtian and said directly, "All right." Yi Feng instantly smiled and said to Yang Dingtian, "Commander Shen, you've been promoted by Madame Qin to be an insignificant person. I'm sure your martial arts skills are outstanding. How about you be my opponent in this martial arts competition?" Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "Deference is no substitute for obedience. Please." Yi Feng left his seat and walked to the center of the hall with his sword. Instantly, the dancers in the hall quickly retreated, emptying out an empty space of thousands of square meters. Yang Dingtian carried a huge box and walked to the center of the hall slowly. He opened the box and took out the huge and mighty Sky Devil Blade. Yi Feng said, "Father-in-law, tonight is your birthday banquet and a joyous occasion. There shouldn't be any bloodshed. However, Qin City is iron-blooded and mighty. This shouldn't be a taboo, right?" In the martial arts competition later, if there's any mishap, or if there's blood or injuries, please forgive me, father-in-law. Yes. Xianxia said directly. Instantly, everyone's face turned serious. Everyone knew that White Cloud City wanted to seek justice for Yi Wuzheng. They wanted to kill Yang Dingtian to take revenge for Qin Mingli's rudeness just now. Moreover, Qin Wanzhou also agreed to it. He expressed that he wanted to punish Qin Mingli and also expressed that he had no intention of breaking the alliance between Qin City and White Cloud City. Therefore, everyone looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes that were filled with sympathy. In their eyes, Qin Mingli's lover was dead meat. However, their sympathy was limited. They were already disdainful and despised Yang Dingtian's role as a boy toy. Swords and sabers are merciless. Life and death are up to the heavens. Commander Shen, please. Yi Feng slowly pulled out his weapon and said coldly. Swords and sabers are merciless, life and death are up to the heavens. Commander Shen, please. Yi Feng slowly pulled out his weapon and said coldly. His weapon was a sword and saber. The so-called sword and saber were blades with the lower part as the blade and the upper part as the sword. It could be used for both sprinting and slashing. It was considered a very special and sharp weapon. Yi Feng's status was very high and he was rich in White Cloud City. Therefore, Yi Feng's sword and saber were completely made of bloody black gold. They were priceless weapons in the world. Yang Dingtian also pulled out his huge and mighty Sky Devil saber and said indifferently, swords and sabers are merciless, life and death are up to the heavens. Sky Horizon Rainbow Sword Art, take my sword. Yi Feng slashed with his sword and a golden rainbow suddenly burst out from the center of the hall and slashed towards Yang Dingtian. Sky Horizon Rainbow Sword Art was White Cloud City's exclusive sword art. It was an 8th grade martial technique and it was the signature martial technique of the city lords. This sword art could be said to be world famous. Although it was only an 8th grade martial technique, it was one of the rare martial technique manuals that could be used with swords and sabers. The martial technique manuals in the world had very strict requirements for weapons. Most of them were swords, then sabers, demon subduing pestles, huge staffs and other weapons. Pig slaying sword art and chaotic heaven destroyer sword were manuals that specialized in swords. Wind Ripple Evil Saber was a manual that specialized in sabers. Sky Horizon Rainbow Sword Art could be used with swords and sabers, so it was world famous. Yi Feng paid a huge price to forge the bloody black gold saber and sword for this sword art. At this moment, Yi Feng's slash was the first move of Sky Horizon Rainbow Sword Art. It was more than 15 meters long and it was at the level of a 9-star martial mystic. Yang Dingtian held the Sky Devil saber in his hand tightly and circulated all the profound energy in his body to take Yi Feng's first move. He didn't use any technique or any martial technique. Bang! There was a loud explosion as the golden rainbow slashed onto Yang Dingtian's Sky Devil flame saber. It instantly exploded and turned into thousands of radiance, illuminating the entire hall as though it was daytime. Yi Feng saw that Yang Dingtian actually took this move and was stunned. He sneered in his heart, idiot, you're courting death. Yi Wuzheng's face became even more ferocious. He wished that Yang Dingtian would immediately be smashed into pieces and die a miserable death. Qin Mingli immediately stood up in shock. After the loud noise, the golden light dissipated. Only then did everyone see Yang Dingtian's appearance clearly. His brocade robe was in tatters, and his face was pale. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but that was all. That's right, that's all. Yang Dingtian had many tricks up his sleeves, but they were all useless. He could only forcibly receive this move, a martial skill of a 9-star martial profound expert. As a result, his entire body shook violently and he spat out a small mouthful of blood. Everyone was slightly startled when they saw Yang Ding's reaction. Yi Feng's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that Shen Lang would be able to receive his first move without using any technique. However, following this, Yi Feng said with a cold smile, Shen Lang, you've got guts, huh? Since you dare to receive my sword and saber like this, why don't you try receiving another move? Sure. Yang Dingtian said, young Lord Yi has also seen it. The main hall is currently having a birthday banquet, and there are guests everywhere. There are also fine wine and delicacies everywhere. If we were to engage in a frenzied battle, it would inevitably spoil the atmosphere. Therefore, let's have a more refined martial arts contest. I will receive 3 moves from you, and you receive 3 moves from me. How about it? When these words were spoken, everyone at the scene could not help but gasp. Because this kind of martial arts contest was extremely disadvantageous to the side with the weaker cultivation. Then how do we determine the winner? The one who asked was actually Third Lady Gongsun, Dugufengwu, this demon woman. Yang Dingtian said, Lord Qin is a Grandmaster class expert. Of course, you can determine the winner. Alright, we'll do it this way. Qin Wanchou frowned. Yifeng said coldly, then it's your turn now. You make your move, and I will receive it. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, no need. I will make my move after you finish your 3 moves. When these words were spoken, everyone could not help but gasp. Was this Shenlang really crazy? Was he really tired of living? He was simply courting death. At this moment, Yifeng was so angry that he laughed instead. He did not even bother to conceal it as he revealed a sinister smile and said softly, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. After which, he slowly raised the bloody black gold saber. My second move is the rainbow of 7 colors. You can receive it again. Yifeng said, just now, I only used the rainbow of 7 colors, and you vomited blood. I want to see how you are going to die with my rainbow of 7 colors. Rainbow of 7 colors was the ultimate move of the Horizon Rainbow sword art. The 7 colors of the sword rainbow formed an extremely powerful rainbow bridge. Compared to the first move, the golden rainbow, it might not be 7 times stronger, but it was at least 3 to 4 times stronger. Just like what Yifeng said, Yang Dingtian vomited blood with just the first move. Next was the rainbow of 7 colors, which was 3 to 4 times stronger. Theoretically, Yang Dingtian would not be able to receive it no matter what. Yang Dingtian stood on the spot and held the Sky Devil Flame Saber with both hands as he stared at Yifeng without moving. Primal Chaos Horizon, Boundless Rainbow. Yifeng immediately brandished the saber and sword in his hand. Immediately, the center of the hall was filled with light and shadow. His graceful figure flashed in all directions. At the same time, sword rainbows began to condense above his head. Golden, blood red, sky blue, jade green, grass green, orange, and purple. The first sword rainbow only took 2 to 3 seconds to condense, while the last purple sword rainbow took a full minute. When the rainbow of 7 colors was completely formed, it was 6 to 7 meters long and floated in the air above the hall. It was magnificent, like a dream. It was beautiful, but it was filled with killing intent that soared to the heavens. After the rainbow of 7 colors was completely condensed, Yifeng did not slash out. Instead, he continued to condense and imbue profound qi. Immediately, the colors of the rainbow of 7 colors became more and more vibrant, more and more dazzling. This was the fatal power of the Horizon Rainbow sword art. This sword art was actually only a middle grade 8 martial skill. Relying on this grade, it was not enough to shock the world. What truly made it famous was this ultimate move, the rainbow of 7 colors. This was because it was the martial skill that was most similar to a profound skill. Most importantly, after a normal martial skill was condensed, it would directly attack. It would be as powerful as it should be. However, the rainbow of 7 colors was different. After the 7 sword rainbows were fully condensed, it could not be released immediately. Instead, it could accumulate power and continue to imbue profound qi into it. Then, the power of the rainbow of 7 colors would become stronger and stronger. This was very frightening. Yifeng's rainbow of 7 colors was 3 to 4 times more powerful than the first move. At this moment, he was still imbuing profound qi into it, causing its power to increase continuously. This was completely trying to kill Yang Dingtian. Therefore, at this moment, the hall was completely silent. Everyone could feel the murderous intent inside, and their faces instantly turned solemn. As for Qin Mingli, her beautiful face was completely pale. Her beautiful eyes were filled with terror. Her nimble and delicate nails had completely pierced into her palms and were already dripping with blood. However, she did not notice it at all. Condense, Yifeng was still condensing profound qi. Moreover, the murderous intent on his face became more and more intense, and his expression became more and more ferocious. In the end, Yifeng condensed the rainbow of 7 colors to its maximum. At this moment, the rainbow of 7 colors floating in the air was already dazzling. It suppressed the entire brightly lit hall until it was dark and dull. Die, Shenlang! Yifeng suddenly roared violently. Then, the sword in his hand slashed down violently. Suddenly, a hurricane blew across the entire hall, causing all the lights to dim. Then, an explosive sound was heard, and the air suddenly became boiling hot. Roar! There was a dragon roar and a tiger roar. The rainbow of 7 colors above Yifeng's head transformed into an extremely ferocious rainbow of 7 colors dragon. It suddenly pounced on Yangding Tian. This rainbow of 7 colors dragon was more than 100 feet in size. It was completely a huge creature. And in front of it, Yangding Tian seemed so insignificant. He was really like a small tree in front of a storm and lightning, unable to withstand a single blow. When the rainbow of 7 colors dragon appeared, everyone's expression changed. This was because Yifeng was no longer a martial skill. After the rainbow of 7 colors dragon, he made use of the energy to add a mystic skill, the illusory amorous dragon technique. Without a doubt, Yifeng was acting shamelessly. However, no one would care. In the midst of the wild roar, the ferocious rainbow of 7 colors dragon suddenly appeared in front of him. It opened its mouth and was about to swallow Yangding Tian. Yangding Tian raised the sky devil blade in his hand and waved it crazily. On the surface, he was using the third move of the wind ripple evil blade, splashing ink gale. In reality, he was using the first move of the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Yin Yang Qi transformation technique. Even though Yangding Tian was full of confidence in this battle, he could not help but have doubts in his heart. Because of Yifeng's shamelessness, the power of this move was not 3 to 4 times stronger than the first move, Golden Rainbow. It was 8 to 9 times stronger, or even more. This Yifeng was going to put Yangding Tian to death in his second move. Yangding Tian had just received Yifeng's first move, Golden Rainbow, and was so shaken that he vomited blood. Now, this move, 7-colored rainbow, together with the illusory amorous dragon technique, had about 10 times the power. Yangding Tian alone would not be able to receive it. So now, it would depend on the power of the Yin Yang Qi transformation technique. If the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was really a supreme scripture, then Yangding Tian's transformation technique would be able to receive the third move. If the Yin Yang Qi transformation technique was not powerful enough, then Yangding Tian would be defeated tonight. He might even die here. Roar! That rainbow-colored dragon opened its ferocious mouth to its limit. Meanwhile, Yangding Tian brandished the Sky Devil Flame Saber and charged into its terrifying mouth. So at this moment, no one knew if Yangding Tian had charged in or if he had been swallowed by the light dragon. But immediately, no one could see Yangding Tian's figure anymore. It was as if he had been completely swallowed by the 7-colored light dragon. Then, this huge dragon circled and roared crazily, as if it wanted to crush Yangding Tian into pieces. Yifeng kept his blade and sword and revealed a proud smile. This was the effect he wanted. Not only did he want to kill his opponent, he wanted to kill him in the most gorgeous way. Shenlang and Qin Mingli's love was a complete provocation to White Cloud City. White Cloud City had no way to deal with Qin Mingli, but they could completely kill Shenlang. This was also a warning to everyone in the world. It was fine to play around with a stunning beauty like Qin Mingli, but if anyone wanted to take it seriously, they would definitely die. As for Yi Wuzheng, at this moment, his ferocious face relaxed slightly, and his elegant and dignified expression gradually recovered. When Yi Wuzheng saw Yangding Tian being swallowed by the giant light dragon, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. He no longer looked at the battle in the hall. Instead, he raised his wine cup and calmly toasted Qin Wanzhou. Although Qin Wanzhou's expression was not very happy, he still accepted Yi Wuzheng's toast. He picked up the cup in front of him and drank it in one gulp. Third Lady Gongsun looked at the center of the battlefield with interest. As for Dongfang Bingling, she was still high and mighty. She did not put the competition in front of her in her eyes. She was in a daze, as if she was not at the birthday banquet at all. At this moment, Yangding Tian's entire body was enveloped by a powerful energy crazily. An incomparably powerful energy crazily poured into his body, crazily trying to tear apart everything in Yangding Tian's body. Fire transformation art. Fire transformation art. Fire transformation art. Yang Dingtian crazily used the same move, the first move of the Yin Yang Qi transformation art, the fire transformation art. In an instant, countless fiery profound energy crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's body and was crazily dissolved. It turned into pure profound energy and continuously poured into his qi. This Yin Yang Qi transformation art was indeed incomparably powerful and mysterious. The fiery profound energy that surged in was actually quickly dissolved. Moreover, as Yang Dingtian became more proficient in the qi transformation art, the amount of fiery profound energy that could be dissolved increased. However, even so, Yang Dingtian still discovered. At this moment, his Yin Yang Qi transformation art was already barely able to dissolve the profound energy of a 9-star martial mystic expert. The remaining profound energy was still harming Yang Dingtian. However, even so, the scene in the center of the hall was already extremely stunning. Almost everyone thought that Yang Dingtian was dead for sure. However, the situation immediately changed. The color of the giant light dragon suddenly became fainter and fainter. In the end, it did not look like it was circling, but instead, it looked like it was struggling. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. Yang Dingtian, who was wielding the Sky Devil Flame Saber, suddenly soared into the sky. After that, a crack was suddenly torn open in the giant light dragon. Yang Dingtian tore open a crack in the giant energy dragon and then broke out. After rushing out, Yang Dingtian suddenly landed on the ground. The Sky Devil blade in his hand crazily slashed at the giant dragon. Everyone was stupefied. Was this a joke? This giant dragon was not a real creature. It was only a fake dragon formed from fire attribute profound energy. Now, Xianxia was actually using a real blade to chop at the fake energy dragon. If this was not crazy, then what? However, the next scene made them almost go crazy. Because as Yang Dingtian's blade chopped down, the giant void dragon actually shattered piece by piece and was chopped off section by section. Go! In the end, Yang Dingtian suddenly roared and drilled back into the body of the giant light dragon. Then, the Sky Devil blade in his hand crazily slashed. Break! There was a loud sound and a dazzling radiance. In an instant, the giant light dragon was smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. It turned into tens of thousands of flaming radiance and disappeared in the air like resplendent fireworks. Finally, Yang Dingtian withdrew his sword and stood there. Yifeng looked as though he was struck by lightning. He looked at Yang Dingtian in a daze. He was completely unable to imagine that such a thing would actually happen. This was simply too presumptuous and absurd. It was too crazy. Not only Yifeng, but Yi Wuzheng was so shocked that he was completely speechless. As for Yi Wuqing, he didn't even have the time to pour the wine into his mouth and directly poured it out. However, he didn't feel it at all. Du Gufengwu's beautiful eyes lit up. Then, her gaze congealed on Yang Dingtian's face. She revealed an astonished expression, but it was unknown what her expression meant. Dongfang Bingling seemed to have noticed the battle situation for the first time. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Yang Dingtian indifferently. However, it was merely an indifferent glance. She immediately shifted her gaze away and didn't care anymore. Instead, it was Qin Wanchou and Qin Huayu who looked at Yang Dingtian with serious eyes for the first time. As for Qin Mingli, her originally pale and colorless face instantly flushed red. Boundless surprise made her beautiful eyes ripple. Her ecstatic face made her look even more beautiful and unparalleled. Yang Dingtian looked at Yifeng and said indifferently, "Young Lord Yifeng, you still have the third move." In an instant, Yifeng's body trembled violently. That's right, there was still the third move. However, Yifeng's heart was already wavering. For the second move, not only did he use the rainbow, but he also shamelessly used a mystic skill. It was obviously two moves combined into one, but he purposely pretended to be one move. This was such a fatal move. Originally, he was extremely confident in his heart. He felt that he would definitely be able to kill this Xianxia. However, he didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to kill Xianxia. Instead, it led to such a stunning performance from Xianxia. It was as though all his previous prowess had become Xianxia's foundation. There was still the third move, but Yifeng didn't prepare for it at all. The second move was so powerful, yet it still couldn't kill Shenlang. Now, he really didn't know what to do with the third move. Therefore, he couldn't help but look at his father, Yi Wuqing. Yi Wuqing felt his son's gaze and his expression changed instantly. He said coldly, "Are you muddle-headed? It's just a slip of the rainbow. How many more powerful moves do you have that you haven't used? Have you forgotten the mystic skills that your uncle taught you?" Once he said that, Yifeng's expression changed slightly. There was even a trace of fear in his eyes. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt that something was wrong. That's right, the fear in Yifeng's eyes made Yang Dingtian feel that something was wrong. Who was Yi Wuxing's uncle? Zhu Qingzhu, the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect, Zhu Qingzhu. After the hidden sect went into seclusion and Dongfang Minmi and Shimen Wuyao were no longer around, the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect, Zhu Qingzhu, became the true number one person in the world. The soul-devouring mystic qi that he used to kill Shimen Wuyao was still vivid in Yang Dingtian's mind. The profound skill that you taught Yifeng was extremely powerful, and even extremely abnormal. It was completely imaginable, and even Yifeng himself felt afraid. Many of the people present were experts with extremely high cultivation. Therefore, the trace of fear that Yifeng revealed was immediately noticed by everyone. Instantly, the gazes of many people present became complicated and strange. Yifeng was an extremely sensitive person. He had an almost morbid selfishness and arrogance. After feeling those gazes, he felt as if there was a fire burning in his heart. Then, his eyes suddenly burned with a demonic light. The gaze that he looked at Yang Dingtian with was also instantly filled with deep-rooted hatred. He must kill Shenlang. The person in front of him must die. Although that mystic skill filled him with fear and gave him nightmarish memories, as long as he could kill the person in front of him, everything was worth it. Then, Yifeng revealed a sinister smile at Yang Dingtian and said, "The third move." Yes, there's still the third move. At this moment, he did not pose any threat. However, the gaze that he looked at Yang Dingtian with was as if he was looking at a dead person. Then, he raised the sharp sword in his hand and began to dance lightly. That's right, it was only a light dance. Moreover, it looked like a very ordinary movement. It was completely casual as he waved the sword in his hand. There was no sense of beauty, nor was there any profoundness. It was just a casual wave. One move, two moves, three moves. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's expression became incomparably solemn. He instinctively felt a dangerous aura. When he waved the fourth move, the entire hall suddenly darkened. All of the candlelight gently swayed. There was no wind. However, these candlelight seemed to have met something terrifying. Suddenly, it shrunk. Therefore, the entire hall became dark. The fifth move. The sixth move. The seventh move. Then, the brightly lit hall became darker and darker. Darker and darker. This was not an illusion. It was also not a contrast of light. It really did become dark. All of the candlelight in the hall seemed to be swallowed by some kind of special energy. Then, everyone present clearly felt as if there was a lot of energy rushing towards Yifeng's body. After that, everyone present could clearly feel that there was a lot of energy that was rushing towards Yifeng's body. As Yifeng's sword dance got faster and faster, his body seemed to have formed an energy whirlpool that started to devour all the mystic qi in the surroundings. Over a dozen meters, a few dozen meters, a few hundred meters, a few thousand meters. All the energy was rushing towards Yifeng's body. His sword dance got faster and faster, but it was just fast. There was no elegance or profoundness. Gradually, Yifeng's body was enveloped by a dark gray color. His handsome face got paler and paler until there was no trace of blood. It was so pale that it was frightening. Only his eyes got redder and redder. At this moment, Yang Dingtian really felt that it was extremely dangerous. Yifeng was frenziedly devouring all the mystic qi in the surroundings. He didn't even let go of the energy that was released by the candle flame. But what Yang Dingtian couldn't understand was why these energies didn't explode and turn into smithereens when he swallowed them without purifying or refining them. After all, these were all combat Xianqi, not cultivation Xianqi. The difference between cultivation mystic qi and combat mystic qi was like heaven and earth. Combat mystic qi was used for combat, while cultivation mystic qi was used to increase cultivation and break through the sea of qi. A person would only need a few hours to absorb the combat mystic qi and fill up the entire mystic qi and sea of qi. In order for cultivation mystic qi to fill up the sea of qi to the point of breaking through, it would require half a year or even more. Therefore, cultivation mystic qi was completely extracted from combat mystic qi, and it wasn't even 1% of it. At this moment, Yifeng was actually devouring all the combat mystic qi within 1,000 meters and didn't shatter into pieces. This was too strange, and Yang Dingtian couldn't understand it at all. But Yang Dingtian was sure that this wasn't some famous sex cultivation technique. It was definitely an evil cultivation technique. Soon enough, Yang Dingtian also confirmed this judgment because he saw a disdainful and mocking smile from the corner of Du Gufengwu's mouth. He could even feel that even Qin Wanchou's eyes had shrunk slightly. Many of the people present were experts. Without a doubt, they had recognized the evil nature of Yifeng's cultivation method. However, none of them spoke out, nor did they point it out. This world was truly absurd. Yang Dingtian did not use the evil soul arts, but he was slandered as a spy for evil ways. However, the Tiando League members turned a blind eye to Yifeng's blatant use of evil techniques. It seemed that the so-called good and evil cannot coexist, and the so-called evil ways will lead to death were all empty words. Perhaps it had become a political weapon in the hands of the upper echelons of the Tiando League. At this time, an endless amount of profound energy was still condensing in Yifeng's body. Yifeng, whose entire body was wrapped in powerful energy, had already completely revealed an energy might that did not match him. 9-star martial mystic experts, martial ancestor experts, 1-star martial ancestor experts, 2-star martial ancestor experts, 3-star martial ancestor experts, 4-star martial ancestor experts. The energy in Yifeng's body continued to swell, increase, and become stronger. Qin Mingli was not outstanding in martial arts. However, she had already noticed that something was amiss. She anxiously pleaded to Qin Wanchou, "Brother, quickly stop the competition. I don't believe that you have not noticed anything amiss." Qin Wanchou coldly glared at her and said, "He is courting death. He can't blame anyone else." Qin Mingli's tears fell as she sobbed, "Brother, I beg you. Don't let him die. I will immediately ask him to leave and stay far away. I guarantee that I will cut all ties with him." Qin Wanchou said indifferently, "It's too late. Moreover, you are responsible for half of his death." Qin Mingli suddenly smiled sadly and said, "This is your Tiando League? This is your prestigious sect? I am really ashamed of all of you." After speaking, Qin Mingli suddenly stood up. She pulled out her dagger and was about to rush towards Yifeng. Qin Wanchou's expression turned cold. However, a trace of heartache flashed across his eyes. He gently flicked his sleeve at Qin Mingli. Instantly, before Qin Mingli could stand up straight, she fell onto the table and fainted. However, she looked as though she was drunk from the alcohol. Yang Dingtian saw Qin Mingli fainted on the table from the corner of his eye. His heart softened slightly. He then looked at Yifeng, who was in front of him. Yifeng was already filled with an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Just a moment ago, Yang Dingtian only felt a sense of danger. However, now, Yang Dingtian felt a sense of fatal danger. He had to save himself. Otherwise, he would really die here because Yifeng's energy level was still increasing. "Master, what exactly is going on?" Yang Dingtian asked in his heart. With Yifeng's cultivation, he is completely unable to devour and control such a large amount of battle celestial qi. He should have already been smashed into pieces. Why is he still devouring energy continuously? After Dongfang Minmi looked for a while, he said in shock, "This is the devil encirclement mystic art. It is the evil ways of the joyous palace." Others might not recognize it, but it is impossible for Qin Wanchou to not recognize it. How did the Tiando League degenerate to such an extent? The number one power of the evil ways was the Temple of Annihilation. The next two powers were the Joyous Palace and the Temple of Blood. The Joyous Palace was on the left while the Temple of Blood was on the right. Therefore, the Joyous Palace was even more mysterious and powerful than the Temple of Blood. In the evil ways, the joyous palace was second only to the temple of annihilation. This devil encirclement mystic art came from the evil ways of the joyous palace. This devil encirclement mystic art is not a martial skill or a mystic skill. It is a type of evil cultivation technique. In the evil ways, its position is below the evil soul art. However, it is still extremely powerful and terrifying. This cultivation technique can allow one's cultivation to increase by around 10 levels in a short period of time. You said that Yifeng is a 9-star martial mystic expert. After using this cultivation technique, he can temporarily become a 9-star martial ancestor expert. Dongfang Minmi said, as for why he can devour so much battle mystic qi and not die a horrible death, I am also not clear on the specific principle. However, it is probably because he can use the cultivation technique to create another temporary qi sea. This temporary sea of qi was an energy formation that was rotating at a very fast speed. This kind of energy formation, because it is rapidly rotating, it forms a huge energy whirlpool. It can envelop and condense energy that is 10 times larger than itself. Therefore, the battle mystic qi that he devours is not stored in the qi sea. Instead, it is stored in another rapidly rotating temporary qi sea. Yang Dingtian said in shock, this cultivation technique is so powerful. If it is used by a great grandmaster expert, wouldn't there be no opponent in the world? It is not like that. Dongfang Minmi said, the consequences of using this cultivation technique are very, very serious. After using it once, one's cultivation will regress by several years or even longer. Furthermore, when it explodes at the end, this kind of energy will bring an intense energy memory to the mystic veins. In the future, there will be a huge bottleneck in cultivation. Therefore, any true expert is extremely wary of using this cultivation technique. Even if it is an expert of the evil ways. Yang Dingtian was immediately startled. This Yifeng is the young master of White Cloud City, Yi Wuqing's son and his future successor. He did not expect that in order to kill Yang Dingtian, Yi Wuqing would be willing to pay such a huge price. It is truly shocking. However, Yang Dingtian quickly threw this question to the side. Because his master said that this Yifeng can use this cultivation technique to temporarily enter the 9-star martial ancestor realm. Facing such a level of fatal attack, Yang Dingtian will really die. Yang Dingtian did not expect that the battle would end up like this. This Yifeng actually knows the Joyous Palace's evil cultivation technique. Master, then what is the method to break this devil encirclement profound art? Yang Dingtian asked anxiously. Dongfang Minmi asked, if you asked me 10 years ago, I would definitely be at my wit's end. However, in these 10 years, I have been sealed in ice. Thus, I spent all my time thinking. The method to break this devil encirclement profound art and evil soul art is the core of my thinking. Currently, I am still at a loss with regards to the evil soul art. However, I have a method to break this devil encirclement profound art. What method? Yang Dingtian quickly asked. For others, it is incomparably difficult to achieve this, or even impossible, Dongfang Minmi said, but for you, it is completely easy. This is another temporary qi sea created by Yifeng using an evil technique. It is constantly rotating at a rapid speed. This way, it can wrap up the incomparably powerful energy. Therefore, it is very simple to break this devil encirclement mysterious art. Destroy his temporary qi. How do you destroy it? It is to make the energy outside stagnate and stop it from rotating rapidly. Once the rotation stops, even if it is only for less than half a second, this temporary qi sea will not be able to wrap up the powerful energy and will explode in an instant. Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian hurriedly asked, then how do I make this temporary qi sea stop rotating? Dongfang Minmi said, for others, it may be completely impossible, but for you, it may be easy. Really? Yang Dingtian suddenly felt excited and hurriedly asked, what method? Dongfang Minmi said, this temporary virtual qi sea is outside the body, but it is a complete energy body. Moreover, it is unstable, so it is impossible to find where this temporary qi sea is. But when the energy is condensed to the extreme and is about to launch an attack, this temporary qi sea will instantly light up and then fiercely shoot over. After hitting your body, it will violently explode. At that time you will only have one ending, and that is to be smashed to pieces. According to your Earth's time, it will not exceed a tenth of a second until this temporary Qi lights up and hits your body. Therefore, your speed must be very, very fast. When you see the glowing energy body, you must immediately slash out a blade rainbow and concentrate the energy body of this virtual Qi. Yangding Tian, is that all? Of course not. Dongfang Minmi said, the next step is the most important. Most of the blade rainbow you slash out is fire attribute energy, but there is also a trace of ice energy inside. Because that virtual Qi is rapidly rotating with fire attribute energy, at this time, as long as a little ice attribute energy penetrates, the temporary Qi will stop. Then, the rapidly rotating temporary Qi will instantly stop, and the incomparably powerful energy contained within will instantly explode. Then, Yifeng's fatal strike will become formless and will directly explode in the air. Yangding Tian, Master, then if Yifeng encounters an ice attribute martial artist, won't this devil encirclement mysterious art be directly finished? Of course not. Dongfang Minmi said, this temporary sea of qi contains a lot of energy and has an extremely strong exclusiveness. Therefore, if one directly used ice energy to attack, the ice energy would turn invisible before it could even get close. Therefore, the ice energy had to be hidden within the fire energy. That way, the illusory sea of energy would treat the attack as fire energy and devour it. At this time, the ice energy would also enter the sea of energy. In this virtual energy sea, there is a completely pure and highly condensed fire elemental energy body. If even a little bit of ice elemental energy seeps in, it will directly explode. Yangding Tian immediately understood. This devil encirclement profound art was something that other people would be completely helpless against. This was because it was absolutely impossible for fire attribute martial artists to release ice attribute energy. But Yangding Tian can, because he has the ice attribute Xian talisman on him, which can release ice attribute energy. Of course, there was another problem. That was how to wrap the ice attribute energy within the fire attribute energy. This was an almost unsolvable problem, because the fire attribute energy and ice attribute energy were natural enemies. They were absolutely incompatible. When a small amount of ice attribute energy met a huge amount of fire attribute energy, there was only one result, and that was to be directly devoured. This problem, perhaps no one in the world could solve it, but Yangding Tian could, because Yangding Tian knew the yin-yang qi transformation art. Of course, with his current strength, he was completely unable to transform the fire attribute energy into ice attribute energy. In fact, Yangding Tian felt that even a grandmaster level powerhouse could not do it, because this was from the extreme yang to the extreme yin. However, Yangding Tian could transform the fire attribute energy into pure Xianqi energy, and then use the pure Xianqi energy to wrap around the ice attribute energy. In this way, the pure Xianqi energy would wrap around the ice attribute energy, and the fire attribute energy would wrap around the pure Xianqi energy. In this way, it was a perfect balance. Therefore, Dongfang Minmi said that how to crack the devil encirclement Xian record might be completely impossible for others, but for Yangding Tian, it was as easy as turning over his hand. Because Yangding Tian had the ice attribute Xian talisman, and also knew the yin-yang qi transformation art. The communication between Yangding Tian and his master seemed to take a long time, but because Dongfang Minmi's divine sense was in Yangding Tian's mind, this was completely a communication of consciousness, and these exchanges were almost instantaneous. After understanding how to do it, Yangding Tian directly reached into the space ring, took out the ice attribute Xian talisman in the palm of his hand, and then injected Xian qi. After this Xian qi passed through the ice attribute Xian talisman, it immediately turned into ice attribute Xian qi energy, and wrapped around Yangding Tian's palm. Then Yangding Tian released a stream of fire attribute Xian qi energy, and at the same time, used the yin-yang qi transformation art's first move, the fire transformation art, and immediately turned this stream of fire attribute Xianqi energy into pure Xianqi energy, and then completely wrapped up the weak ice attribute Xianqi energy from before. Finally, Yangding Tian crazily injected fire attribute Xianqi energy into the Sky Devil saber in his hand, wrapping this pure Xianqi energy. This energy accumulated and became more and more powerful, and finally reached the limit of Yangding Tian's one-star martial mystic realm expert. After doing all this, Yang Dingtian injected this energy into the Sky Devil Saber, and through the Sky Devil Saber's enhancement, this energy immediately increased by 25%. Suddenly, the Sky Devil Saber in Yang Dingtian's hand turned red. Yang Dingtian's actions let everyone know that he had already used his Xianxia to the limit, and was prepared to block Yi Feng's fatal blow. However, everyone present felt that Yang Dingtian was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Everyone felt this way. If they knew the stories from Earth, they would definitely describe Yang Dingtian's actions as Don Quixote rushing towards a windmill. Because it was completely useless. Among the people present, there were no less than a few dozen martial honorable realm experts. This group of people could completely see that Yang Dingtian's Xianxia was at 1-star martial mystic realm expert, and Yi Feng's energy was at 9-star martial ancestor realm expert. The difference between the two's energy was like heaven and earth, and it was even a difference of several dozen times. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's resistance was completely negligible. Therefore, in the hearts of the experts present, although this martial arts competition was dishonorable, there was only one ending, and that was that Yang Dingtian would be completely smashed into pieces, and he would die without a doubt. Although there were people who felt indignant in their hearts, no one would offend White Cloud City because of this matter. Although the Xianlang in front of them died unjustly, there was no other way. Who asked him to not know his own limits? Who asked his existence to destroy the alliance between the Northwest Qin City and White Cloud City? This included Yi Wuqing and Yi Wujing. They completely disdained Yang Dingtian's desperate resistance. In their hearts, this Yang Dingtian was already dead without a doubt. At this moment, Yi Feng finally condensed his Xianqi energy to the extreme. Indeed, as his master Dongfang Minmi had said, the Xianqi energy that this devil encirclement mysterious art could condense was at 9-star martial ancestor realm. At this moment, Yi Feng's face was completely like a ghost's. It was already unclear which parts of his eyes were the pupils and which parts were the sclera of his eyes. He was completely like a demon. Xianlang, you can die now. Yi Feng suddenly let out a strange roar. Then, 2 inches in front of his chest, a ball of energy suddenly lit up. This was the virtual energy see outside his body, and it was actually only the size of a fist. The Xianqi energy of a 9-star martial ancestor realm was actually condensed to the size of a fist. It could be seen how compressed and condensed the energy inside was. With such a small volume, one could only wait until it lit up. Otherwise, it would be completely impossible to capture it. The moment this powerful energy body lit up, the energy within Yang Dingtian's Sky Devil Saber suddenly burst out and shot towards this energy body. At the same time, the fist-sized energy body in front of Yi Feng's chest, which was even more dazzling than the sun, suddenly shot out. It instantly expanded and struck towards Yang Dingtian. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion. As if a missile had exploded, a dazzling light suddenly exploded in the middle of the main hall, causing everyone's eyes to be temporarily blinded. Immediately, many people present closed their eyes. They couldn't bear to see Yang Dingtian's body being smashed into pieces. Most of them were members of the Tiando League and were very snobbish. However, they still didn't want to see the ugly scene in front of them. Then, a powerful energy suddenly swept out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. The golden bricks on the ground instantly turned into fine powder. The huge metal pillars instantly shattered. Originally, all the tables and banquets in the main hall would have been smashed into pieces. However, almost everyone present was an expert. Therefore, at the moment of the explosion, profound energy instantly surged out from their bodies and completely protected the surrounding few meters. Therefore, when the energy wave of the explosion hit, only the air shook a little. The delicacies and wine on the tables were unharmed. Then, this energy suddenly burst out from the main hall. In an instant, the maids, servants, and guards in the square outside were all silently sent flying. They were violently vomiting blood in the air. The trees in the square were instantly smashed into pieces. The huge stone pillars were instantly broken in the middle. The aftermath of this explosion only completely dissipated after it reached a distance of 1,000 meters away. Xianlang, when you reincarnate as a human in your next life, you better open your eyes. There are some people that you can't offend, and there are also some people that you can't touch. Once you make a mistake, only death awaits you, Yi Feng said faintly as the terrifying light gradually dissipated. Although everyone already knew the outcome, after hearing Yi Feng's voice, their hearts still sank. This Shenlang was still dead in the end, although to everyone present, this Shenlang was just a passerby. Compared to Yi Feng's despicable and shameless behavior, this Shenlang seemed so bright and precious. After Yi Feng's arrogant sneer, the main hall was still silent. There was no response. After Yi Feng's arrogant and unbridled sneer, the whole place was still silent and there was no response. Yi Feng bowed towards Qin Wancho's direction and said, "Father-in-law, your son-in-law has finished the competition. I defeated and killed my opponent. I hope this will make you more interested in drinking." After saying that, Yi Feng did not wait for Qin Wancho's response and was about to return to his seat. Even though they had a marriage alliance with the northwest Qin city, the people of the White Cloud City were still rather arrogant. Everyone was silent as they watched Yi Feng return to his seat. Regarding this competition, no one applauded to celebrate Yi Feng's victory. Because as long as one was proficient in martial arts, they would know that Yi Feng's last move was shameless. Just at this moment, suddenly, a faint voice rang out. "Young Lord Yi, you've only used 3 moves. I haven't even started yet. Why are you in such a hurry to return to your seat?" Without a doubt, this was Yang Dingtian's voice. And from this voice, not only did he not die, he did not seem to be injured at all. He did not seem to be weak at all. Instantly, the whole place was silent. "Ghost." After hearing Yang Dingtian's voice, Yi Feng suddenly screamed. It was unknown whether there were ghosts in this world, but the current Yang Dingtian was definitely not a ghost. Just now, the 9-star martial ancestor realm energy body that Yi Feng used evil technique to attack had exploded. However, it was still over 10 meters away from Yang Dingtian. This distance was almost negligible to Yang Dingtian's lethality. However, all of this happened too quickly. Moreover, the instant of the explosion was too dazzling. Almost everyone thought that this ball of powerful energy had exploded on Yang Dingtian's body. Just like what his master Dongfang Minmi said, as long as he grasped the rhythm of time, breaking Yi Feng's devil encirclement mysterious art was as easy as turning his hand for Yang Dingtian. After the intense light dissipated, everyone saw that Yang Dingtian was standing there perfectly fine. He was not injured at all. Only his hair was slightly messed up by the wind. Even his complexion was much better than Yi Feng's. When Yi Feng saw Yang Dingtian in perfect condition, it was as if he had seen a ghost. He completely collapsed. Looking at Yang Dingtian in horror, he pointed a trembling finger at Yang Dingtian and shrieked, "How is this possible? How could this be? How are you still alive?" This was also the same question in the hearts of everyone present. Yi Wuzheng's expression was not much better than Yi Feng's. His expression was completely frozen as he stared blankly at Yang Dingtian who was standing there. At this moment, the White Cloud City Lord, Yi Wuzheng, could no longer care about his deep shrewdness. His entire face contorted in an ugly manner. Even Qin Wancho's face was filled with shock as he looked at Yang Dingtian. Of course, after Yi Feng used the devil encirclement profound art, he didn't care about the situation of the battle anymore. He really didn't expect such an outcome. One must know that the devil encirclement mysterious art was the most evil technique of the leader of evil ways, Joyous Palace. Almost no one present could think of a way to break it. However, this Shenlang, who was merely a martial mystic, had actually managed to decipher it. Under such a powerful energy attack, he seemed to be unscathed. After being slightly shocked, Qin Wancho's face suddenly revealed a smile as he waved his palm towards Qin Mingli. Instantly, the unconscious Qin Mingli woke up. After waking up, the first thing Qin Mingli did was to pull out her dagger and rush towards Yi Feng. However, just as she was about to stand up, she suddenly realized that Yang Dingtian was standing there perfectly fine while Yi Feng's face was pale and colorless, as though he had lost his soul. Instantly, Qin Mingli's beautiful face revealed an inconceivable ecstasy. Then, tears gushed out and the dagger in her hand fell to the ground. She was truly unable to imagine how Yang Dingtian, Shenlang, did it. But she was different from others. She wasn't concerned about how her beloved did it. She only cared about the fact that her beloved was standing there in perfect condition and had obtained victory. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** and smiled. Young Lord Yi, you've finished your 3 moves. Now, it's my turn. I'm going to use the first move of the 8th grade mystic skill, Devil Flame Saber Art, Flaming Frenzy Blade. Get ready. Yi Feng seemed to have lost his soul. It was as though he didn't hear Yang Dingtian's words. He stood there in a daze and didn't move at all. He was still muttering to himself, how is this possible? How is this possible? Yang Dingtian continued to remind him, young Lord Yi, you should be ready. I'm going to use my first move. Yi Feng still didn't have any reaction. Yi Feng. Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted. Instantly, Yi Feng was shocked and said, what? Get ready to block. I'm going to use my first move, Flaming Frenzy Blade, Yang Dingtian said. Oh, okay. Yi Feng made the most instinctive reaction. He held the saber and sword with both hands and bent his legs slightly. He gathered his mystic qi and prepared to block Yang Dingtian's first move. Are you ready? Yang Dingtian asked. I'm ready. Yi Feng said. But right now, he was already reacting instinctively. He didn't even know what he was talking about. However, in everyone's eyes, this Shenlang, Yang Dingtian, was such a gentleman. And the previous Yi Feng was so despicable and shameless. He was completely repaying evil with good. Demonic Flame Saber Art, Flaming Frenzy Blade. Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted and the demonic blade in his hand suddenly appeared. Immediately, a blood-red flaming saber suddenly slashed out and struck towards Yi Feng's chest. Bang! A crisp sound echoed. Immediately, Yi Feng's body flew out. He violently vomited blood in the air. Like a straw, he flew out several dozen meters and fell onto the ground, unconscious. One move. Just one move and Yi Feng was instantly killed. The arena was still as silent as before. Without a doubt, it was an instant kill. Because right now, Yi Feng was at his weakest. Just now, when he used the Devil Encirclement Profound Art and controlled 10 times the mystic qi energy, it already made all the energy in his body empty. So Yang Dingtian's 1-star martial mystic rank move, Flaming Frenzy Blade, instantly killed him. Right now, the unconscious Yi Feng directly fell at Yi Wuqing's feet. The muscles on Yi Wuqing's face twitched. However, he hardened his heart and didn't carry his son up. Instead, he let him lie unconscious on the ground. After instantly killing Yi Feng, Yang Dingtian sharpened his saber into its scabbard and bowed towards Qin Wanzhou, who was in the middle of the main hall. Shenlang congratulates Lord Qin for having a long life and achieving great things. Once these words came out, everyone's gaze simultaneously looked towards Qin Wanzhou, waiting for him to express his stance. If Qin Wanzhou's attitude was good, then he would shed all pretenses with White Cloud City. If he didn't want to offend White Cloud City, then Qin Wanzhou should continue to treat Yang Dingtian coldly. So, everyone present wanted to see Qin Wanzhou's attitude. And right now, Qin Wanzhou didn't have any attitude at all. It was as if he didn't hear Yang Dingtian's words. Therefore, Yang Dingtian just stood there with his body bowed and didn't move. For a moment, the entire scene was in a deadlock. After Qin Mingli's ecstasy, she couldn't help but become anxious when she saw the deadlock. Her beautiful eyes turned and she immediately thought of a plan. Shenlang, today is my brother's 50th birthday. As the leader of my guards, don't you have any gifts to give? Qin Mingli's words were equivalent to giving both parties a way out. Moreover, she gave Yang Dingtian a chance to please Qin Wanzhou. Whether she could be together with Yang Dingtian, Shenlang, or not, Qin Wanzhou's attitude was the most important factor. After Yang Dingtian heard this, he was slightly stunned. Everyone could tell that Yang Dingtian didn't prepare any gifts. However, not only did the crowd not despise him, but they also had a good impression of Yang Dingtian. This meant that he didn't want to please Lord Qin at all. Instantly, Qin Mingli glared fiercely at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian seemed to have woken up and started to search his body. After searching for a while, he finally found something. He pretended that he wasn't prepared at all and was forced to take out this item. In reality, Yang Dingtian had prepared this item for a long time. He agreed to the duel with Yi Feng and risked his life to defeat Yi Feng. It was all for this moment. Whether Yang Dingtian could obtain the other half of the mystic flame map from Qin Wanzhou and his son completely depended on this moment. It all depended on this present that he was going to present. This item was very simple and also very strange. Moreover, no one present knew what it was. This item was very simple and also very strange. There was a bunch of animal hair stuck in a jade tube that was as thick as a finger. No one present knew what it was. Of course, they did not know that it was a writing brush because there was no writing brush in this world. This item is called a writing brush. It's what I use to write and paint. I hereby present it to Lord Qin as a gift for your 50th birthday, Yang Dingtian said respectfully. Instantly, everyone laughed secretly. Even Qin Wanzhou could not help but purse his lips slightly. Everyone present had given extremely valuable gifts. Only Shenlang, Yang Dingtian, had only given a so-called writing brush. It was truly too shabby. The value of this item was not more than half a silver coin at best. It was really shabby to the extreme. Seeing that her sweetheart had only found such a shabby gift after searching for half a day, Qin Mingli felt both love and resentment. What a fool. Following that, Qin Mingli said, Shenlang, your gift is too shabby. Furthermore, no one knows how to use this so-called writing brush of yours. Why don't you demonstrate it and let everyone see the use of this writing brush of yours? Qin Mingli knew that her sweetheart was brimming with talent. Therefore, she wanted to let Yang Dingtian take the opportunity to show off. Oh, yes. Yang Dingtian replied. Then, he said to the servant in the hall, I need a piece of white paper. Instantly, the servant looked at Qin Wanzhou. Give it to him, Qin Wanzhou said. Yes. The servant left respectfully. About a minute later, he came back with a piece of white paper that was about 1 square meter in size. Yang Dingtian took the white paper and laid it flat on the ground. Then, he took a pot of wine and used the wine to grind the ink. Of course, the ink was made by him personally. Fortunately, it was not difficult. After grinding the ink, Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. The most crucial moment of tonight's performance had arrived. Whether or not he could obtain the other heaven and earth mystic flame map from Qin Wanzhou would depend on this moment. After dipping the writing brush into the ink, Yang Dingtian started to paint on the white paper. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the piece of white paper in front of Yang Dingtian and the brush in his hand. With a light flick of the brush, an irregular curve appeared in the painting. Everyone was slightly stunned. What the hell was this? Subsequently, Yang Dingtian's painting speed was extremely fast. 1 horizontal, 1 vertical, 1 curved, and 1 folded. Just a few dozen strokes, everyone could tell that it was probably a grassland. Yang Dingtian's ink paintings focused on the spirit and not the form. Although it was only a few dozen strokes, the vast and empty grassland suddenly appeared on the paper. Although the scene wasn't very realistic, the distance, the breadth, and the feelings made it clear that this was a grassland. This was the charm of ink painting. There were painters in this world, but everyone pursued realism. Everything was for the sake of martial arts. It had almost nothing to do with art. Although Yang Dingtian's ink painting attainments were not high, in this art desert, it was enough to conquer anyone. After painting the rough scenery of the grassland, with a few more strokes, Yang Dingtian painted the strong grass. Then, with a few more strokes, he painted a few horses, cows, and sheep. Of course, they were the horses, cows, and sheep of this world. Finally, with a few more strokes, Yang Dingtian painted the distant mountains, the sun, and the moon. Finally, Yang Dingtian wrote in this world's language on the blank space. Dongli River, at the foot of Mount Mang. The sky is like a dome, covering the wilderness. The sky is vast, and the wilderness is boundless. Cows and sheep are seen when the wind blows. After he finished writing, someone suddenly clicked his tongue. In this world, there was no poem that existed alone as an art. Almost everything in this world was for the sake of martial arts. After this poem was finished, everyone present was amazed. They only felt that it was good, but they didn't know what was good about it. However, from the bottom of their hearts, they felt that it was very, very good and very, very amazing. As for Qin Mingli, her beautiful eyes were already in a daze. She knew that her lover was different from everyone else in this world. She knew that her lover was brimming with talent, but she didn't expect her lover to be so stunning. As compared to that Yan Biaqin, he was simply an empty shell. Previously, she had actually been tempted by that man. Qin Mingli only felt a wave of embarrassment in her heart. She was truly too frivolous and shallow back then. Everyone present was amazed by Yang Dingtian's brand new art form. However, no one noticed that after seeing this painting, Qin Wanzhou and Qin Huayu's gazes changed slightly before they quickly looked at each other. All of this happened in a flash. No one noticed it, including Yang Dingtian himself. This was because after Yang Dingtian finished painting, he bowed and handed it over. He didn't look at Qin Wanzhou and Qin Huayu's expressions. He didn't dare to look, and he couldn't look. This was because the painting he painted was similar to the other half of the Mystic Flames map in his hands. There were even some similarities in some places. If Qin Wanzhou and Qin Huayu had the other half of the Mystic Flames map, they would definitely be able to see it. At the very least, they would be able to sense it. This was because these two people were undoubtedly outstanding people in this world. They were also the smartest people. After finishing the painting, Yang Dingtian handed the painting over to the servant. He also handed over the brush in his hand. This was because the brush was the gift that was given out. This painting was just an accessory. After handing it over, Yang Dingtian stood at his original position respectfully. Even though he knew he shouldn't, his back was still breaking out in cold sweat. He was truly nervous to the extreme. This was his plan to obtain the other half of the Mystic Flames map. Whether it would succeed or not depended on this moment. Furthermore, this was completely a risk. He was risking his life. Now, he had done what he needed to do. The next step was to wait for Qin Wanzhou's judgment. After receiving the brush and painting, Qin Wanzhou glanced at them. His gaze was like lightning as it condensed on Yang Dingtian's face for a long time. Yang Dingtian suppressed himself with all his might. He didn't allow himself to tremble even though the speed of his cold sweat was getting faster and faster. The person in front of him was a Grandmaster-level expert. He was practically the strongest enemy that Yang Dingtian had ever encountered. There was no other. As long as he gently moved his finger, it would be enough to crush him to death. It didn't matter if Yang Dingtian had the deep-sea mystic clothes or what other mystic talismans Yang Dingtian had. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was as weak as an ant in front of him. Qin Wanzhou only stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. At this moment, Qin Mingli didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Her beautiful face had turned pale and colorless. Her expression also became more and more frightened. Yang Dingtian tried his best to calm his breathing. He suppressed his nervous and even somewhat fearful emotions. After a full half a minute, Qin Wanzhou finally spoke. Your talent is very high. I find it strange that I've just broken through to the martial mystic level when I'm almost 30 years old. Now I finally know the reason. You've spent all your energy on these unorthodox methods. Qin Wanzhou said. He then put down the painting and said indifferently, in the future, you'll be Qin Mingli's guard leader. Then, Qin Wanzhou continued, the birthday banquet will continue. Everyone was stunned. What did Qin Wanzhou mean by this attitude? It seemed like he was very distant to Shenlang, but also seemed to value him a little. However, Qin Wanzhou was the supreme master of the night. Since he said to continue the birthday banquet, everyone immediately raised their cups and continued to enjoy the delicious wine and delicacies. Yang Dingtian walked directly behind Qin Mingli and continued to play the role of the guard leader. White Cloud City Lord Yi Wuqing's expression changed slightly. He said, Senior brother Qin, I'm a little drunk. I want to go down and rest. Obviously, Yi Wuqing was still somewhat dissatisfied with Qin Wanzhou's attitude. Do as you wish, City Lord Yi, Qin Wanzhou said indifferently. Immediately, Yi Wuqing picked up Yi Feng from the ground and left. As for Yi Wuqing, he was still sitting in his seat with a dull expression. His face had lost all signs of reaction. Yang Dingtian stood behind Qin Mingli. Although he was expressionless, his heart was already in a mess. What was Qin Wanzhou's attitude? Was his plan a success or a failure? Only Qin Mingli was very happy. Her beautiful face was filled with pride. She smiled sweetly and tried to please her brother. Her words did not leave Yangding Tian. She still wanted her brother to help her and her lover be together. Xianxia's expression was still filled with impatience and love. It was somewhat perfunctory and somewhat doting as he dealt with Qin Mingli. Just from this, it could be seen that Xianxia was really an admirable brother. At this moment, Yangding Tian also had some understanding of this person. He was a very shrewd person who did not bother to hide his emotions and was filled with ambition. 2 hours later, the birthday banquet ended. Following Qin Mingli into the carriage, Yangding Tian did not get the response he wanted. Qin Wanqiu and Qin Huayu did not ask him to stay. Qin Wanqiu did not even express any surprise as to how Yangding Tian won against Ji Feng. Although Yangding Tian was filled with uneasiness and disappointment, he still meticulously protected Qin Mingli as they left the inner city. On the way back to the villa, Qin Mingli finally could not hold it in anymore. She opened the door curtain and said sweetly, "Husband, come in." Yangding Tian was slightly stunned and boarded the carriage. Just as he entered the carriage, Qin Mingli burrowed into his arms and said with infinite joy, "Baby, you really made me proud tonight. You really made me love you to the extreme. I know my brother very well." Although he did not say anything, he already admires you very, very much. Yangding Tian smiled and said, "As long as he doesn't stop us, I'm already very grateful." "He won't. I already heard the meaning behind his words. He has already tacitly agreed to our relationship. It's just that he can't say it in front of everyone. Didn't you see that when Yu Wuqing wanted to leave the birthday banquet, he did not stop him?" Qin Mingli said sweetly. "Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Shenlang, I'm so happy, so happy." Qin Mingli seemed to be unable to suppress the joy in her heart. She kept talking and kissing Yangding Tian's face. Outside the carriage, all the warriors seemed to be deaf and blind. They turned a deaf ear to everything that was happening in the carriage. They were still vigilant as they hurried on with their journey. After returning to the courtyard, Yangding Tian didn't have to wait for long before someone entered Qin Mingli's courtyard and asked to see Yangding Tian. This person was the trusted aide of the Qin clan's lord, Qin Lian. Although Qin Lian's surname was Qin, he wasn't a disciple of the Qin clan. However, he was Qin Wanqiu's most trusted person and held the position of Qin City's internal affairs supervisor. Yangding Tian climbed out of bed and went to see Qin Lian. "Follow me into the inner city. The Lord wants to see you," Qin Lian said directly. "And you can't let anyone else see you." Yangding Tian was stunned. He then said, "All right, but I need to bid farewell to Madame Qin first." "No need," Qin Lian said. "I'll get someone to tell Madame Qin." After saying that, an extremely powerful energy field gushed out from Qin Lian's body. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on Yangding Tian, making it hard for him to breathe. This person was a master-level expert. In front of him, Yangding Tian didn't have the slightest room to resist purely based on energy. Yangding Tian bowed and said, "Yes." Then, Yangding Tian followed behind Qin Lian. They left the courtyard and boarded a black carriage. After that, the black horse carriage silently drove into the inner city and left the inner city. 10 minutes later, Yangding Tian followed Qin Lian into the inner city again. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. A few hours ago, the entire Qin city was brightly lit and bustling with noise. But now, the inner city was silent. The huge palace was like a monster entrenched in the darkness. It was silent and filled with a mysterious and dangerous aura. At this moment, Qin Ran was like a vulture in the dark. She lowered her head and led the way without making any sound, but a terrifying aura was emitted from her body. Yangding Tian followed him forward. At this time, the inner city seemed to have become a ghost town. Even the patrolling warriors could not be seen, and there were barely any lights. It was as if this place was completely different from the brightly lit place a few hours ago. He followed Qin Ran to a quiet artificial lake. The entire artificial lake was only a few dozen acres in size, and it was quiet in the darkness of the early morning. Qin Ran lightly stomped her foot and the water in the lake dropped rapidly. In just a few minutes, the lake, which was dozens of acres wide and more than 10 meters deep, was completely emptied. Then, they saw a building in the center of the lake. It was about 300 square meters and was brightly lit inside. Qin Ran walked down the stairs and entered the building in the middle of the lake. Unexpectedly, the secret room was actually in the middle of a lake. For Qin Wanzhou to have Yang Dingtian come here, it was clear that the matter they were about to discuss was extremely secretive and important. Suddenly, the lake water rose again, and the water level gradually rose. In a short 10 minutes, the entire lake returned to its original state. After Yang Dingtian walked into the small building, he saw the cold and quiet lake water outside. Qin Ran walked to the outside and opened the door. She said, "Go and buy yourself." Then, he left the small house and entered the lake water. At this time, Yang Dingtian was really nervous to the point of suffocation. Obviously, the most crucial time had come, and at the same time, the most dangerous time had come. Whether or not he could obtain the other half of the mystic flame map depended on this moment. If he succeeded, he would obtain the complete mystic flame map. If he failed, he would die. Yang Dingtian pushed the door open and walked into the inner room. There were only 2 people inside. One was Qin Wanzhou, and the other was Qin Huayu. "Shen Lang, do you know why I called you here?" Qin Huayu asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head. Qin Huayu asked, "After you defeated Ji Feng, why did you choose to draw this painting for my father?" Then, he took out the painting of the Dongli grassland that Yang Dingtian gave him and opened it. "Yang Dingtian, because it happened so suddenly, I didn't prepare anything. Therefore, this is the best gift I can give." "Where is the place in your painting?" Qin Huayu asked. "The Dongli grassland." Yang Dingtian. "Where have you been?" Qin Huayu asked. "Yes, about 4 years ago." Yang Dingtian then organized his words in his mind. He reorganized the story of him entering the Dongli grassland to check if there were any flaws. There shouldn't be any. But before Qin Huayu could ask about the Dongli grassland, Qin Wanzhou suddenly asked, "Who is your teacher?" "Saber Monarch, Xiying." Yang Dingtian said. "It's him?" Qin Huayu was slightly shocked. Saber Monarch Xiying was indeed a very mysterious but very famous person. He was even a legendary person in this world. In the Primal Chaos world, all the experts above the Martial Ancestor realm came from famous sects, and all the Martial Profound realm experts came from sects and families. In other words, no matter how talented a wandering martial artist was, they could only cultivate to the great profound martial master realm in their lifetime. No one could do anything above that. However, Saber Monarch Xiying was an exception. He didn't come from any sects or families. He was a pure wandering martial artist. But in the end, he became a martial ancestor realm expert. His wind wave evil blade made the whole world tremble in fear. "No wonder, no wonder," Qin Wanzhou said. Following that, Qin Wanzhou asked again, "Then in the end, you truly defeated Ji Feng?" His last profound skill was quite powerful. It was completely the energy of a 9-star martial ancestor realm expert. With your cultivation, you definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Yang Dingtian's heart fiercely jumped. Without a doubt, the real fatal problem had arrived. The real highlight of tonight's show had arrived. If Yang Dingtian couldn't reasonably explain this problem, then it would be very difficult for him to walk out alive. If he could reasonably explain this problem, then the matter of obtaining the Mystic Flames map would be very smooth. Yang Dingtian immediately fell into a short silence. "What? Is it inconvenient to say?" Qin Wanzhou asked indifferently. His tone was very light but his gaze was somewhat dangerous. "That's not it," Yang Dingtian said. Qin Wanzhou said, "Then tell me." Yang Dingtian clenched his teeth and said, "Yi Feng's last move wasn't from the profound sky sect leader Zhu Qing. It was completely from the evil ways, the devil encirclement mysterious art." When these words came out, Qin Huayu was slightly startled. His gaze shot towards Yang Dingtian like lightning. Of course, Qin Huayu knew about Yi Feng's devil encirclement mysterious art. He was surprised that Yang Dingtian also knew about it. This secret, there weren't many people who knew about it. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you everyone. Thank you very much. Of course, Qin Huayu knew about Yi Feng's devil encirclement mysterious art, but he was surprised that Yang Dingtian knew about it too. At that time, many people present could see that Yi Feng's last move was not a good move, and it was even related to evil ways. However, there were no more than 4 or 5 people who knew about the devil encirclement mysterious art. He did not expect Shen Lang to know about it. Qin Huayu immediately said, "There are only a few people who know about the devil encirclement mysterious art. How did you know about it, and even break it?" Yang Dingtian said, "My master became a master-level powerhouse 17 years ago as a wandering martial artist, shocking the world. Moreover, he was only 47 years old at that time. Everyone thought that my master would become a master-level powerhouse in at most 10 years. However, they did not expect that not long after, my master would completely disappear from the world's sight." Everyone was puzzled. "That's right," Qin Wanchou said, looking at it, "Your master is my senior. I also went to pay him a visit, but he had completely disappeared. I have always felt regretful about it." Yang Dingtian said, "Actually, my master did not leave the world willingly, but he was already seriously injured. Lord Qin may have heard that my master was an abandoned disciple of the Dugu Jianmen. Although his personality was extreme, and he disdained the disciples of famous sects, he always regarded himself as a member of the Tiando League. He completely hated evil. In these years, when the real Tiando League members encountered evil ways, their attitudes were ambiguous. However, my master was very extreme. Once he encountered an evil way disciple, he would kill them without mercy. Therefore, the number of evil ways members who died under my master's hands was countless." Qin Wanchou said, "That's right, I also heard about this." Yang Dingtian said, 47 years ago, my master met a woman of evil ways. She was around 30 years old, but had the cultivation of a martial supreme. My master did not say anything and chased her for thousands of li. Because he felt that this woman was extremely talented, and would definitely become the scourge of the Tiando League in the future. The woman from the evil Dao begged for mercy in every possible way, but her seduction was to no avail. In the end, she had no choice but to use the evil encirclement mysterious art. Instantly, her cultivation rose from the martial supreme level to the master level. But even so, she died under my master's blade. However, my master was also injured, he almost lost his life. At that time I was suffering from misfortune, and was wandering everywhere. I accidentally dragged him for dozens of li, and took care of him for half a year. At this point, Yang's master's eyes turned red, and his breathing also became a little breathless. Although master managed to keep his life, most of his cultivation had dissipated. All of his profound veins had been destroyed, and there was no hope of recovery. Thus, in his despair, master went into seclusion to avoid the world. Although my talent is not high, master has no choice but to choose me to be his successor." Yang Dingtian said with tears in his eyes, "However, I was not very interested in the path of martial arts. So, although my talent was not low, I was 27 years old. Even with my master's full support, I had only just broken through the martial profound level." Yang Dingtian was currently playing the role of Shen Lang, who was 27 years old. Being a martial profound level expert at this age was already very powerful. However, in the eyes of Qin Huayu and Qin Wanchou, it was nothing. So, when Yang Dingtian said these words, they did not have any reaction, and continued to wait for Yang Dingtian to continue. "My master's everything was destroyed by the devil encirclement mysterious art. So, he spent all his time researching this evil technique. He came up with many plans, but he was not confident in any of them. During the fight with Yi Feng, I was not prepared for him to use the devil encirclement mysterious art. So, I could only choose the most reasonable method that my master said to break it." Yang Dingtian said, "Lord Qin, you must know that the principle of this devil encirclement mysterious art is to use a very mysterious and powerful technique to create a temporary qi that rotates quickly. The faster this temporary qi rotates, the more profound energy it can devour and suppress. So, my master suggested that we could create a similarly fast-rotating profound energy body. This way, when the entire energy body collides with the temporary qi, it will interfere with each other, destroy each other, and attract each other." After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, Qin Wanchou's eyebrows slightly widened. "Originally, I only wanted to give it a try with the determination to die. I didn't expect it to succeed. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huayu said, then, isn't your master's method another version of the devil encirclement mysterious art? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, it's not the same. Master has tried it many times. The rapidly rotating profound energy body we created is unable to devour profound energy, nor is it able to envelop and compress profound energy. Even though our energy body rotates faster than the temporary qi of the devil encirclement mysterious art. Regarding this point, my master was unable to solve it in the end. Basically, 80% of what Yang Dingtian said was true. Among them, the disappearance of Saber Monarch Xiying was true. However, encountering a woman who used the devil encirclement mysterious art in evil ways was fake. It was Dongfang Minmi who met her and killed her. At that time, the battle situation was a little dangerous, but that woman didn't cause any harm to Dongfang Minmi. And the method to break the devil encirclement mysterious art that Yang Dingtian mentioned wasn't completely baseless. This method was something that Dongfang Minmi came up with after thinking for a long time. Previously, Dongfang Minmi felt that this method would definitely work, but in reality, it was proven to be wrong. However, purely in theory, it was already enough to convince anyone. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's explanation could be said to be flawless. After hearing Yang Dingtian's explanation, Qin Wanzhou and Qin Huayu immediately became silent. After a few minutes, Qin Huayu broke the silence and said, "You've been to the Dongli grassland before?" "Yes, this was a matter of a few years ago." Yang Dingtian said. "Why did you go?" "The human race and the half-human race are completely separated. Almost no one would go to the Dongli grassland." Qin Huayu said. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "I just said that I'm not very interested in martial arts. My strength is to wander the world, unearth the deepest secrets of this world, and finally achieve the goal of saving the world." Qin Wanzhou's eyes looked over like lightning and said, "You feel that this world will be dangerous?" "Yes." Yang Dingtian said, "I faintly feel that this world will soon face an apocalyptic change." Qin Huayu said coldly, "Are you purposely saying these words to scare people?" "Of course not." Yang Dingtian said, "Why would there be an apocalyptic battle every few hundred years for the past 1,000 years? Why is it that although the Tiando League would obtain victory in every apocalyptic battle, it would always be an incomplete victory? What exactly is the hidden sect? What is its relationship with the Temple of Annihilation? These things are what I'm pursuing my entire life." Qin Wanzhou looked deeply at Yang Dingtian and said, "You feel that the apocalyptic change is coming again. What is your basis?" Yang Dingtian said, "The tens of millions of Maori barbarians in the frozen continent thousands of miles to the north have all disappeared, evaporating from this world for no reason." Qin Wanzhou did not continue to pursue this question and asked, "You've been to the Dongli grassland. What's the attitude of the half-human race towards humans there?" Yang Dingtian said, "The half-human race is roughly divided into 4 groups. The first group is extremely hostile towards human civilization and wants nothing more than to exterminate it. Among them, the werewolf race is the leader. The second group admires human civilization and desires to be close to it, but they also harbor resentment and fear. The foxman race is the representative. The third group wishes that there is no such thing as human civilization in this world, and wants to be completely isolated from human civilization. There are many such races, and none of them stand out. The last group is the Tiger Man race and the Lion Man race. These races yearn for freedom and are actually more like monsters than humans." There was no doubt that Yang Dingtian had done his homework on these matters. Qin Wanzhou asked, "Then the painting you drew at the banquet, which part of the Dongli grassland was it specifically referring to?" The meat of the show had arrived, the real crux had arrived. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I can't remember where it is exactly. Maybe it's not a complete place at all. It's just a summary of the scenery of the Dongli grassland that left a deep impression on me. I used the mountains in the north, the water in the west, and the cattle and sheep in the south to create a complete painting. This is a kind of artistic creation." And after hearing Yang Dingtian's explanation, Qin Wanzhou took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. The decisive moment was coming. Yang Dingtian felt suffocated. Whether he could obtain the other half of the map of the heaven and earth mystic flame depended on this moment. After Qin Wanzhou opened his eyes, he nodded at Qin Huayu. Qin Huayu took off the ring on his hand and inserted a strand of mystic qi. Suddenly, the entire ring melted, revealing a transparent gem inside. He crushed the gem and took out a small roll of cloth. Glancing at the cloth, Qin Huayu handed it to Yang Dingtian. Then take a look, where exactly is this place on the map? Instantly, Yang Dingtian's breathing stagnated. This was the other half of the map of the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame. He had worked so hard and even lost half his life. Now, the other half of the map had finally appeared in front of him. Whether or not he could become stronger, whether or not he could forge a real soul sword, whether or not he could cultivate a sword soul, whether or not he could take back the position of the Lord of Cloud Sky City, or even whether or not he could defeat Dongfang Bingling in 4 years, all depended on this small map in front of him. You seem very nervous? Qin Huayu suddenly asked, staring at Yang Dingtian like a thorn. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian entered a dangerous moment. As long as he aroused Qin Huayu's suspicion, he would definitely die. Now, he was only one step away from obtaining the other half of the map of the Mystic Flame, but it was also the most crucial step. He had to perform perfectly. Otherwise, not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, but he would also die without a burial ground. Now, he was only one step away from obtaining the other half of the Mystic Flame map, but it was also the most crucial step. He had to perform perfectly. Otherwise, not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, but he would also die without a burial ground. Can I not look at it? Young Emperor Qin. Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Oh? Qin Huayu said, why do you say that? Yang Dingtian said, I can see that this map is very, very important. If I look at it, I can forget about leaving alive. You will definitely kill me to silence me, right? Qin Huayu didn't answer yes or no. Instead, he directly handed the Mystic Flame map to Yang Dingtian. Look. Yang Dingtian revealed a trace of a bitter smile. Then, he looked up to the sky and sighed. Okay, I'll look. Then, he slowly unrolled this scroll of canvas. That's right, this was the other half of the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame map. The material of the canvas was exactly the same as Yang Dingtian's half. Furthermore, the words and patterns on it were exactly the same as Yang Dingtian's half of the map. Finally, Yang Dingtian used all his strength and exhausted all his scheming. Now, this half of the Mystic Flame map finally appeared completely in front of him. Yang Dingtian desperately suppressed the excitement in his heart. Instead, he slightly narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at every pattern and every word on the map. Not only was Yang Dingtian looking, but his master, Dongfang Minmi, was also looking in his mind. After a few times, Yang Dingtian accurately memorized this half of the map in his mind. Because he could only memorize it in his mind, taking away the map in front of Qin Wanzhou and Qin Huayu and escaping unscathed was completely a fool's dream. Thus, he could only forcibly memorize it in his mind. Can you see where this map points to? Qin Huayu asked. Yang Dingtian looked for a while and raised his head. This doesn't seem to be a complete map. That's right. Qin Huayu said, this is only half of the map. Can you see where this is just from this half of the map? Sorry, this map is too rough. Yang Dingtian, there are too many similar sceneries, and there are no names on the map at all. Instead, it was the text that was the most important piece of information. However, there was only half of it. These words should be a poem. Without the other half of the map, I think it's too difficult to get accurate information. Qin Huayu said, we only have this half of the map. Let's just look at it from this half of the map. If you don't take any responsibility and just rely on your feelings and impressions, where do you think the place on the map is? Is it just a feeling? Without any evidence? Yang Dingtian asked. Qin Huayu said, that's right. We don't need any evidence. Yang Dingtian said, it should be the celestial Red Sea in the extreme north of the Dongli grassland. Qin Huayu's eyebrows trembled slightly as he said, Celestial Red Sea? What is that place? It's a Red Sea that's 10,000 meters above sea level. It's about 200 kilometers wide. The water there is red. Not only will people not sink if they jump in, even if they throw a stone down, it will still float on the surface of the sea. Yang Dingtian said, furthermore, this place is completely a forbidden zone for life. There's almost no trace of life in 200 kilometers away from the celestial Red Sea. The water of this Red Sea is ice cold to the touch, but any living thing that goes in will be instantly cooked and charred. Oh? It's so magical? Qin Huayu said. That's right. Yang Dingtian said, at that time, I was attracted by this place. I walked a few thousand kilometers and went through many hardships to reach this place. Then, I stayed at the seaside for 3 days. It was only 3 days, but it caused irreparable damage to my mystic veins. Anything else? Qin Huayu asked. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and shook his head. Nothing else. I've said everything I need to say about this map. Then, Yang Dingtian handed this half of the mystic flame map back to Qin Huayu. After Qin Huayu took it, he asked with a smile, aren't you curious about what exactly is on this map? What kind of treasure is it? Yang Dingtian smiled, and his face instantly became serious. Young Lord Qin, you can threaten me and kill me, but can you not tease me? Qin Huayu was slightly stunned. Sorry. Yang Dingtian looked at the two and said, should I be on my way? Qin Huayu nodded and said, yes. Do you have any last wishes? I'll definitely help you complete them. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and shook his head. You can't do what I want to do. You can't do it, so forget it. Qin Huayu's eyes twitched, and then he said, don't you love my aunt very much? Don't you have anything to say about her? Is it useful? Yang Dingtian said, even though you have been hurting her, you are still one of the people who love her the most in this world. After speaking, Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, since I'm going to be on my way, can I have a request? Speak. Qin Huayu said. After you kill me, this small building in the water will be my resting place. Yang Dingtian said. All right. Qin Huayu said decisively. Yang Dingtian nodded and walked in front of Qin Huayu. He grabbed Qin Huayu's wrist and placed it on his heart. He said indifferently, do it. At the same time, Yang Dingtian gently bit his teeth and was about to break the holy water pearl in his mouth and let the holy water flow into his stomach. Yang Dingtian had been preparing for this holy water pearl for a long time. He was gambling with his life. In the 5 elements Hall mystic realm, the demoness Dugufenglu's full-powered palm strike on his heart wasn't able to take her life because of the holy water. Now, Yang Dingtian was gambling that Qin Huayu's palm strike wouldn't really kill him because of the holy water. Of course, this kind of gamble was too terrifying and dangerous, but Yang Dingtian had no other choice. After coming to this world, Yang Dingtian was always dancing on the tip of a knife. Qin Huayu looked at Yang Dingtian's face and couldn't help but look away slightly. He then said indifferently, sorry, Brother Shen. After speaking, Qin Huayu was about to spit out an extremely powerful mystic qi. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Wanchou shouted. Qin Huayu looked at his father in confusion and quickly stopped. Qin Wanchou looked at Yang Dingtian. What places have you been to when you roamed the world? Many, Yang Dingtian said. Have you been to all the famous sects in the Tiando League? Qin Wanchou asked. I have been to all of them, Yang Dingtian said. What about the evil ways? Qin Wanchou asked. I have been to quite a few, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Wanchou looked at Yang Dingtian with burning eyes. Then what do you think is the difference between my Qin city and the other famous sects? Yang Dingtian didn't know why Qin Wanchou would ask such a question, but he knew that his answer was completely related to his life and death. Thus, he had to give the best answer and speak directly into Qin Wanchou's heart. This way, he might not have to risk his life and could directly escape. Then what do you think is the difference between my Qin city and the other famous sects? Qin Wanchou's eyes were burning as he asked again. It's completely different, Yang Dingtian said. Even the Mystic Sky sect and the Yinyang school are only sects of the pugilistic world. But Qin city is like a country. The master of the Mystic Sky sect, Zhu Qingzhu, is the current #1 expert in the world, but he is a sect master. And you, Qin Wanchou, are more like the emperor of a country. Of course, you might not understand the words country and emperor. These are 2 words I created. Qin Wanchou's eyes trembled. Explain the meaning of country and emperor. Country? It's too complicated to say. But in short, it's a hierarchy and order from top to bottom. It's one person in charge of 100 people, 100 people in charge of 10,000 people, 10,000 people in charge of 1,000,000 people, and 1,000,000 people in charge of 100 million people. And the emperor is that one person, supreme and hereditary. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Wanzhou's eyes were burning. You can continue. Work hard to weaken the power of all the sects in the world, until the final elimination. Gather all the resources and military power in the hands of the emperor and redistribute them, reducing the number of martial artists in the world by 90%. Gather all the armed forces into an army, becoming the emperor's strongest and only tool of violence in the world. Let the majority of the people in the world participate in construction and production, and not in martial arts. Gradually carry out a complete ban on martial arts, and then support art, literature, production technology, and so on. Abolish the current feudal and territorial systems, and gather all the mountains, rivers, and land in the hands of the empire. 100 li is a county, 3 to 500 li is a county, and 1 to 2,000 li is a province. The emperor will send officials of all levels to manage the provinces, counties, and counties. In short, these things are very complicated and can't be explained one by one. At this moment, Qin Wanzhou's entire body was trembling because he felt as though every sentence that Yang Dingtian said had drilled into his heart. Every sentence was able to evoke an intense resonance in him. There were many things that he could only faintly sense, but he wasn't able to see it clearly. After Yang Dingtian said it, everything became extremely clear. And? Qin Wanzhou's voice trembled. The Tiando League has already become this world's biggest obstacle. Even if it's still necessary for now, it's still necessary to completely ban this organization. Yang Dingtian's words were like thunder, shaking Qin Wanzhou's heart. Banning and eliminating the Tiando League was something no one dared to say, but it was Qin Wanzhou's greatest wish. Because of the existence of the Tiando League, even if his influence surpassed that of the Black Sky sect and the Yin Yang school, he would always be overshadowed by them, let alone the Yin sect. Then what does Mr. Shen think I should do to destroy the Tiando League, establish an empire, and stand at the top of the world? Qin Wanzhou asked. Forgive me for being blunt, but if the Battle of Armageddon doesn't happen, all of this will just be the moon in the well, flowers in the water. Yang Dingtian, if you want to eliminate most of the martial arts sects in this world, you must go through an unprecedented Battle of Armageddon to exhaust all the martial artists in this world. Otherwise, even if it's the Black Sky sect and the Yin Yang school, you won't be able to overcome them. In this world where martial arts are respected, even if Qin City's territory is 10 times larger than the Black Sky sects, we won't be their match. Forgive me for being blunt, Qin Huayu said. If the Battle of Armageddon happens, my Qin City will also be destroyed. We won't have the power to suppress the other sects at all. It'll be good enough if we can protect ourselves. Yang Dingtian, so the next step is the most crucial. As long as this strategy succeeds, after the Battle of Armageddon ends, Qin City's power can completely suppress the combined power of the other Tiando League forces. Qin Wanzhou's breathing suddenly became heavy. What strategy? Ally with some of the half-human races, support them, and even marry them. Yang Dingtian, as everyone knows, in the past 1,000 years of the Tiando League and the Evil Ways Battle of Armageddon, the half-human race has been absolutely neutral, so the flames of war have never involved them. It's just that they are divided into hundreds of races, and there are endless disputes, so there's no unity at all. So all along, they haven't been a threat to humans. Most importantly, almost all the sects treat the half-human race as a taboo, and there's no way to form an alliance. If Qin City is willing to take this step, it will definitely reap great benefits. Then, Yang Dingtian, Lord Qin is a man of great talent, and I admire him very much. But to be honest, your current strategy is very wrong. You're using all your power to conquer the northwest and southwest continents. Other than alerting the Tiando League, what else can it do? It's just a show of strength on the surface. Let me ask you one thing, even if you conquer the northwest and southwest continents, can you defeat the Yin Yang school and the Black Heaven sect? Qin Wanzhou thought for a while and said, no, before my martial arts surpass Xu Qingzhu's, it's impossible. In terms of reputation and morality, it's even more impossible. Yang Dingtian, then. Let me ask you again, if the Battle of Armageddon happens, can the southwest and northwest continents be protected? Qin Wanzhou shook his head. No, in every Battle of Armageddon, the southwest continents will all fall, and most of the northwest continents will fall. On the other hand, the eastern cloud continent is almost untouched by the flames of war. Then things are very clear. Yang Dingtian, if the Battle of Armageddon is bound to happen, then what's the point of spending all your power on lands that are destined to fall? Using all your power to establish absolute power after the Battle of Armageddon is the most important thing. Phew. Qin Wanzhou desperately exhaled, and said in a trembling voice, "Confidant, you're really my confidant." Yang Dingtian smiled. "All right, I'm done. I should be on my way, and I'll take care of myself." Then, he suddenly pulled out his dagger and stabbed it into his chest. No. Suddenly, Qin Wanzhou rushed over like lightning and grabbed Yang Dingtian's dagger. Instantly, the sharp dagger cut open his palm, and blood instantly flowed out. God, how could a mere dagger hurt Qin Wanzhou, who was a grandmaster? However, in order to move Yang Dingtian, he created a bloody scene. "Sir, please stay and help me," Qin Wanzhou said as he bowed. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. This was completely outside of his plan. To be honest, Yang Dingtian didn't say such a long sentence to escape. In fact, he already had a plan to escape. Saying such a long sentence was completely improvised. His biggest goal was to divert Qin Wanzhou's attention away from Cloud Heaven City and make him focus on forming an alliance with the half-human race instead of the northwest and southwest continents. And the best ending would be for Yang Dingtian to represent the northwest Qin city and head to the Dongli grassland. On the surface, it was to investigate the half-human race and form an alliance, but in reality, it was to search for the heaven and earth mystic flame. He didn't expect that with such a long sentence, not only would Qin Wanzhou not kill him, but he would also treat him with respect. Yang Dingtian said, "But, I already know too much. It's not right to not die." Qin Wanzhou grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and said, "Compared to Sir's talent, what do these things count as? To be honest, even my son can't understand my ambition. In this entire world, there's no one like Sir who has such a grand vision. In this world where strength is respected, there's no one like Sir within 10,000 miles. I look at Sir like I'm waiting for rain after a long drought." Yang Dingtian continued to be stunned. Qin Wanzhou continued to say incomparably affectionately, "Next, Sir, please don't leave me. I ask you to be my good teacher and helpful friend. No matter what you want, as long as you say it, I will do my best to do it." Yang Dingtian was still stunned. Qin Wanzhou continued, "Huayu, come over and pay respects to your teacher." Qin Huayu was also stunned. Qin Wanzhou said angrily, "What are you still standing there for? Come over and pay respects to teacher." Qin Huayu hurried forward and bowed deeply. Qin Huayu pays respects to teacher. "Kneel down," Qin Wanzhou said. Qin Huayu was stunned and was about to kneel down. "Absolutely not." Yang Dingtian hurriedly helped Qin Huayu up and said to Qin Wanzhou, "Lord Qin, in order to not let young lord hate me, you absolutely cannot do this." Sigh. Instantly, Qin Wanzhou sighed and patted the back of Yang Dingtian's hand. "Sir, my son is unable to understand the ambition in my heart. If he could understand, he would definitely kneel down. Only you are my true confidant." Then, Qin Wanzhou said sternly, "Qin Huayu, from now on, other than practicing martial arts, you have to spend your energy and time on learning from Sir. Learning strategy, learning politics, learning military strategy." Instantly, Yang Dingtian was truly and completely stunned. He only wanted to escape. How did it become like this? According to Yang Dingtian's plan, he wanted to use the holy water to fake his death and take the opportunity to escape a few days later. He didn't expect that he didn't even need to fake his death. Not only did he not need to die, but he also became Qin City's honorable guest. This result was really surprising. After returning to Qin Mingli's courtyard from the inner city, Yang Dingtian first made out with Qin Mingli. When Qin Mingli fell into a deep sleep, Yang Dingtian, who was exhausted from the battle of wits and courage with Qin Wanchou and his son, still couldn't sleep. His mind was unprecedentedly clear. At this moment, there was a clear and complete map in his mind, including the poem on it. The scorching sun is scorching, snow is swirling in the air. Sweat drips like rain, breath turns into ice. Water boils like oil, ice seals 100 miles. When I bloom, heaven and earth melts. All the secrets of the heaven and earth mystic flame are in this poem. That's right, it's in this poem. It all depends on how I solve it. ********* Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you. In these 4 simple and crude lines, the first half of each line was written on Qin Huayu's half of the mystic flame map. The second half of the line was written on Yang Dingtian's half of the mystic flame map. Other than the last word, the meaning of the other half of the line was completely opposite. Therefore, if there was only half of the mystic flame map, it was useless. Only when the 2 parts were put together could the meaning be understood. Putting aside the poem, it was purely based on the map. To be honest, this map was even cruder than the poem. There was a lot of randomness in it. One could only see a few mountains and a few rivers in the map. The rest was mostly grassland. The only useful information was a tall mountain in the middle. The left half was red while the right half was icy blue. The left half was on Qin Huayu's half of the map, and the right half was on Yang Dingtian's half of the map. The most ridiculous thing was that if the 2 halves of the map were not put together, Yang Dingtian would not be able to tell that it was a mountain at all. Previously, he also noticed that there was a sharp blue triangle on his half of the map. He used to think that it was a sharp sword or something like that. Only when the 2 halves of the map were put together did he realize that it was a mountain. It was a very bizarre mountain. Half of the mountain was flames while the other half was ice. However, the more bizarre and unique it was, the better it was. This way, it would be easier to find the target. Moreover, this mountain was so peculiar. Perhaps the heaven and earth mystic flame was in this mountain. Master, you have been to the Dongli grassland. Do you know this mountain that is half flames and half ice? Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Minmi said, I have never seen it. Ah? Yang Dingtian was shocked. This mountain is so bizarre. It should be very famous. Logically speaking, it should be. However, when I entered the Dongli grassland, I did not see it, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian said, could it be that you did not see this mountain because you did not go to many places in the Dongli grassland? Dongfang Minmi said, that doesn't seem to be the case. Although this map is very rough, I have vaguely been to this place before. You've been there before? Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. Where is this place on the map? Dongfang Minmi said, I only have a rough impression of it. I came to a rough conclusion based on the positions of several mountains and rivers on the map. If I remember correctly, this area should be the burial ground. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. The bone burial ground? Where is this place in the Dongli grassland? The center, Dongfang Minmi said. Which half-human clan's territory? Does this bone burial ground belong to? Yang Dingtian asked. In his heart, he felt that it would be best if it was the territory of the Foxman race because Ji or Ashina belonged to the Foxman race. It doesn't belong to any race. Dongfang Minmi said, the entire bone burial ground is 500 miles long and does not belong to any race. It is the central battlefield of the Dongli grassland, so it is called the bone burial ground, 500 miles long and wide. This area is not small. Yang Dingtian asked, Master, is there really no mountain in the bone burial ground that is half fire and half ice? There really isn't. Dongfang Minmi said. How could this be? How should he find it? This was a full 500 miles long and wide. Dongfang Minmi smiled and said, Master doesn't know, but it doesn't mean that the half-human clan in the Dongli grassland doesn't know. According to the location on the map, it should be in the middle of the bone burial ground. It is not very difficult to find. So as long as we go there, it should not be difficult to find it. Yes, as long as we reach there, it should not be difficult to find it. Moreover, obtaining the other half of the Mystic Flames map from Qin Huayu could be considered as an impossible mission, but Yang Dingtian did it. Now, with the complete Mystic Flames map in his hands, Yang Dingtian did not believe that he could not find the Mystic Flame. The next most important thing was how to escape from Qin City and leave Qin City without arousing the suspicion of Qin Wanzhou and the others. Then, he would head to the Dongli grassland. In the next few days, Yang Dingtian fully felt Qin Wanzhou's determination and enthusiasm. On the next day, Qin Wanzhou gathered all the important figures in Qin City. These people were either holding important positions in Qin City or were the various feudal lords in Qin City's territory. There was a total of close to 1,000 people gathered in the main hall to introduce Yang Dingtian to them. Furthermore, Qin Wanzhou announced that from today onwards, Xianxia, Yang Dingtian, would be the military advisor of Qin City. This caused everyone to be astonished. Qin Mingli was completely surprised and delighted. Not only that, Qin Wanzhou had spent most of his time talking to Yang Dingtian. Qin Mingli was worried, so she forced herself to join in. When Qin Mingli saw that her elder brother and her lover were talking about completely different things and even concepts that didn't exist in this world, Qin Mingli's expression became even more intoxicated. Her admiration for Yang Dingtian grew even more. However, because of Qin Mingli's participation, mahjong, go, and Chinese chess started to become popular in Qin City. After Qin Wanzhou played, he heard that these were all designed and created by Yang Dingtian. Instantly, he admired Yang Dingtian even more. However, what surprised Yang Dingtian was that Qin Wanzhou could be said to be the most talented and bold person that Yang Dingtian had ever met in this world. However, regardless of whether it was Go or Chinese chess, his standards were very ordinary. Even after he became familiar with the game, not only was he not a match for Qin Mingli, but he was also not a match for Yang Dingtian. Regardless of whether it was Chinese chess or Go, he basically lost 9 out of 10 games. On the other hand, Qin Huayu's Go skills were shockingly high and completely exceeded expectations. After familiarizing himself with the game, Qin Huayu no longer had any opponents. Whether it was Yang Dingtian or Qin Mingli, they were all defeated in a second. In short, during this period of time, Yang Dingtian's character, Xianxia, became the most popular person in Qin City and received countless envious gazes. It was still alright at the beginning, but later on, the direct descendants of Qin City came to provoke him multiple times. Yang Dingtian did not care, but Qin Mingli did not want Yang Dingtian to be wronged, so she went to reprimand them multiple times. In the end, these Qin City descendants complained to Qin Wanzhou. In the end, Qin Wanzhou flew into a rage and directly punished all the direct descendants who provoked Yang Dingtian. He even chased the 2 leaders out of Qin City. Since then, no one in Qin City dared to offend Yang Dingtian openly. However, these direct descendants instigated Qin Jiaojiao to provoke Qin Jiaojiao multiple times. Qin Jiaojiao, this woman, was mean and pampered, rude and unreasonable. After being instigated, she came to find trouble many times. Yang Dingtian avoided her many times, and in the end, she directly went to Qin Mingli's courtyard to provoke her. In the end, Qin Wanzhou gave her a tight slap to the face, sending Qin Jiaojiao flying over 10 meters away. She spat out a mouthful of blood and half of her face instantly swelled up. Qin Jiaojiao was so frightened that she didn't even dare to cry out loud. At that time, Yang Dingtian was really overwhelmed by the favor. From then on, no one dared to offend Yang Dingtian anymore, whether it was in the open or in the dark. From then on, no one dared to offend Yang Dingtian, no matter if it was in the open or in the dark. Normally, these days should be very majestic and free, enjoying great power without having to fulfill any obligations. However, Yang Dingtian felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Most importantly, time passed day by day. The day of the martial arts contest for the position of the Cloud Sky City Lord was getting closer and closer. He had yet to obtain the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame. Yang Dingtian was indeed burning with anxiety. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had mentioned countless times that he wanted to leave Qin City and continue to wander outside. However, he was rejected by Qin Wanzhou every time. Moreover, after every rejection, Qin Wanzhou would severely punish those who had offended Yang Dingtian. Therefore, every time Yang Dingtian said goodbye, it would bring a bloody punishment. Therefore, for a while, Yang Dingtian was actually trapped in Qin City, unable to leave. Moreover, unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Dingtian would not leave without saying goodbye and secretly leave. In fact, he could not leave at all. Because of the jealousy of many people in Qin City, in order to protect Yang Dingtian's safety, Qin Wanchou arranged bodyguards for him. Both of them were martial venerables. On this day, Yang Dingtian came to see Qin Wanchou again to express his intention to leave. Qin Wanchou said loudly, "Military advisor, are you so uncomfortable in my Qin City? What have I done that you can't bear to stay here?" Previously, Yang Dingtian had always said that the Lord treated him very well, but his nature and mission was to wander. However, he did not succeed. Now, when Qin Wanchou asked this question again, Yang Dingtian sighed and said, "I have achieved nothing in Qin City. The better the Lord treats me, the more uncomfortable I feel. After a few days, each day feels like a year." Qin Wanchou said, "You want to do something? That's easy. Whether you want to train soldiers, do internal affairs, or manage a piece of land, you can do all of that. No matter which position you want, I will let you do it." Yang Dingtian, "I can't do any of those things. The only thing I'm good at is wandering the world." His Majesty also agreed with my strategy to place our focus on the half-human race. We will support our allies and hide our strength. We will rise after the world-destroying war. Thus, I feel that the most suitable thing for me to do now is to head to the half-human race's territory and analyze the hundreds of half-human races. I will determine which half-human races should be destroyed, which half-human races should be supported, and which half-human races should be intermarried. This is no small matter, and only I am suitable to do it. Yang Dingtian finally said this. Previously, he didn't say it because he was afraid of arousing Qin Wanchou's suspicion. But now, he was at his wit's end and could only use this method to escape. Moreover, he was just about to go to the Dongli grassland to look for the heaven and earth mystic flame. During this period of time, Yang Dingtian and his master had analyzed the complete heaven and earth level mystic flame in their minds. They had also analyzed the poem countless times and had even roughly determined the approximate location of the mystic flame. The geographical location had basically been reduced to a few hundred miles. What they needed now was to enter the few hundred miles and find the heaven and earth mystic flame no matter what method they used. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Qin Wanchou didn't reject him directly like before. Instead, he sank into deep thought. After a few minutes, Qin Wanchou said, "Mr. Shen, don't be anxious. This is no small matter. Please allow me to think for a few days. I will give you a reply within 5 days." "Yes, His Majesty." Yang Dingtian bowed respectfully. Then, Yang Dingtian returned to Qin Mingli's courtyard. For the next few days, he didn't go out. Most of the time, he was cultivating. A small part of the time, he was intimate with Qin Mingli. When there was no one around, he communicated with his master in his mind. Relying on his master's memories of the Dongli grassland, he wanted to completely confirm the exact location of the mystic flame on the map. However, Dongfang Minmi had gone to the Dongli grassland more than 10 years ago. Moreover, at that time, Dongfang Minmi had traveled through the 10,000 miles of Dongli grassland. Therefore, his memory of a specific place was very limited. Therefore, after roughly confirming the mystic flame's range of a few hundred miles, he couldn't be any more precise. The only way was for Yang Dingtian to personally go to the burial ground and search for it one by one. However, Yang Dingtian was still relatively lucky. The burial ground could be considered as a no-man's land in the Dongli grassland. Because it was a neutral battlefield, there weren't any races living there. Otherwise, if it was the territory of the Wolf Clan, Tiger Clan, or other races, Yang Dingtian would have been torn into pieces the moment he entered. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's desire to head to the Dongli grassland became even more urgent. Therefore, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but become more anxious as he waited for Qin Wanchou's reply. On the second day, the third day, the fourth day, and even on the fifth day, there was still no reply from Qin Wanchou. It wasn't until the fifth night that Qin Wanchou finally sent someone over. "Mr. Chen, you want to go to the Dongli grassland?" Seeing Yang Dingtian, Qin Wanchou's first sentence was to ask. "Yes, Lord." Yang Dingtian replied. "Mr. Chen, do you know why I've been stopping you from leaving Qin City?" Qin Wanzhou asked. I don't know. Yang Dingtian replied. Because I'm not willing to give up on a talent like you. Qin Wanzhou said, there are many talents in this world, and there's no lack of geniuses. However, almost everyone puts their talent into cultivating martial skills. Only you are an exception. I can see that your talent is even higher than my son, Qin Huayu, and is not inferior to mine. Moreover, your teacher is Saber Monarch Xing. According to your current age, your normal cultivation should be a martial ancestor realm expert, or even a martial supreme realm expert. However, you are merely a one-star martial mystic realm expert. It can be seen that you put your experience and talent in other areas, and these areas are exactly what I need. If I miss you, perhaps I won't be able to find a second person like you. Yang Dingtian replied, Lord, first of all, I'm definitely not as outstanding as you say. Secondly, I've already told you everything I know. There's nothing in my mind that's worthy of your attention. Of course not. Qin Wanzhou said, Mr. Chen, do you know why I insist on having you stay by my side? I don't. Yang Dingtian replied. Mr. Chen, you're an expert in grand strategies and great foresight. However, you're somewhat lacking in specific matters. However, this is true wisdom. Qin Wanzhou said, I keep you by my side because every time I'm faced with an important decision, I might fall into a perplexed state, not knowing which choice is the right one. As long as I make the wrong choice, perhaps Qin City's foundation will be completely destroyed. At this time, I need you by my side, to use your great wisdom to help me make the most important choice. Therefore, perhaps I might only ask you once every 5 to 10 years, but every time it's incomparably important, and it might even change Qin City's fate. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Lord, I didn't expect you to value me so much. But I can only say that I'm a person who absolutely can't stay idle. I need to constantly move around and do things to maintain my vision and brain. Once I stop to enjoy a life of wealth and ease, I'll be crippled. I understand. Qin Wanzhou nodded and said, You can go to the Dongli grassland if you want, but you have to promise me one thing. Please say it. Yang Dingtian said. Marry Ali and become Qin City's son-in-law. Qin Wanzhou said. Ah? Yang Dingtian suddenly exclaimed in shock. Why? You're not willing? Do you dislike Ali? Qin Wanzhou said. Of course not. Yang Dingtian said, This is something I've always dreamed of, but now isn't the time to break off relations with White Cloud City. Qin Wanzhou said coldly, What's so great about White Cloud City? It's just a destitute city that relies on the might of others. Previously, I wanted to dominate the northwest and southwest continents. In order to not make myself look bad, I had to raise White Cloud City's status to prevent the Tiando League from thinking that Northwest Qin City is the only big city. Otherwise, what is Northwest Qin City? Their strength is much weaker than Cloud Sky City's. Now that I want to focus on the outside, I don't care about breaking off relations with White Cloud City. However, if we offend Black Heaven Sect because of this, the losses outweigh the gains, Yang Dingtian said. In Zhu Qingzhu's eyes, White Cloud City is nothing. Qin Wanzhou said, Dongfang Minmi isn't here anymore. Now, Zhu Qingzhu's attention is all on Yinyang School. Excluding the hidden sects, there are only 2.5 grandmasters. Before Yinyang School is annexed, Zhu Qingzhu and I will work together instead of against each other. Then, without waiting for Yang Dingtian to speak, Qin Wanzhou said, All right, there's no need to say any more. If you want to leave Qin City and go to Dongli's grasslands, you must marry Ali, otherwise, you will stay here obediently and don't even think about leaving. At this moment, Qin Wanzhou completely displayed his domineering side. With a wave of his hand, no one could stop him. Yang Dingtian bowed deeply and said, Since my lord doesn't care about White Cloud City's attitude, why should I reject such a wonderful thing? Although more than half a month had passed since Qin Wanzhou's 50th birthday, the guests didn't all leave. This was because Qin City's 4th Missy and Yifeng's wedding was in a month's time. Since it was so close, some people were too lazy to go back and stayed in Qin City to wait for the wedding to be held in a month's time. However, it was obvious that Yifeng and Qin City's 4th Missy's wedding wouldn't be as lively as Qin Wanzhou's 50th birthday banquet. The guests who came wouldn't be as important. That night, Yi Feng and Yang Dingtian fought and suffered serious injuries. However, Yang Dingtian was merciful in the end, so Yi Feng's life wasn't in danger. However, in order to kill Yang Dingtian, he used the devil encirclement mystic art. His mystic veins, which were weak controlling the strong, were severely injured. Therefore, his greatest achievement in this lifetime might not be breaking through to the martial supreme level. However, for some reason, Qin Wanzhou didn't break the engagement. Instead, he still carried out the engagement and betrothed his fourth daughter to Yi Feng. The next morning, Qin Wanzhou gathered all the important guests and important members of Qin City and publicly announced that Qin Mingli and Yi Wuzheng were officially divorced. This news shocked everyone so much that their expressions changed drastically. Even Qin Huaiyu was filled with shock. This news shocked everyone so much that their expressions changed drastically. Even Qin Huaiyu was shocked. Immediately after, Qin Wanzhou announced that Qin Mingli would be officially betrothed to Qin City's military advisor, Shenlang, and the wedding would be held 3 days later. This news shocked everyone to the point that they were speechless. What was going on? Could it be that Qin City and White Cloud City had completely broken off their relationship just like that? One should know that White Cloud City Governor Yi Wuqing and Qin Mingli's current husband, Yi Wuzheng, were in the main hall at this moment. After hearing Qin Wanzhou's words, White Cloud City Governor Yi Wuqing's expression changed drastically, revealing an expression of disbelief. Yi Wuzheng's face turned pale instantly. After the endless shock, his face turned ashen quickly. However, what Yang Dingtian did not expect was that White Cloud City Governor Yi Wuqing walked out of the crowd after a short moment of shock and said loudly, "As everyone knows, my brother Yi Wuzheng and Miss Qin Mingli have long lost their feelings for each other. However, for the friendship between White Cloud City and Qin City, they have no choice but to be together. However, these two people have underestimated the friendship between Qin City and White Cloud City. Lord Qin and I have been best friends for decades. Why would we need a marriage alliance to maintain our friendship? Moreover, I also feel that military advisor Shenlang and Miss Qin Mingli are truly in love with each other. Therefore, I personally discussed with Brother Qin last night to let Yi Wuzheng and Qin Mingli get divorced so that military advisor Shenlang and Miss Qin can have a beautiful marriage." At that time, Brother Wanzhou was still determined to disagree. I was the one who got angry and he agreed to this beautiful matter. Then, Yi Wuqing looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Military advisor Shenlang, you've married a beauty, but please don't forget that I'm the real matchmaker." At this moment, Yang Dingtian was extremely impressed by the White Cloud City governor's acting skills. Obviously, Qin Wanzhou did not discuss this with him at all before announcing this decision. That was why he was so shocked at the first moment. However, he immediately used the smartest way to redeem himself. He took the initiative to express that this matter was his own decision. If Yang Dingtian did not know the truth, he would really be deceived by his acting skills. At least, Yi Wuzheng was deceived. At this moment, he looked at his elder brother with confusion and hatred. However, Yi Wuzheng's performance also made him understand that White Cloud City was bluffing. Just like what Qin Wanzhou had said, Yi Wuqing was even more afraid of breaking off relations with Qin City. Although Yi Wuqing had given his sister to Zhu Qingzhu as a concubine, and although Yi Feng kept calling Zhu Qingzhu his uncle, White Cloud City was just a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Zhu Qingzhu wouldn't put Yi Wuqing in his eyes at all. Therefore, on the night of the birthday banquet, when Qin Mingli brought Yang Dingtian into the main hall intimately, Yi Wuqing was so furious. At this moment, Qin Wanzhou's actions were a huge humiliation to Yi Wuqing, but he accepted it with a smile. Not only did he not fall out with Qin Wanzhou in public, he even helped Qin Wanzhou to settle this matter. A trace of disdain and sarcasm flashed across Qin Wanzhou's eyes as he looked at Yi Wuqing. Then, he said to Shenlang, "Advisor, why don't you go and thank City Lord Yi?" Yang Dingtian was also happy to help with the act. He walked to Yi Wuqing and bowed. "Yang Dingtian thanks City Lord Yi for your help." You're welcome, you're welcome." Yi Wuqing said, "Even if Wuzheng and Miss Mingli are divorced, Brother Wanzhou and I are still in-laws, so you and I are also family. Yi Feng is insensible and has offended you before, but from now on, you're his elder. If he doesn't improve, he still needs you to discipline him. Brother Wanzhou, don't you think so?" When Yi Wuqing said this, he looked at Qin Wanzhou. Obviously, Qin Wanchou had completely caught him off guard and frightened him. He was not sure if Qin Wanchou's actions were just to help Shenlang and Qin Mingli, or if he wanted to completely break off with White Cloud City, so he spoke to test him. If it was a complete break, then the engagement between 4th Miss Qin and Yi Feng would be completely invalid. After hearing Yi Wuqing's test, Qin Wanchou said, "Yes, Advisor Shen is knowledgeable and will be Yi Feng's uncle in the future. Yi Feng can ask for more advice." After hearing Qin Wanchou's affirmative answer, Yi Wuqing finally felt relieved. At this moment, everyone present recovered from the shock and went forward to congratulate Yongding Tian. 3 days later, Qin City was brightly lit again. Similarly, a large-scale banquet was held in the central main hall. However, the main characters of this banquet were Yongding Tian and Qin Mingli. The banquet might not be as grand as Qin Wanchou's birthday banquet, and there weren't as many important figures present. Especially when Third Lady Gongsun, Du Gufengwu, and Dongfang Bingling weren't present. After Qin Wanchou's birthday banquet, they had left Qin City. Du Gufengwu's departure had really surprised Yongding Tian. Could this demonic woman really not recognize Yongding Tian? This was impossible. Previously, when they were on the ship heading towards the northwest continent, Yongding Tian had also disguised himself, but Du Gufengwu was still able to recognize him immediately. If she recognized Yongding Tian, why didn't she do anything? Yongding Tian was puzzled, but it was obviously not the time to be calculative about this matter. At this moment, Qin Wanchou personally brought Yongding Tian and Qin Mingli to propose a toast. Of course, they didn't propose a toast table by table because there were a few hundred tables in the Hall of Light. Even if they proposed a toast until tomorrow, they wouldn't be able to finish it. They only proposed a few dozen tables selectively. Yongding Tian might be proposing a toast, but his heart had already floated to God knows where. This world was simply too absurd. Yongding Tian would never have thought that his first wedding in this world would actually be with Qin Wanchou's biological sister. As for his real wife, Yan Shimen, she didn't even have a real wedding. Even though this wedding was considered fake, Yongding Tian was still filled with guilt towards Yan. He immediately made a decision in his heart. After he won the martial contest for the city lord position, he would definitely make it up to Yan with a real wedding. Your niece-in-law, Ning Ro congratulates aunt and uncle for a lifetime of love and happiness. Just as he was at a loss, Yongding Tian heard a familiar voice. He raised his head and happened to see Ning Roer's beautiful and gentle face. At this moment, she was smiling as she raised her wine cup and proposed a toast to Yongding Tian and Shenlang. Next to her, little Ningning was sitting on Qin Huayu's lap with a blissful look on her face. Yongding Tian noticed that even Ning Roer had a blissful look on her face. She was completely different from her previous haggard and uneasy self. Previously, Qin Huayu was filled with wild ambitions towards Yan. Yongding Tian originally thought that even if Ning Roer returned to Qin Huayu's side, she would at most be a lover or a concubine. However, he didn't expect Qin Huayu to directly regard her as his wife. Regardless of whether it was Qin Wanchou's birthday banquet or Qin Mingli's wedding banquet today, he had brought Ning Roer along to attend both. Perhaps there was a certain error in her understanding of Qin Huayu? Thank you. Yongding Tian's thoughts turned but his actions did not follow. He glanced at Ning Roer's beautiful face and revealed a stunned expression. Then, his gaze quickly landed on little Ningning's adorable face. In fact, Yongding Tian did not know that when Ning Roer was toasting, Qin Mingli's eyes had been fixed on Yongding Tian. Ning Roer was simply too beautiful. She was so beautiful that Qin Mingli was jealous. Therefore, she was worried that her lover would reveal a dazed expression when he saw Ning Roer. Yongding Tian's reaction made her extremely happy. When he saw the beautiful Ning Roer, his stunned expression showed that he was not hypocritical at all. However, his gaze quickly landed on little Ningning, showing that he was not lustful at all. Instead, a cute and beautiful little girl was more attractive to him. Of course, these were all Qin Mingli's subconscious reactions. Tonight, her beautiful face was filled with a blissful radiance. However, she would not do this intentionally. Just like that, Qin Mingli followed Yongding Tian like a little bird and toasted table after table. Her beautiful face seemed to have become a few years younger in the blissful radiance. She really looked like a newlywed in her 20s. Husband, I really feel like I'm in a dream, Qin Mingli leaned on Yang Dingtian's body and said coquettishly. The wedding banquet had ended at around 11 p.m. However, they did not return to the villa. Instead, they stayed in the inner city for the night. Qin Wanzhou had chosen the most magnificent house to be their new house. After being intimate, Qin Mingli was unwilling to sleep. Instead, she continued to speak intimately with Yang Dingtian. Hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Yang Dingtian did not say anything. Instead, he gently patted her back. Husband, when are you planning to leave? Qin Mingli asked again. Yang Dingtian originally wanted to say that he was leaving tomorrow. However, when he saw Qin Mingli's infatuated eyes, his heart softened and he said, I'll leave after accompanying you for 3 days. To Shen Lang, this departure could be said to be an eternal farewell to Qin Mingli. To her, this was indeed an extremely cruel thing to do. Then will you come back in the future? Qin Mingli suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian was slightly taken aback. He did not know why Qin Mingli would say such a thing. Qin Mingli placed her face on Yang Dingtian's chest and said gently, Lang Jun, if a woman truly loves a man deeply, she will be able to hear the things in the depths of her heart. The meaning behind Qin Mingli's words was already very complicated. However, Yang Dingtian believed her words very much. When a woman wholeheartedly devoted herself to a man, no matter how well the man concealed it, the woman would be able to sense some flaws. Of course, it might not be appropriate to call it a flaw. It should be called a mistake. Of course, Qin Mingli's words were not because she suspected Yang Dingtian's identity. It was because she felt that Yang Dingtian was in a hurry to leave Qin City, and she had a feeling that he would never come back. Of course, she might have sensed even more. Instantly, Yang Dingtian looked into Qin Mingli's eyes and said seriously, I will come back. I promise. Qin Mingli kissed his chest and said, Lang Jun, I don't care why you did it, or what you were going to do. However, I know very well that your heart has always been filled with love and guilt for me. Perhaps you are unable to sense it yourself. However, these few days, I have felt it more and more clearly. Just this, I am already satisfied. Yang Dingtian was stunned and speechless. I don't care who you are, and I don't care whether you treated me sincerely or not. I only know that you have given me endless happiness. I only know that loving someone is as blissful as being loved, or even more blissful, Qin Mingli continued. Yang Dingtian continued to remain silent, but he hugged Qin Mingli even tighter. Love was really the biggest enemy of disguise. Previously, Yang Dingtian had always thought that he had performed very well, and Qin Mingli would not have any doubts about him. In fact, she did not express any doubts at all. Instead, she became more and more attached to him and more infatuated with him. However, who knew that she just did not say anything? Immediately after, Yang Dingtian felt that his chest was already warm and moist. These were Qin Mingli's tears. Yang Dingtian cupped her face and looked at her beautiful face. He said seriously, Ali, I will come back to see you. Do you understand? Although it was the same words, they contained a heavy promise. Qin Mingli lifted her face and smiled at Yang Dingtian. She said, Really? Really? Yang Dingtian said, Everyone has to be responsible for the things that they do. They also have to be responsible for their own hearts. Therefore, I will definitely come back. Qin Mingli wiped away her tears and smiled. Lang Jun, no matter what happens, I only know that I am Shen Lang's wife. I will wait for you to come back. Yang Dingtian hugged her and kissed her on her eyes. 3 days later, under Qin Wanzhou's reluctant farewell and Qin Mingli's infatuated gaze, Yang Dingtian left Qin City and headed to the Dongli grassland that was thousands of miles away. He was not the only one on this trip. There were also 3 guards sent by Qin Wanzhou. All of them were martial honorables. Qin Wanzhou had said that the 3 of them only had one mission, and that was to protect his safety. They would not interfere with what he was doing and would guarantee that they would obey any of his orders. Other than the 3 of them, there was another person who followed Yang Dingtian. She was the little girl from the Foxman race, Ji or Ashina, whom he had saved. Although the Dongli grassland had the word east in it, it was located in the northwestern part of the northwest mainland. This was a mouthful, but it was the truth. The northwest mainland was already considered to be in the west, but the Dongli grassland was even further west. Compared to Earth, the chaotic mainland was ridiculously huge. At the western end of the northwest mainland was a vast ocean that was thousands of miles away. Further west of the ocean was a desolate and uninhabited land that was close to 10,000 miles wide. There were no signs of life at all. This was because this place was either a desert, or scorched earth, or burning rocks, or lava that stretched for thousands of miles. In short, this land was a forbidden zone for life, which was why it was called the Taboo Mainland. Further west of the Taboo Mainland was the extremely mysterious Abyssal Ocean that made people tremble in fear. Evil ways of the Abyssal Ocean's allied army had come out of the Abyssal Ocean several times to launch a world-ending battle. As for the western side of the Abyssal Ocean, it was the legendary edge of the world. However, everyone had only heard of this place in legends. No one had ever been there before. Even with the powerful Dongfang Minmi, he had only traveled 3,000 miles into the Taboo Mainland. He had not even been to the Abyssal Ocean. The Dongli grassland was directly north of the Taboo Mainland. There was a few thousand miles of the Death Ocean between them. No ship in the world could pass through the Death Ocean. All the ships that tried to cross the ocean were devoured. Under this ocean, it was as if there was a huge black hole. Not only was the north of the Taboo Mainland, but the south was also the boundless Death Ocean. Therefore, it was impossible to go around the Taboo Mainland to reach the Abyssal Ocean. To reach the Abyssal Ocean, one had to pass through the Taboo Mainland. However, as a forbidden zone for life, no one could pass through the Taboo Mainland. Therefore, even though everyone in the Tiando League knew that the Abyssal Ocean was the headquarters of the evil ways and the Temple of Annihilation, no one could reach it. No one could truly destroy it. Yang Dingtian led the group and traveled 3,000 miles to the northwest continent's northwest border. They had to enter the ocean from here and travel 7,000 miles in the northwest direction to reach the Dongli mainland. That's right, it was the Dongli mainland and not the Dongli grassland. In order to reach the Dongli grassland, they had to cross more than 4,000 miles of desert. However, after leaving the northwest continent, they had left the land of human civilization. In the Primal Chaos mainland, there were a few pieces of land that belonged to human civilization. The northwest continent, the southwest continent, the southern Myriad Islands, the northern land, the eastern Cloud continent, and the northeastern Xin continent. Among them, the eastern Cloud continent and the northeastern Xin continent were regarded as the essence of human civilization. This was because the Yin-Yang school and the Black Heaven sect were on these two pieces of land. Not only that, among the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 sects, 5 of them were on these two pieces of land. Therefore, when Shiman Wuya was still around, even though Cloud Sky City and Qin City were fighting for the leadership of the northwest continent, in the eyes of the people of the eastern Cloud continent and the northeastern Xin continent, the northwest continent was considered a barren land. At the seaside, there was a secret fleet waiting for Yang Dingtian. There were a total of 4 large ships in the fleet. Other than a few hundred sailors, there were also 400 to 500 fully armed warriors. The leader of the fleet was a member of the Qin clan called Qin Duansong. Under the orders of the Lord, I'm here to send the military advisor to the Dongli grassland. After boarding the first ship, Qin Duansong greeted him respectfully. With so many of us going, won't it cause the half-human clan to misunderstand and be on guard? Yang Dingtian asked. Qin Duansong said, we're only following orders to send you to the Dongli continent, then we'll cruise on the sea. Every 10 days, a ship will return to the northwest continent to resupply. That's good. Yang Dingtian said, I'll have to trouble leader Qin along the way. The Lord said that we have to obey any of your orders on the ship. Qin Duansong said, Mr. Shen must be tired from the journey. The ship has already prepared the best cabin for you. Please go and rest, we'll set off immediately. Yang Dingtian could tell that although this Qin Duansong was very polite and respectful to Yang Dingtian, there was a kind of alienation in his tone because he was also a member of the Qin clan. In Qin City, Yang Dingtian had offended a large number of Qin clan members. Therefore, although this Qin Duansong did not dare to offend Yang Dingtian because of Qin Wancho's orders, he was also unwilling to get close to him. Of course, Qin Duansong's attitude was exactly what Yang Dingtian wanted. Entering the largest cabin on the flagship, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be shocked by the extravagance inside. This was a ship at sea. Basically, space was saved as much as possible. In other places, more than a dozen people would be squeezed into a room. But Yang Dingtian's cabin was 40 to 50 square meters. Soft carpet, golden utensils, comfortable big bed, sandalwood furniture, a huge bathtub, everything inside was available. When Yang Dingtian walked in, 4 delicate maids directly knelt at the door to welcome him. Inside, there was an even more beautiful girl who was making fragrant tea. The 4 girls in front were wearing red silk clothes, but the girl inside was wearing a tight shark diving suit. "You all go out first. When I need you, I'll find you," Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, the beautiful girl in the diving suit said, "Did you all hear that? All of you go out." "Yes." The other 4 girls immediately got up and left. But the girl in the diving suit was still inside. She had already made the fragrant tea, poured it into a cup, and then served it, saying, "Master, please have some tea." Hearing her address, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly surprised. "I'm the madam's adopted daughter." The girl said, "But if I call you my adopted father, you'll definitely be unhappy, so I'll call you master." Yang Dingtian nodded indifferently, took the cup of fragrant tea in her hand and drank it. Then, under her service, Yang Dingtian took a bath, ate some food and wine, and then looked at the light to read. "Well, you also go out. After reading for a while, I'll lie down and rest," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes, master," the girl said. In the next few days, Yang Dingtian spent most of his time reading in the cabin, and a small part of his time went to the deck to look at the sea scenery. It was nearly 10,000 miles away from the Dongli mainland, so it would take more than 20 days to sail. The journey at sea was undoubtedly very lonely and boring. Yang Dingtian had long since grown tired of looking at the scenery on the deck. Furthermore, the sailors and warriors of the fleet basically kept a certain distance from Yang Dingtian. As for the 3 martial saints who were responsible for protecting Yang Dingtian had to keep his distance from them. Therefore, during this period of time, Yang Dingtian had almost no one to talk to. Even though the girl in the diving suit claimed to be Qin Mingli's adopted daughter, Yang Dingtian didn't have much contact with her. On the contrary, he spent most of his time with the girl from the Foxman race, Xianxia. The reason was that Yang Dingtian wanted to learn more languages of the half-human race, and this girl from the Foxman race happened to know close to 10 half-human race languages. Of course, Yang Dingtian's main purpose wasn't to learn the languages, but to find out more information about the burial ground. For the sake of caution, Yang Dingtian didn't take the initiative to mention the burial ground. Instead, he led Ji to talk about the burial ground. Then, Yang Dingtian pretended to be curious, and placed the focus of the conversation on the burial ground. Regarding the burial ground, Ji obviously knew a lot. At least, she knew a lot more than his master, Dongfang Minmi. This included the history of this region, as well as the situation of the half-human race war in the past few hundred years. Ji explained everything clearly. However, it was a pity that Yang Dingtian didn't get any crucial information. Ji didn't even mention the mountain that was half fire and half ice. It wasn't that she didn't mention it on purpose, but that she really didn't know. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt strange. This mountain that was half fire and half ice was so strange. Why didn't his master say that he hadn't seen it before? Even Ji the girl from the Foxman race, hadn't seen it before. Could it be that this strange mountain really didn't exist? Unable to find out more from Ji in the next few days, Yang Dingtian simply let go of his state of mind. He stopped learning the half-human race's language, and stopped probing. Instead, he pulled the girl who was wearing a diving suit to play cards and fight the landlord. In this way, time flew by quickly. Very quickly, half a month's time had passed. In this half a month, basically nothing happened. However, there was one thing that was slightly strange. That was, when Yang Dingtian was sleeping, there were always some strange dreams that disturbed him. However, after waking up, he didn't have any clear memories at all. He only felt that it was probably related to the mysterious fire. Moreover, there were similar dreams basically every night. Later on, Yang Dingtian thought that it was probably because Yang Dingtian placed too much importance on this journey to find the mysterious fire, so he would have dreams about the mysterious fire at night. Ever since Yang Dingtian boarded the ship, Qin Duansong never appeared again. Now, he finally appeared in front of Yang Dingtian again. Mr. Shen, we will arrive at the Dongli continent in about half a day's time. Please get ready to disembark. Qin Duansong said, although the southern end of the Dongli continent is thousands of miles of desert, and the half-human race won't appear, just in case, our ship still won't go near the Dongli continent. The ship will stop at about a few dozen miles away. At that time, you will need to go into the sea and swim to the land. Yang Dingtian said, okay, no problem. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Shen. Qin Duansong said, our fleet will cruise around, and we will use messenger birds to communicate with each other. If you encounter any danger, our army will immediately land. Thank you, Yang Dingtian said. After more than 4 hours, the sky turned dark. At this time, they were about 50 miles away from the Dongli continent. Yang Dingtian, Xianxia, and the 3 martial revered guards were about to disembark and swim to the Dongli continent under the cover of night. Although it was 50 miles, it was not a problem for Yang Dingtian, and it was even less of a problem for the 3 martial revered experts. However, Jie was still young and her cultivation was weak, so she needed Yang Dingtian to carry her and swim to the shore. After entering the sea, Yang Dingtian immediately felt that the sea water was very hot. That's right, the sea water here was actually very hot. Whether it was Earth or the primal chaos continent, no matter how hot the weather was, the sea water would not be hot. The surface area of the sea was too big. However, the sea water here was actually very hot. Yang Dingtian estimated that it was about 40 to 50 degrees. No wonder he didn't know when it started, but he couldn't see any creatures on the sea surface. Moreover, as they got closer and closer to the Dongli continent, the temperature of the sea water became higher and higher. In the end, it actually reached about 70 to 80 degrees. But no matter what, after more than an hour, Yang Dingtian once again landed on the Dongli continent on a beach without any signs of human habitation or even any traces of living creatures. This was the Dongli continent, a forbidden area for humans. At a glance, it was all a boundless red desert. Even at night, the desert was still glowing red. Moreover, as expected, the sand here was boiling hot. Even at night, the desert was glowing red and as expected, the sand here was scalding hot. There were still a few thousand miles of desert like this. Therefore, these few thousand miles of desert could be considered as a natural line of defense between the half-human race and the human race. Yang Dingtian continued to carry Ji on his back as he stepped on the scalding desert with the 3 martial honorables and continued to walk towards the north. Of course, Yang Dingtian had learned the secret flying technique so he could fly. However, that would consume too much profound chi, so Yang Dingtian still chose to walk on his feet. Stepping on the scalding desert, the 5 of them silently walked forward. The 3 martial supreme class guards didn't speak while Yang Dingtian and Jie couldn't speak either. Even though this was an uninhabited region, this continent was still the half-human race's territory. If they were to make any noise and attract the attention of the half-human race, it would bring about huge trouble and might even endanger their lives. In the first 12 hours, the few of them had walked 1,000 miles. When the sky had just brightened, the few of them began to absorb profound chi. Then, they dug a deep cave and hid in it to rest. They hid during the day and came out at night in order to avoid the half-human race. This was because the half-human race's army would still patrol this desert. Basically, most of the half-human race had a strong hatred towards humans. If they were discovered, it would be hard to avoid a fierce battle. The few of them had been resting in the cave, drinking and eating. When the sky turned dark, they continued on their journey. On the second night, they had traveled another 1,000 miles. The first night, they had not encountered any traces of the half-human race, but on the second night, they had encountered them 3 times. Of course, it could not be considered as encountering them. In reality, they were separated by a few miles. However, the 3 martial honorables had powerful cultivations and could smell their auras from a few miles away. Then, taking advantage of the fact that the half-human race had not discovered them, the few of them quickly left in the opposite direction. Just like that, they had not encountered any danger for the entire night and they had not encountered the half-human race. On the third day, the few of them dug another deep cave and entered it to cultivate and rest. At night, they crawled out of the hole and continued to walk towards the depths of the Dongli continent. Moreover, compared to the previous 2 nights, they were even more careful because the closer they got to the Dongli grassland, the more frequent the half-human race's patrols were. It was very easy to encounter them. Along the way, the 5 of them didn't talk at all. They didn't even make a sound when they walked. This was a soft desert, so it was easy to leave footprints. However, Yang Dingtian discovered that none of the 3 martial honorable level guards left any footprints. Their feet bounced off the moment they touched the sand. Yang Dingtian's cultivation was not at this level, but he also did not leave any footprints on the desert, not to mention that he was carrying Ji or Xianxia on his back. Therefore, the 3 martial honorable level guards did not say a single word to Yang Dingtian along the way, nor did they make any eye contact. At this moment, they could not help but sigh in admiration. Yang Dingtian knew nothing about the 3 martial honorable level experts. He only knew that they were Qin Wanchou's iron guards and their names were Qin San, Qin Lu, and Qin Qi. Among them, Qin Lu and Qin Qi were roughly 2-star martial honorable level experts. Qin San's cultivation was the highest, but it was unknown what his exact cultivation was. Just like this, the 5 of them silently walked in the night. After 3 hours, they continued to walk for nearly 200 miles. In just 200 miles, they encountered 4 half-human races patrols. The closest patrol was less than a kilometer away, but in the end, they were still scared but not in danger. After entering the latter half of the night, the density of the half-human race's patrols had finally thinned out. Yang Dingtian's group could finally relax a little. The Foxman race's little girl Ji or Xianxia was a little girl who liked to talk. During this period of time, she had not been tight-lipped. It had been hard on her. While walking, Ji suddenly moved her mouth close to Yang Dingtian's ear and said, "Brother, I need to go to the toilet." Yang Dingtian was startled and was about to put Ji down. "Brother, let's go there." Ji pointed at a small sand dune not far away. Although it was currently midnight, the sand here had a faint red light. In addition, the 3 martial honorable level experts had astonishing eyesight, so Ji was embarrassed to be in the vicinity. Thus, Yang Dingtian carried Ji and walked towards the sand dune. The 3 martial honorable level experts immediately stood still and guarded in a triangular position. Although Ji had moved close to Yang Dingtian's ear and whispered, she was still unable to escape the ears of the 3 martial honorable level experts. After arriving at the back of the small sand dune, Yang Dingtian put Ji down and turned his back to her. "Brother, it's done." After a while, Ji said slightly. Yang Dingtian turned around and carried Ji on his back again. Then, he walked towards the 3 martial honorable level experts. "Ah!" At this moment, a woman's delicate cry suddenly came from afar. Then, there was a burst of incomparably hurried and dense footsteps. Yang Dingtian's expression changed and he looked at the 3 martial honorable level experts. "Quickly go." Qin San said loudly, "Run as fast as you can." Thus, Yang Dingtian carried Ji and circulated his Xianxia to the extreme. He quickly ran towards the northeast direction. The 3 martial honorable level experts followed behind him and protected Yang Dingtian in the middle of the triangular formation. Yang Dingtian, who was using all his strength, was extremely fast. Soon, he had left the group of half-human race behind him behind. "Stop." Suddenly, Qin San shouted. Yang Dingtian hurriedly stopped and raised his head to look ahead. He only saw a black mass in front of him. It was like half of a tide was surging over and the desert was covered in sand. They seemed to be wolf riders, so their speed was extremely fast. At the same time, the dense footsteps behind Yang Dingtian were getting closer and closer. He turned around and saw a graceful and moving figure quickly running towards him. Behind her were several hundred wolf riders chasing after her. This woman's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, she had arrived in front of Yang Dingtian. This was actually a very beautiful Foxman race woman. Her figure was graceful and it was the best that Yang Dingtian had ever seen. At this moment, she was holding a nimble scimitar in her hand. The scimitar was stained with glaring blood. It was obvious that she had killed many wolfmen along the way. It was obvious that the 2 groups of wolf riders were chasing after this Foxman race beauty. At this moment, Yang Dingtian finally saw the appearance of the wolfmen race clearly. They were very tall, more than 2 meters tall. Furthermore, their bodies were shockingly strong. They still had the face of a human, but they seemed to have the eyes of a wolf. The shape of their faces was also very similar to that of a wolf. Of course, every wolfman was different. Some wolfmen looked more like humans, while some wolfmen looked more like wolves. But basically, every wolfman's body exuded a brutal and fierce aura. The wolfman race could be said to be one of the most powerful and bloodthirsty races in the half-human race. The two groups of wolf riders gathered together. There were 300 to 400 wolf riders gathered together. It was completely a black mass. They surrounded the Foxman race beauty and Yang Dingtian's group in circles. "Ji, do you know this big sister?" Yang Dingtian asked. Ji shook her head and said, "I don't know her. It's really strange. She is so beautiful. Even in the Foxman race, it's very rare. I should know such a person, but I have never seen her before." "That's good." Yang Dingtian said, "You know the wolfman race language. Then quickly tell their leader that we have nothing to do with this woman. We won't interfere in any of their matters, and we won't help her. I hope they will let us go." Ji said, "Okay, brother." At this time, the leader of the wolf riders came out of the crowd. He was a very young wolfman, about 2 meters tall. There were very few traces of wolves on his face. Even the hair on his cheeks was not much. Moreover, he was very handsome. Only his eyes were more like a wolf's eyes than others. They were incomparably narrow and gloomy. Ji stepped forward and used the wolfman race language to convey Yang Dingtian's message. The leader of the wolf riders' gaze fell on Ji. Suddenly, he revealed an evil look. He stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked it. He pointed at Ji and the Foxman race beauty and said a few words. Then, he pointed at Yang Dingtian's group and said a few words. After he finished speaking, Ji's small body trembled. Her face revealed a frightened and angry expression. Yang Dingtian was also furious. Along the way, Yang Dingtian and Ji learned the important half-human race language. The wolfman race language was one of them. Although he didn't learn much, he still understood a little of the wolfman race's leader's words. "Brother," he said, "capture the women alive and make them female slaves. Kill all the men, peel their skin to make clothes, break their bones to make chairs and use their skulls to make urinals." Ji angrily conveyed the original words. Yang Dingtian's face turned cold. Without a doubt, there was no room for negotiation when facing this group of savage wolfmen. Immediately, Yang Dingtian said to the Foxman race beauty, "You and I, kill this group of wolfmen." He spoke in the Foxman race language. After the Foxman race beauty heard it, she nodded her head. "Kill them all." Yang Dingtian directly gave the order. Immediately, Qin San continued to protect Yang Dingtian. Qin Lu and Qin Qi unsheathed their sharp swords and charged forward like lightning. The Foxman race beauty also brandished her scimitar and charged forward. Qin Lu and Qin Qi were both martial saint-level experts. Immediately, they were like tigers and wolves, quickly reaping the lives of the wolf riders. The wolf riders were not weak at all. The majority of them were great mystic martial masters and above. Especially the leader, he was a martial ancestor-level expert. However, in front of two martial saint-level experts, these 400 to 500 wolf riders were nothing. Qin Lu and Qin Qi, with a casual swing of their swords, split a wolf rider and his mount into 2 halves. In a short half a minute, half of the 400 to 500 wolf riders were killed. The wolf rider leader was greatly alarmed. Previously, when he saw the group of humans fleeing for their lives, he thought they were a few weak chickens. Therefore, he directly gave the order to kill them. However, he didn't expect that they would provoke such powerful vicious people. In a blink of an eye, they were about to be completely annihilated. Note, brothers, I'm here to ask for a few monthly votes. Thank you all, thank you very much. The leader of the wolf riders was shocked. When he saw this group of humans running for their lives, he thought that they were weaklings, so he gave the order to kill them. However, he did not expect to provoke such a powerful person. In the blink of an eye, they were about to be completely annihilated. However, the beauty from the Foxman race was already surrounded by danger. She was probably not a martial ancestor realm cultivator yet. Although she was constantly killing her enemies while being surrounded by dozens of wolf riders, she seemed to be injured. Her body was also covered in blood and her footsteps were somewhat unsteady. Her life could be in danger at any moment. When the leader of the wolf riders saw that the number of people on his side was rapidly decreasing, his gaze immediately landed on Yang Dingtian's face. He knew that Yang Dingtian was the leader of this group of people. He immediately pointed at Yang Dingtian and ordered, "Capture him." This group of werewolves were not stupid. They knew the principle of capturing the leader first. Instantly, hundreds of wolf riders charged towards Yang Dingtian like crazy. They wanted to capture Yang Dingtian alive as a hostage. Qin Lu and Qin Qi ignored them and continued to kill crazily. They did not care about the hundreds of wolf riders charging towards Yang Dingtian. In order to capture Yang Dingtian, the leader of the wolf riders even went out personally. He mixed in with the crowd and charged towards Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. He slowly drew out his huge and mighty Sky Devil blade. The hundreds of wolf riders were getting closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, they were already a dozen meters away. The dozens of wolf riders at the front let out a strange cry. Then, they swung their ropes and were about to throw them towards Yang Dingtian. Qin San's face was filled with disdain. He drew his sharp sword and slashed in the air. Bang! Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared. The dozens of wolf riders at the front were cut in half at the waist. Due to inertia, the bodies of the dozens of wolf riders were sent flying. Blood spurted out. After killing the dozens of wolf riders, Qin San slashed a few more times. Even though they were dozens of meters away, Qin Lu's sword slashes took the lives of dozens of werewolves. Instantly, the leader of the wolf riders was stunned. Qin Lu and Qin Qi killed people like they were slaughtering chickens. He was terrified. Therefore, he changed his direction and picked a soft persimmon to pinch as he charged towards Yang Dingtian. Who would have thought that this Qin San by Yang Dingtian's side was the real death god? Actually, it wasn't just the leader of the wolf riders who was stunned, Yang Dingtian was as well. Although he knew that Qin San's cultivation was the highest among the three guards, he thought that it was only slightly higher. He did not expect that Qin San was so much stronger than Qin Lu and Qin Qi. Qin Lu and Qin Qi personally entered the battle formation to kill the wolf cavalry. Qin San, who was dozens of meters away, killed dozens of people with a single slash of his sword. How shocking was this? Also, he was merely ranked third. In that case, how powerful would Qin Er and Qin Yi be? How strong would Qin Wanchou be? In this short period of time, the hundreds of people around the leader of the wolf riders were almost completely wiped out. He was already scared out of his wits. Immediately, he turned around and fled as fast as he could, wanting to escape from this god of death with all his might. Qin San sneered and aimed at the leader of the wolf riders who was running away, slashing through the air. Suddenly, the leader of the wolf riders and his wolf were separated into two halves in the air. Fresh blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground. The leader didn't even have time to scream. As for Qin Lu and Qin Qi, they were almost done killing the remaining wolf riders. Yang Dingtian pulled out the Sky Demon battle blade but didn't even have the chance to make a move. Ji Urshina's body trembled slightly. She whispered in Yang Dingtian's ear, "Big brother, he's so powerful, yeah." Yang Dingtian replied. These 400 to 500 wolf riders were truly unlucky. Yang Dingtian and the rest hid during the day and moved stealthily because they didn't want to cause any trouble. They were afraid of attracting the true experts of the half-human race and were also afraid of ruining Qin Wanchou's strategy. Once this group of wolf riders really provoked them, there would only be one outcome, which was to be killed without leaving a single one alive. Now, almost all of the 400 to 500 wolf riders were dead. Qin Lu and Qin Qi were chasing after the last few dozen wolf riders that escaped. Only the remaining 30 to 40 wolf riders were surrounding and killing the Foxman race beauty. This group of wolf riders was really rude and unafraid of death. Even if their companions were all dead, they still didn't escape. They still risked their lives to kill the Foxman race beauty. At this moment, the Foxman race beauty was already drenched in blood. The scimitar in her hand was also badly damaged. Her hair was disheveled and she was staggering. She was already seriously injured and could die at any moment. However, she was really unyielding. Even if she could die at any moment, she still gritted her teeth. She didn't have the slightest intention of asking Yang Dingtian and the rest for help. Occasionally, she would look at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes that were filled with pity. Big brother, save her. Although Jier didn't know this Foxman race beauty, she was still soft-hearted and couldn't help but ask. Yang Dingtian said, go save her. Qin San said, yes. Then, Qin San pulled out his sharp sword and was about to slash through the void. However, he realized that the Foxman race beauty was completely entangled with the wolf riders. Qin San's sword gleam could easily kill these dozens of wolf riders, but it would also cut the Foxman race beauty into two. Therefore, Qin San frowned and looked at Qin Lu and Qin Qi. He said, hurry up and come back to protect Mr. Shen. This Qin San was indeed cautious. Even if there were no enemies now, he still asked Qin Lu and Qin Qi to quickly come back to protect Mr. Shen. Yes, third master. Qin Lu and Qin Qi said. Then, they increased their speed and killed the last of the wolf riders. Then, they quickly rushed towards Yang Dingtian. As for the Foxman race beauty, she was already on the verge of death. Qin San's body shot out like lightning and directly rushed into the dozens of wolf riders that were left. Instantly, his figure was like a ghost. His sword was like the wind. In an instant, he killed the dozens of wolf riders that were surrounding the Foxman race beauty. After killing them, Qin San ignored the Foxman race beauty and turned to leave. He walked towards Yang Dingtian. Many thanks. The beauty from the Foxman race slightly bent her waist and bowed to express her thanks. No need. Qin San said, stay away from us. The farther the better. The Foxman race beauty did not leave. Instead, she followed behind Qin San and walked towards Yang Dingtian. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Then, the Foxman race beauty looked at Xianxia who was on Yang Dingtian's back. She was slightly startled. Then, her beautiful eyes continued to look at Yang Dingtian. She said, brave human warriors, my father is one of the chiefs of the Foxman race tribe. Recently, a group of people have been attacking and robbing the beautiful girls of my Foxman race. In order to catch them, I took the initiative to act as bait to lure them out. Then, I pursued them for thousands of miles. That group of people is very cunning. I chased them all the way to the depths of the desert. When I killed the last wolf tribe criminal, that wolf man actually detonated his own body to send out a signal. Thus, the wolf tribe patrolling soldiers within a radius of a few hundred miles came to pursue me. If I had not met the three brave human warriors, I would have been dead by now. Yang Dingtian said, you're welcome. Goodbye. Then, Yang Dingtian and the three martial honorable experts were about to leave. Please wait. So many people from the wolf tribe have died. Soon, there will be more wolf riders coming to kill us. Can I ask you to escort me back to my tribe? My father will definitely reward you. The Foxman race beauty said. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, we don't need any reward. Then, Yang Dingtian continued to walk forward. Wait. The Foxman race beauty said, you humans must have a purpose for coming to the Dongli grasslands. No matter what you want to do, I can help you. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and looked at Qin San. Master has ordered that the three of us must obey any of your orders. Qin San said. Yang Dingtian really did have something important that he needed the help of the Foxman race beauty. He even needed her help after entering the Dongli grasslands and the burial grounds. Alright, you can follow us. Yang Dingtian said. The Foxman race beauty's face immediately lit up with joy and said, thank you. Then, Yang Dingtian simply treated her wounds and gave her a pill. Then, the group continued on their way. Previously, the group was extremely careful. They did not dare to speak or leave behind footprints. However, after the massacre, they became more relaxed. They only rushed on with all their might, using their fastest speed to rush on their way. They had just killed 400 to 500 wolf riders. Once these corpses were discovered, there would definitely be an endless number of wolf riders coming to kill them. I got it. Yang Dingtian said. Is that so? That's great. Xianxia said excitedly, but she didn't ask what Yang Dingtian was asking. Let's go, we'll go back right away. Yang Dingtian stretched out his hands. Xianxia's beautiful face blushed slightly, and then she gently shrank into Yang Dingtian's arms. She was picked up by him, and her two jade arms gently wrapped around Yang Dingtian's neck. Yang Dingtian flapped his wings and flew in the direction of the VIP pavilion. Yang Dingtian carried Xianxia and flew until they were a kilometer away from the VIP pavilion. He then held her shoulder and said, Xianxia, I have something I need your help with, okay? Okay. Xianxia nodded vigorously and said, I will definitely do it. I still have a very important thing to do, so I won't go back to the VIP pavilion. You know that the three experts around me are very powerful. In fact, they are not only my bodyguards, but also responsible for monitoring me, so I have to get away from their control to do this. Yang Dingtian said. Well, I know. What do you need me to do? Xianxia asked. Don't do anything for these three people. They are very powerful, and their methods are very fierce. Yang Dingtian said, I need your help with the little girl from the Foxman race. She was captured by humans as a slave, and I happened to save her. I have a lot of things to do, so it is very inconvenient to bring her with me. Moreover, she is of the same race as you. This is her real home, so I want to entrust her to you, let her live here and grow up here. Xianxia immediately nodded and said, Don't worry, I will definitely treat her as my own sister. That's good, thank you. Yang Dingtian, next, you go back to the VIP pavilion and get someone to bring Ji down for you. After that, you don't have to care about the things here. Don't meet with the three humans and go back to your father's side directly. Your father is very powerful, and these three human experts are not his match. Okay, I got it, Xianxia said. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, Then I'll be leaving. Then, Yang Dingtian slowly floated into the sky. Ji Er's beautiful eyes slightly reddened, and with tears, she said, Then, sir, after you finish your business, will you come to see Xianxia? Oh, no, will you come to see Ji Er? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, As long as I have time, I will definitely come, not only to see Ji Er, but also to see Miss Xianxia. Then I'll wait for you to come and see me, Xianxia said in a tender voice. Goodbye. Yang Dingtian nodded and flew into the sky. Sir, take care, Xianxia said with tears in her eyes. I will, thank you, Yang Dingtian said in a low voice. Then, he flapped his wings and flew in the direction of the bone burial ground. 3 days later, the Yin-Yang mountain that was half fire and half ice would emerge from the lake in the center of the bone burial ground. At that time, the heaven and earth mystic flame would bloom. If he missed it, he would have to wait for another 200 years. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian flew away from the gathering place of the Foxman race and entered the 500-mile bone burial ground. At this time, the sky was already bright. The bone burial ground was basically a vast grassland. The 500-mile bone burial ground had about a dozen mountains and a few lakes. The rest was the vast grassland. At this time, the grassland was desolate and uninhabited. Basically, other than when the half-human race war broke out, this place was densely packed with half-human race troops. For the rest of the time, there was not a single person here, nor was there any active life. This was because this was a battlefield. For thousands of years, who knew how many people had died here? At least tens of millions. Every inch of the ground here was stained with blood. Almost every inch of the ground here was filled with corpses. Therefore, this was the place where the Yin Qi was the most abundant. Normally, no half-human race would dare to enter this place alone. Even animals and demonic beasts did not want to enter this place. When he was in the air, Yang Dingtian could clearly see that although the bone burial ground and the land outside were connected, they were completely separated. The land outside was filled with green and vitality. The trees and weeds in the bone burial ground were grayish red. As for the soil, it was completely blood red because it had been irrigated by countless amounts of blood. It was also because of the countless corpses that the land in the bone burial ground was extremely fertile. The weeds that grew there were at least 3 to 4 meters tall, which was much taller than a person. Therefore, it was basically impossible to walk on them. Therefore, Yang Dingtian still had to fly. Sticking close to the 3 to 4 meters tall weeds, he secretly flew towards the central lake of the bone burial ground. The heaven and earth level mystic flame should be there. However, it could only be seen when it bloomed 3 days later. Flying silently like this, after 2 hours, Yang Dingtian had already penetrated 100 miles into the bone burial ground. On the way, he passed by a lake. The water in this lake was completely blood-red and very viscous. It was full of blood and stench. This bone burial ground was gloomy and strange everywhere. But fortunately, he did not see any signs of human habitation along the way. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to relax, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful energy that was rapidly approaching him. Then, he only saw the weeds on the ground quickly falling to the 2 sides. 3 figures were catching up with him at an extremely fast speed. It was Qin San, Qin Lu, and Qin Qi. He did not expect that they would actually catch up with him. They did not even need to use their sabers and swords to chop the weeds to open a path. They only rushed forward quickly. The energy bursting out from their bodies directly smashed the weeds around them into fine powder. Everywhere they passed, there was a smooth path. How powerful were the 3 martial revered level experts? Crushing the weeds to open a path was a piece of cake. When Yang Dingtian first saw them, they were still a few thousand meters away from Yang Dingtian. But when Yang Dingtian took a second look, the distance was almost half. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He hurriedly used the dragon dance of the 9 heavens flying mystic skill and increased his speed. He desperately flew high into the sky, wanting to escape from the 3 people's pursuit. Next, he was going to collect the mystic flame. How could these 3 people be by his side? More importantly, if they knew about the mystic flame, they would probably kill Yang Dingtian immediately. This dragon dance of the 9 heavens was indeed powerful. With the empty spirit mystic wings, Yang Dingtian's flying speed could reach a few hundred kilometers in an hour. So after a few minutes, he left Qin San and the rest further and further behind. After a few more minutes, he could no longer see the 3 people's figures. Immediately, Yang Dingtian could not help but slightly relax. But at this moment, Yang Dingtian's body suddenly became sluggish and almost directly fell from the sky. His mystic qi was used up. Just now, he only remembered to desperately fly and escape. He desperately used his mystic qi to push his flying speed to the maximum. So in less than 10 minutes, all his mystic qi was completely used up. At this moment, he was less than 100 miles away from the central lake. Very quickly, Yang Dingtian's mystic qi could not even maintain the empty spirit mystic wings and directly fell from the sky. After Yang Dingtian landed, he hurriedly took out a mystic gathering pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground and refined the mystic gathering pill. The mystic gathering pill entered his sea of qi and recovered his mystic qi. Half a minute passed. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes passed. Yang Dingtian was burning with anxiety. Finally, after 3.5 minutes, Yang Dingtian completely refined the mystic gathering pill into his sea of qi. The mystic qi in his body recovered by about 80%. Then, he suddenly flapped his wings and wanted to fly into the sky. But at this moment, he found that his body was firmly locked by 3 forces of energy and could not move at all. They had actually arrived and directly locked Yang Dingtian from a few hundred meters away. After a few seconds, the 3 people suddenly rushed to Yang Dingtian's side and firmly surrounded him. Qin San looked at him coldly and said, "Mr. Shen, where are you going?" Yang Dingtian said, "Do I have to report to you where I am going? The Lord once said that it is you who unconditionally obey my orders, not the other way around." "That's right, there is such a thing," Qin San said, "but that is within your normal duties. Your normal duties are to form an alliance with the Foxman race and not to run into this desolate burial ground. What is your purpose? Speak." Yang Dingtian said coldly, "What if I don't speak?" Qin San said, "For the benefit of Qin City, then we have no choice but to use some methods and interrogate you." Suddenly, a strange and powerful energy suddenly emerged from Qin San's palm and he suddenly placed it on Yang Dingtian's head. Instantly, an extremely strange and powerful energy drilled into Yang Dingtian's brain. Ah! The incomparable pain caused Yang Dingtian to scream. Then, a strange spiritual energy suddenly wanted to torture Yang Dingtian's rationality and spirit. Yang Dingtian felt a chill in his heart. Thus, he used his spiritual energy and Xianxia to resist with all his might. But the difference between his cultivation and Xianxia's was too big and he could not resist at all. In the hellish pain, Yang Dingtian's willpower became weaker and weaker. At this moment, Yang Dingtian still had the most crucial move, which was the lightning-type Xian skill. He directly attacked Xianxia. Although he could not hurt him, he might still have a chance to escape if he took the opportunity. But if he did that, the fact that he was impersonating the hidden sect's disciple would be completely exposed. Then, there might not be a place for him in the world. But if he did not do that, his spirit and brain might be irreparably damaged. Mr. Shen, if you don't speak, your brain might be destroyed. Xianxia said coldly. At this moment, the surrounding air suddenly turned cold and the surrounding weeds instantly froze. Let him go. He belongs to me now. An extremely pleasant voice rang out, like ice cracking and jade shattering. Moreover, this voice was extremely familiar. It rang in Yang Dingtian's heart countless times, causing a bone-deep hatred to surge in Yang Dingtian's heart. Dongfang Bingling. The fairy of the 9 heavens, Dongfang Bingling. Then, almost instantly, an extremely beautiful figure floated in the air. She was still high above, like a beautiful fairy standing on the peak of a mountain. She actually appeared here? The peerlessly beautiful Dongfang Bingling slowly descended from the sky and floated a dozen meters above the ground. When Xianxia saw Dongfang Bingling's appearance, his complexion immediately changed. Especially since Dongfang Bingling did not conceal herself at all. She did not even wear a veil and directly revealed her true face. This represented a dangerous signal. However, after being shocked, Xianxia's complexion quickly returned to normal. He took a step forward and bowed. Northwest Qin City's Qin San, Qin Lu, and Qin Chi greet fairy. Qin San's etiquette was extremely respectful, second only to Qin Wanzhou's etiquette. Dongfang Bingling's complexion was still cold as she pointed at Yang Dingtian. This person belongs to me now. Qin San said humbly, reporting to Fairy Dongfang, military advisor Shen is an important person of my Qin city. The 3 of us have been ordered to protect him and not leave him even half a step. Therefore, it is difficult for the 3 of us to comply with Fairy Dongfang's request. After Qin San refused, Dongfang Bingling did not say anything else and directly pulled out her sharp sword. Immediately, Qin San and the others stood in a triangular formation, firmly protecting Yang Dingtian in the middle. Normally, the 3 of us would not dare to make a move against Fairy Dongfang even if we were to die. However, today, we have been ordered by our lord to protect military advisor Shen Lang. Therefore, if Fairy Dongfang wants to use force, the 3 of us have no choice but to offend you. Qin San immediately became even more respectful. I know that Fairy Dongfang is a peerless talent. 10 years later, even if the 3 of us join forces, we will not be your match. However, today, you are a revered martial artist and the 3 of us are all revered martial artists. Therefore, when we make a move later, if we injure Fairy Dongfang, we will die 10,000 deaths. Although Qin San's attitude was humble, his words contained a threat. However, Yang Dingtian also felt that his words were reasonable. Dongfang Bingling was only 20 years old and was already a revered martial artist. This was truly shocking and had not happened in 1,000 years. However, she was still young. Qin Lu and Qin Chi were 2 or 3-star revered martial artists respectively. Qin San was even stronger. During the battle in the desert, Yang Dingtian had seen with his own eyes how powerful Qin San was. Yang Dingtian felt that although Dongfang Bingling was very strong, it was still a bit difficult for her to deal with Qin San alone. With the addition of Qin Lu and Qin Chi, Dongfang Bingling should not be a match for them. Don't talk nonsense. Do it, Dongfang Bingling said coldly. Sorry for the offense. Qin San bowed and then pulled out his sword. He said to Qin Lu and Qin Chi behind him, protect military advisor Shen. After that, Qin San suddenly turned into a green light and charged towards Dongfang Bingling who was in the air. Dongfang Bingling was still floating in the air, motionless. A cold light flashed in her hand, and the profound ice soul sword slashed down. In an instant, Xianxia's arm that was holding the sword was cut off and sent flying. The wound was completely frozen, and not even blood flowed out. And the body that was charging towards Dongfang Bingling directly fell from the air. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was stunned. Not only Yang Dingtian, Qin San and the rest were also stunned. Yang Dingtian knew of Qin San's prowess. He felt that Dongfang Bingling would at most be on par with Qin San, but he didn't expect that Dongfang Bingling would be able to instantly kill him in a single move. Qin San didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Old Lu, old Qi, quickly take military advisor away. Qin San was horrified and shouted loudly. Then he bit his tongue and spat out a cloud of blood. Using an evil technique, he increased his cultivation by several folds, and rushed towards Dongfang Bingling. Qin Lu and Qin Qi each held on to Yang Dingtian and escaped at full speed. Dongfang Bingling, let's perish together. Qin San roared. Instantly, blood spurted out from his body, and his body expanded rapidly. He pounced towards Dongfang Bingling, wanting to self-explode. Qin San was fast, but Dongfang Bingling was even faster. It was as if he had teleported, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Qin San. Before Qin San could self-explode, Dongfang Bingling directly pierced his chest with his sword. Instantly, a terrifying icy energy froze Qin San's body completely, and he became motionless. Dongfang Bingling's hand shook lightly, and Qin San's frozen body suddenly exploded, shattering into pieces and turning into ice cubes all over the ground. Third brother. Qin Lu and Qin Qi exclaimed. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned by Dongfang Bingling's sharp killing method. He knew how powerful Dongfang Bingling was, but he didn't expect that Dongfang Bingling's true strength was far beyond his imagination. After killing Qin San, Dongfang Bingling didn't stop at all, and directly chased after Yang Dingtian. Qin Lu and Qin Qi's speed was very fast, but compared to Dongfang Bingling's speed, it was nothing. As if Dongfang Bingling really teleported, the distance between the two of them changed from more than 1,000 meters to tens of meters in just a few seconds. Qin Lu and Qin Qi raised their swords, and suddenly shouted at Yang Dingtian, Mr. Shen, go. Remember, His Majesty thinks highly of you, don't let His Majesty down. Then, the two of them suddenly rushed towards that woman. Qin Lu and Qin Qi's roar woke Yang Dingtian up. He stomped on the ground, and directly shot into the sky. Then, he floated in the air, flying towards the west with all his might. Using the empty spirit mystic wings and the dragon dance's ninth heaven mystic technique, he desperately rose into the air, flying higher and higher. Using his mystic chi to the extreme, he raised his speed to the extreme, flying crazily, desperately escaping from Dongfang Bingling. In the air, Yang Dingtian still couldn't help but turn his head to look at Qin Lu and Qin Qi. He only saw that Dongfang Bingling continued to rush forward, and the sword in her hand swung. Instantly, the air instantly froze. An incomparably powerful ice-cold energy instantly sealed Qin Lu and Qin Qi in ice. Then, that woman's figure suddenly flashed, and she directly passed between Qin Lu and Qin Qi. A light flashed, and Qin Lu and Qin Qi's two heads flew into the sky. Seeing this tragic scene, Yang Dingtian, who was in the air, was completely stunned. He didn't have any relationship with Qin San, Qin Lu, Qin Qi, and Yang Dingtian. Just now, in order to interrogate Yang Dingtian, Qin San even tortured Yang Dingtian. Moreover, these three people were completely loyal to Qin Wanchou's orders to protect Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian could even feel that these three people still had a faint hostility towards him. But it was also these three people who, in order to protect him, died in front of him alive. Therefore, Yang Dingtian still couldn't help but tear up, and he almost couldn't hold back his tears. Then, he continued to desperately fly in the air to escape. However, at this moment, after Dongfang Bingling killed Qin Lu and Qin Qi, she stood in the same spot and raised her beautiful face to look at Yang Dingtian in the air. Seeing that she didn't chase after him, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sigh in relief. However, it was obvious that he was happy too early. A pair of beautiful transparent wings suddenly grew out from her back, and she suddenly flew into the air, chasing after Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's flying speed was already considered very fast, but Dongfang Bingling's speed was completely like a shooting star. In just a few seconds, she was already in front of him. In the next second, Yang Dingtian felt a chill at the back of his neck. He was grabbed by Dongfang Bingling's hand. Instantly, all the profound qi in his body was locked. It was as if half of his body was frozen, and he couldn't move at all. "Let's go, Shenlang," Dongfang Bingling said coldly. Yang Dingtian was stunned. She actually called him Shenlang. Could it be that she didn't recognize him at all? Then why did she kidnap him here? Yang Dingtian frowned and said, "Where are we going?" "To find the heaven and earth mystic flame," Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. How did Dongfang Bingling know that he was going to find the heaven and earth mystic flame? "Young lady Dongfang, you must be mistaken. I am under the orders of Lord Qin Wanzhou to come to the Dongli grassland to form an alliance with the half-human race," Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Bingling said coldly, "Shut up. Don't lie in front of me. If you say that you are not looking for the mystic flame, I will cut off one of your arms." Yang Dingtian immediately shut his mouth. Dongfang Bingling, this female fiend, was definitely not joking. Qin San, Qin Lu, and Qin Qi were Qin Wanzhou's trusted guards. She killed them as if they were chickens and dogs, let alone him, a mere Shenlang. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian also knew why Dongfang Bingling couldn't recognize him as Yang Dingtian. Because she was extremely arrogant, in her eyes, Yang Dingtian was nothing. Therefore, she probably forgot what Yang Dingtian looked like. Therefore, after he disguised himself as Yang Dingtian, she naturally couldn't recognize him. She was even more lazy to recognize him. "Let's go and find the mystic flame. After we find it, I won't kill you. Furthermore, I will give you sufficient rewards," Dongfang Bingling said. "Won't kill me?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sneer. "You killed Qin San and the others, aren't you afraid that I'll leak it out?" "So what if it's leaked out?" Dongfang Bingling said coldly, "After I swallow the mysterious fire, I will advance to the Master Realm. Although I'm still not Qin Wanzhou's opponent, he can't do anything to me. I killed his guards today, and he will be happy to forget about it." Yang Dingtian was shocked once again. Could one advance to the Guru realm after swallowing the mysterious fire? Dongfang Bingling was only 20 years old. Yang Dingtian had always known that she was a martial venerable, but he had never expected her to be so close to the Grandmaster level. What kind of fortuitous encounter did she have? What kind of mystic realm did he discover? "Let's go and find the mystic flame. If you say another word, I will cut off your tongue," Dongfang Bingling said coldly. "All right, let's go." Yang Dingtian pointed to the south and said, "Let's go in that direction." He was pointing in the wrong direction. He wanted to lead Dongfang Bingling to Barbie. Slap. Who knew that after he pointed in the right direction, Dongfang Bingling slapped him? Yang Dingtian felt a sharp pain on his face, and his mouth was filled with blood. "Shenlang, remember, my patience is limited," Dongfang Bingling said coldly. "The mystic flame is in the center of the burial grounds. If you dare to point in the wrong direction, I will cut off your arm." Yang Dingtian was really shocked. Dongfang Bingling had never seen the map of the mystic flame, so how did she know that the mystic flame was in the center of the burial grounds? However, Yang Dingtian couldn't point in the wrong direction. Dongfang Bingling carried Yang Dingtian by his neck and landed on the ground. Then, she sped towards the center of the burial grounds in the north. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt like he was riding on the clouds. When Dongfang Bingling walked, her feet didn't touch the ground. She floated 1 foot above the ground. Wherever her delicate body passed, the weeds 1 meter in front of her would all turn into powder and lay on the ground. Although the burial grounds were very dirty, her delicate body was completely spotless. Dongfang Bingling's speed was very fast. In a short half an hour, she had already reached the center of the burial grounds. There was a big lake here. The lake was about 10 miles wide, and it was different from the other places in the burial grounds. The rest of the boneyard was basically filthy and unbearably filthy. However, this lake in the center was picturesque and extremely beautiful. The soil here was normal, and the grass here was only knee-high. Moreover, it was a lovely green color. In the middle of the grass, there were all kinds of beautiful little wild flowers. Moreover, the water in the center of the lake was as clean as a mirror. Even the sky here was blue, as if it was washed by water. However, the beautiful scenery here obviously couldn't enter Dongfang Bingling's eyes at all. "Speak, where is the mystic flame?" Dongfang Bingling said coldly. "Under the water," Yang Dingtian said. "Under the water?" Dongfang Bingling asked. "Then I don't know," Yang Dingtian said. "You really don't know?" Dongfang Bingling said coldly. Then, two rays of light condensed in her eyes and shot directly into Yang Dingtian's eyes. At this moment, Yang Dingtian felt as if there was a force that firmly locked his spirit and thoughts. "I don't know," Yang Dingtian said firmly. He didn't lie. He really didn't know the exact location of the mystic flame. "You didn't lie," Dongfang Bingling said. "Then can I leave?" Yang Dingtian asked. "No," Dongfang Bingling said, "although you didn't lie, you deliberately didn't say some other information. Therefore, you can't leave before you find the mystic flame." After saying that, Dongfang Bingling put on a glove and grabbed Yang Dingtian's arm. Then, she jumped and flew up into the air, floating above the center of the central lake. "What are you doing?" Yang Dingtian asked. Before Yang Dingtian finished his words, Dongfang Bingling grabbed Yang Dingtian and rushed into the lake with a swoosh. This Dongfang Bingling was truly heaven-defying. The moment she dived into the lake, the place she passed through was completely cleared. It was as if the place she passed through was instantly cleared into an air tunnel. Not a single drop of water touched it. Moreover, her speed was extremely fast. In just a few minutes, she had already shuttled back and forth with Yang Dingtian to check the entire lake, which was dozens of kilometers wide. At this moment, not only was Dongfang Bingling searching, even Yang Dingtian was doing his best to search. However, after searching all the corners of the lake, they still couldn't find the whereabouts of the mystic flame. Other than water, there was only water in the lake. Moreover, Babai said that when the time was up, the entire lake would become a mountain. Therefore, Yang Dingtian felt that there should be a mountain hidden under the lake. When the mystic flame bloomed, it was accompanied by intense crustal movements, so the mountain grew out of the lake. However, Yang Dingtian had checked just now. The lake was dozens of kilometers wide and dozens of meters deep. It was all lake water, and there was no trace of a mountain. Swoosh! Dongfang Bingling carried Yang Dingtian and rushed out of the lake, continuing to float in the air. "Why isn't there any trace of the mystic flame in the lake?" Dongfang Bingling asked. "How would I know?" Yang Dingtian said, "Shouldn't you take a look at the bottom of the lake?" Dongfang Bingling looked at Yang Dingtian for a while. Then, she grabbed his hand and rushed into the center of the lake again. This time, Dongfang Bingling didn't shuttle back and forth in the lake. Instead, after finding the center of the lake, she directly dived into it and went to the bottom of the lake. After diving for dozens of meters, the two of them reached the bottom of the lake. Here, Yang Dingtian discovered something strange. That was, the bottom of the lake was very, very flat. This was very illogical. No matter if it was on Earth or in this world, the bottom of the lake or the sea was filled with mud, strange rocks, and uneven. Some of the bottom of the sea even had huge mountain peaks. However, there shouldn't be a lake bottom that was absolutely flat. When one stepped on it, it was even very smooth. Moreover, when one stepped on the bottom of the lake, one could clearly feel a cold feeling. Moreover, the closer one got to the center of the lake, the stronger this cold energy was. Dongfang Bingling pulled Yang Dingtian and came to the absolute center of the lake. This place was dozens of meters deep, so it was very difficult for the outside light to shine in. Therefore, it was very dark. Dongfang Bingling reached out and grabbed a ball of water. Her jade-like hands gently closed. Immediately, the water condensed into ice. Dongfang Bingling's jade-like hands squeezed. Bang! Suddenly, the ball of ice exploded. Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly brightened. When the ball of ice exploded, it shattered into pieces. In an instant, it turned into tens of thousands of white lights and shot out. The entire bottom of the lake was illuminated as bright as day. Under the illumination of the white light, Yang Dingtian clearly saw that the flat bottom of the lake was smooth and crystal clear. The bottom of the lake was not stone, nor soil, but a layer of ice. That's right, it was condensed ice. After discovering this point, Dongfang Bingling released Yang Dingtian's hand and directly sat cross-legged on the ice at the bottom of the lake. She slowly closed her beautiful eyes, as if she was feeling something. When Yang Dingtian saw her beautiful jade-like body sitting on the ice, or to be more direct, when he saw her delicate body sitting on the ice, Yang Dingtian almost couldn't help but want to ask, "Fairy, aren't you cold sitting on the ice like this?" However, this woman in front of him was a real murderous person. Yang Dingtian certainly wouldn't ask this kind of question to provoke her. Instead, she also sat down cross-legged beside him. Suddenly, he really felt cold. Not only he couldn't use his profound qi to resist the cold, he also had to suppress his 9 yang profound veins. Otherwise, the ice under his boat would definitely melt into 2 holes. Just like this, Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling silently sat cross-legged on the ice at the bottom of the lake. Time ticked by. At first, Yang Dingtian didn't know what Dongfang Bingling wanted to do. She couldn't possibly cultivate at the bottom of the lake, right? Even though the icy cold Xian energy here was very dense, Yang Dingtian still didn't know what she wanted to do. After 4 to 5 minutes, Yang Dingtian felt something strange at the bottom of the lake. "Do you feel it, Xianxia?" Shen Lang, Dongfang Bingling asked. "I feel it." Yang Dingtian said, "The ice at the bottom of the lake is rising. The water at the bottom of the lake is constantly condensing into ice." Dongfang Bingling nodded and said, "That's right, the water here is constantly condensing into ice." "You really didn't lie, this is where the heaven and earth mystic flame is." Yang Dingtian said, "Because the mystic flame is desperately devouring heat, the entire lake is starting to condense into ice?" Yang Dingtian asked, "Because the mystic flame is desperately devouring heat, the entire lake is starting to freeze?" Dongfang Bingling turned to look at Yang Dingtian and said, "That's right. According to my estimation, the heaven and earth mystic flame will officially bloom when the entire lake is frozen." Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Dongfang Bingling was indeed amazing. Things were exactly as she said. Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, "Dongfang Bingling, how long do you think it will take for all the water in this lake to freeze?" Dongfang Bingling was silent for a moment and said, "There should be 29 hours and a quarter." Yang Dingtian was really shocked when he heard this. Dongfang Bingling was actually accurate to the minute. Most importantly, her answer was actually completely correct. There were indeed 58 hours and 8 minutes before the heaven and earth mystic flame bloomed. "How did you calculate this number?" Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Bingling said, "According to the increase in the thickness of the ice layer per unit of time, I can get the answer." This calculation was undoubtedly very, very complicated. Because the increase in the ice layer was not uniform, but constantly accelerating. "Dongfang Bingling, you are really a genius." Yang Dingtian could not help but say. Dongfang Bingling opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian. She said, "This is nothing." "But Shen Lang, you called me Dongfang Bingling?" "Of course." Yang Dingtian said, "If not, what should I call you? Fairy Dongfang?" Dongfang Bingling shook her head and said, "No, it's just that no one has called me Dongfang Bingling for a very, very long time." Yang Dingtian said, "Now, what are you going to do? Are you going to wait for the mystic flame to bloom in 48 hours? "Of course not." Dongfang Bingling said, "The heaven and earth mystic flame is a very small flame, and the time it blooms is very short." "How short?" Yang Dingtian asked, "Is it a quarter of an hour?" "No." Dongfang Bingling said, "The supreme great earth fire will last for about a quarter of an hour, but the heaven and earth mystic flame might only last for about half a quarter of an hour or even shorter. Therefore, it will be too late to look for it when it blooms. We must first find the location of this flame and then wait for it to bloom." 15 minutes? So it was only 7 or 8 minutes? That period of time was really too short. Just like what Dongfang Bingling said, it was already too late to look for the mystic flame when it bloomed. Originally, Yang Dingtian wanted to escape from Dongfang Bingling's clutches immediately. But now, it seemed that he really could not leave Dongfang Bingling's side. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for Yang Dingtian to find the heaven and earth mystic flame under this huge lake. Is this mystic flame under the ice? Yang Dingtian asked, will it have a candlelight stand? It is not an earth fire, so it won't have a flame stand. Dongfang Bingling said, it is a flame that swallows endless energy and blooms randomly due to the soul. It is completely possible for it to bloom in any inch of this lake, because the mystic flame has a soul and life. Life? Yang Dingtian asked in surprise. Life. Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian asked, then how are you going to find this mystic flame? Smash all the ice layers below? No. Dongfang Bingling said, if I destroy the ice layers, I will not be able to find it at all. Then, Dongfang Bingling ignored Yang Dingtian and gently stretched her delicate body. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat, because he had never seen Dongfang Bingling in such a state. This woman had always been cold and aloof. Now, when she stretched her delicate body, she actually seemed a little languid. And now, Dongfang Bingling's delicate body was especially curvaceous, moving up and down. Then, something that made Yang Dingtian even more surprised happened. Her delicate body slowly lay down, with her face facing down on the ice surface. Her entire body was in the most intimate contact with the ice surface. Then, her delicate body suddenly lit up with a faint blue light. Suddenly, this woman's figure seemed even more mysterious and moving, like a fairy or a witch. Then, lines of blue light lines grew from Dongfang Bingling's delicate body. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, finally, countless lines of light spread out from Dongfang Bingling's delicate body. They grew longer and longer, and finally spread to every inch of the ice layer. At the same time, Yang Dingtian clearly felt a powerful energy. These lines of blue light lines were undoubtedly the spiritual energy released by Dongfang Bingling. She actually used this method to investigate every corner of the ice layer. It really made Yang Dingtian gasp in amazement. This method was completely comparable to ultrasound or radar waves. At this moment, Dongfang Bingling seemed to have countless eyes. She could see every corner of the ice layer, searching for traces of the mystic flame. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian held his breath and watched Dongfang Bingling lay on the ice surface, displaying her remarkable abilities. It was a stunning display. A few minutes passed. A dozen minutes passed. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Yang Dingtian waited on the side for nearly 100 minutes. Suddenly, all the lines of light disappeared without a trace. The blue light on Dongfang Bingling's delicate body gradually faded. Then, her flawless beauty gently floated up. Yang Dingtian didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Dongfang Bingling's face was actually a little pale at this moment. But she was very white before, as white as the snow. Found it? Yang Dingtian asked, feeling a little nervous. Yes. Dongfang Bingling nodded. Where is it? Yang Dingtian blurted out. Then, he held his breath and instinctively became nervous. Because that was the location of the heaven and earth mystic flame. However, Yang Dingtian didn't expect to get an answer. The heaven and earth mystic flame was so precious that no one would say anything after knowing it. Moreover, since Dongfang Bingling had already found the specific location of the heaven and earth mystic flame, Yang Dingtian was of no use. Then, Dongfang Bingling would probably kill Yang Dingtian directly to silence him. There. Dongfang Bingling pointed to the northeast corner. Then, she grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and directly drilled into the thick ice layer. Suddenly, the ice layer melted, forming a 2-meter diameter cave. As the two of them moved forward quickly, the ice in front of them melted quickly and silently. In an instant, it was like an ice tunnel that led to somewhere. Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling moved forward quickly in the ice layer. They went deeper and deeper into the ice layer. After a few minutes, the two of them stopped. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was already more than 200 meters below the ice layer. In the 1:00 direction, he was 19 kilometers away from the center of the lake. In front of him, there was a thin and transparent ice layer. On the other side of the ice layer, there was a beautifully shaped ice room, a flame-shaped ice room. The entire ice room was about 10 meters high and 3 to 4 meters wide. On the other side of the ice layer, there was a beautifully shaped ice room. It was a flame-shaped ice room. The entire ice room was about 10 meters tall and 3 to 4 meters wide. That's right. The heaven and earth level mystic flame bloomed here. For example, when the mystic flame was about to bloom, the entire central lake would be frozen into a complete ice block. There were no impurities or gaps in the ice block. There was only a flame-shaped vacuum zone. That was where the heaven and earth level mystic flame bloomed. It could be said that if it wasn't for Dongfang Bingling, Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to find it. It was useless to rely on brute force. Even if you destroyed the entire ice layer, it would be useless. If the ice layer was destroyed, the vacuum zone where the mystic flame bloomed would be completely destroyed. By then, no one would be able to find this place. It would be too late to search after the mystic flame bloomed. Hence, looking at the flame-shaped vacuum zone, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel excited. The heaven and earth level mystic flame that he had been searching for would bloom here in 2.5 days. As long as he devoured and refined the mystic flame, Yang Dingtian's cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. He would then be able to forge a real soul sword and defeat everyone to become the new Cloud Heaven City Lord in a few months' time. However, now wasn't the time to be excited. Because the biggest trouble was right beside him. Dongfang Bingling, this woman was determined to get the heaven and earth level mystic flame. Want to snatch the mystic flame from this woman? It wasn't a question of whether it was difficult or not. It was a fantasy. Kill her and snatch the mystic flame? Was it possible? Knock her out and snatch the mystic flame? Was it possible? Trick her away and snatch the mystic flame? Was it possible? This woman's current cultivation was probably a few hundred times higher than Yang Dingtian. She could really crush Yang Dingtian with just a finger. If Yang Dingtian could defeat her or knock her out, then Yang Dingtian wouldn't need the mystic flame. What was his ultimate goal for snatching the mystic flame? It was to defeat Dongfang Bingling. Trick her away? Trick her away? Was that even possible? This woman's intelligence and willpower were in no way inferior to her cultivation. Tricking her? That would be seeking his own death. She would have killed Yang Dingtian with a single stroke of her sword if she had sensed his intentions. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was completely at his wits' end. But to watch Dongfang Bingling snatch away the mystic flame. How could this be? How could he be willing? How much did Yang Dingtian pay for this mystic flame? Furthermore, this mystic flame was practically Yang Dingtian's only hope. If he lost this mystic flame, not to mention that Yang Dingtian would not be able to defeat Dongfang Bingling 4 years later, Yang Dingtian would not have any hope of winning the martial arts contest for the position of castellan in a few months. He had to think of a way, but there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that the situation in front of him was several times more difficult than when he had wanted to kill the Millennium L. You've already found the heaven and earth mystic flame, so I'm of no use anymore, Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Bingling said lightly, don't worry, I won't kill you. I don't even bother to silence people. Yang Dingtian said, then you're letting me go now? No? Dongfang Bingling said, the heaven and earth mystic flame is rare in the world. Before I get the mystic flame, I don't want to have any side issues. Then, Dongfang Bingling turned her beautiful face to Yang Dingtian and said, after I've completely refined and swallowed the mystic flame, I'll leave with you. Moreover, I'll give you an unexpected reward. Other than the mystic flame, I can give you almost everything. Then, Dongfang Bingling closed her beautiful eyes slowly and did not have any intention to speak. Even though Yang Dingtian's heart was extremely anxious, he still kept his mouth shut while his mind was spinning rapidly. He had to think of a way to snatch the mystic flame from Dongfang Bingling, but it was really impossible. Time passed second by second, but Yang Dingtian was still at his wits' end. Brutal sword spirit? It instantly turned Qin Xiaobai into an idiot. It was very powerful, but it was completely useless against the powerful Dongfang Bingling in front of him. Evil soul art? The puppet fighting soul in the soul tool ring had already been used when he killed Wu Xingwen. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had already sworn that he would never use the evil soul art. It would destroy himself. Moreover, even if the powerful puppet fighting soul was still there, even if Yang Dingtian was willing to degrade himself to use the evil soul art, it would still be useless against Dongfang Bingling's powerful soul. Deep sea mystic poison? At this moment, Yang Dingtian still had a little bit of it left in his space ring. However, this little bit of deep-sea mystic poison was completely useless against Dongfang Bingling. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart moved and he was about to speak. However, Yang Dingtian's neck suddenly felt cold. Dongfang Bingling's sword was placed horizontally on his neck. Then, he saw Dongfang Bingling suddenly open her beautiful eyes and stare coldly at him. Her beautiful eyes revealed a dangerous aura. Yang Dingtian, what's wrong? Do you regret it or want to kill me? Yang Dingtian's sword flashed and Yang Dingtian only felt a chill at the back of his neck. Then, Dongfang Bingling placed her sword horizontally in front of Yang Dingtian and said coldly, Shen Lang, who exactly are you? Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. Could it be that he had revealed some flaw? Why didn't Dongfang Bingling suspect him before, but now she did? Yang Dingtian said calmly, I am Shen Lang, who else could I be? Then what do you think this is? Dongfang Bingling said, her gaze falling on the sword. Yang Dingtian followed her gaze and saw a black dot on the sword. What was this thing? This is a mole cut off from the back of your neck, but it is fake. Dongfang Bingling said. My mole? Yang Dingtian said in surprise, I don't have a mole on the back of my neck. This is not a mole, this is a soulless worm. Evil ways to cultivate evil creatures. Dongfang Bingling said, it can attach itself to a person's body without the other party feeling anything. When this kind of worm attaches itself to a person's body, no matter where you are within 100 miles, the person controlling the soulless worm will know your exact location. Tell me, who exactly are you? What do you want from me? Who is instructing you from behind? Dongfang Bingling asked coldly as she placed her sword on Yang Dingtian's neck. Her eyes were filled with absolute killing intent. Yang Dingtian, I don't even know what this thing is. But at least yesterday, I didn't have this thing on the back of my neck. I am Shen Lang, and I don't have any **T intentions towards you. I didn't even know that you would appear. Dongfang Bingling's sword trembled, and the black dot on the sword instantly exploded, turning into powder and dissipating. Maybe so, but I don't have time to investigate. Killing you is even simpler. Dongfang Bingling said indifferently, maybe you are innocent, but so what? So I'm sorry. Suddenly, Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes turned cold. She swung her sword fiercely, wanting to kill Yang Dingtian directly. Ha ha ha. All of a sudden, a familiar laughter echoed in her ears. Dongfang Bingling, the #1 prodigy 400 years ago, the Nine Heavens fairy who was the only one who could break through to the martial saint realm. Today is the day you die, and this place will be your burial ground. This familiar and sexy voice echoed in Yang Dingtian's ears. In just a short time, this voice was getting closer and closer. From a few thousand meters to a few hundred meters. Then, there was a strange fragrance, and a beautiful figure instantly floated over. A peerless beauty instantly stood in front of Yang Dingtian. This woman was incomparably familiar, but also incomparably unfamiliar. She had an extremely close relationship with Yang Dingtian, but also seemed like an enemy. Demonic woman, Dugufengwu, why did she appear here? Dongfang Bingling looked at Dugufengwu and instantly laughed coldly. So, this is your scheme. But you want to kill me with just you? You must be dreaming. What if I am included? Suddenly, an indifferent voice echoed. Then, Yang Dingtian's eyes blurred, and a figure instantly appeared in front of him, standing side by side with Dugufengwu. This was a young man in white robes. He could be considered handsome, but he couldn't be compared to Zhu Hongxue and Qin Xiaobai. At most, he was about the same as Yang Dingtian. However, this person had a special charm between his brows and the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be smiling all the time, and also seemed to be mocking others all the time. Once this person appeared, Dongfang Bingling's eyes suddenly shrank, and her face revealed an unprecedented solemn expression. She asked indifferently, "Who are you?" "Joyous Palace, Guduwuhuan." That young man said indifferently. In an instant, Dongfang Bingling's jade-like hand that was holding onto the sword suddenly tightened. The supremacy of the evil ways was the Temple of Annihilation, while the Joyous Palace and Temple of Blood were the right-hand men of the Temple of Annihilation. For example, the Temple of Annihilation was equivalent to the Hidden Sect, while the Joyous Palace and Temple of Blood were equivalent to the Yin-Yang School and the Mystic Heaven sect. The Joyous Palace's status was above the Temple of Blood. Du Gufengwu was the princess of the Temple of Blood, while Gudu Wuhuan was the young lord of the Joyous Palace. The two of them were equivalent to the peerless prodigies of the evil ways. From this, it could be seen that even if Gudu Wuhuan's cultivation wasn't superior to Du Gufengwu, it was at least on par with her. Du Gufengwu and Dongfang Bingling were also on par. Even if Dongfang Bingling was superior, it was only by a little. In fact, these two women had fought before, and the result was that Dongfang Bingling had a slight advantage. But now, with Du Gufengwu and Gudu Wuhuan working together, Dongfang Bingling wasn't a match for them at all. Dongfang Bingling took a deep breath and said, "The peerless prodigies of the evil ways are here, and I am naturally not a match for them. But if I want to leave, the two of you might not be able to stop me, right?" Du Gufengwu sneered and said, "Dongfang Bingling is incomparably prideful. Would she run away without a fight?" "Of course." Dongfang Bingling said coldly, "I might be prideful, but I am not foolish. Of course, I will run. I only know that 10 years later, even if the two of you work together, you won't be a match for me. Why should I be so rigid about victory and defeat today?" Du Gufengwu said, "In that case, you don't even want this heaven and earth mystic flame?" Du Gufengwu said, "In that case, you don't even want this heaven and earth mystic flame?" "I don't want it anymore." Dongfang Bingling said straightforwardly, "The heaven and earth mystic flame might be rare, but I might be able to find a second one. I just have to pay a slight price." Finishing her statement, she gently tilted her sharp sword and said, "So now, are you going to let me leave? Or do you want me to escape after a huge battle? You should be clear that the two of you won't be able to keep me here, and you won't be able to kill me either. If we were to fight, both of us would suffer great losses." Du Gufengwu and Gudu Wuhuan fell into silence. It was obvious that Dongfang Bingling was speaking the truth. Even if the two absolute prodigies of the evil ways worked together, they wouldn't be able to kill Dongfang Bingling. Just how powerful was this woman? "If we were to fight, I might be injured and have to escape, but the two of you wouldn't have it easy either. When the mystic flame blooms 2 days later, how are you going to compete with the other experts of the half-human race?" Dongfang Bingling said indifferently. Du Gufengwu remained silent and looked at Yang Dingtian. "What about this Shenlang?" Dongfang Bingling said indifferently, "He has nothing to do with me." Du Gufengwu said, "Then you aren't concerned about why we are here and who is the one who set this trap for you?" Dongfang Bingling shook her head and said, "I don't care about schemes. I only care about my own strength. You should make a choice now. Are you going to let me leave, or are you going to let me escape after a huge battle?" Du Gufengwu took a deep breath and said, "You are right. The two of us won't be able to kill you even if we work together. You are going to escape eventually. Why don't we let you leave now?" Dongfang Bingling said, "You are not stupid." "But," Du Gufengwu said, "but we came all the way here, and obtaining this mystic flame is only our secondary objective. Our main objective is to kill you." After that, Du Gufengwu said coldly, "Hypocrite, if you still don't show up, we are really going to let this 9 heavens mystical lady go. Don't think of benefiting from the fight between the crane and the clam." Haha. Suddenly, there was another burst of laughter in the air. Then, another shadow floated over. This was an extremely familiar shadow. It was the Northwest Qin City's young lord, Qin Huayu. After all, Fairy Dongfang and I are from the same Tiando League. So, it's not good for us to have a falling out. But since Miss Dugu has summoned me, I, Qin Huayu, have no choice but to appear." Qin Huayu said, "Fairy Dongfang, the princess of the Temple of Blood and the young master of the Joyous Palace couldn't even hold you back. What if my Northwest Qin City's young master, Qin Huayu, was added on? I should be able to kill you now." Suddenly, Dongfang Bingling's beautiful face showed an unprecedented seriousness. "If the three of you joined forces, I should be dead for sure." Dongfang Bingling said to Qin Huayu, "But why? In order to kill me, your Qin City is willing to give up the mystic flame? My Yin-Yang school has turned a blind eye to your Qin City's expansion in the northwest." Qin Huayu sighed softly, "Fairy Dongfang, even if the heaven and earth mystic flame is gone, we can still find it. 10 years, 20 years, we will eventually find it. but the chances of killing you will be extremely slim. Especially if we can kill you without anyone knowing. This might be our only chance. Dongfang Bingling said, kill me? Is it so important that you don't hesitate to join forces with the evil ways? That's right. Killing you is extremely important. It's the most important thing for my Qin city, and also the most important thing for the evil ways. Qin Huayu said, in these 400 years, no one has been able to break through to the martial saint realm. This is a good thing. At least the world is in balance. But you, Fairy Dongfang, are an absolute genius. You might break through to the martial saint realm in 20 to 30 years. Then, you will be the only martial saint in this world. When that time comes, the evil ways will be annihilated, and my Qin city will have no chance to rise. So, for the sake of Qin city's future, killing you is the most important thing. The mystic flame can only be ranked second. As for colluding with the evil ways? Qin Huayu said, don't the powers in the Tiando League have colluded with the evil ways? Immediately, Dongfang Bingling smiled faintly. She didn't say anything else, let alone beg for mercy. Shen Lang. Qin Huayu looked at Yang Dingtian, you can't really think that my father thinks highly of you, and regards you as his military advisor, right? You can't really think that my father will fall for your strategic ideas, and really want to ally with the half-human race for the future, right? There's no need for that at all. My Qin city and the evil ways are already one family. Then, Qin Huayu said, in order for my Qin city to rise, we must destroy the Yinyang school and the mysterious heaven sect. That's right, but using the power of the half-human race to nurture them is too far away. Why do we have to give up what's near and seek what's far away? Can't we just look for the Temple of Blood and the Joyous Palace? The hidden sect isn't around, and neither is the Temple of Annihilation. Isn't it good for my Qin city, the Joyous Palace, and the Temple of Blood to rule the entire world? Who said that the hidden sect isn't around? Yang Dingtian said, isn't Nameless, who appeared in Cloud Heaven City recently, the hidden sect's successor? Ha 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 ha. Qin Huayu instantly laughed, the hidden sect's successor, Nameless? Fairy Dongfang, before you die, let me give you a piece of top-secret information. This so-called hidden sect's successor, Nameless, is your fiancé, Yang Dingtian. Once this was said, Dongfang Bingling's delicate body suddenly trembled, and for the first time, she revealed an expression of disbelief. Yang Dingtian's heart also trembled, and he instinctively looked towards Dugufengwu. In this world, Dugufengwu was the only one who knew that the hidden sect's successor, Nameless, was actually Yang Dingtian. Furthermore, Qin Huayu must have found out about this secret after Yang Dingtian left Cloud Heaven City. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian wouldn't have been able to leave Cloud Heaven City alive back then. But soon enough, Yang Dingtian stopped his action of looking at Dugufengwu. Instead, he looked towards Dongfang Bingling. Her absolutely beautiful face was filled with astonishment as she said, impossible. Yang Dingtian can't possibly know the hidden sect's sword art, and Yang Dingtian can't possibly have thunder attribute mystic skills. Qin Huayu laughed and said, Fairy Dongfang, you are an absolute prodigy in this world, so you have never placed anyone in your eyes, including your father. You think that your talent is the best in the world in the past 400 years. But I can tell you that you might not be the best in the world. Yang Dingtian's talent might not be inferior to yours. Impossible. Dongfang Bingling spoke in a cold and angry voice, Yang Dingtian can't possibly have such high talent. What evidence does he have to impersonate the hidden sect's successor? Dugufengwu said indifferently, because I have another identity, and that is the Seven Refined Lane's third Lady Gongsun. I forced Yang Dingtian to impersonate the hidden sect's successor. His hidden sect's sword art was taught by me, but I only know the superficial moves. I didn't expect that after I taught him the fake sword art, he could actually learn the real one. End of chapter 241. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.